Chapter 2381. He could move objects through space, predict life and death, and control animals. Wasn't this a monster? And as he grew older, red lines appeared on the left side of Wen Jinqian's face. Monster. Everyone's consensus. He was definitely the child of a demon, a monster who wanted to kill them. So everyone bullied and humiliated him even more. They wanted him dead, and more people died here. They were all disemboweled. Finally, one day, the resentment of this group of people erupted. They tied Wen Jinqian to a rack and burned him to death. The flames devoured his young body. But at the last moment, he burst out the hidden spiritual energy in his body. He escaped from the flames. The huge spiritual energy injured and killed some people. The red lines were because he had the rarest and most powerful wood-type celestial spirit root in the cultivation world. A unique talent in 10,000 years. When he didn't know how to cultivate, the overly pure spiritual energy in his body couldn't be hidden, so it climbed to the surface of his skin. The red lines finally condensed into the lotus mark between his eyebrows. It became his sea of consciousness. It hid an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy. From then on, the most talented, youngest, and most unattainable cultivator in the cultivation world appeared. And because of the influence of his pure wood-type celestial spirit root, he cultivated the heartless and heartless great Tao. It was twice the result with half the effort. He would almost never become a demon. The only time he became a demon was more than 600 years ago. Wen Jinqian, who had cultivated for almost 70 years, was already considered the most stunning pearl in the cultivation world. After becoming a demon, he returned here. He turned this place into what it was today. Many people who bullied him back then were actually old or dead. Wen Jinqian, who was possessed, was extremely paranoid. He drew on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and borrowed the endless wood-type vitality. He turned all the people who bullied him in his memory from old to young. He resurrected the dead. Then he started endless hellish torture. He made the people here suffer forever, plunging them into the pain of despair. It was simply tragic and unheard of. Then, after being trapped here for more than 600 years, he sensed that she had fallen here and finally came back to take a look. He casually used dream reincarnation to drag everyone back to 600 years ago. Once Dream Return was fully activated, all the souls here would be destroyed by Wen Jinqian. Their souls were scattered, never to be reincarnated. And there was a reason why she fell here. The threads of love on her body were connected to him. So Tian Shuhal misunderstood that she was Wen Jinqian's woman. She was then placed in the deeper levels of the hall. Actually, this was not the second level. This was the 18th floor, the 18 levels of hell. The first level was heaven, and the further one went, the more terrifying it was. Wei Weibai thought that Wen Jinqian was not being nice. He looked righteous and gentle. Although he was a little cold, he should have a good heart. In the end, he turned out to be a lunatic. She silently wiped away her cold sweat. It seemed that Old One was not a turtle at all. It was old venomous Snake One. Normally, he would be hidden, but once he was provoked, he would bite him to death. The net was suddenly hoisted up and tied to the rack. Wei Weibai stared at him with her big round eyes. She was silent for a moment. Then she asked, "Can I go out if I burn for Wen Jinqian?" Dream Return was actually an illusion. She would be burned to death here. She would not really die. The system flipped through the information and nodded. "You have Wen Jinqian smell on you. You can be Wen Jinqian's substitute." By Wei Wei. "You smell like an old viper." At https://www.sashu.com/crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu.com, the system. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 2382. Why does this sound so weird? Because she knew she would not die. She could even help Wen Jinqian. Bai Weiwei also calmly stayed in the net, waiting to be burned. She looked at the rotten people moving the firewood and said coldly, "Hey, what a waste of effort. I can't be burned to death." The system was speechless. Damn, the aftereffects are serious. The host's IQ is shrinking. When the host wakes up, she will know she was so stupid. She will definitely strangle him. But, hey, if he doesn't appear, she won't be able to strangle him. Haha. The firewood was quickly lit. The guy who started the fire even lost a few finger bones. The system and Wei Wei Bai were speechless. This scene made them lose their appetite. The flames burned fiercely. Wei Wei Bai's fox fur crackled with the smell of caramel. She finally realized one thing. It hurts a little. The system said, yes, the pain here is magnified 1-to-1, so you can experience a realistic simulation without any blind spots. Wei Wei Bai, who was slowly becoming stupid, was speechless. That's right. When Jin Xian used this place to torture people, it was only 1-to-1. It was not 1-to-100, but the old snake was kind and soft-hearted. But it hurt so much. The system reluctantly turned on the minimum life guarantee. Isolating the pain, it'll be hard for the host to die today. Wei Wei Bai came back to life. She returned to her arrogant look. What a waste of effort. It doesn't hurt at all. Why do I suddenly feel so powerful? System. Why do I suddenly feel like the host is stupid again? This after effect. He wondered how he could increase her affinity in the future. Isn't the most awesome thing about the host that she's thick-skinned, vicious, and calm? The only thing that's left is thick-skinned. In the dark basement, a ray of light shone on the bedboard. When Jin Xian's muscles twitched, he opened his eyes and finally got rid of the problem of excessive spiritual energy. He almost attracted the immortal tribulation Xian thunder. I should solve the dream quickly. I'll think about it after I get out. When Jin Xian's deep eyes quickly swept across the basement, the hole had become bigger and the ground was in a mess. Also, the little fox was gone. He suddenly realized something and fiercely bit his lip. Just now, when the spiritual aura leaked out, he was shocked. Something strange had happened here. He realized that he had been pushed into the darkest corner. The thick cloth covered his small body. Was she going to hide him while she ran out to lure the monsters away? This place was not dangerous for him. Therefore, he had always been very leisurely. But what about the little fox? She didn't know that this was an illusion. How much courage did she need to hide him and run away by herself? When Jin Xian slowly got up, the red lines on the left side of his face became even fewer. A cinnabar mole appeared between his eyebrows. His childish eyes were cold and unsullied, yet abnormally cold. The spiritual energy that had been suppressed with great difficulty began to move again. When Jin Xian knew his current situation, he must continue to meditate and cultivate in seclusion. The little fox let her be. After all, this was his illusion. If he didn't want her to die, she wouldn't die no matter what kind of torture she was subjected to. But it would hurt. It hurt. When Jin Xian slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, his fingers forming seals, he continued to suppress his spiritual energy. His emotions couldn't fluctuate. He couldn't be affected by others. When Jin Xian silently lowered his eyes for a long time, finally, he slowly opened his eyes and helplessly let out a sigh. Quick! Chapter 2383. He got out of bed and clumsily climbed up and out of the basement. Then, without caring about anything else, he ran forward with all his might. Where would she be? The thick black aura in the sky seemed to be affected by his emotions and began to stir. The huge vortex was like a terrifying eye. It was monitoring this place. When Jin Xian's left face was hot and his spiritual aura was boiling. Using the surveillance from above, he saw a fire at the city gate. These lost souls, unless they caught him. Otherwise, they wouldn't make a fire. When Jin Xian's pupils constricted, he finally thought that Wei Wei Bai could fall here. It was because of the threads of love in her body. Their souls were involved with each other, even if this kind of involvement was relatively shallow. But her body was still filled with his aura, so she also obtained the recognition of the Dubby Hall and was pulled here. So the souls bound here treated the little fox as him. When Jin Xian's small body bypassed countless alleys and took a shortcut to the city gate, his body was still that of a child, when he had no strength. So his physical strength would be exhausted, his forehead would sweat, and his throat would be extremely dry because of the lack of water. He hadn't felt this way for a long time, this kind of pain and powerlessness. He staggered through an alley and finally saw the city gate. A huge bonfire appeared. A burning smell came. He supported his fingers on the wall and looked intently. He saw a scene that made his heart tremble. A small white fox was tied to a wooden frame by chains and broken nets. The flames burned all the fur on her body. She was already confused by the heat. Her claws were lying on the chains, so hot that the palms of her claws were charred. Her beautiful, light-colored pupils had long lost their usual brightness. The pain of despair had caused her dark eyes to lose focus. The feeling of being burned by the flames was extremely painful. This pain was deeply rooted in her bones. Although Wen Jinxian was not afraid of high temperatures, when his small body approached the flames, he could still remember the intense pain of the flames entering his flesh and bones more than 700 years ago. That was a kind of pain that he would not hesitate to destroy the world to break free. And around the flames were a vicious crowd of people. It's good that she's dead. My chickens won't die in the future. This kind of god of plague should be burned to death. We should celebrate and have a few drinks today. Everything was familiar, but it was detestable. He reappeared just like that. Wen Jinxian walked out from the corner, step by step. His abyss-like eyes stared coldly at them. They were clearly a group of earthbound spirits that could no longer become his heart demon. This kind of scene should not be able to shake his mellow heart. However, at this moment, the spirit chi in his body began to surge violently. The red lines on the left side of his face were also shrinking and fading. A lotus flower was faintly visible between his eyebrows. The little fox seemed to have sensed something. Her eyelashes trembled as she weakly looked up at him. Then, she smiled weakly and said softly, "Pinky promised for 100 years." His voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard. If it weren't for the fact that everything here couldn't escape Wen Jinxian's surveillance. He didn't even know that she was looking up at him. For some reason, the corners of his eyes suddenly became moist. He was just a little beggar that they had met by chance. How stupid is he? That was why she was willing to do this for him. It wasn't worth it. None of this was worth it. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 25. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 2384. The spiritual energy exploded, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged. A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. The first tribulation of the immortal cultivation tribulation. The mortal annihilation fate was about to arrive. Wen Jinxian rushed into the crowd, and those rotten bodies screamed. Is it that little monster? Why are there two little monsters? No matter how many there are, burn them to death. Burn to death. Burn to death. Wen Jinxian's ears were filled with these two words. But in his eyes, there was only Wei Wei Bai in the flames, who had been burned to the point of being seriously injured. Spiritual energy overflowed from his sea of consciousness, and the lotus seal reappeared. He rushed into the flames without hesitation, but the flames were torn apart by the spiritual energy, and he couldn't get close at all. The small child body began to grow up. The child's immaturity began to mature. The child's face became delicate and handsome. His hands and feet also became longer, and his fingers were slender and fair. His round eyes became slightly narrow and cold like a deep pool. The chains shattered under the spiritual energy, and the little fox, who had been burned to a black color, fell heavily. Wen Jinxian, who had turned back into a youth, reached out to catch her, but he saw that her flesh had been turned over, revealing the terrible burn wounds under her skin. His heart tightened. The fingertips that held her small body began to tremble. The little fox only had one last breath left. She weakly held her eyelids and stared at him blankly for a while before slowly revealing a cute and brilliant smile. "Master, you came to save me." Wen Jinxian's eyes were wet. Even if it had nothing to do with love, he felt heartache for this trust and protection. He stretched out his slender fingers and gently landed on her wound. "It's okay, I'm here." The little fox's burned little claws struggled to rest on his arm. "My friend, little Qian, Slowly, her words, they weakened. Her wounds were soothed by his spiritual energy, and she finally couldn't hold on any longer and lay softly on his chest. On the verge of death, this was her current state. This was a dream. Once the dream was broken, she would be fine. But she didn't know. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 30. When Jin Xian slowly closed his eyes and floated in the air, looking down at the souls that were only bones. They were still clamoring. The flames were also burning furiously, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that he attracted finally attracted his immortal cultivation tribulation. Deafening thunder rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning danced in the dark sky like swimming dragons. Huge electric tentacles illuminated the area as if it was daytime. The immortal tribulation had a total of 9 lightning tribulations, and now it was the first one. Immortal's immortal cultivation was already going against the will of the heavens. If they wanted to cross the Dragon Gate, they could only endure the punishment of the heavenly Tao. The first punishment was to extinguish all ties with the mortal world. His worldly ties were where his emotional ties lay. She was also the one who destroyed all the emotional connections he had in this world, including his enemies. As expected, the huge lightning bolt struck this place. The howling spirits were all reduced to ashes. Dream Return was destroyed by the immense power of the heavenly Tao. The little fox's fur shone again, but when Jinxian's gaze was even colder, he had no intention of relaxing. He had already predicted that this day would come, so the Heavenly Gate sect was protected by him with a formation to block the Thunder Tribulation. Only those who had a deep relationship with him would suffer such a calamity. His grand disciple would not be chosen by the Thunder Tribulation. His disciples had already taken out a jade pendant to block the Lightning Tribulation. As long as the first Lightning Tribulation was over, they would be fine in the future. There was only one. He had forgotten to make a jade pendant for her. When Jin Xian lowered his eyes and his snow-white fingertips gently landed on her forehead, a pure spiritual aura wrapped around her body. A huge bolt of lightning suddenly exploded from the sky. In a white lightning, when Jin Xian's features were exquisite and the lotus mark on his forehead deepened. His voice was soft and calm. "It's fine. Accompany me through the Thunder Tribulation." He made it sound as if he was carrying her on an outing. Quick to read the full article at https://www.sashu. Quick to read on. Quick. Chapter 2385. Xian Yi and Su San, who were looking for their junior sister, had arrived at the 3rd floor of the Imperial Pivot Hall. They brought the little fox out. Then they lost her. They couldn't explain it when they returned. Su San's face was so cold that his killing intent was boiling. When they broke through the 2nd floor, it was Su San who broke through the array with his sword. This caused many sects on the 1st floor to hurriedly stop him, because if he did that, he would trigger an unknown trap. This caused the people on the 1st floor to be unsafe. Who cares if you die? Su San dealt with all of them with his sword. Xian Yi helplessly followed behind him to clean up the mess. "I thought you hated junior sister very much." Xian Yi forced a smile and said. Su San mocked. "I do hate her, but I have to bring back someone who was lost in my hands." He just didn't expect that the 2nd floor of the Imperial Pivot Hall would be so strange and dark. It wasn't easy to get to the 3rd floor, but he found that the 3rd floor was even more complicated and strange. And the little fox still didn't see it. Could it be that she fell somewhere and was killed by the traps in the Imperial Pivot Hall? Not to mention Xian Yi's worry. Even Su San's face was solemn. To put it bluntly, the little fox didn't do anything wrong. The red string wasn't tied by the little fox, and she was taken to the Heavenly Gate sect. Revered Master Shun didn't kill her and directly took her as his disciple. Everyone knew what he meant. This showed that the love string couldn't affect Master. Master also directly used the relationship between Master and disciple to warn the little fox. Suddenly, the two frowned. The jade pendant flashed with the color of lightning. This was blocking the lightning tribulation. Master was going through the immortal tribulation. How could it be so sudden? The love string would affect one's mind and cause the birth of an inner demon. So it was impossible to suddenly go through the tribulation for no reason. After all, it was a taboo to go through the tribulation. The two of them looked at each other and frowned at the same time. Master is here? The lightning tribulation was so close to them. Master should be in the Imperial Pivot Hall, but why was he here? The first heaven-shaking, immortal tribulation. It smashed into the Imperial Pivot Hall. The Imperial Pivot Hall began to crumble. The Imperial Pivot Hall couldn't withstand such a powerful lightning strike. Everyone who was in the middle of it fled. Those who couldn't escape in time were reduced to ashes. Xian, Yi, and Su San appeared in midair. They watched as the huge palace appeared from the black hole, shattered and scattered. In the end, they turned into countless white rays of light. White dust filled the sky. All of them had the power to destroy the world. The rest of the disciples of the Heavenly Gates sect also rushed over using various immortal artifacts. The Thunder Tribulation had caused a sensation in the entire cultivation world. No one knew why it happened so suddenly. Why did the ancestor of the Heavenly Gates sect, who had always been as steady as Mount Tai, trigger the Thunder Tribulation for no reason? Cultivators at Wen Jinxian's level. It could suppress the arrival of the Lightning Tribulation. It would not have attracted such a terrifying heavenly punishment all of a sudden. The first Lightning Tribulation descended, and a terrifyingly large lightning pillar blasted into the lowest level of the hall. The radiance of this lightning tribulation flickered for an entire hour. Powerful immortal cultivators and the ancestors of various sects appeared. As for the younger generation, they all fled. After all, there were 8 more paths after the first one. Those who were slightly weaker would be able to endure it. As for the other old monsters, they were indeed here to watch the epiphany of the immortal tribulation. It had been too long since anyone had been able to trigger the immortal tribulation. This was the most valuable experience. Finally, the first lightning tribulation dissipated. The fragrance of lotus flowers came in bursts, and countless lotus phantoms fell from the white light. Download Transmigration System. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sasha. Comto facilitate your next reading. You can click on the collect below to record this reading record. Chapter 2386. This was formed by the condensation of power. It was pure and sharp. The lightning tribulation also suddenly disappeared, and the other 8 lightning tribulations quieted down. This was the person transcending the tribulation. He restrained his spiritual energy and covered up his aura. The remaining 8 lightning strikes were temporarily suppressed, waiting for the person transcending the tribulation to reveal himself again before continuing the heavenly punishment. It seemed that when Jin Xian didn't want to become an immortal yet, amidst the countless rays of white light, a faintly discernible slender figure suddenly walked over on a lotus flower. His black hair was like cold satin in the night, hanging behind him. The white robe was not damaged by the lightning tribulation at all, and the golden edges were still bright and new. He held a beautiful little white fox in his hand and slowly walked out of the white lotus. The lotus mark between his eyebrows faintly glowed with golden light. He was like a god, like an immortal. Xian took a look and saw that the person in his master's arms was actually his little junior sister. Even Su San raised his eyebrows in surprise. The rest of the people whispered in confusion. After all, the person transcending the tribulation dared to hold a living thing. Wasn't this even more difficult? Could it be that the fox had some great magical power? Could it help Wen Jinxian? But the fox looked like she only had a few hundred years of cultivation. At the stage of gaining intelligence, she was just a child who had just taken human form. How could she have any ability? Suddenly, there was another sound of thunder in the clouds. Everyone frowned. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was affected again. But this time, wasn't it too small? If the sky was falling and the earth was cracking just now. Now, it was just a breeze, not worth mentioning. The weaker ones had already run away. Those who stayed were all famous big shots. They looked up. The lightning tribulation of the Foundation establishment stage. It was simply trash. Xian said indifferently. Little junior sisters? The rest of the brothers nodded. The little fox would be at the foundation establishment stage soon, and they were afraid that her foundation would be unstable. They even prepared 2 bottles of foundation establishment pills. Just when everyone thought that when Jin Xian would put down the fox and let her transcend the tribulation by herself, the youth in the white robe stood on the lotus. His eyelashes, which had been turned light by the white light, gently drooped down, and his eyes were gentle and calm. A small lightning bolt landed on the ground, directly striking at the little fox's head. However, in the next moment, when Jin Xian raised his hand and the lightning tribulation fell directly into his hand, the curling electric light wanted to escape. But in the blink of an eye, it was caught by his sleeve and scattered. The lightning tribulation of the foundation establishment stage was over. Spiritual energy surged into Wei Wei Bai's body, and the little white fox began to grow bigger. Her fox fur was gone, revealing her fair arms and beautiful ankles. A delicate and cute face appeared. She turned into a human and quietly fell asleep in the boy's arms. It was peaceful and quiet. The foundation establishment stage, lightning tribulation that was fatal to all newcomers. Just like that, it was gone. All the big shots present were dumbfounded. When Jin Xian actually helped others transcend the tribulation? Or was it the lightning tribulation of a mere foundation establishment cultivator? That was crazy. Everyone knew that when Jin Xian was cold and heartless, who could enter his eyes? When Jin Xian walked in front of Xian Yi and glanced at Su San, the 2 brothers lowered their heads in shame. When Jin Xian's voice was extremely calm, "Go back to the sect to receive your punishment," the 2 brothers immediately lowered their heads. "Yes, master." Several red-crowned cranes flew over. When Jin Xian stepped on them and left with Wei Wei Bai, the big shots looked at each other blankly. They looked at the immortal tribulation and the lowest level of the foundation establishment tribulation. Chapter 2387. The difference was so big that it made people speechless. Finally, someone asked carefully, "Is this ancestor Wen's Tao companion?" Xian Yi was silent for a while before saying, "No, she's his disciple, our little junior sister," although they hadn't done the master-disciple ceremony yet. But Master had personally said that he would accept her, so that was it. Another person asked, "Your sect is so good to your disciple?" Even the foundation establishment tribulation was helped by the ancestor. "Do you think I can join the Heavenly Gate sect? I'm in the spirit severing stage and will soon undergo the unification tribulation." So this person, was she trying to get Wen Jinxian to help her pass the unification tribulation? The group of Heavenly Gates sect disciples fell silent. Their master, who was struck by lightning, would not shed a single drop of crocodile tears, let alone think that anyone could get him to help them pass the tribulation. As for their little junior sister, why did it feel like Master was so biased? Wei Wei Bai jumped up. "Where's Wen Jinxian? Has his dream been broken?" System, the host was too dedicated. When she opened her eyes, she was working. Then the system briefly told her what happened after she fell asleep. It emphasized that the favorability was 30. Wei Wei Bai nodded in relief. "I didn't risk my life in vain to be burned to death. It's not easy to have a very good favorability. After all, old Monster Wen's heart was harder than steel. It would take a lot of effort to pry it open. System, you just slept. You didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain." Wei Wei Bai looked around. Hazy light and shadow shone through the walls of the room. Beautiful light, red and white intertwined. The door of the room was very big and open. She could see the sparkling shadows outside, and all kinds of lotus flowers were blooming. Wei Wei Bai got off the bed and found the lotus petals covering her body. She walked out of the door and found a huge space. The lotus field was boundless. Not far away, she could see another open door. Inside, there were all kinds of bookshelves that were so tall that she couldn't see the top. There were all kinds of glowing scrolls. Another door was filled with all kinds of treasures. The system told her that this was Wen Jinxian's lotus world. It had always been placed in the depths of the pool. It was also where Wen Jinxian meditated in seclusion. Wei Wei Bai thought that he was hiding in the flower bud and that there was only a small space. The grandeur and magic of the cultivation world had once again broadened her horizons. Wei Wei Bai suddenly stopped, and saw Wen Jinxian sitting on the futon. The lotus intimately leaned against his body. There was no expression on his snow-white face. His long and narrow eyelashes were tightly shut, casting a clean silhouette under his eyelids. The young man's face was exceptionally beautiful. His beautiful thin red lips were even more eye-catching than the red lotus beside him. Holy and aloof. That was everyone's first impression of him. Wei Wei Bai directly sat on the lotus bushes, and several lotus flowers avoided her in disdain. She didn't care. She rested her chin on her hands and looked at Wen Jinxian with a smile. Wen Jinxian was incomparably indifferent and emotionless. He sensed her arrival. However, he had a lot of experience in meditation. Even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, he would still be able to meditate. When it was time to sit, he could still remain indifferent. Wei Wei Bai saw that he still had his eyes closed and didn't move at all. She pinched a petal. The lotus sensed that she was full of Wen Jinxian's scent and could only tremble and be bullied by her. Wei Wei Bai pinched the petal and gently scratched the back of his hand. The young man's eyelashes didn't even tremble. He was still as indifferent as before. The lotus petal, however, was a little bit. It was like a provocation, but also like some kind of intimate game that one couldn't refuse. To facilitate the next reading, you can click on Chapter 2388. Wei Wei Bai had already retreated. It was as if she did not sneak attack him just now. She rested her chin on her hands, her face flushed. She giggled and said, "Master, you're awake." Wen Jinxian just stared at her with a deep gaze. Bai Weiwei didn't care about his cold eyes that could scare people to death. Instead, she said happily, "I told you Master would come and save me. All right, have you seen my friend?" Wen Jinxian was silent for a long time, then said indifferently, "Yes, I let him go down the mountain and gave him money to find a good family to settle him down." Sure enough, Bai Weiwei smiled even more happily. "Then I can go down the mountain and play with him in the future." Wen Jinxian looked at her coldly, confirming that she was indeed unrepentant. Thinking of this, Wen Jinxian's voice became colder. "You can't go down the mountain for a while. You left the sect without permission and got others into trouble. I'll punish you by confinement." Under Wei Wei Bai's surprised gaze, he waved his finger. "You can't leave the sect for 100 years. Wei Wei Bai was immediately thrown out of the lotus bud by a strong and gentle force. She was thrown out of the pond and rolled a few times before landing on a red-crowned crane that opened its wings to catch her. Wei Wei Bai immediately shouted, "Master, 100 years is too long. 100 years is my friend more than 100 years old. He's too old. Too old." Wen Jinxian flicked his finger, and she was once again thrown out of the hall by a soft wind. Wei Wei Bai helplessly touched her head. This old demon was not easy to flirt with. She said to the system, "He's like a 10,000-year-old latrine stone, smelly and hard." "System, you just kissed him." Wei Wei Bai, a latrine stone, she kissed him. She suddenly felt that the kiss was very tasty. Wen Jinxian was sure that the little fox had skipped away again. She was so heartless. She did not even know when she would die. A strange frown appeared on Wen Jinxian's cold and calm brows. He still paid too much attention to her. He gathered his thoughts. He closed his eyes again. In his current state, he could trigger the remaining 8 heavenly tribulations at any time. Therefore, it would be best for him to remain in seclusion. The youth sat down and meditated. He closed his eyes in silence for a long time. He suddenly stretched out his finger and placed it on his lips. This action caused him to open his eyes again. The color of the lotus seal was slightly more beautiful. After a long time, he closed his eyes again. However, the color of the lotus seal did not fade in the slightest. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 35. Wei Wei Bai, who was eating in the cafeteria, pricked up her ears and frowned. Why did her favorability increase? Or is it because old Monster Wen's reflexes are too fast? Only then did he realize that she was flirting with him. Wei Wei Bai thought for a while and felt that her brain was not working well. She knocked on her forehead. Then he continued to eat. Was it because the food was not good or the weather was not good? Why was she thinking about that big rock? Wen Jinxian went into seclusion again. Wei Wei Bai, conquering the ginseng was too difficult. It was a target that would go into seclusion at the drop of a hat. How could it be worthy of her, who worked so hard to conquer it? Chapter 2389. Wei Wei Bai waited for about half a month. During this time, she stole chickens and beat dogs. She acted like an unfilial disciple who had insulted her master. In the end, old monster one did not come. A bunch of senior martial brothers would surround her at every turn. Junior sister, are you going to the cafeteria to plant cockroaches or burn books in the library today? I'll go with you, unless you get eaten by the pot in the library or the cafeteria. Huh? Why don't I accompany you to the alchemy room today and teach you how to blow up the alchemy furnace? Both the library and the canteen had restrictions. Wei Wei Bai burned the library and was chased by the books. When she put cockroaches in the cafeteria pot, the pot opened its big mouth and almost stewed her. Every day, he would watch the little fox cause chaos in the cold Heavenly Gate sect. This was already one of the most enjoyable viewing events for the people here. Wei Wei Bai cupped her face and looked coldly at this group of childish senior brothers. However, in the eyes of others, she was still teary-eyed because she was able to retract her ears and tail when she was in the Foundation establishment realm. But it didn't diminish her cuteness at all. Fluffy silver hair, light-colored eyes, and a small face. Even if she was angry, she was still like a kitten. Other foxes had their own coquettish and flirtatious temperaments. In the end, when it came to Wei Wei Bai, everyone suspected that they had picked up the wrong person from the fox's nest. Why did it feel like she was more like a cat or a dog? No matter how he looked at it, he was very likable. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "This bunch of idiots, huh?" The system looked at the host with pity. Today was yet another day where the host's intelligence was lowered. Finally, Wei Wei Bai remembered that she had to attract old monster Wen's attention. The system thought that the host had regained his intelligence. He immediately asked her about her plan. Wei Wei Bai said, "I can put laxatives in his lotus pond." Wei Wei Bai said, "Or we can force him to come out by pouring more product from the latrine pit." Although the host's IQ was still satisfactory. However, he had a vicious heart and a strange way of bullying others. There were still many of them. This was a very interesting conversation. He didn't even want to eat lunch, so he could only embroider more flowers to quench his hunger. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai calmly went to the latrine pit to observe the environment. After all, there were new disciples every year. There were also some cultivators who were above the Foundation establishment stage but still had a craving for good food. Moreover, the latrine pit was filled with men. Because in the Heavenly Gate sect, apart from her, there was no other female cultivator. As a result, all the living arrangements were for men. Many of the young disciples walked out of the latrine pit while putting on their pants. She was almost scared back into the toilet by Wei Wei Bai. She stared at the people in the latrine with a strange expression. The system finally could not help but remind its mentally challenged host. "What are you doing here?" Even with all kinds of settings, the latrine pit was very clean and odorless. But no matter how clean the word latrine pit was, it was still a latrine pit. The host said faintly, "I want to see if there are many people in the latrine pit." 6 senior brother gave me a storage bag. I heard that it can store 100 square meters of items. I plan to fill it with the product here and pour them into Old Monster Wen's lotus pond. System, does your 6 senior brother know that the bag he gave is used to store these things? Host, I heard that the bag has a self-plot function. After pouring, it can continue to be used. The system held its head in despair. It could still be used? Host, it's okay. I'll just return it to senior brother after using it. Don't waste it. Let them use it. System, no matter how low the IQ of the host was, she was still vicious. After 3 days of observation, it was confirmed that the storage was enough. Wei Wei Bai stuffed the storage bag into her sleeve and waited for the latrine pit at night. But she did not know that her strange reputation had spread. A perverted female fox who peeped at the young men in the men's latrine every day. A perverted female fox who clung to the latrine pit door and openly watched the young men in the latrine, making people so frightened that they could not sleep at night. A perverted female fox who wanted to do XXXXX things to hundreds of young men in the latrine. Then, when she arrived near the latrine, she saw a young man who was as noble and clean as an immortal standing there quietly. His lotus seal was still sacred and beautiful. His eyes were slightly tilted, and his gaze was deep and cold. Wei Wei Bai, old Frequin, knew her purpose and came to the latrine to block her in advance. In the end, she heard his calm and elegant voice, which was like a cold spring, with a hint of depression that was hard to explain. You? Wei Wei Bai. Chapter 2390. Under the cold moonlight, the scenery of the toilet was beautiful. An aloof, immortal cultivator and a confused little fox. Wei Wei Bai reacted half a beat later. She immediately stopped breathing and her face turned red. Her eyes were moist and her lips were extremely red. The cute little fox had a few more traces of charm at this moment. It was more seductive than the red lotus. Then Wei Wei Bai pounced directly. Master, I'm so hot. Old Monster One wouldn't ask her for no reason. It must be that she was in heat, so he came to ask. Although she didn't feel anything at all, but it didn't matter. She could pretend. However, just as she pounced when she was less than 10 centimeters away from the document, a slender and perfect finger pressed against her forehead. She immediately stopped moving and stood there in a daze, looking at Wen Jinxian in a daze. Wen Jinxian's eyelashes didn't even blink. His cold black eyes were deeper than the deepest night sky. Since there is no problem in this area, why do you harass the disciples of the sect every day? Wei Wei Bai, when did she harass the disciples of the sect? His fingertips were against her forehead. Under his fingertips were her ignorant eyes. As if she didn't know what she had done, she was still so innocent and pitiful. When Jinxian's indifferent eyes had a trace of strange fluctuations. He pursed his thin lips and remained silent as if he was enduring. Wei Wei Bai tried to move her hand. She could move. She immediately hugged his outstretched arm with both hands. Then her voice dragged out and was extremely sweet. Master, I'm really, when Jinxian interrupted rudely. You're not. Wei Wei Bai looked confused. How do you know? Her acting skills had regressed. Wen Jinxian looked at her face that was as red as rouge and her big eyes that were filled with longing. If it weren't for the fact that his body didn't feel any heat, he would also be deceived by her. The fox's nature of deception was too terrifying. No wonder there were so many demonesses that could bring disaster to the country. The Fox clan was originally an existence that charmed all living beings. He shouldn't have been fooled by her little tricks. However, the plants here would do their job faithfully and report everything that happened to her to him. She ate a few meals today and spoke a few words to a few people. Or like something. What did he hate? What little animal was he bullying again? Admit it. When Jinxian's eyes were sharp and cold, it was because he had the intention that these plants would monitor her like this. Suddenly, he released his fingers and turned around to leave. In the future, don't come here to harass your juniors. She was his disciple. His seniority was extremely high. Other than a few senior brothers, everyone would greet him as martial uncle or martial granduncle. How could such a senior be so carefree? How could that be? When Jinxian clenched his fists and was about to disappear. A pair of hands had already wrapped around his waist, and an itchy feeling came from his back. Behind him, the little fox had already said sweetly, Master, I'm very obedient. How could I possibly harass others? Wasn't he lying through his teeth? Wasn't the things she had done these past few days enough to cause chaos? He opened his mouth to condemn her. Her voice behind him had already softened, and her soft and shy words were almost inaudible. If it wasn't to see you, When Jinxian pursed his lips, and all the unspoken words disappeared. He didn't force himself to disappear. If he didn't agree, the little fox wouldn't even be able to hug him. Chapter 2391. When Jinxian carried Wei Wei Bai on his back, the shadows of the two of them were exceptionally clear under the moonlight. System, then he looked at the toilet not far away. Don't you feel uncomfortable standing here? It was one thing for the host's IQ to be eaten. But why was the male lead also cute? Of course, the system didn't hesitate for long. When Jinxian also noticed that the location was not right, and if someone woke up at night or something, it was not appropriate to see them standing here. He let out a faint sigh of relief. He always felt that when he met her, everything would not go smoothly. He cast a spell, grabbed her waist, and went up the highest mountain of heaven's sect. The moon was clear, and the stars were like water. The mountain peak was high into the sky. Clouds and mist lingered. He let go of her and stood at the corner of the cliff. The young man's white robe fluttered in the wind. His thin lips were soft, but his words were incomparably cold. This is the highest peak of the sect. Do you think it's high? Wei Wei Bai looked down. The clouds and mist rolled under her feet. Hi, it was really high. So she nodded honestly. When Jin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes were cold, and there was a sharp light in them. You have the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. You're just a small stone at the foot of this mountain, and I have already climbed to the top of this mountain. I'm only one step away from ascending to immortality. You should not be delusional and try to plant a seed of love in my heart. If his Tao was anything else, there would be no such thing as collusion, love, and children. But he was the Tao of plants. He was heartless. If he was emotional, then he would be possessed faster than anyone else. Threads of love floated on the veins of his soul. It didn't affect him much. The big thing was the little fox. She made his mind fluctuate and his emotions fluctuate. For someone who was about to climb the immortal cultivation ladder, this little bit of affection was almost like a fantasy story. But she didn't just leave a little emotion in his heart. He knew rationally that these emotions were not enough to make him crazy. But he could not be on guard against any possibility. Otherwise, if he really was possessed, his emotional connection would be with her. Then the person he was most likely to hurt was her. Just like when he first saw her, he didn't intend to kill her. But when he looked up at her, his soul shuddered. Even though they were completely unrelated, his mind still trembled slightly. He felt that leaving her behind was destined to be a calamity for him. When an immortal cultivator reached a certain level, they would always have an intuition about unknown dangers in advance. That was why he wanted to kill her. But in the end, his heart softened. Being soft-hearted was a taboo. But he made exceptions for her again and again, even suppressing his feelings for her. When Jin Xian saw that she was at a loss, he leaned over and reached out as if to touch her head. But in the end, he retracted his fingers. His eyes were cold and deep, and his tone finally softened. It doesn't matter if you're doing it on purpose or if it's your nature. You can't keep trying to make me like you. Wei Wei Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he did not reveal any of the mistakes. After going through so many planes, no matter how big the storm was, she could face it calmly. This was the first time she saw it in a man's eyes. Such a cold look. He seemed to want to look into her soul and see the things that she had deceived him with. Dig them all out. Wei Wei Bai's big round eyes were empty and pure. She seemed to have no idea what he was talking about. When Jin Xian's cold gaze, including the look of scrutiny in his eyes, disappeared. Chapter 2392. This was a light, soul-searching technique that did not cause any harm to the body. She did not know what effect her actions had had. Being close to him was also an instinctive action. When Jin Xian said softly, I am now at a critical moment. Once the 3 years are up, the power of the love thread will weaken, and I will pull it out. At that time, you will not be affected by the love thread. Wei Wei Bai finally understood. She tilted her head strangely. You don't want me to like you? This question was direct and sudden. When Jin Xian stared at her silently for a while before nodding lightly. Yes, don't like me. It's not good for you. These words were very gentle, but it gave people a strange and evil sense of pressure. Wei Wei Bai's delicate brows furrowed. Her ears were so fluffy that they popped out from her silver hair. She sighed. Is it because you're standing at the top of the mountain, and I am at the bottom of the mountain? Do you think I am not good enough for you? When Jin Xian paused, that was not what she meant. It was that there was a huge difference in their abilities. His emotions were fluctuating now because of her touch. Once he turned into a demon in the future, she would not be able to get rid of him. This was a huge harm to her. But if he thought so, she would retreat. So he nodded reservedly and solemnly. His voice was also a little hoarse. Yes, you are not good enough for me. The little fox's eyes dimmed, and her ears were soft. That lovely vitality had been sucked dry. She stared at him blankly, her fingers pinching the corner of her clothes, looking pitiful and helpless. So it was too cruel? When Jinxian's heart was pierced by her gaze, there was a slight numbing pain. He looked away. I will go into seclusion for 3 years. After 3 years, I will pull out the love thread. Then, we will go our separate ways. Cut off all worldly feelings. This was the path he wanted to take. He turned around, his white robe fluttering in the cold wind. Suddenly, he heard the little fox ask softly behind him, "Master, I won't disturb you. Can I like you quietly on the side?" When Jinxian stopped in his tracks, his eyelashes lowered slightly, and there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, but it was quickly covered by him. "No," he said coldly, not giving her the slightest chance to daydream. It wouldn't do her any good to be involved in too many things. Suddenly, he heard a sorrowful sob. When Jinxian's body froze, but he continued to walk forward step by step. The little fox said, "You don't even want me when I like you. Can you just look at me?" She cried miserably, and her voice was broken. When Jinxian clenched his fists tightly and finally said, "I can't change anything even if I look at you. Go to sleep and wake up tomorrow to cultivate." She fell silent. She didn't even cry anymore. In the end, when Jinxian was still worried and looked back, but he saw in the thick fog and white clouds, the girl's body was like a graceful snake. In just one night, her round and small face had matured a little, and her incomparably pure eyes had elongated a little. She was gorgeous and enchanting, with clear tears in her eyes. Like a sinful lotus flower, she stood in the thick white fog, her silver hair cascading down like a waterfall, a charm that could shock the world. It was tempting immortals to become demons. She used all her glamour and beauty to seduce the man who was far away. "Master, if you're going to leave me, can you please hug me?" The little fox was an adult. When Jinxian suddenly remembered the habits of foxes. If they fell in love with a man and wanted to keep him, young foxes would use self-harm to force themselves to mature to the point where they could cause the downfall of countries. Chapter 2393. This was the nature of a fox's lover. When Jinxian turned around instantly, his back facing her, and ignored her. Love is a taboo on the path of cultivation. Don't talk about it in the future. Love in your heart, but destroying your heart and feelings is the path you should take. His cold words were like ice water in the depths of winter, pouring down on her passion. His breathing did not change at all. He slowly walked forward in the wind and fog, step by step, as if he was climbing the stairs to heaven. He had trampled all his feelings to pieces. He did not give the little fox behind him a trace of expectation. In the cold wind, she suddenly laughed in a low voice. There was a trace of despair in the laughter. Finally, he heard the girl behind him. Her voice was calm and cold. "Yes, master." These 3 simple words were distant and distant. All the feelings were withdrawn, and there was no trace of softness. When Jinxian's footsteps paused slightly, his black eyes, which were supposed to be cold and emotionless, were now filled with endless darkness and trembling. He did this to her. There was still a trace of affection in his eyes. When Jinxian disappeared, Wei Wei Bai calmly reached out and touched her chin. "Old monster, one has indeed eaten a few hundred years of rice. He's so vicious when looking at people. I almost exposed myself." This was the first time she was suspected with such a sharp attitude. Her acting skills. She did use all kinds of methods to provoke his feelings. But everything she did was in line with her character. She could directly approach him and interrogate whether she was doing it on purpose. It could only be said that his personality was especially sensitive. The system was confused. So, there's no way to capture him. 3 years later, the male lead will be sore, and he's planning to go into seclusion and not come out, right? Wei Wei Bai calmly said, "It's okay. Didn't he not let me flirt with him? Then I'll flirt with someone else." System. The host was going to flirt with someone else again? Wei Wei Bai said, "And feelings are so easy to control, no one would date. Old monster wins favorability is definitely more than 35, but he can endure. If he could endure, he could suppress his feelings. There would not be any emotional fluctuations. The favorability indicator wouldn't have any reaction either. It was too difficult to dig out the emotional fluctuations of old immortal cultivators. His shell was terrifyingly thick. If he didn't shatter Sun Mo's outer shell, he wouldn't be able to get any favorable impression points. Wasn't the host stupid? How did he become smart again? Then, he looked at the host's appearance. The adorable look was gone. It was incomparably gorgeous. So once you're not cute, you're no longer stupid? Just as he thought of this, Wei Wei Bai's body became cute and petite again. Her curvy figure from before was gone. His face also returned to its round and cute appearance. Wei Wei Bai's gaze also changed. From sharp and shrewd, it became clear and beautiful. She reached out and touched her chin. Then, she raised her eyebrows. Let's go. The system asked where to. Wei Wei Bai said, go to the latrine pit and pour everything into his lotus pond. After saying that, she glared at him fiercely. This is revenge to make him dislike me. Sure enough, after the host became cute, her IQ became indescribable. After spending most of the night, the system finally persuaded the stupid and adorable host. It was only 35 favorability points. Don't take revenge anymore. Take revenge like this. Believe it or not, when you wake up, -35. What was the difference between this and when a boyfriend and girlfriend broke up? The girlfriend splashed feces in front of the boyfriend's door. This splashing of feces would definitely turn them into enemies. More importantly, he didn't want a host who dug up specialties in the latrine. Chapter 2394. Wei Wei Bai's soft voice was innocent and aggrieved. If you don't like me, why did you save me, Xiao Qian? When Jin Qian's skin trembled and his eyelashes trembled. Sweat rolled down and wet his cheeks. There was a kind of abstinent beauty. He finally spoke, his voice cold to the bone. Don't shake my heart again. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Wei Wei Bai giggled, seductive and charming. She nestled in his arms with bad intentions. Then her red lips moved slightly. Her tone was extremely sarcastic. Hypocrite, hypocrite. You want to die, but you still look so calm. You obviously have dirty thoughts when you see me. Master. The two words master. She bit him fiercely and disdainfully, but her fingers had already gone deep into his collar. And when Jin Qian couldn't even raise his hand to stop her. She was his inner demon. She was an illusion created by him, but it was what he longed for the most in his heart. When Jin Qian's fingers were placed on her fragile neck, he was about to pinch her, but he heard her soft and sobbing voice say, Master, I like you. I won't regret it. His fingers suddenly froze. This was his last chance, but he missed it. She had already hugged him and completely dragged him into a terrifying and deep hell. That place was hot and crazy, desperate and twisted, dark and greedy. However, his eyes were fixated on the white phantom. He reached out his hand and grabbed her ankle. You'll regret it. He heard himself, his voice as cold as a venomous snake, making the final judgment to her. You shouldn't have messed with me in the first place. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 40. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 50. Emotional fluctuations are at 60. All the suppressed favorable impression points exploded out. His cold shell was pried open by his inner demon. All of his hidden thoughts were exposed. When Jin Qian's deep and dark eyes were stained with a bloody demonic aura, he finally took the first step into becoming a demon. Love. The system frowned when it heard the notification that the favorable impression points had exploded. Then, he glanced at Wen Jinxian's condition. However, he was blinded by a burst of golden light, as if something was blocking him from seeing his target. The system finally realized the severity of the situation. His monitor had never been broken. The only possibility was that the male lead was stronger than the monitor. That's why he couldn't peek at the male lead. It seemed that Yi Yuxuan had started to follow Wei Wei Bai into the plane, and most of his instruments were malfunctioning. It didn't matter if it was a temporary time limit, or if it was to keep an eye on a male lead, or some very important information. He couldn't get anything. If this continued, his system's functions would be screwed over by Yi Yuxuan's soul power. The system suddenly sensed something and immediately looked into the darkness. She saw Wen Jinxian standing in front of the host's bed. The young man's face was no longer as lofty and divine as it usually was. Instead, it was delicate and carried a hint of gloomy coldness. His whole body was wrapped in an indescribable, gloomy coldness. His black hair was casually draped behind him, and deep in his cold eyes, there was a faint red halo. It was as clear as a gem, but there was more darkness and coldness than a gem. The young man's deep and beautiful eyes stared motionlessly at Wei Wei Bai, who was curled up into a ball under the blankets. When the little fox was sleeping, she forgot to put away her furry ears. Her tail was also raised under the blankets, looking exceptionally harmless and soft. Chapter 2395. Wei Wei Bai listened to the system. He stared at me the whole night. The system thought about it. The first half of the time, he was blocked and couldn't see anything. When he could see, Wen Jinxian did nothing but sit at the head of the bed and stare at the host. The host didn't lose any arms or legs, and her clothes were still intact. So he nodded. Yes, he stared at you the whole night. Wei Wei Bai. Then how'd he look at me? With tears in his eyes, or regret rejecting me? The system was silent for a long time before finally saying, no, it was especially gloomy, like he wanted to strangle you to death. That gaze was cold, cruel, and scary. He thought that Wen Jinxian had some deep hatred for the host. Wei Wei Bai, so old monster Wen's favorability suddenly increased by so many points, then ran to her bed and stared at her with murderous eyes for the whole night. What did that mean? Wei Wei Bai thought for a long time before she suddenly understood. He must have suddenly regretted rejecting her, but he was too embarrassed to say it. He could only increase his favorability while looking at her, the sleeping little vixen, with conflicted and hateful eyes. She nagged the system about old man Wen's psychological journey. In the end, the system expressed endless. For this sleeping little vixen, Wei Wei Bai. At this time, we should provoke him and make him regret even more. Then he will take the first step of love. After all, we have to forgive a 700-year-old otaku who has never seen a female animal before. The system felt that maybe something was wrong, especially when the host had a problem with her IQ. It also wanted to remind her not to take the wrong path. But after thinking about it, it couldn't say what was wrong. After all, if Yushuan's soul really followed him again, it was understandable that the favorability suddenly increased, because the love of the soul could affect the soul fragments. It was just that the way the male lead looked at the host was too strange. The system silently flipped through the data, worried that the host with low IQ would fail and die. Susan's eyelids kept twitching. The little fox had been smiling at him for a long time. He gripped the sword in his hand and wanted to turn around and leave. However, he heard Wei Wei Bai faintly say, I remember the time in the Imperial Pivot Hall. I was very, very scared. Susan, Wei Wei Bai. At that time, I was all alone and had no one to rely on. I was tormented and in great pain. Susan, his fingers that were gripping the sword became even more nervous. It was indeed his fault that the little fox fell into the Dubby Hall. At that time, it was said that the little fox had fallen into the 18th level of Dubby. If his master hadn't arrived in time, the little fox would have been dead by now. Wei Wei Bai covered her forehead. I don't know if there are any sequelae. My heart rate has been unstable recently, and my mind is confused. I must have been scared. Susan finally moved his lips with difficulty. Think about it. What kind of compensation? After all, this matter was his fault. He shouldn't have left her behind the moment he entered the Alpha Hall. He wanted to scare her. In the end, she lost it. Wei Wei Bai's eyes immediately lit up. Her round eyes were full of stars because of joy. She was so cute that Susan couldn't help but open his eyes. Then he heard the little fox say sweetly, "Senior brother, will you marry me?" Susan, then he thought that he was hearing things. Only then did he calm down and silently turn his head to look at the little fox whose eyes were full of joy. Chapter 2396. The little fox looked at him happily and said, "You're going to marry me." Susan only felt that his throat was a little dry. For a moment, he felt that this kind of scene. It was harder to deal with than facing 10,000 enemies. The enemies just had to pull out their sword and hack them to death. But this scene was not suitable for hacking the little fox to death. Finally, the corners of his mouth twitched. "You actually have a crush on me?" Wei Wei Bai smiled brightly. No, I don't like you. Su San, although he knew that it was not possible, hearing this answer was still a blow. What was going on? Wei Wei Bai's smile slowly disappeared, and a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Soft and round eyes, without the cute light, made people feel uncomfortable looking at them. I want to see Master. Su San lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment. You still like Master? She liked Master, who in Heaven's sect did not know. But this was impossible. Even if the threads of love were to touch the soul, Master was not affected, but the little fox seemed to be more deeply affected. Wei Wei Bai smiled helplessly, her fingers clutching the cuffs of her sleeves, and her curly silver hair scattered over her shoulders. She looked like she had been abandoned, full of decadent fragility. I don't dare to like him, but I still want to see him. He said that he would be in seclusion for 3 years, and after 3 years, he would pull out the threads of love and fly away, never to see me again. Su San immediately knew. Master was rejecting the little fox, and to make her completely give up, it was indeed something that Master would do. His previous gentleness to the little fox was abnormal. Such a cold and heartless Master was the person he influenced. But seeing Wei Wei Bai so pitiful and sad, his chest also felt stuffy. The little fox's soft and humble voice continued to sound. He said that he won't see me, so he definitely won't see me. But even if it's the last time, I still want to see him, to leave something for myself in the future. Su San frowned. Why are you so humble? He doesn't like you, so don't like him. He did not understand this kind of feeling. He also did not understand why the little fox was so humble. He did not understand why he also felt bad when he saw the little fox so sad. This kind of emotion was extremely foreign to him. Wei Wei Bai quietly lowered her head for a while before she looked up and revealed a bright and cute smile. However, his eyes were filled with sorrow. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be considered as liking me. Liking someone is uncontrollable. Su San's breathing stopped. He was silent for a long time before he said, What do you want me to do? Wei Wei Bai immediately put away her sad appearance and said with a sweet smile, When Disciple gets married, if I ask Shirzuen to come out and officiate, he won't be able to refuse. Su San thought for a while. Indeed, disciples of their generation were getting married. Even if he was in seclusion, he had a reason to ask his master to come out and preside over the wedding. This reason was particularly decent and powerful. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was silent and thought that he was worried about something. She immediately said, When Shirzuen comes out to preside over the wedding, we won't go through the last step. Then it won't be a real wedding. The last step was to press the fingerprint of the soul contract. This was a marriage tradition in the immortal cultivation world. The last step was the most important. Without the last step, it would not be considered marriage. Su San looked at her expressionlessly and finally said, It won't be good for your reputation. After all, if the wedding contract was broken, it would be a big blow to the woman. Even if it was fake, it wouldn't be good. Wei Wei Bai's eyes softened. It's fine. I'm a fox. A fox's reputation isn't good, so it doesn't matter. // Chapter 2397. In fact, it was just for the sake of Master, not for the sake of reputation. Su San kept these words in his mouth and did not say them out loud. In the end, his face darkened, and he said coldly, Do whatever you want. After saying that, he was about to leave. However, one of her hands was grabbing the cuff of his sleeve. Su San's body stiffened, but he heard the little fox's innocent words. Before we get married, I'll have to trouble you to pretend to be an intimate couple with me for a few days. Otherwise, Master won't believe us if we suddenly get married. Su San was stiff for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay. He always felt like he had stepped into a fox pit and was about to fall at any time. Su San had a bad premonition, but when he saw the little fox's round eyes looking at him longingly, he still accepted his fate and snorted. Forget it. He would just treat it as his little junior sister's first love. Then, the rumors of the Heavenly Gates sect had a new topic. Third senior brother and little junior sister confessed. Then the rumors became, third senior brother and little junior sister fell in love. Third senior brother and little junior sister fell in love. Third senior brother and little junior sister kissed each other in the famous hot spring of the Heavenly Gates sect. Third senior brother and little junior sister finally turned on the lights. When Susan heard these rumors, his whole person was in a bad mood. He had only seen the little fox for 7 or 8 days. And just like the mission, they would eat together in the morning and do their own activities for the rest of the time. They would eat together at noon and eat together at night. After the mission was completed, they would go back to their rooms to sleep. What personal love, turning on the lights, falling, the things without a shadow were spread by that bastard. He would hack her to death. Then he remembered that this was the effect that the little fox wanted. He could only bear with it and swallow his anger. As for Wei Wei Bai, who was the first to spread the rumors, her face was calm. It's been 7 or 8 days, but old monster went as still as calm as a dog. He didn't come to watch me at night, right? System, no. But he could not see Wen Jinxian's recent situation. He could only know that he was still in seclusion in the Lotus. There was no other information. The system indicated that he was about to become a good-for-nothing, so it could only take out a straw doll with the 3 words Yi Yuxuan written on it and prick it with a needle. This would suppress Yi Yuxuan's soul power. He told him not to interfere too much with the process of conquering the world. Wei Wei Bai snorted coldly. I told him to bear with it. In the end, he would just have to undergo ligation. It seems that the rumors are not explosive enough. Tomorrow, I will go and spread that Su-san has 2 pimples on his butt. The system was shocked. How did you know? Wei Wei Bai, I made it up. System, is your third senior brother happy to know that you're making things up for him? He didn't know whether he was happy or not. Anyway, that night, a strange fragrance wafted over. Wei Wei Bai fell asleep. In the darkness, the candlelight was blurry. A white figure slowly walked in from outside the door. The entire room was filled with the rich fragrance of lotus flowers. This kind of fragrance was so dense that it was ominous, making people feel uncomfortable just by smelling it. Along with the thick, exotic fragrance, the young man had already arrived at the bedside. His eyes were cold, and his face was as white as jade. He was holy and beautiful. However, the lotus mark between his eyebrows had already turned red. The bright red color was unusually strange. The redness in Wen Jinxian's eyes deepened. It was so thick that it was like soaking in blood, making people's scalps tingle. In the past, he looked like an unattainable cloud, without human feelings. Now he had the smell of smoke and fire. Chapter 2398. Amidst the smoke and fire, that indifferent face appeared much more demonic. He reached out his beautiful fingertips and slowly touched Wei Wei Bai's face. Her sleeping appearance was devoid of the sadness from before. Instead, it was sweet, soft, and relaxed. Was it because she had a new lover? When Jinxian's eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but pinch hard. Wei Wei Bai trembled. It hurt from his pinch. He gently relaxed his fingers before she calmed down. The youth slowly revealed a smile. The fox's habit is really to like the new and dislike the old. The muttered words lost their cold aloofness. Instead, it was mixed with a low and cold sneer. You like someone else? Rumors came one after another. They spread to his ears through various plants. His restless heart, which could turn into a demon at any moment, could no longer calm down. The color of the lotus kept darkening, just like his demonic thoughts about her kept deepening. When Jinxian slowly bent down and leaned close to her, his breath was gentle, but his eyes were extremely cold. Your love for others is just an illusion. It's not worth mentioning. His soft voice was like an evil whisper from the dark night. The demonic thoughts in his heart kept urging him to do something that would make her feel pain. He was expressionless. He reached out his fingertips and gently pressed them against her lips, rubbing them unhurriedly. It was as if he was checking something. Fortunately, there's no aura of others. The redness in his eyes faded a little, but he still couldn't stop his despicable behavior in the dark night. He knew what it was like to be possessed. It was like the last time he was possessed and tortured in his birthplace. This time, he was confused because of his feelings and was disturbed by the demonic thoughts. Wen Jinxian sat by her pillow with a calm expression. His black hair was casually scattered, and under the messy hair was a pair of red eyes. It was terrifying and exquisite. It was morbid and demonic. He was silent for a long time before he finally lowered his head and suppressed his urge to be possessed. He just wanted a simple kiss on her body. He couldn't sink anymore. He ordered himself to wake up from his possessed state. 700 years of calmness had suppressed the urge to explode within his body. Just as he pulled away from her lips, a pair of hands wrapped around his neck and hugged him. The little fox was in a deep sleep, but it still instinctively hugged something warm nearby. She even closed her eyes comfortably and rubbed her face against his delicate and fair cheeks, as if she was rubbing against a piece of warm jade. When Jinxian leaned forward and pressed his face against her, his body did not move at all. He suppressed the darkness in his eyes and quietly stared at her. After a while, she finally got tired of hugging him. Her hands fell limply, and she turned around to continue hugging the quilt. A furry tail emerged, and white fur fluttered in the air. When Jinxian lowered his eyes and looked at her quietly for a while. Finally, he reached out and touched her tail. Just like that, the wanton darkness slowly settled down. When Jinxian's beautiful and ominous red eyes gradually returned to their original black color. It was the red lotus between her eyebrows because she was in love, but it was still gorgeous. He gently stroked her tail and looked at her sleeping appearance. His expression finally relaxed. Just now he was possessed again. In a state of uncontrollable state, he had a dark desire to destroy this woman. An endless possessiveness. This was not right, but he calmed down, but his clear and dark eyes did not leave her face. In the end, he did not lose control, and he did not become possessed. He gently lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips. After 700 years of cultivation, he suddenly encountered the most terrifying obstacle of love when he was about to arrive and soar. He did not like it, but he could not escape for the time being. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 65. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 2399. When Jinxian's favorability had increased by 65 points since that night, he went into seclusion again. He didn't come out at night. He seemed to have found a way to suppress himself. He wouldn't be confused by rumors. No matter how long the rumors about Wei Wei Bai and Su San spread outside, he pretended not to hear them. Wei Wei Bai was so annoyed that her ears and tail popped out again. Her silver hair fell, her pointed ears drooped, and she had a bored expression. Susan also had a bored expression. He was expressionless and wanted to cut whoever he saw. The recent rumors were becoming more and more unreliable. If he found out who dared to spread rumors about him and the little fox, he would cut that person into 1,000 pieces. Seeing the little fox drooping her ears, he raised his eyebrows and was silent for a while before saying, "Master doesn't want to see you for your own good. Otherwise, you should give up." The rumors were so ugly now. If they were to get married and break off the engagement at the last minute, would she still want a reputation in the future? These days, he really experienced the horror of rumors. Even the false could be said to be true. Also, the little fox's tribe had a bad reputation. It didn't matter if his reputation was ruined. He was a man anyway, but the little fox would be prejudiced by people who would call her a fox spirit. This fake marriage would do her no good. Wei Wei Bai's ears perked up and fell back down. She raised a pair of large, moist eyes and stared at him in a daze. Susan's breathing stopped when he saw her stare. Then the little fox pursed her lips. "I want him. I want to see him." Susan didn't know why, but there was a suffocating feeling in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Up to you. You'll regret it if your reputation is ruined." The little fox said softly, "Compared to seeing him, reputation is not important." Susan, he couldn't chat with the love brain. Their brain circuits were different, but seeing the little fox so dispirited, Susan still endured. In the end, he said, "Forget it. We'll get married, but don't make a big fuss. We'll pretend to kneel outside the main hall and then lie to Master that we want to get married." Wei Wei Bai nodded listlessly. She was not happy at all. Susan frowned and finally reached out to ruffle her hair. He was incomparably rude. "What's so good about liking someone? Look at me. If any woman dares to approach me, I'll kick her away. I don't like women, Wei Wei Bai said faintly. Then do you like men? Su-san, after a long silence, he noticed that the little fox was looking at him with an even stranger expression. Su-san immediately said, I don't like men. I like my sword. He was a sword cultivator, so of course he only liked swords. The look in the little fox's eyes became even stranger, as if it was looking at a pervert. Oh, you like your sword? He didn't like people, but he liked weapons. This was the legendary perverted fetish. Su-san, why do I feel like the little fox's gaze is even more strange? Wei Wei Bai and Su-san agreed to meet at the entrance of the main hall tomorrow. He pretended to let his master know the date of their wedding. If he still couldn't see master, they could only hold a wedding. Su-san did not know why he could indulge the little fox so much. Could be guilt? He did not think deeply about it and instinctively avoided this question. To make the effect more realistic, Wei Wei Bai suggested that they look at the fountain together. There is a hot spring group at the peak of the Heavenly Gate sect. There are also hot springs to look at. When the sun was good, one could even see a rainbow. Many immortal couples specially came to the Heavenly Gates sect to look at it. After a long time, everyone knew that this was a holy land for love. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2400. Su-san held his sword expressionlessly and came here. The little fox also had a bitter expression on her face as she muttered, Master, I miss you so much. The system had never seen a pair of pretending to be a couple that could be so perfunctory. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them had a grudge. The fountain was indeed very beautiful. The rainbow appeared several times. Even Su-san and Wei Wei Bai's minds were not here, so the atmosphere was abnormally cold. Suddenly, a burst of hot springs splashed towards them. It was like a heavy rainstorm. Su-san frowned and was about to draw his sword to block all the water droplets. But when the little fox retreated, she accidentally stepped on his foot. His mind was in a daze. The hot spring water had already soaked the two of them. Wei Wei Bai's silver fur softened. Wet droplets fell from her eyelashes. It was unspeakably pitiful. Su-san, then he turned his back. The little fox's skirt outlined the lines of her body. Although he couldn't see anything, he still avoided suspicion. Then, he thought of something and took out a clean, large robe from his storage pouch. He reached out his hand and said calmly without looking at her, Put it on. Let's go back. After all, it was not suitable for her to go back with her clothes wet. He also wanted to use his spiritual energy to dry her. But this technique was more intimate. The spiritual energy would directly touch the skin. He was afraid of offending her, so he simply didn't touch her or look at her. Although the little fox was a fox, she was pure and didn't know anything about the world. As her senior brother, he couldn't when she didn't know anything. He treated her casually. In some aspects, Su-san was still very protective. Behind him came the sound of Wei Wei Bai putting on the clothes. Su-san pursed his lips and was silent for a while before saying softly, Okay, let's go. Wei Wei Bai obediently put on his clothes and went back. This was an accident. Even Wei Wei Bai didn't think much of it. And after returning, she directly returned the clothes to Su-san. The two of them agreed to go to the entrance of the main hall tomorrow. Then they parted ways. Wei Wei Bai also discussed eccentric Wen's character with the system. Then, after making a follow-up plan, she went to sleep. She thought that old monster one would not come for a while. In the middle of the night, a hazy figure appeared beside her bed. Wen Jinxian stood quietly by the bed with his hands behind his back. The redness in his eyes was barely noticeable. During this period of time, he had used up all of the lotus-purified water. He finally suppressed his evil thoughts towards her. His demonized state was getting better by the day. Soon, he would be able to completely calm down. When the time came, he would slowly deal with his feelings for her. He had originally wanted to take a look at her before leaving. However, after when Jin Xian stood there for a while, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in his calm eyes. The little fox's aura was strangely clean. She had long worn the lotus dress he had made. Her body was filled with the fragrance of lotus flowers, incomparably pure. But today her aura was in chaos. When Jin Xian was expressionless, but his eyes turned cold. His fingertips fell on her clothes, but he didn't move. Instead, it was silent for a long time before he lowered his head and gently sniffed her neck. The immortal aura of the lotus, the soft fragrance of her body. There was also a trace of someone else's aura. Was it Susan's? When Jinxian's black eyes were gradually dyed with a strange redness. He didn't say anything, nor did he move. He just sat by the bed and stared at her without moving, until the third petal of the 5 petals of the lotus flower between his eyebrows was gradually dyed red by the evil thoughts. Chapter 24:01. As for his eyes, they had also turned from black to bright red. This was the sign of demonic thoughts invading his bones. If it was just love before, the first step to becoming a demon, there was still time to redeem it. But now it was getting deeper and deeper. When Jinxian closed his eyes indifferently and depressingly, his fingers fell on her curly silver hair and gently stroked it. It was unbelievably gentle, but for some reason, it gave people a cold and evil atmosphere. The system that stayed up all night, although it was not blocked tonight. But it seemed like nothing had happened, because the male lead had been sitting on the bed, staring at Wei Wei Bai with red eyes the whole night. In the end, he was so tired that he closed his eyes. The system was deeply suspicious. What was the male lead doing? Just looking at her? If looks could kill, Wei Wei Bai would have been riddled with holes by him, and his eyes had turned red. Was it really that enraged when enemies met? So it was because he was angry and wanted to kill the host that his eyes turned red? The system could not spy on the male lead's information. Now he was also confused. In addition, he had been staying up all night because of the limited time for his handiwork. This caused his brain to be a little slow. Then, just when he thought Jinxian was going to do something big, he left. So the next day, the host woke up and asked, "Did old Tortoise One come?" He answered calmly, "He came and left." Wei Wei Bai, the system, "Nothing happened, don't worry." Wei Wei Bai, "That's why I'm worried. How long has it been since this little demon's favorability increased? It was already hard enough to attack from a distance. She even met a thick-skinned old monster. 65 favorability was still love, even if they did not love each other to the death. Why did old monster one not feel jealous or emotional? What was the difference between this and attacking a rock? No, it was even harder than attacking a rock. A rock could still be warm in one's arms. Old monster one would only hide far away. You old bastard. Wei Wei Bai could only angrily put on her makeup and put on her best dress. She even specially braided her silver hair into a beautiful headband and wore a small bell unique to the Fox clan. When Wei Wei Bai appeared in front of Susan was stunned. The girl's ears and fox were tucked away, and her beautiful pale pupils were as clear as sweet sugar water. The bell-like hair ornament had a tassel of flowers hanging from it. It was exceptionally beautiful. However, he was not as stunning as the girl who had dressed up. She was wearing a long silver dress, and her lips were pursed bright red. The combination of white and red added a soul-stirring seductiveness to her cuteness. She was still young. Wait until she grew up. He didn't know how good it would become. Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely. "Don't I look good?" Susan opened his eyes, looking somewhat disheveled. "It's all right," Wei Wei Bai immediately said with a heartless smile. "Then let's go report to Shirzun." Was he so happy because he could get close to Master? Susan frowned but didn't say anything. The two of them arrived outside the main hall. The red-crowned crane guarded the entrance of the main hall, not allowing them to enter. It seems that Shirzun is in seclusion and can't be disturbed. Susan thought that he could at least enter the main hall to report. He saw that the little fox was a little listless with its head down, as if it was beaten. Susan sighed. He felt that if he didn't solve the little fox's obsession, in the future, cultivation would also become a terrible inner demon, unable to improve. People who cultivated knew how terrible it was to become a demon, and the inner demon came from not being able to get what one wanted. Slack. Chapter 24:02. If this obsession was not resolved, no matter how many years had passed, he would face it every time he went through a cultivation tribulation. He could only reach out and pull Wei Wei Bai's sleeve, then indicate for her to kneel in front of the hall. The little fox obediently followed suit. Susan's face was indifferent. but he felt that his mood was not right, so he could only reveal a stiff smile. Then he indicated for the little fox to smile as well. Wei Wei Bai immediately revealed a brilliant smile, as sweet as it could be. The corner of Su San's mouth twitched, and then he could only brace himself and do it. After bowing according to the rules, he said in a clear voice, "Disciple Su San and junior sister Lan Qi are in love and are willing to become cultivation companions. I specially came to ask Master to be the witness of our wedding." After saying that, he even used his elbow to nudge the little fox. "Let her accept." Wei Wei Bai immediately nodded seriously. "Master, please be the witness." Finished speaking, the two knelt alone in front of the door. The red-crowned crane seemed to have sensed something and suddenly trembled, using its wings to cover its head. Susan also felt that there was a huge and cold force in the air. His long sword faintly felt uneasy. This uneasiness came from killing intent. Susan frowned. The killing intent came from inside the hall, from the lotus pond? Even if it did not agree, there should not be killing intent. Wei Wei Bai still had a dazed expression. This level of killing intent. To her, she actually did not feel anything. That cold, killing intent pressed down layer by layer. It made Susan start to break out in cold sweat, his mind trembling and his muscles starting to tremble. A huge pain made his face turn pale. The killing intent had already turned into a sword, stirring up his spiritual energy pool. Even if Su San had such a strong physique, he could not kneel for a while. Su San was in unbearable pain and looked at the little fox somewhat worriedly. But he saw that Wei Wei Bai's eyes were clear and ignorant, and there was nothing strange about her kneeling obediently. This killing intent was directed at him. Su San finally realized that when Jin Xian in the lotus pond was angry, no, it should be said that he was angry and had killing intent. As a sword cultivator, he was very sensitive to such emotions. This cold, evil, and murderous aura filled with violence should not belong to Wen Jinxian. The immortal cultivators close to Soar had such intense emotional fluctuations. Could it be? Su Sin looked into the main hall in disbelief. In a lotus pond, the lotus was still blooming. However, the nearly colorless lotus had an additional touch of bright red. The reflection of the pool made it look exceptionally strange and beautiful. Su San's lips trembled for a moment before he immediately looked at the little fox and said, "Let's go. Shizhuan is possessed." If an immortal cultivator of this level were to turn into a devil, if they were not careful, they would be killed by Wen Jinxian, who had lost his mind. The little fox's eyes widened. Bedevilment. The system suddenly came to a realization. Holy shit, he's possessed. No wonder she glared at the host with red eyes every day. It was easy to explain why he had entered the demonic path. Wei Wei Bai, on the other hand, thought of the place where when Jin Xian had tortured her for more than 600 years because he had turned into a demon. Old Monster One was extremely perverse when he was possessed. He didn't recognize anyone. It was as twisted as it could be. Su Sin could not stand up. The murderous aura made his blood surge, and a mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He said in a low voice with difficulty, "Shizhuan has locked on me now. You go first and find the other senior brothers. Let them suppress Shizhuan's demonic thoughts." The little fox looked at him blankly. She suddenly asked, "Is it very painful to turn into a demon?" Su San nodded. Shizhuan definitely can't control himself now. Of course he's in a lot of pain. Wei Wei Bai stared blankly at the lotus pond. Su San immediately shouted angrily, "Do you want to kill Shizhuan? Don't waste time. Go quickly." Wei Wei Bai immediately jumped up, turned around, and ran out. The red-crowned crane suddenly let out a sharp cry. Susan also spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no choice but to pull out his sword and withstand the severe pain that entered his bones and marrow. But the moment he pulled out his sword, the lotus fragrance in the air became stronger. In the strange fragrance, a slender white figure slowly appeared in the main hall. The youth's black hair hung down to his waist. He was barefoot, and the eyes under his long and narrow eyelashes were pure and evil. But his expression was still pure and indifferent. if it wasn't for the violent aura around him and the color of his eyes. He didn't look like he had turned into a demon at all. Su-san looked at him in confusion, his voice trembling. "Shirzuen, what's wrong with you?" Wen Jinxian looked indifferently in the direction that Wei Wei Bai left. The repressed killing intent was still cutting into Su-san. Then, just when Su-san was about to collapse, he calmly lowered his eyes. The deep red light in his eyes gave people a scalp-numbing feeling. "You and Shao-Chi want to get married?" Su-san nodded instinctively, but he suddenly realized something. He looked up and saw Wen Jinxian's finger lightly pointing at him. That was a golden power. If it penetrated his forehead, his soul would immediately scatter. Su-san wanted to escape, but he was firmly bound in place by a huge force. Before he was on the verge of death, he heard Wen Jinxian's indifferent voice, mixed with a gloomy and tyrannical tone. "Unfortunately, I don't agree. /fast full text / fast download fast to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the fast." Chapter 24:03. This sentence was like a terrible death notice. The cold and sharp spiritual energy instantly rolled over Su-san's natal sword, and the boiling, killing intent made the sword begin to let out a tragic scream. Su-san only felt that his internal organs were all stirred into a ball. He said in a trembling voice, "Master." The sect leader suddenly becoming a demon was simply terrible news for the entire Heavenly Gate sect. Before Su-san was crushed by the darkness, his only thought was. Fortunately, the little fox ran fast. He could still hold off his master for a while, but the little fox would probably be killed by this violent, murderous aura in the blink of an eye. When Jinxian heard Su-san's call, he was a little indifferent and tilted his head strangely. His red eyes were ignorant and demonic. He actually looked a little cute. He seemed to have thought of something. His red eyes revealed a sense of pure innocence. Was he so deeply possessed that he didn't even have reason? Su-san's heart turned cold. Such a master was simply the most terrifying weapon in the world. Even if he slaughtered the entire Heavenly Gate sect, no one could stop him. When Jinxian thought for a moment, but his mind was blank. There was a dark red color in front of him. A violent killing intent surged in his heart. If he was possessed before, he could still maintain a little rationality. Last night, the aura that belonged to someone else on Wei Wei Bai's body became the last straw that completely crushed him. This kind of aura became the most terrifying part of his obsession. It was jealousy. He suppressed himself and made himself give up his obsession with her. But the inner demon still used the terrifying jealousy to completely swallow his reason. Even if the little fox didn't belong to anyone else now, she would still be with someone else in the future. In the world of cultivation, time was long. Everyone would experience the company of others. He was alone. From birth to soar, he was alone. In his lonely life, he only had one fox. Stumbling, incomparably naive, turned into a ball of fire and became his empty heart. The only thing she had was a warm obsession. Now it was gone. When Jinxian slowly lowered his eyes, the red eyes under his eyelashes were deep and pure, beautiful and cold. He looked at Su-san as though he was looking at a dead object. He raised his beautiful finger, and with a trace of golden light, it entered his sea of consciousness. This person, he couldn't remember who it was. She only remembered that she hated him, especially his aura. Therefore, it was better to eliminate him. Suddenly, a hand gently tugged at his sleeve, and a soft voice sounded. It made him stop all his movements. "Master." When Jinxian's fingers paused, something flashed through his blank mind, but he only felt incomparable pain. He couldn't remember anything. He only instinctively turned around to look. However, he saw a beautiful girl standing behind him. Her fingers were tightly gripping his sleeve, and her pair of light-colored eyes were filled with tears. Her face was pale, and her lips were trembling. Her voice was sweet and hoarse with a trace of pain. "Master, what happened to you?" Standing beside Wen Jinxian, she could feel the spirit chi erupting from his body. This made Wei Wei Bai feel very uncomfortable. She was only a little apprentice at the foundation establishment stage. When this kind of incomparably huge, immortal cultivator big shot was enraged, it overflowed with anger. It was enough to kill her. However, she didn't shrink back. Instead, she gently tilted her head and the small bell on her headdress. The tinkling sound of the bell was exceptionally cute. She revealed a pale but exceptionally beautiful smile. Master, I finally see you again. Chapter 2404. When Jinqian's fingers trembled and the spiritual energy in his hand disappeared, his blank mind seemed to be a loss. The spiritual energy around him couldn't be retracted in time and rushed into Wei Wei Bai's body. She groaned, and the skin on her wrist burst out with blood. Her beautiful and delicate skin was badly mutilated. It was a ghastly sight. Su San, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai's wound. His pupils shrank. He immediately wanted to get up and push Wei Wei Bai away. Let her leave here. But before he could stand up, when Jinqian suddenly retracted all his spiritual energy, white immortal energy also surrounded him in an instant. The youth was as holy as an immortal, and a trace of confusion appeared on his incomparably beautiful face. He stared blankly at the wound on Wei Wei Bai's wrist. An uncomfortable feeling appeared in his blank mind. Was he the one who hurt her? The youth was slightly clumsy and carefully reached out to hold her arm. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Just now, he really rushed over without any protection. After all, this degree of wound didn't require any life support. It was okay to save some life points and give the system some snacks. Although it still hurt. Suddenly, she paused. The youth in front of her, who had already been possessed, gently lowered his head. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and the hostility in his red eyes had turned into innocent childishness. His thin red lips softly touched her wrist. Blood gushed out of the wound on her wrist. The girl's pain was also transmitted through her trembling skin. A trace of throbbing appeared in Wen Jinqian's blank red eyes. Golden spiritual aura warmly entered her wound from his lips. In the blink of an eye, the skin on her wrist returned to normal. Only some residual red blood was left. Wen Jinqian frowned, as if he wasn't very satisfied. With a somewhat innocent expression, he stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the blood. Wei Wei Bai trembled and felt a numbing sensation rush directly to her head. Her deathly pale face had a tinge of redness. Master, I'm fine, let go of me. This position was too ambiguous. The youth lowered his head and kissed her wrist, but his expression was unusually pure. Wen Jinqian didn't want to let go of her. He instinctively wanted to get close to her, but another kind of throbbing made him obediently let go of her hand. He was like a child facing a kindergarten teacher. He obediently let go of her hand and then lowered his head to look at her. She seemed to think that she was very obedient. It was a reward for being able to get a little bit of affection from someone. Wei Wei Bai looked at Su San with a strange expression. Su San had stopped vomiting blood and looked at Wen Jinqian with a strange expression. Then he looked at the little fox. He saw that the little fox was just like him, with a face full of doubt. Su San finally thought of something and looked at Wen Jinqian's wrist. Sure enough, a red mark appeared on his wrist. This was the manifestation of the power of the threads of love. Qing Si had always been suppressed by her master's power. If master wasn't in love, it wouldn't have appeared, and its biggest side effect was to make a man who was in love listen to a woman's words. So this is... Su San looked at the pure and innocent Wen Jinqian in disbelief. Master, Su San looked at the little fox again and found that she didn't seem to have thought of the threads of love. She was even bold and reached out to grab Master's sleeve. It seemed that she could see Master. To the little fox, this was enough. The little fox had been causing trouble for so long. Wasn't it just to see Master? He thought that it wouldn't be difficult to help the little fox achieve her wish. But no one thought that Master would be in love. He was even possessed. Chapter 2405. No wonder just now, Master caught him and wanted to kill him. This was simply the attitude of a jealous man who wanted to kill his love rival. Wei Wei Bai saw that Wen Jinqian's state was not quite right. She called him carefully, Master. Wen Jinqian looked up, and a trace of innocence appeared in his beautiful eyes. Yes. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and carefully probed. Do you know who I am? Wen Jinqian looked at her silently, and a trace of twisted and crazy emotions suddenly appeared in his calm eyes. His expression turned cold. The spiritual energy in the air faintly fluctuated. Wei Wei Bai trembled as if she had been stung by the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy immediately calmed down. It was as if the fluctuation just now was just an illusion. Wen Jinxian saw that she was frowning in pain, and a trace of helplessness immediately flashed in his eyes. He grabbed her wrist, and his tone was solemn and slow. "You are mine, Wei Wei Bai." She felt that the possessed Wen Jinxian had returned to his original state and become stupid. Seeing that she did not answer, Wen Jinxian pursed his thin lips, and the hostility in his eyes appeared again. His voice turned cold. "You are mine." Wei Wei Bai trembled and blinked innocently. "I am your disciple." Wen Jinxian tried hard to think about what she meant. Then he corrected her seriously. "No matter what, you are mine." This sentence was his obsession. His mind was empty, and nothing could be stored inside. Only the reminder of his heart made him have an idea that he could not cling to. She was his. She should be his. No one could take her away. She only had his scent on her. Who dared to touch her? He would destroy anyone. Su San, who was lying on the ground speechlessly, suddenly trembled again. He felt that the gloomy, murderous aura had appeared again. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was angry again and could not help but take a step back. However, he immediately grabbed her arm and imprisoned her. He lowered his eyes, and the red eyes under his eyelashes were as clear as gemstones. "Where are you going?" He seemed to be afraid that she would leave. If it wasn't because Su San was here, Wei Wei Bai would have broken her persona and started to crazily increase her favorability. But it didn't work. The little fox's innocent, cute, pure, and beautiful persona. He couldn't let that happen. Therefore, she could only lower her head, her ears soft under the silvery hair. He was frightened just now, and his ears popped out again. Her tone was bitter. "Shizhuan, you're sick right now. Shall we go see a doctor?" Wen Jinxian stared blankly at her ears. After enduring for a while, he finally reached out and gently touched his ear. Wei Wei Bai's ears perked up. She raised her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Wen Jinxian also looked at her innocently. He didn't seem to know what he was doing. Not waiting for Bai Weiwei to protest, his hand rubbed her hair even harder. That furry feeling made Wen Jinxian squint his eyes. Her hair, which she had painstakingly dressed up, was in a mess again. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. She took a step back again. Wen Jinxian's expression was calm, but he stubbornly took a step forward. Just like that, step by step. She was about to leave the hall. Wen Jinxian suddenly thought of something. His eyes narrowed violently. "You want to run away from me?" How did he see through it? She actually wanted to test how stupid Wen Jinxian was. She originally wanted to turn around and see if Wen Jinxian would do the same. It was really rare to see such a stupid and adorable Wen Jinxian. Before she could explain, a strong gust of wind violently threw Su San, who was on the ground, out. // to make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click. Chapter 2406. The entrance of the main hall was huge and heavy. It was a spirit stone door that never needed to be closed. Under the huge force, it closed with a bang. Susan clutched his chest. When he looked up with difficulty, he saw the huge door closed. There was a huge spirit chi array on this door. At present, no one could open it except for Master. From the time it was built, it had never been closed. The purpose of this door was to prevent the Heavenly Gates sect from declining in the future and being besieged on the mountain. It could only be built if the disciples could protect the sect. Once it was closed, even if the 10 major cultivation sects gathered, they probably wouldn't be able to open it after 100 years. The little fox was still inside. This was the only thought in Susan's mind. His master had entered the demonic path, and now he looked very calm. But if he suddenly exploded, the little fox would definitely die. He staggered up, pulled out his sword, and fiercely slashed with a sword that stunned all living beings. The sword light was like a rainbow, but the result was cruel. A wave of spirit energy fluctuation was emitted from the door, and all the attacks were swallowed up. Susan stood in front of the door in a daze. He moved his lips. Finally, he whispered softly. Little 7, he didn't know when it started, but the eyesore finally disappeared. When Jinxian's lips that were pursed in displeasure finally relaxed, he lowered his eyes and saw the bell on her head. Something seemed to flash through his mind. It seemed that she usually didn't dress up. So was she dressing up for that eyesore just now? Hostility immediately surged up. He immediately angrily reached out and took out the flower hairpin and bell on her head. Then, he threw them far away. The bell fell to the ground. It made a crisp sound. Wei Wei Bai. When Jinxian suddenly became an old and childish child. Then, he lowered his head, as if declaring sovereignty, and reached out to hold her face. There was a pure obsession in her beautiful red eyes. You're not allowed to look at others in the future. After saying that, he frowned and tried to emphasize. You can only look at me. The girl's soft face was deformed by his pinch. His face was reflected in her big, clean eyes, serious and pure. Suddenly, he heard her mutter something. His eardrums trembled. She said, I've always been looking at you. Wen Jinxian stared at her blankly for a while and suddenly let go of her face. His fair face was tinged with a faint blush. Wei Wei Bai finally managed to save her face. She rubbed her cheeks helplessly and spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. I don't want to look at anyone else. You're the only one I want to see. Her words softened his heart. Wen Jinxian lowered his eyelashes to hide the shyness in his red eyes. He felt his heartbeat quicken. The lotus flowers in the pond also shook their stems and leaves, as if they were also shy. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai felt her cheeks warm up. The youth beside her actually lowered his head and gently kissed her on the cheek. She looked over in surprise. However, she saw that when Jinxian had already straightened up and put his hands behind his back, not daring to look at her. At the same time, the favorability notification rang out. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 70. Wei Wei Bai said, Tongzi, what I can't believe is that when other people turn into demons, they'll do it day and night. Why is when Jinxian so? System. Mentally retarded? Wei Wei Bai was silent. This description was too harsh. He was just a little stupid, but not mentally retarded. However, there were benefits to having a low IQ. It was easy to capture him. Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes, and a wicked smile appeared. She turned around and said with a smile, Master, lower your head. Wen Jinxian obediently lowered his head and looked at her with clear eyes. She had already stood on tiptoe and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. She was like a demon seducing a pure immortal. Chapter 2407. Her master stared at her blankly, not knowing what a bad thing was. The cold and adorable young man just calmly lowered his head, then reached out again and rubbed her ear. Then he said unhurriedly, Okay, Wei Wei Bai, why did this stupid old demon find him cute? Wasn't acting cute a specialty of hers in this world? And why did he keep pulling on her ear and touching it? Were her ears very nice to touch? Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched her own ear in confusion. It was fluffy and nothing special. But the next second, when Jinxian grabbed her hand, he lowered his eyes and looked at her seriously. His red eyes were beautiful and pure. This is mine, Wei Wei Bai. Then she finally reacted. Can I touch it? When Jinxian frowned and thought for a long time. Then he pursed his lips and said with some heartache, You can touch it for a while. Just a while. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have realized something. She touched her face with her fingers. When Jinxian continued to grab her hand. This is mine too. If you want to touch it, you have to get my permission. God to Grandpa. She wanted to touch her own face, but she had to get permission from someone else. Wei Wei Bai struggled. She broke free from his fingers and touched her lips with her delicate fingertips. But the moment her fingertips touched her lips, when Jinxian grabbed her fingers unhurriedly, he looked calm and serious. She couldn't tell that he was doing something so childish. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and glared at him unhappily. Then she suddenly put her fingers under her neck. Then her round eyes narrowed provocatively. But when Jinxian was still calm, persistent, and childish, he held her fingers on her collarbone. He grabbed it gently. He repeated softly, This is mine too. You're not allowed to touch it. Wei Wei Bai was unhappy. If everything is yours, then I don't have anything. When Jin Xian was stunned, his red eyes were confused. He looked at the little fox who was looking at him pitifully. He seemed to think that he had gone too far. Everything was his. The little fox had nothing. He thought for a long time. His calm and puzzled expression was unbelievably gentle. Then, under the confused gaze of the little fox, he put her hand on his chest. His eyes were clear and serious, his tone solemn. "This is yours." Wei Wei Bai, afraid that she didn't understand, he repeated, "I'm yours. One for one." This way, she wouldn't have nothing. Bai Weiwei was finally sure. When Jin Xian is a fool, Tongzi. System. The system didn't dare to say anything. "Host, you don't look very smart." The two of them were on the verge of mental retardation, and their combined age was 1,000 years old. The system was tired of their childishness. Finally, when Jin Xian thought of something, he stared at Bai Weiwei quietly. He finally asked, "What bad things are we going to do?" Bai Weiwei. Huh? What? She was just testing whether he was stupid or not. They didn't have to do anything bad. After all, it wasn't nice to do this now. Most importantly, when Jin Xian couldn't be obsessed forever. Wait until he woke up. If you remember how stupid he was now, his affection for her didn't increase. It was good enough that he didn't rub her on the ground, skin her, and roast her into fox jerky. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Chapter 2408. After Wei Wei Bai finished teasing him, she said calmly, "I forgot." As soon as she said this, when Jin Xian was stunned and seemed a little disappointed, then he softened his voice. "Then think about it again." Wei Wei Bai lifted the ends of her hair and curled it. "I can't remember." When Jin Xian looked at her quietly for a while and then seemed to think of something, he ran his fingers through her messy silver hair and gently pressed on the back of her delicate neck, forcing her to look up. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed her with his soft, thin lips. He left as soon as he touched her. The fragrance of the lotus around them became stronger. The young man's voice was a little soft and embarrassed. "Is it this kind of thing?" Wei Wei Bai looked at him in shock. Wasn't he stupid? Why was he so familiar and natural when he was doing bad things? Wei Wei Bai was about to say something when Jin Xian held her face and asked seriously, "Is that so?" Her eyes looked even rounder and brighter with his hand on her face. She felt that if she didn't nod, she would probably be questioned by this mentally retarded child nonstop. She could only nod her head. When Jin Xian was satisfied, he let go of her face and said with a smile, "I like to do bad things. Let's do it often in the future, okay?" Wei Wei Bai. When Jin Xian was still smiling. "Okay." The possessed Wen Jin Xian. It was like a terrifying repeater. Wei Wei Bai could only nod again. "Okay." Ding. The male lead's favorability is at 75. Wei Wei Bai. The favorability had increased just like that. It was so easy to gain favorability from the mentally retarded one. After the mentally retarded one became possessed, his entire state was wrong. Even though Wei Wei Bai's IQ had dropped recently, it was not as terrible as the mentally retarded one's. It was like an IQ avalanche. Wei Wei Bai was carried back to the lotus by Wen Jin Xian. Compared to the last time, the lotus heaven and earth was completely different. Last time, the cold and distant space had the same temperament as Wen Jin Xian. But now, everything was decorated with jewels, and even the carpet was furry. There were no more books, only flowers. There was also a terrifyingly large bed, covered with a red wedding blanket and pink gauze curtains. What the hell is this cheap Taobao style? The only thing that didn't change was the lotus flowers that grew everywhere. Wen Jin Xian also looked around and waved his finger gently. Another structure was changed. The style became even more childish and cute. Then, he looked at Wei Wei Bai with his bright red eyes. "Do you like it?" Wei Wei Bai, "I don't like it." When Jin Xian frowned when she didn't respond, he asked calmly, "You don't like it?" Wei Wei Bai was about to nod and ask him to return the style. However, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy in the air had suddenly become violent. The surroundings were on the verge of collapse, so all the decorations began to crumble. This was destructive power. Wei Wei Bai immediately said, "I like it. I like it very much." When Jin Xian's eyes immediately relaxed, he smiled and said, "Yes, I knew you liked it." The air immediately calmed down. The places where the cracks had appeared were immediately mended. Although the possessed Wen Jinxian was mentally retarded, he was still a mentally retarded person who wasn't easy to bully. However, compared to the time when he tortured the entire town for more than 600 years, she felt that his current possessed state was too sweet. Wei Wei Bai hesitantly reached out her claws and gently grabbed his sleeve. Master, should we go out and take a look? To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read on. Com. Chapter 2409. She always felt that the retarded Wen Jinyan was too obsessed. She was worried that he would suddenly explode and die together with her. She could go out to see the doctor and make sure that there was no danger before coming back. Wen Jinxian tilted his head and looked at her quietly. Then he repeated slowly, "Go out and take a look?" Wei Wei Bai nodded. Wen Jinxian suddenly smiled. A kind of agitated madness erupted in the depths of his cold red eyes. His smile was cold and evil. "Go out." He took his time and reached out to hold her waist. His other hand gently stroked her long hair. The cold smile on his lips had a hint of teasing malevolence. Wei Wei Bai looked at his handsome face. His thin lips moved slightly. The smell of the lotus flower was terrifying. "You can't go out in this lifetime." Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. She saw him reach out his wrist. The red line on his wrist made a mark on his wrist. His body was very strong. The power that could leave a mark on his body was very scary. But he didn't feel anything at all. His fingertips were like snakes. Slowly and with a little strength, he moved from her hair to her cute and beautiful face and rubbed it. After all, how can I let others see you? Even if Wen Jinxian was crazy, he was still not easy to fool. He wanted his possession to leave. Even if he had to torture her 1,000 times in hell, he wouldn't let her go. The obsession of being crazy was much more powerful than love. A cold chain suddenly appeared in Wen Jinxian's hand. Wei Wei Bai and the system, they hadn't seen this thing for a long time. Suddenly, they didn't recognize it. Wen Jinxian looked innocent and calm. He gently held her wrist and tied it. The thin chain was unusually beautiful. It was similar to those decorative bracelets. Then, he calmly tied the other end of the chain around his wrist. The chain seemed to be made of water. It automatically attached to his wrist, but he didn't feel any restraint or weight. Wen Jinxian curled his lips in satisfaction. She thought that she would encounter Wei Wei Bai, who had a more hardcore taste. She watched him being imprisoned in such a boring way. He couldn't help but say to the system, "No one has ever made chains look so fresh and refined." The system said, "Maybe it's because he's been a hermit for 700 years, so he's especially ignorant." Wei Wei Bai silently agreed. No matter what, it was better to be a little fresh and mentally weak than to be warm and tasty. Wen Jinxian looked at the beautiful silver chain on her slender wrist. She couldn't run away now. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss for words. She looked at him strangely for a while. Only then did he swallow all the flirtatious words. Then, Wei Wei Bai reached out and gently hooked Wen Jinxian's pinky finger. The little fox's light-colored eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. Wen Jinxian's eyes darkened. He said softly, "Do you still want to go out?" The little fox hurriedly shook its head. Wen Jinxian's gaze softened. The stubbornness and anger in his red eyes disappeared. But in the next moment, his gentle gaze was replaced by a sharp coldness. He was like a wild beast whose territory had been invaded. His violent anger made him look above the lotus pond. There was a rumbling sound. It was thunder. The second tribulation of the immortal tribulation had arrived. The thunder rumbled and arrived at the top of Heaven's Gate sect. Dark clouds gathered. Above the tightly shut door of the main hall, there began to be violent spirit energy fluctuations. Wen Jinxian's obsession caused his emotions to fluctuate greatly. The lightning tribulation locked onto him again. // Chapter 2410. Although Wen Jinxian had lost his mind, his battle instincts were still there. He knew it was dangerous. This kind of danger made the eyes under his eyelashes look even redder, beautiful, and cold. Just when Wei Wei Bai thought he was going to do something, he slowly lowered his head and looked at her. "This lightning strike looks very scary." Wei Wei Bai quickly nodded. She was about to say, "But you're so awesome, You must have a way." In the end, he lowered his eyes in embarrassment, and there was a trace of pity in his beautiful eyes. "I'm scared." Wei Bai boom, 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 boom. Wei Bai looked up with some difficulty. She saw that the spirit energy above the main hall was surging and shaking violently. The lightning strike seemed to be about to fall at any moment. It would blast the two of them into the sky and blast them into pieces. Suddenly, she felt her sleeve tighten and looked down strangely. She saw when Jinxian reach out and grab her sleeve, his eyes blank. "I just remembered how to deal with this danger." Wei Bai's eyes lit up. "Really?" When Jinxian smiled. "But I forgot again." Wei Bai. He pursed his thin red lips, and his voice softened again. "So, if you hug me, I might remember." Wei Bai felt that she had been tricked. But when the roof of the main hall was broken through by the huge pillar of lightning, the enchantment shattered. The moment the violent and terrifying power of the lightning strike rushed over, Wei Bai's face turned pale. Almost instinctively, she reached out and hugged Wen Jinxian tightly. Her whole body was about to shrink into his arms. She didn't see that when Jinxian's eyes, which were pretending to be blank and innocent, had regained their coldness and gentleness. Even the redness in his eyes had faded a little. She was so scared, but she still didn't escape. She would rather live and die with him. When Jinxian reached out and pressed her back, hiding her in his arms. "How nice." He sighed contentedly. While he was smiling, a huge lightning strike swept over and covered him. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 80. It was a grand hall that was used as a refuge for the later generations of cultivators. He actually couldn't withstand the lightning strike of the immortal tribulation. All kinds of spiritual chi vortexes turned into a terrible spiritual chi storm that swept through the entire heaven sect. The sect protection formation was forced to activate, saving everyone's lives. However, the various senior brothers who had rushed overlooked at the shattered main hall with cold hearts. They all knew that their master had entered the demonic path. The second lightning strike destroyed the demonic chi. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. How could it be so easy to be reborn from the mundane world? Demonic thoughts were the distracting thoughts that persisted in one's heart after one's mortal bonds. He had survived this calamity. Wen Jinxian, on the other hand, happened to be in a demonic state. The possibility of successfully passing the lightning tribulation was close to zero. Xian took the lead and entered the hall. However, he saw that there were lotuses everywhere in the hall. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the air. Amidst the flowers, amidst the white immortal fog, a tall and slender figure sat there, his ink-black hair falling behind him, lotus flowers supporting the ends of his hair. The vast and boundless spiritual chi fluctuated in the hall. This was a scene that could only be seen after passing the second lightning tribulation. Su San, who was following behind Xian, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Master must have returned to normal. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pass the second tribulation. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully and was about to call him master. However, they saw when Jinxian slowly turned his head. His neat robes were a lot messy, and there were a few wounds on his white neck caused by the lightning strike. The blood slowly flowed under his exquisite collarbone, forming an exquisite and horrifying trace on his white skin. However, what everyone sucked in a breath of cold air was not the wound. Instead, when Jinxian's eyes were still red, they were so red that they were clear and cold. His eyelashes lifted slightly, and his eyes were cold. "Get out." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying spiritual chi appeared and blew everyone out. The door of the main hall was under the strong spiritual chi. It was quickly repaired. In a short while, the main hall that was in ruins just now, it was actually restored to its original state. Relying on the heaven-defying power, everything was restored through the complex array. In the empty main hall, only he and the little fox were left. When Jinxian smiled, then lowered his head and looked at the little fox in his arms. He reached out and touched her ear. When the lightning struck just now, he clearly heard the warning of the heavenly Tao. If he did not regret becoming a demon, then he was destined to be unable to become an immortal. 700 years of cultivation was far too long and lonely. He had never felt lonely before. That was because he had never met anyone who made him lonely. If he had to be lonely to become an immortal, then this immortal was fine. Quick to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Quick to read on your phone. https://m. Sashu.com. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on Quick. Chapter 2411. Suddenly, the ear in his fingers moved. Wen Jinxian lowered his eyes and slowly revealed a smile. "You're awake." Bai Weiwei's head was dizzy, and she was almost deaf from the lightning. She opened her eyes with difficulty and found herself in Wen Jinxian's arms. His fingers slowly touched the hair on her head and ears. She curled up into a ball on the small fox paw. It was still tied with chains. These chains would change shape with her transformation. It was simply a divine artifact. She immediately looked up and saw that Wen Jinxian's eyes were still red. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, she thought that the demonized Wen Jinxian would be struck to death by lightning. Last time, the system also said that this guy carried her through the lightning tribulation. This time it was the same. There were still so many lightning tribulations to pass. If Wen Jinxian carried her every time, which time would he not be struck by lightning? Wouldn't he die in the same year, month, and day as him? This old monster one was actually still vicious. He clearly had so many space transfer methods, but he didn't know how to move her away. He insisted on hugging her to death. Weiwei Bai disdained in her heart and revealed a worried expression. "Master, are you okay?" She placed two small paws on his chest. She looked up and saw that the youth's clothes were messy. There were burn marks on his white collar from the lightning strike. There were a few wounds on his neck, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Blood dripped from the wounds that had been split open by the lightning strike. The edges of the wounds were charred. It looked unusually painful. However, Wen Jinxian seemed to feel nothing. Instead, he smiled gently. "I'm fine." The little fox was only at the foundation establishment stage. When she was undergoing the lightning tribulation just now, the remnants of the lightning strike almost hurt her. He directly blocked it with his body, causing these wounds. Weiwei Bai looked at the wounds on his neck hesitantly. Her beautiful eyes immediately filled with pitiful tears. Following her pitiful gaze, he saw his wounds. Actually, it didn't hurt much. His tolerance was very strong. This wound was not worth mentioning. However, he saw that the little fox's light-colored eyes were filled with sadness for his wounds. Wen Jinxian did not say anything. He just silently lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. His fingertips began to tremble as if he was enduring some kind of intense pain. Weiwei Bai, she would just put on an act. How dare old monster one say he's better at acting than me? Since he was able to become an immortal, his physique must be especially amazing. Such a small wound should have healed by itself long ago. He was going to play her out and leave her with no way out. Weiwei Bai's beautiful foxy eyes narrowed. Suddenly, with a bang, she turned into a young girl. His fluffy foxtail and furry ears were still there, because she was in his arms. Therefore, she sat directly on his lap after transforming. Wen Jinxian didn't move, but looked at her calmly. Her messy clothes had already been taken off, revealing her snow-white chest. The meandering bloodstains were shockingly gorgeous on the white skin. His eyes were clear and bright, making the red color even more gorgeous. Weiwei Bai raised her head and coincidentally rubbed against his delicate chin. She heard him gasp softly. The little fox seemed a little confused. "Master, you're in a lot of pain, right?" The deep red in Wen Jinxian's eyes deepened. "It doesn't hurt." He paused slightly and said, "It's just a little pain." His tone unconsciously had a kind of cautiousness that made one's heart soften. Weiwei Bai stared at his wound in a daze. Suddenly, she reached out her finger and was about to insert it into her abdomen. Wen Jinxian's originally gentle expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 2412. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, his tone turning cold. "What are you doing?" Weiwei Bai's eyes were clear and her tone was serious. I want to treat Master's injuries. When Jinxian took a deep breath, he knew what she was doing from where she was touching. You want to use the fox's inner core to treat my injuries? Wei Wei Bai's ears drooped. She glanced at his neck and said sadly, Master's injuries were caused by heavenly lightning. Normal medicine can't heal them. So she used her own inner core for demons. The inner core was the source of one's life. If it was damaged, one's cultivation would be damaged. If it was damaged, one's soul would be destroyed. This was a fully formed demon, the most irreplaceable thing. Without it, one wouldn't even have the chance to cultivate. When Jinxian was in a daze, he finally revealed a smile, as if he was relieved and happy. He was still in a state of bedevilment, but he had already left the initial stage of blanking out. His mind could clearly remember the past, even the matter between her and Su San. Jealousy immediately arose in his heart. This feeling was so foreign to him that he was at a loss. Jealousy was more bizarre and painful than any of the dangerous battles he had experienced. In his current state, he wouldn't tolerate this. But when he saw the little fox's teary eyes and wanted to take out her own transparent fox inner core to treat his injuries, his dark and twisted heart, but it was wrapped up by her feelings. The cold darkness, the thorns in his heart, fell off a few. The redness in Wen Jinxian's eyes faded a little, but it was still beautiful and evil. He said in a low voice, No, it doesn't hurt anymore. You're not allowed to touch your own inner core in the future. This was the little fox's origin. If it was gone, she wouldn't even be alive. Thinking of this, Wen Jinxian also felt his chest tighten. Wei Wei Bai's shallow eyes clearly reflected his face. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Suddenly, she looked up and gently licked his wound. When Jinxian's body stiffened and his pupils shrank, the little fox tilted its head and said innocently, Our fox saliva can heal wounds, although it can only heal very small wounds. With that, she put her hands on his shoulders. Then, she gently licked his bleeding wound. If it wasn't treated, the wound from the lightning strike would remain like this forever. It would not heal itself. After all, it contained the power of the heavenly Tao. Wen Jinxian didn't say anything, nor did he stop her. Instead, he lowered his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of suppressed confusion in his eyes. The young girl hugged his neck obediently, and her silver curly hair fell on Wen Jinxian's body. His hand slowly landed on her back. His beautiful fingertips gently grabbed her hair. It didn't hurt, but it was a restraining position. The wound slowly healed. The little fox's eyes suddenly widened. She looked up and revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Master, look, the wound is beginning to heal. Wen Jinxian stared into her pure eyes. His breathing deepened, and his voice trembled slightly. Really? Maybe your saliva does have healing properties. Wei Wei Bai happily stuck to him and said with a smile, It's good that it works. After saying that, she hugged him tightly again. She stuck to his neck and gradually moved down. Her silver fluffy hair was messy on the youth's body. The fragrance of the lotus became stronger. When Jinxian's eyes were dark and deep, the fingers that grabbed her hair also slowly moved up and finally passed through her hair. He couldn't help but press on the back of her neck. // Chapter 24:13. He lowered his head, his eyes dark and his tones soft. Be good. There's a better way to heal Master. Master will teach you. He thought that he was really bad. After he turned into a demon, he did not have a trace of noble and cold thoughts. He only had the impulse to lure the fox into hell. The little fox rubbed against his collar, her thick eyelashes blinking as she looked up at him in confusion. The youth's gentle and strange eyes quietly stared at her. His white and pure face had a few traces of a demonic blush. The fourth petal of the lotus between his eyebrows had turned completely red. The youth's gentle fingertips gently stroked the corner of her eyes. Finally, his palm covered her clear eyes that did not know anything about the world. Are you willing to save me? The youth's hoarse voice was evil. The little fox pricked up her ears because she could not see anything. Her eyes blinked, but she could not escape from his palm. She was a bit confused, but she did not hesitate. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Of course I am willing to save Master. When Jinqian's thin lips curved slightly, his whole body was already on top of her. He was full of a strange fragrance. It was like the most tempting smell in the world. He was luring ignorant people into his trap. The lotus suddenly bloomed. So the half-closed flowers bloomed all of a sudden. The hall was filled with a pink halo. The youth's black hair and silver curly hair tangled in the lotus. Do you like it? His voice was close to her small ear. The little fox narrowed her eyes, looking at him in confusion, but there was no trace of disgust. It was like a piece of white paper, but also like the purest gem. All that was reflected was his aura. Her beautiful and enchanting eyes rippled with light. I like it, she whispered, but was incomparably gentle. Wen Jinqian could not help but smile, but the color in his eyes deepened. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 85. The main door of the hall. It was always closed. The little fox and the bewitched Wen Jinqian never came out. Susan walked around every day, worried that he would see the little fox's corpse one day. When he did not see anything strange, he left again. He often brought his junior brothers to patrol a few rounds. They were worried that the demonized master would suddenly explode and open the door to kill them all. But there was none. Everyone was worried and bewildered. Although cultivation was long, 10 days to half a month was nothing. But the bomb that was Wen Jinqian's obsession was still there. No one dared to lower their guard. If there was no movement, everyone would just wait. Just treat it as master going into seclusion again, but this time, little junior sister was brought along as well. No one thought wrongly. After all, Wen Jinqian was a person of character. It was hard for people to think otherwise. However, after waiting for more than a month, there was still no movement. Little junior sister's natal lantern was also fine. Everyone was finally relieved. However, the Heavenly Gate sect suddenly welcomed an unexpected guest. High Lord Blue Phoenix wasn't the only one who came to visit. Instead, he brought the venerables of the other 9 sects to visit. These people were all here to act as matchmakers for High Lord Blue Phoenix. High Lord Blue Phoenix was also a legendary figure in the cultivation world. She was the most powerful genius before Wen Jinqian was born. Before Wen Jinqian, she was the cultivator who broke all kinds of records. Even after Wen Jinqian came, although her records were broken, there was one thing that was not broken. She was the most beautiful cultivator in the cultivation world. Her beauty was very sensational, even in the cultivation world where there were few desires. At https://www.sashu.com/quick to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com download at https://www.sashu.com quick to read on. Com quick. Chapter 2414. Everyone knew that Wen Jinqian was transcending the immortal tribulation, and not long ago, he had survived the second lightning strike. Everyone knew how important source experience was. If it weren't for the fact that he was transcending the tribulation in the Heavenly Gates sect last time, countless people would have crowded over to watch. After all, no one except Wen Jinqian could break the array formation of the Heavenly Gates sect. Regardless of whether Wen Jinqian had sore or not, everyone was jealous of this experience. However, Wen Jinqian was famous for not going out, not caring about anything, and not making friends. No one could ask even if they wanted to. Coincidentally, Supremacy Blue Phoenix suddenly had an epiphany at a critical moment in her cultivation. She actually had an obsession with Wen Jinqian. She wanted to marry him. She condescended to invite the sect leaders of the various sects, hoping that they could come to the Heavenly Gates sect to be her matchmaker. Even if it didn't work out, it could be considered a way to resolve her obsession. Everyone knew that Wen Jinqian cultivated a Dao technique, it wasn't suitable for emotional entanglement. Therefore, matchmaking was very likely to be unsuccessful. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, there was a reason for the Heavenly Gates sect to see Wen Jinqian. Therefore, when a group of big shots from the cultivation world came knocking on the door, even Xian Yi frowned. He wasn't qualified to receive a gathering of this level. Therefore, he could only take out a small bead. This was the only way to contact Wen Jinxian. If something major hadn't happened, he wouldn't have used this thing. He knew that he should contact his master, but he was hesitant. If his master hadn't recovered from his demonization, what should he do? Most of the guests who came were up to no good. A cultivator who had been demonized and was about to transcend the immortal tribulation. Everyone knew how terrifying the instability factor was. If others found out that his master had been demonized, these people might have the idea of eliminating his master. Over the years, the Heavenly Gate sect had so many resources that everyone was envious. With a reason, a group of people could have the idea of destroying the Heavenly Gate sect. However, it wasn't appropriate to block them out, especially using matchmaking as a reason. If he blocked them like this, it would be a big deal to be suspected. Xian hesitated again and again, but still crushed the bead. The bead turned into a white mist. Within the fog, an extremely hazy image appeared. Among the beautiful lotuses, the lotuses had all turned fiery red. In the red light, the water in the pool was sparkling. The sound of splashing water could be heard. A slender and fair hand rested on the edge of the pool. His black hair was wet and draped over his shoulders. On his fair back, the beautiful and powerful lines of his collarbone were faintly discernible among the flowers. He seemed to sense something. In the hazy fog, the young man gently tilted his head. There was no trace of red in her beautiful eyes. They had returned to their usual cold and holy black color. What is it? Xian glanced at him and bowed deeply. He told Wen Jinxian what had happened. Within the white fog, the youth calmly said, "Let them in." Xian said, "Yes, master." Just as he finished speaking, the white mist dissipated and the crushed bead returned to its original state. The color in his master's eyes had returned to normal. It seemed that he had overcome his obsession with becoming a demon. Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but he still felt something was wrong. He felt that his master's temperament was a little strange, but the youth in the lotus pool lowered her head. Under her thick and dark eyelashes, a sharp red glow appeared in the depths of her dark eyes. Suddenly, the girl in his arms moved. Her head of silver hair was scattered in the water, and her slightly round eyes were half closed, hiding her alluring charm. This month, she had finally completely transformed from a fox cub to a mature fox. A fox's seductiveness was like a red poppy flower, poisonous and depraved, but so beautiful that it was irresistible. When Jinxian knew that she had not woken up, sure enough, she only moved her eyelashes. Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The lotus was deep. He gently kissed her hair. It just so happens that there are so many people here. All of them can be considered to be of high status. Let them be the witnesses. His wedding with the little fox. To the // the Chapter 24:15. Wei Wei felt an itch in her ears. When she woke up, she found herself lying in a lotus field. Huge lotus petals covered her body. She touched her kidneys and couldn't help but say to the system, "My kidneys are weak. System, you still have one, so cherish it." Damn it. He looked at the bullet screen for more than a month. He was just short of being a Buddhist. Even hand jobs and snacks couldn't save his boring life. Wei Wei reached out to cover her face. When Jinxian's state after he turned into a demon is too scary. The system was silent for a while, then sighed. "More than 700 years old, please understand." Wei Wei system, you didn't lose out either. The favorability is 88. Look, so many coin numbers. Selling one's kidneys was the best way to increase favorability. Wei Wei I feel like I lost out. I thought when Jinxian was so pure. How would I know? System. Don't say any more. The bullet screen will come again. Wei Wei the system saw that the stupid host still looked like she was losing out. It couldn't help but comfort her. Isn't the favorability very easy to increase this time? You don't even need to die. You're almost done with the main mission. Wei Wei thought about it. It was true. Ever since when Jinxian turned into a demon in this world, it was when Jinxian who had been chasing her. She didn't even need to move. The favorability increased by itself. There was no sense of accomplishment. Wei Wei sighed. The main mission is almost done. It's a win. The system nodded, just as it said something, but it felt like it forgot something. Wei Wei Bai also had something to say. Her much slower brain also felt like she forgot something. What did she forget? Ding, do you miss me? Wei Wei Bai and the system. Oh, I remember now. Seeing you miss me so much, I'm embarrassed to not appear. Wei Wei Bai and the system. Don't appear, I beg you, why don't you die? Side mission. Little bitch, the side mission has been activated due to the unforgettable love of the host. Detected that the male protagonist of this dimension is too deeply possessed and is in a state where he can destroy the world at any time. Wei Wei Bai, don't tell me she has to save the world again. Just let the world be destroyed. Wei Wei Bai, the male lead is in a stable state of bedevilment. He is conscious and his power is being sealed. Host, please make the male lead completely bewitched. Becoming a demon has a 100% chance of completing the mission. Punishment for failure. Become a retard with the system and love each other for a lifetime. Dear, she's a real retard, not the kind that acts cute. After reminding him, he even photoshopped a picture. It flashed across the minds of the host and the system. Wei Wei Bai looks like she's in a daze. She's wearing open crotch pants and has messy hair. She's squatting on a pile of garbage to catch flies. Wei Wei Bai, what the system saw was frowny face. He looks like a fool, holding a broken bowl and begging from door to door. Kind system, give me some life points. My host is going to starve to death. Please pity me. One night and one Unity trembled. He felt like the malice of the universe was pouring from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. His whole body was cold, and he shivered. Side missions were such a vicious tumor. As the difficulty of the side missions increased, their methods of tormenting people went up another level. This punishment was even more unbearable than death. Wei Wei Bai hugged herself silently. She couldn't bear to eat flies. Wearing open crotch pants. That didn't matter. Where's your integrity? The system hugged itself as well, thinking that it used to be a tycoon. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. // transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. // next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 24:16. After going crazy, he actually became a beggar. He was poor now, and no one knew. If everyone knew that he had become poor in the future, what would happen to his self-esteem? What would happen to it? The system and the host looked up silently. The bar of Wen Jinxian's demonized state. Demonized state, 60%. Wei Wei Bai stared at the bar. Wen Jinxian looks so calm, but he's already at 60% demonized. The system said, when you can't get what you want, you'll be demonized. But the male lead seems to have gotten what he wanted. Wei Wei Bai said, he's still in demonized state. The system said, according to the information, the Tao technique he cultivates can't be emotional. If you make him fall in love, it can only reduce his obsession, but it can't make him return to normal. When Jinxian was so rational now, he could basically return to how he was before demonized. It was also because his obsession was satisfied. But his heartless Tao technique, as long as he was in love, he would have distracting thoughts. These distracting thoughts would keep him in demonized state. He would never be able to become an immortal. Of course, if Wei Wei Bai continued to be in love with Wen Jinxian like this, Wen Jinxian's demonized state would always be at 60%, and there would be no change. Because this 60% was the heartless Tao technique's punishment for Wen Jinxian. Of course, as long as he didn't seek death and his emotions didn't fluctuate violently. Even if Wen Jinxian was demonized, he would look no different from usual. Wei Wei Bai's mind was already clear. She sat up and found that she was wearing a dress. It was a new lotus dress. Her body was taller, slimmer, but the places that should be full were all perfect. Her silver hair was still fluffy and curly. She looked up slightly. The corners of her eyes were long and seductive. There was an extra lotus petal between her eyebrows. The lotus petal was red and gorgeous, so beautiful that it was suffocating. She lazily brushed her hair behind her ears, revealing her beautiful and fair ears. When Jin Qian had 5 lotus petals on his forehead. Now that he's given one to me, what's the use of it? The system flipped through the information and said after looking at it carefully, this is his natal lotus, which is also the condensation of his power. He gave you these petals to give you power. Without any hesitation, Wei Wei Bai raised her hand and gathered a ball of spirit qi. This was something that she, a foundation establishment cultivator, was completely unable to do. From the foundation establishment stage, she had directly skipped the golden core stage in her cultivation. When Jin Qian had given him too much power, her body simply couldn't take it. Therefore, a lot of power was still hidden in the lotus petal on his forehead, and the power that overflowed directly sent her to the golden core stage. If when Jin Qian was said to be a true cultivation genius, she reckoned that she was the fastest person in history to reach the golden core stage by taking drugs. It was embarrassing to talk about it. After all, in the immortal cultivation world, people looked down on taking drugs the most. They were both in the golden core stage. Those who had cultivated through their own means were like those who had taken pills or used transcendent artifacts to force their way to the Aurus core stage. The respect he received was incomparable, and the lightning tribulation of the golden core stage. When Jin Qian helped her solve it again, her plan was simply gnawing on Wen Jin Qian from beginning to end. Wait until her golden core stage stabilized a little. The power of the lotus petals could continue to send her to the nascent soul stage. Let's not talk about it. If anyone heard it, they would be beaten to death by those cultivators who had cultivated in fear for hundreds of years and had finally reached the golden core stage. She stood up from the lotus flower. Those small lotus flowers immediately came over and touched her affectionately. Wei Wei Bai casually pushed them away and stepped out step by step. Chapter 24:17. Her silver hair fell below her calves. It swayed gently with her enchanting steps. Bai Wei Wei's ankles were tied with a silver chain made of chains. After one, Jin Qian went out. The chains in their hands were tied to each other. It became an ankle chain around her ankles. As soon as she took half a step out of the gate of the Heavenly Gates sect, the chain would stop her. This chain was a low-grade immortal level treasure. The most important feature was how strong the owner was. Then the person who was tied must have the same strength to untie it. Wen Jin Qian's strength was now in front of Soar, the first person in the immortal continent. She was a good-for-nothing golden core cultivator who took Wen Jin Qian's strength. If Wen Jin Qian was not willing, she would not be able to untie this chain for the rest of her life. No, she still had the system to take advantage of. Wei Wei Bai was about to walk out of the gate of the main hall when a few cranes immediately ran over. They bowed to her affectionately and respectfully on the ground. Wei Wei Bai said, "Go away." The cranes looked at her pitifully and then lay on the ground again. The place where they lay was the gate. It was clear that they did not want Wei Wei Bai to go out. Such a big bird was not cute at all. Why was it acting cute? The system said, if you want to make the male lead go crazy, you have to start provoking his emotional instability. Are you trying to run away and make his heart ache? Wei Wei Bai shook her head. It's useless for me to run anywhere unless I give up this plane. The immortal cultivation world was a high-level plane. When Jin Qian planted lotus petals on her body. Plus, she was still wearing chain. Her body was full of ascent. With Wen Jin Qian's ability, she could drill into the Earth's core. Wen Jin Qian could easily flip the Earth and pull her out. So running away now was useless. Wei Wei Bai calmed down, her eyes cold and flirtatious. She said to the system, now we should focus on gaining favorability. If we want to make a man go crazy, we have to make his favorability high enough. The uncute Wei Wei Bai. He was finally not stupid anymore. The system looked at its normal host with satisfaction. Wei Wei Bai stepped on the wings of the red-crowned crane and walked out. As long as she didn't leave the Heavenly Gates sect, she was actually not restricted from going anywhere. But the red-crowned cranes were afraid. They were especially afraid that Wei Wei Bai would get lost. When Jin Qian skinned all of them and stewed them. Therefore, the immortal cranes squeezed into a group and carefully took small steps with their long legs. Just like that, he followed behind by Wei Wei, who swaggered out. A young girl with silver curly hair in a pink dress walked with seductive steps. The cool and beautiful lotus pattern on her forehead had a hint of holiness to it. She asked the system, "Where is Wen Jinxian?" The system replied, "The blind date is in the reception hall." When guests came, the official reception would be in the front hall of the Heavenly Gates sect. Wei Weibai smiled. "I didn't expect that someone would take a fancy to the old turtle." The system said, "There are many who have their eyes on him, but no one dares to pursue him. The one who came this time is known as the #1 beauty in the cultivation world." Wei Weibai paused in her steps. #1 beauty. The system was speechless. It forgot about its host problem. It thought that she had matured and was no longer thinking about the #1 beauty. In the end, Wei Weibai asked, "Is she prettier or am I prettier?" The system said, "Both of you have your own merits." After all, the one who came for the blind date seemed to have a temperament of the Wen Jinxian type. He was cold and aloof, as if he didn't eat the food of mortals. Wei Weibai, on the other hand, seemed to have a temperament that was a little, gorgeous? Chapter 24:18. He could only look at temperament. After all, appearance in his eyes was all about 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Wei Weibai was silent for a while, then said slowly, "Before I matured, my brain was a little cute." "Stupid is stupid. Why did you say it was cute?" The system was about to refute, then it finally realized something and held its head silently, not daring to say anything. Wei Weibai sighed. "I've realized it now. Is the reward given by the main system to cheat me? Do I have to pay the price of my IQ to act cute?" His tone was slow and full of suspicion. It made the system feel a chill down its spine. Wei Weibai said, "Who didn't remind me? Are you being seduced by the main system?" The system immediately explained, "I didn't remind you because I saw that you were fine. I can't live under the same sky with the main system. I won't hug anyone's thigh." Wei Weibai said, "But my heart is hurt." The system said, "Recently, there's a very good beauty artifact in the supermarket. Sprinkle it in the air, and everyone's beauty will decrease by 3 points. Only you will be the center of attention. Although it couldn't increase the host's beauty. But wouldn't you be more beautiful if others' beauty decreased?" Wei Weibai said, "Why can't you just make me the most beautiful woman in the world?" The system was speechless. "Wake up, host. There are so many worlds already. You're a mature host. Why was he still thinking about the lowly title of the world's #1 beauty in middle school? Although it couldn't be the most beautiful woman, but it was also a good thing to be able to decrease the beauty of others." The system said that it had 50 life points. It thought that it could scare off the host. In the end, Wei Weibai said, "Buy it. When it comes to beauty, it's a big deal." "Big deal, my ass. How many times did I want to die? I couldn't bear to give up the dozens of favorability points. Why did the host's brain automatically decrease when it came to beauty?" The system looked at the beauty artifact in its hand and fell into deep silence. The host was really a species that couldn't be understood. When Jinxian's expression was indifferent. In the past, his eyes were more gentle. Now, she was even more aloof and holy. The lotus flower on his forehead was originally 5 petals, but now there were only 4 petals left. Furthermore, the originally colorless petals were exceptionally gorgeous red. It added a strange charm to the pure and holy him. Xian glanced at his master's forehead and finally understood why he had such a strange feeling. Master's natal lotus was missing a petal. It even changed color. A few of the disciples who were closer to him more or less knew about it. The color of his master's lotus represented the depth of his emotions. The colorless lotus represented that master had no attachment to this world. And the color was so thick and beautiful to such an extent, it was simply a demon that had fallen into the human world. However, the only people who knew the reason for the lotus to change color were the few of them. As for the rest of the outsiders, they would at most find it strange. This time, the guests were the venerable masters of the other 9 sections. Only one person was special. High Lord Blue Phoenix sat on a cushion. When she entered the gate just now, she immediately rode a horse and pulled a carriage, causing flowers to flutter all the way. When she came down from the carriage, she was wearing a veil and a white dress. She looked like a fairy. Every step she took was so elegant that it was as if she was walking on air. When she saw Wan Jinxian, she bent her knees and gently landed on the cushion. There was a hint of a reserved smile in her cold eyes. We parted 100 years ago. Now that we meet again, Wenjun is even more elegant. // Chapter 2419. Lord Wenjun was Wen Jinxian's nickname outside. Qing Feng had always been proud, but now she was trying to curry favor with Wen Jinxian. Most of the other big shots also had warm smiles on their faces. After all, to be able to see Wen Jinxian come out to receive them, it meant that the matchmaking this time was likely to succeed. Of course, more importantly, if Wen Jinxian was happy, it would be even better to pass down the experience of source tribulation during this meeting. Wen Jinxian's eyes were cold, and the red color of the lotus seemed to be stained on his eyelashes. It caused his black eyes to have a few more traces of seductive light. He didn't seem to see Lord Qing Feng. Instead, his eyelashes trembled and he looked outside. His fingertips moved as if he felt something. The little fox ran out of the hall. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips unhappily. It seemed that she wasn't tired enough. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Lord Qing Feng's words. Wen Jinxian actually ignored her. Could it be that the matter was not going to work? The smile under Lord Qing Feng's veil stiffened a little. She casually lifted the veil with her fingers. The veil suddenly fell to the ground. Her eyes were delicate, and her white face was beautiful and cold, like the white snow of the mountains. Only when she looked at Wen Jinxian's eyes were there a few more traces of affection, and also a few more traces of beauty, which added to the brilliance of her appearance. After all, the number one beauty was not a rumor. Once the veil was removed, the gazes of the others couldn't help but be attracted by her. They even felt that Wen Jinxian was a good match for her. Lord Qing Feng had been reserved and cold for thousands of years. She was a few hundred years older than Wen Jinxian, but because of the cultivation realm, she had reached the Mahayana stage. She maintained her appearance close to that of a young girl. It was just that she was too old. No matter how good her appearance was, there was a trace of maturity between her eyebrows. For example, Wen Jinxian was too strong and had always been in the form of a young man. However, that divine aura did not give off the feeling of a young man. This was very natural in the cultivation world. Many old monsters, no matter how young they looked, unless they deliberately disguised their temperament. Otherwise, when they sat upright, their aura and temperament were worlds apart from that of a real young man. However, they were indeed good-looking. Wen Jinxian and High Lord Blue Phoenix were in the same place. It was like a beautiful and cold painting. She was elegant and refined, and her talent surpassed that of immortals. Even the people from the Heavenly Gate sect felt the same way for a while. Exalted Lord Blue Phoenix and his master were like ice mountains accompanied by cold snow. They were indescribably harmonious. Two beautiful ice cubes were placed together. It was cold, but it was quite pleasing to the eye. High Lord Blue Phoenix spoke again. 10 years ago, I wanted to cross the early Grand Ascension realm and advance to the middle Grand Ascension realm, but I encountered an obsession and heart demon. Even after going into seclusion for 10 years, I still couldn't remove this obsession. No one said anything. Instead, he looked at Wen Jinxian. Everyone knew that the obsession she was talking about was him. In the spacious and solemn hall, the aroma of immortal tea filled the air. Wen Jinxian was expressionless. Even his eyes were blank. He turned a deaf ear to High Lord Blue Phoenix's words. The cold and noble young man held a teacup in his hand. He stared blankly at the teacup. A scene that only he could see appeared in the clear green tea. Her slender and beautiful ankles were tied with an exquisite silver chain. Her feet, which were wearing soft, flat, embroidered shoes, stepped on the white jade ground and walked happily. That was the little fox's feet. His gaze moved up, and the scene moved up randomly. The pink lotus-like skirt swayed softly with her footsteps. It was like a lotus flower that had become a spirit. It was not a spirit. It was just a fox that had become a spirit. // to facilitate your next reading, You can click on the collect below to record this reading record. Quick, Chapter 2420. When Jinxian couldn't help but smile. It was rare for her to go out. She was so happy that it affected his mood. His displeasure towards her running out also dissipated a little. Anyway, she couldn't walk out of the gate of the Heavenly Gates sect. Even if she did walk out, there was also a door protection array blocking her. He was the one who refined the door protection array. No one could enter without his permission. It was easier to go out. Usually, as long as one had the ability to fly on a sword, they could enter and leave at will. But now, when Jinxian thought of how he had modified one ring of the array last night, it was branded with the little fox's life aura. To others, the array was still the same array. But to the little fox, the effect of the array was the opposite. She could easily enter from the outside, but she couldn't go out. Layer by layer of imprisonment, depriving her of freedom bit by bit. It was all done by the bewitched when Jinxian out of his heart. He was still rational in his bewitched state. He even understood how despicable and shameless he was. But he still did it calmly. Perhaps the demons in the demon world weren't as hypocritical and evil as him. Wen Jinxian looked at the teacup for a long time before taking a sip of tea. The scene in the tea turned into broken lines. It was sucked into his thin lips, as if he wanted to devour the fox in the picture. Blue Phoenix saw that when Jinxian didn't say anything. However, when she saw his expression soften a little, she thought that he had listened to her. After all, everyone knew when Jinxian's cultivation path. It required him to be heartless. But who said that plants had no heart? It was just because there wasn't a good enough woman to move him. High Lord Blue Phoenix's cold eyes became soft and affectionate. If there was anyone in this immortal cultivation continent who was worthy of her, only Wen Jinxian. The only person in the immortal cultivation world who had cultivated to the point of flying was Wen Jinxian. And the next stage of Soar was her Mahayana realm. The Mahayana realm was divided into the early, middle, and end stages. Although she was only at the early stage, she had the ability to do so at her age. There was no such thing in the immortal cultivation world. The other 5 old monsters in the Mahayana realm, they had all cultivated for thousands of years and were in a state of hermits. She and Wen Jinxian were the real cultivation world. He was the genius who cultivated the fastest and kept breaking records. She really couldn't find another woman who was as compatible with Wen Jinxian as she was. A glance from 100 years ago, she had taken a liking to Wen Jinxian. At that time, the youth's eyes were clear and cold, and the lotus flower between his brows was light and gentle. In the face of the provocative demons, he merely raised his eyes slightly. He didn't even move his fingers, but he was able to utilize the boundless spiritual energy, annihilate all the demons. However, he stood calmly on the high ground with his hand behind his back. His eyes were calm and emotionless. It was as if the entire world had suddenly shattered. He couldn't move him in the slightest. That scene lasted until today. It was still her obsession and inner demon. With her current realm, it was extremely dangerous for her to jump realms every time. If she could marry Wen Jinxian, not only would her obsession be resolved, she even received Wen Jinxian's guidance and spirit chi. Everyone knew the scariest thing about Wen Jinxian. It was his boundless spiritual energy, as boundless as the heavens and earth. However, even with so many reasons, it was still not enough. Lord Blue Phoenix looked at Wen Jinxian with a hint of infatuation in her eyes. The youth's fair fingers held the teacup casually. His eyes were cold and distant, and the lotus flower between his brows was bright red and beautiful. /quick download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Come quick. Chapter 2421. It was as if everything in the world could not enter his eyes. As if bewitched, she leaned forward slightly. Wenjun's tribulation is thrilling. I have a heart-cleansing candlestick that can help you clear your heart and be wise. A heart-cleansing candlestick. It was a high-grade immortal level. There were only a dozen or so high-grade immortal level items in the cultivation world. And this candlestick was the dream of all immortal cultivators who were about to transcend the tribulation. Every time there was a lightning tribulation, this candlestick could protect the immortal cultivator's last trace of clarity and would definitely not be attacked by any demonic thoughts. But the candlestick also had its drawbacks. The only problem was that it required too much spiritual energy. When blocking the lightning tribulation, every trace of spiritual energy had to be used. Many people could not use this candlestick at all. For example, Supremacy Blue Phoenix was very cautious when using this. She would rather use other methods to solve her obsession. She would definitely not use a candlestick. But for Wen Jinxian, this candlestick was the most suitable. Everyone knew that Wen Jinxian had never lacked spiritual energy at all. His spiritual energy came directly from heaven and earth. Compared to other immortal cultivators, he had to refine it. He was directly connected to heaven and earth. Unless there was no spiritual energy in the entire cultivation world. Otherwise, Wen Jinxian would definitely not be in the predicament of not having spiritual energy. So there were a dozen or so high-grade, immortal-level magic treasures. The refreshing candlestick was the most convenient for Wen Jinxian. The others were a little moved. After all, the refreshing candlestick was of such a high grade. He directly took it out and gave it away. He had not seen it in so many years. Even if Wen Jinxian was so pure and simple, he would be tempted. The other big shot smiled, but did not say anything. Everyone was optimistic about this marriage. At their level, immortal cultivators were indifferent to everything. Only Soar was an obsession. If Wen Jinxian failed or succeeded one day, Soar. But he did not leave any experience behind. That would be the biggest waste. If Wen Jinxian got married, he would leave some valuable experience for his partner. And Supremacy Blue Phoenix was famous for being popular. Even though she was very cold, she had a good heart. If she had gained some experience, she would not be stingy. Under everyone's friendly and expectant gazes, Wen Jinxian's expression finally changed a little. The young man gently put down the teacup, and his eyes became a little gentler. His thin lips curved slightly, revealing a calm and polite smile. Today, I invited all the supremacies to join my sect out of selfishness. In the past, I've cultivated for more than 700 years. My Tao heart is calm and has no worries. I've never thought about having a dual cultivation partner, but today is different. I do have one more concern in my heart. Once said, everyone was invigorated. Even Venerable Blue Phoenix couldn't believe it. His usually cold eyes were filled with ecstasy, as if he had gotten what he wanted. She had been obsessed with this man for 100 years. It was enough to become a demon. On the other hand, Wen Jinxian's disciples were confused. What? Concern? Dual cultivation partner? Their master Tian Tian was always in seclusion in the Lotus Pond. So when did he have an extra worry? Wait a minute. Su San's face turned deathly pale. He immediately looked at his eldest senior brother. Xianyi's expression was calm, but his eyes were trembling. Fuck, don't let them guess correctly. During this period of time, their master had become a demon. They had been worried sick. They couldn't figure out why his obsession was so deep. It wasn't that they didn't think about their little junior sister, but they didn't dare to think about it. Every time they did, it was like blaspheming their master. And although their little junior sister was a fox spirit. Chapter 24-22. 300 years might sound like a long time, but this was not the case. In fact, when they were formed, their age began to be counted. Because when monsters were formed, human intelligence had just been activated. Therefore, in their eyes, little junior sister was similar to a child. Master, it can't be. I didn't expect you to be such a master. Those who were slow had blank looks on their faces. Those who were not slow had ugly expressions on their faces. It was one thing to take a fancy to the little fox, but they were master and disciple in name. This was not only a mess of seniority, it was also against the rules. However, it was possible, probably, that master had taken a fancy to someone else. After all, there were so many cultivation methods. Even if he had been in seclusion, there were many ways to make friends. It was also possible that he had taken a fancy to Supremacy Qing Feng. Otherwise, how could Supremacy Qing Feng have the courage to propose marriage. Just as the atmosphere was oppressive and joyous, a crane's cry suddenly sounded. In the empty hall, a strange fragrance spread out. This smell? Everyone looked at Wen Jinxian. The lotus fragrance on Wen Jinxian's body was famous. However, every time he met people, he would restrain the strange fragrance on his body. It was faintly discernible. Although it could be smelled, it was not strong. But this lotus fragrance that came from outside, it was exceptionally strong and intoxicating. It was as if it instantly made people feel like they were in a lotus pond, pulling them into a beautiful dream. And this smell was exactly the same as Wen Jinxian's aura. The door opened, and the sky fell. A slender figure stepped into the bright light and walked in. Wen Jinxian was originally sitting, but he suddenly stood up. His white robe fell with his movements. His somewhat lazy, half-closed eyes opened at this moment. There was a hint of red in the middle of his deep black eyes. The red flush flashed by, and no one noticed. Everyone's eyes followed Wen Jinxian's movements and couldn't help but look at the door. They saw a few cranes fly in and bow to Wen Jinxian. The youth ignored them and walked straight to the door. He walked toward the figure at the door. The bright light sprinkled down. For some reason, everyone felt that the door was much brighter. In the light, the girl's elegant lotus-colored dress fluttered with her quick and nimble steps. Her silver curly hair was loose and messy as it draped over her back. The ends of her hair hung down to her calves, scattering powder-like light spots. Her indifferent eyes were shallow and clear. The corners of her eyes were slightly long and narrow. She was charming and flirtatious. There was a lotus petal between her eyebrows, red and exceptionally exquisite. He didn't look like an immortal, nor did he look like a mortal. Even though the girl had an arrogant and indifferent appearance, she was still like a silver flame, so gorgeous that it pierced people's eyes. It was too warm and beautiful. It made everyone else lose their color. Wen Jinxian walked up to her and gently tucked her messy hair behind her ear. His fingers were gentle but domineering as they trailed along her hair and pinched her delicate neck. He didn't even say anything. He exerted some force in his hand, forcing the girl to raise her head. Under her confused gaze, he lowered his head and kissed her softly. Wei Bai, who had spent 50 HP to enter the game, was speechless. Wen Jinxian slowly let go of her. The redness in his eyes disappeared and turned black. He ignored the shocked crowd. After he slowly smoothed her hair, he whispered, "The lotus nourishes the body. Why don't you lie down for a while longer?" If she continued to lie down, she would become a vegetable. She had been lying down for more than a month. Wei Bai didn't have time to refute. Instead, she struggled to look at others. Where was the number one beauty? Old Monster when it stolen the limelight. Her 50 HP couldn't be wasted. She had to be in the same frame as the number one beauty. She had to suppress her. She couldn't let others take away the headlines. Unfortunately, Wen Jinxian blocked her and didn't let others see. He even calmly turned around and said with a smile, "I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone. 7 days later is my wedding with Shao Qi. I hope everyone can give me face and be a witness." With so many big shots in the cultivation world as witnesses, the wedding would cause a huge sensation. It was useless even if Wei Bai regretted it in the future, because the entire cultivation world knew that she was his. // Chapter 24-23. The scene was very quiet. Everyone thought that there was something going on between Supremacy Blue Phoenix and Wen Jinxian. As a result, this slap left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes were like lightning as they looked at Wei Bai. The beautiful girl was slender but seductive. She was so gorgeous that it made people greedy. Under this beauty that occupied all the colors, all the fresh and cold beauty was shattered. Even Wen Jinxian by her side couldn't hide her beauty at all, and everyone finally saw the lotus on her forehead clearly. It was actually a petal of Wen Jinxian's natal lotus. This was his natal source. It was something that no one could take out. Wen Jinxian had cultivated for 700 years and only managed to cultivate 5 lotus petals. He had already transcended the tribulation sore. One could imagine how much power was stored in a lotus petal. and the girl's cultivation was only at the golden core stage. Or, because of the influence of the lotus petal, she was only at the golden core stage. Her foundation was extremely weak, and her hands and feet were weak. And she was transformed from a spirit. Furthermore, it was a young spiritual monster. This was too weak. The lotus petal was full of spiritual energy. No wonder the girl's aura was the strange fragrance of the lotus, because her body and strength were wrapped in the lotus's spiritual energy. Of course, it was Wen Jinxian's aura. In the past, no one could imagine who Wen Jinxian would be with. Even if they racked their brains, they would think that he might be with Supremacy Blue Phoenix. After all, the two icebergs standing together were beautiful and had no desires. It was impossible for people to think about it wrongly. Wen Jinxian was abstinent to the point of angering people and gods. Everyone looked at him as if he was a god. They didn't feel that he had a trace of desire in the world. This was also the reason why Wen Jinxian could cultivate so quickly. The process of immortal cultivation was to eliminate desires, and he didn't have a trace of desire at all. Of course, immortal cultivation was faster than anyone else. But at this moment, the youth gently held the girl's face. His eyelashes were slightly lowered, and his eyes were as gentle as water. The corners of his thin and heartless lips were gently raised, and there was an uncontrollable smile. It was only a matter of a smile for a god to be reduced to a human. Wen Jinxian said softly, "It's windy here. You better go back and rest. If you like crowds, I'll invite more people to the wedding." Wei Wei Bai stared at him with wide eyes. Wen Jinxian knew that she was surprised, but he didn't regret his decision. He saw that her eyes were misty, and she seemed to be annoyed. Could it be that she didn't like him being so sudden? Wen Jinxian's black eyes were filled with malevolence. Or did she regret it? But in the next second, Wei Wei Bai finally found an opportunity and reached out to grab his arm. She coldly asked, "Who is Blue Phoenix High Lord?" Wen Jinxian paused and said in a low voice, "She's just a guest." "Why are you asking?" "Wei Wei Bai, I heard that she's the #1 beauty." A beauty artifact with 50 HP was called 10 minutes of beauty. It only took 10 minutes. She had to be in the same frame as the #1 beauty. Otherwise, the 50 HP would be wasted. It was a luxury item that she rarely bought. If it didn't work, it would be like saving up a year's worth of pocket money to buy super expensive cosmetics. Just as she opened the lid, the cosmetics would be smashed by the naughty child. That heartache would be suffocating. They had to be in the same frame and not waste their HP. Wei Wei Bai's eagerness made Wen Jinxian fall silent for a long time. Then, he finally couldn't suppress the smile on his face. "Oh, it's the #1 beauty. // Chapter 24:24. Wei Wei Bai glared at him and suddenly pushed him away. This time, it was easy to push him away. Wen Jinxian even calmly took a few steps back, the smile on his face deepening. Wei Wei Bai walked forward, the chains on her ankles jingling softly. Under everyone's strange, shocked, and confused gazes, she walked over. Wen Jinxian calmly followed behind her with his hands behind his back, as if he was her follower. Everyone automatically made way for them, except for one person. Blue Phoenix looked at Wen Jinxian coldly, then stared at Wei Wei Bai with disdain and coldness. Wei Wei Bai's dazzling face made her, as a woman, feel that it was too beautiful. This kind of beauty was like a demon's existence. Blue Phoenix smiled coldly. "I thought Lord Wenjun was a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to fall for the demon's tricks. Is this a fox transformed into a demon? She's only good at seducing men, but you were bewitched?" A mere golden core cultivator, and a golden core cultivator who relied on Wen Jinxian's power. He actually dared to embarrass her like this. Wen Jinxian did not answer, but looked up and glanced at her indifferently. His eyes were unusually calm. Blue Phoenix felt a chill down her spine, as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Blue Phoenix shivered, but Wen Jinxian looked away and looked at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai walked in front of her and looked at her curiously for a long time. That strange gaze did not look like it was provoking, but it looked like it was observing something. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "She's so pretty, she's really the #1 beauty." Blue Phoenix's beauty was cold and aloof, as if she did not belong to this world. She was very pleasing to the eye, and even a beauty who was angry would think she looked good. The system said, "You have the beauty suppressor. Don't be afraid. Go and suppress her." Wei Wei Bai said, "I think my face is not as good as hers." The aloof fairies were much more popular than the seductive vixens. "What happened to your face? He's much more powerful than her." Wei Wei Bai was delighted. "Is she prettier than her?" The system replied, "No, your skin is thicker than hers. Even if she cultivated for 10,000 years, she still wouldn't be able to compare to you." Wei Wei Bai, he often wanted to squeeze the system to death, and this impulse was like the power of the tides, going back and forth without end. Wei Wei Bai deliberately stood beside High Lord Blue Phoenix. 10 minutes couldn't be wasted. When Jin Xian had stolen all the headlines, her heart ached for her life value of 50. He could only use the residual warmth of others' shock to get himself as close to the number one beauty as possible. She was even more beautiful than the number one beauty. This was a drug that was used to control facial cancer. She looked at High Lord Blue Phoenix excitedly. She couldn't help but reach out and grab her hand, wanting to take a photo with her. In the end, High Lord Blue Phoenix thought that she was going to humiliate her. Her eyes turned cold, and her tone was incomparably cold. "A mere little spirit dares to approach me?" After that, High Lord Blue Phoenix's fingertip was about to send a stream of spirit energy into Wei Wei Bai's body. The power of a Mahayana cultivator could destroy heaven and earth. A stream of spirit energy was enough to make Wei Wei Bai's soul disappear. Not only did her obsession fail, but she was also humiliated. For High Lord Blue Phoenix, who was brought back to life by others, this was a great humiliation. Just as the spirit energy touched Wei Wei Bai's body, the violent spirit energy suddenly wrapped around her finger. High Lord Blue Phoenix's expression changed, but it was too late to withdraw. She desperately pushed back, but her expression changed drastically. Cold sweat poured out, and her whole body staggered backward. She couldn't stand still and sat on the ground. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 24-25. Lord Blue Phoenix trembled desperately. Her face as pale as a sick ghost. She looked up, but she saw that when Jin Xian had already put his hands on Wei Wei Bai's shoulders. His eyes were always on the girl. His black eyes were bottomless, but there was a layer of hazy affection. And the spirit energy in the hall had been drained in a short time. The exchange just now. It was a fight between the early stage of Mahayana and the former Lord Sor. All the spirit chi in the air was completely consumed by this simple move. It was dangerous, but for one Jin Xian, he didn't even raise his hand. Not only had High Lord Blue Phoenix been defeated, but her source had also been injured. And the lowest level immortal cultivator present, Wei Wei Bai, was still a good-for-nothing immortal cultivator who ate lotus flowers. He asked the system calmly, "I was in the same frame with the number one beauty just now. Why was she so scared that she sat on the ground?" The supermarket couldn't be fooling her, right? The so-called oppressive beauty was actually oppressive, making the opponent sit on the ground in fear. She was oppressive? This was not the oppressive beauty she wanted. System, maybe she was hit by her beauty, so her legs went soft. By Wei Wei, although you said what I wanted to hear the most, do I still look like I'm mentally retarded? It must be that the number one beauty just now, there was something wrong with the finger that stretched out. Because when Jin Xian was just standing behind her, but his hands fell on her shoulders. Then she felt the air around her dry up, although the rest of the feelings were isolated. But she knew, probably, maybe when Jin Xian just fought with the number one beauty. After all, there were all kinds of moves in the immortal cultivation world. It was not impossible for the kind of fancy martial arts that could destroy the earth in 1 second. Lord Blue Phoenix slowly got up. Her face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She stared at Wei Wei Bai. Stared. Why did she feel that her beauty was unusually dazzling? It was as if he would be tempted if he continued staring at her. Pooey. High Lord Blue Phoenix forcibly retracted his gaze and sneered. 100 years of obsession is nothing but a joke. I sincerely came here to ask for advice. Everyone says that High Lord Wenjun has a noble temperament and a peaceful character. I didn't expect you to be so shameless and humiliate me like this. These words were simply too harsh. The others also looked at each other. It was indeed shameful to be rejected when he proposed. However, it was rare to see Reverend Clearwind lose his composure like this. And everyone saw it just now. She had ruthlessly attacked that golden core stage girl, intending to destroy her soul. That was why when Jin Xian fought back. An eye for an eye. When Jin Xian could not be blamed for this. If there was anyone to blame, it was when Jin Xian's fault for falling for her. Moreover, the person he was attracted to was so weak. It was no wonder that he was caught in the crossfire. When Jin Xian's focused gaze finally shifted away from Wei Wei Bai, he raised his eyelashes, his dark eyes cold and calm. Humiliate? These words are a bit harsh. Before you entered the sect today, I didn't know you. When Jin Xian's words were neither fast nor slow, but they were unusually vicious. On the contrary, you were the one who attacked my fiancée. Who is the shameless one? As he spoke, he slowly walked forward, blocking Wei Wei Bai behind him. The young man had an extraordinary aura. His eyes were cold, and the lotus between his eyebrows seemed to be burning. For the first time, everyone in the hall felt a world-destroying pressure. It rose out of thin air. Everyone was sent into a situation of certain death. Some cultivators' expressions changed drastically. For a moment, they couldn't hold on and immediately took out their Dharma treasures to block this terrifying power. Chapter 24-26. Surging spiritual energy continued to appear from when Jin Xian's surroundings. Supremacy Blue Phoenix was the first to bear the brunt. Her pupils constricted, and protective magic treasures immediately appeared around her. However, these things shattered inch by inch in the air, turning into golden specks of light. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly and pale. When Jin Xian still stood in place, indifferent and aloof. He didn't even raise his fingers. His beautiful white skin was as cold and pure as snow. The immortal cultivators from before Soar had absolute authority over all the other immortal cultivators. It wasn't that there weren't any who could challenge the strong. However, the most powerful visitor at the scene was only in the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. Not to mention challenging one Jin Xian. Even if all of them went up together, they wouldn't be able to achieve a real challenge. The only person at the scene who had the experience of challenging someone of a higher level. It was when Jin Xian himself. He was polite to others because he was giving them face. If he didn't give them face, he would directly fall out with them. Everyone would be buried in the Heavenly Gates sect. No one could do anything to him. He was a king at the peak of strength. Fortunately, he had been in seclusion all this time, so he gave people the illusion that he had a gentle temper. When Jin Xian's indifferent eyebrows were exceptionally exquisite, in the white specks of light, there was actually a hint of demonic. Maybe it's because my temper is too good that you think my people are easy to bully. No matter how weak Wei Wei Bai was, the person standing behind her was him. Whoever dared to show the slightest disrespect to her was provoking him. Most of them were weak disciples and grand disciples who were bullied by others. It would cause the immortal cultivators behind them to seek revenge. When Jin Xian wasn't such a protective person. After all, his disciple had lost. As long as she wasn't maliciously murdered, she would lose or be beaten. They all had to rely on their own strength to regain their dignity. Those who were too weak couldn't enter the Heavenly Gates sect. But now it was different. He finally knew what it meant to unconditionally protect her. The little fox had always been weak, and her cultivation talent was also low. Anyone could bully her. Could it be that he would let her be bullied and let her become stronger to regain her dignity? No, he would kill those who bullied her on the spot. Don't let her suffer even a little bit. A few traces of redness overflowed from the depths of Wen Jinxian's black pupils. He closed his eyes and suppressed his intense emotions. He didn't want to let his demonic state deepen, but he still felt very angry. He wanted to kill. When the demonic thoughts, his momentum, The spirit chi began to transform into a cold and sharp energy, ready to slaughter the people at the scene at any time. If these spiritual energies were to be suppressed down, death were inevitable. Just as those cultivators were preparing to use all their strength to fight against Wen Jinxian's power, Wen Jinxian suddenly stopped them. When a destructive struggle was about to begin, a pair of soft hands gently hugged Wen Jinxian's waist from behind. The ruthlessness in his heart actually eased. "Master," she called out softly, seemingly puzzled. After all, she was standing behind him, so every bit of his power went around her. Therefore, she just felt that the air was not very good. The little fox's delicate and weak body was pressed against his burning back. Her voice was much sweeter and softer because of her worry. Her lips were close to his clothes as she whispered softly, "Master, I'm tired." If the system didn't say it, she wouldn't have known that when Jinxian was going to slaughter everyone. Who could be so calm when they were possessed? Moreover, the progress bar of the possessed didn't change. Who would have known that he was possessed? When Jinxian's back tensed up a little, he suddenly withdrew all his power. Then he turned around and reached out to touch her face. His eyes were incomparably deep. "You're tired. Let's go rest." His tone sounded a little passionate. Before Wei Wei Bai could react, the scene changed and they were already back in the lotus pond. Wei Wei Bai finally realized something and immediately expressed that she wasn't tired. When Jinxian was silent for a long time before saying softly, "It's okay. I'll be tired later." Wei Wei Bai. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 90. What do you want to do with the favorability increasing at this time? / button at the bottom to record the reading record. Chapter 24-27. As for the people in the reception hall, they were all sitting on the futons exhausted. Even the big shots who had experienced countless life and death situations. At this moment, under the pressure of the supreme powerhouse, they had developed fear and inner demons. Especially Blue Phoenix, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her skin began to bleed. Because of the huge pressure, her strong physical body began to crumble. Just now, when Jinxian really wanted to kill her, she immediately took out a life-saving pill and stuffed it in her mouth. It took a lot of effort to stop the bleeding, but her cultivation had abruptly regressed by a stage. From the early stage of the Mahayana realm, she almost fell out of the Mahayana realm. She looked at everyone in the Heavenly Gates sect with resentment. She put out a name, Wen Jinxian, and that little fox bitch. She was at odds with them. Several disciples who were suppressed by their master to the point of almost vomiting blood stood up helplessly at this time. They quickly comforted the other supremacies. No one expected their master to suddenly become angry. However, their little junior sister was bullied, and a violent anger surged in their hearts just now. After all, the Heavenly Gates sect was famous for protecting their own. He had come to their territory and even attacked their people. It was good for their master to be angry, but when they went out and were beaten by others, their master seemed to be indifferent. If they were beaten to death, they would be punished when they came back. This treatment, compared to their little junior sister, did they pick her up or give her away? No matter what, they still had to clean up their mess. Mystic One took the lead and smiled respectfully to comfort the big shots. He also expressed that he hoped that everyone would give him face at his master's wedding. How could they not give him face? In the cultivation world, strength was respected. In the past, Wen Jinxian didn't care about anything and had been in seclusion. If Wen Jinxian was willing with this strength, they had to respectfully lower their heads and call him senior. Being young and old was not a problem. Strength was the hard fist. Moreover, Wen Jinxian was obviously not angry at them just now, but at Blue Phoenix supremacy. They were not as skilled as others, so they were affected. They couldn't blame Wen Jinxian for anything. They could only blame themselves for being weak. They were all old demons who were thousands of years old. Everyone drank the spiritual energy lotus tea sent by the Heavenly Gates sect. After recovering his primordial chi, he immediately put on a polite smile. Whether or not he would take revenge in the future was one thing. In Wen Jinxian's territory, they had to be polite. The only exception was High Lord Blue Phoenix. After she finished cursing the Heaven sect, He immediately flicked his sleeves, staggered, took out a flying tool, and rushed out of the Heavenly Gates sect. Then it disappeared into the clouds. Susan, who had been staying in the corner, curled his lips and followed without saying anything. Shieni wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Susan was going to kill revered Lord Blue Phoenix. It was too risky. Even if High Lord Blue Phoenix was secretly cursing his master and the little fox, Susan should not be so impulsive. His current realm was still 2 to 3 levels lower than High Lord Blue Phoenix's. Even if he was severely injured, it would not be easy to kill him. Those who could cultivate to the Deshang stage were all old monsters. Susan was only 100 years old, and he was considered the most talented cultivator of the new generation in the Heavenly Gates sect. He was too inexperienced. Being so impulsive didn't seem like something he would do. Mystic One furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Then, he couldn't help but come to the closed Lotus Hall. He respectfully told Wen Jinxian about Susan. He thought that his master would not answer. After all, during this period of time, no matter how he knocked on the door, he did not respond. If he had not crushed the bead, it would have been difficult to see him. Chapter 24-28. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an indifferent response from the door. Let him go. If he doesn't die, I will spare his life. Xian, he couldn't wrap his head around it. From Master's tone, he felt that Susan had committed a serious crime. Suddenly, he came to his senses. Susan and his junior apprentice sister had that kind of rumor. At that time, they all thought that Susan and junior sister were a couple. Then, the incident of Master turning into a demon happened. Then, Susan was almost beaten to death by Master. Then, junior sister was locked up in the main hall. And Susan was extremely haggard during this period of time. His stable temperament began to show flaws. All these little things were connected. Could it be that Master had long had a crush on junior sister? But junior sister and Susan were both willing. Master's crush failed, and he turned into a demon. Then, he wanted to beat Susan to death. But junior sister sacrificed herself to appease Master and save Susan. What kind of sadistic deep love was this? It was a love that implicitly held all kinds of labels of blackened, delicate, bloody, and tragic. It was simply, Xian hurriedly stopped his out-of-control thoughts and left with cold sweat on his forehead. In the main hall, there were already lotus flowers everywhere. The fragrance of the lotus flowers had a kind of magic power that made people sleepy. The red lotus flowers had a strong, demonic aura. When Jinxian was half lying in the flower, the petals were scattered, and the floor was a mess. His fair and light skin had a few more traces of drunkenness. His beautiful black eyes had turned dark red. There was a hint of laziness in his red eyes, and in his arms lay a cute little fox. Her fluffy tail was next to his body. This was her way of protesting. If she was too tired, she would turn into a little fox and reject him. He slowly reached out and touched her tail, letting her pretend to be unable to sleep. Anyway, there was plenty of time. She was hungry. She would return to her original state. Because it was a special method, she was forcefully sent to the golden core stage. She didn't even know the simplest way of fasting and would still be hungry. When Jinxian also didn't teach her, he didn't even remind her that when she reached the golden core stage, she could start to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for her own use. It could also be converted into energy, and there was no need to eat mortal food. When Jinxian's eyelashes were half closed, his red eyes were full of greed and passion. Meanwhile, Wei Wei Bai asked the system, "How's old monster one?" System blocked. Wei Wei Bai. Damn it. Old Frequent must still be a pervert. Otherwise, why would the system be blocked? If old monster one continues like this, she will turn black. Immortal cultivators were not humans. An old man who had been a hermit for 700 years was even more inhumane. The little fox held its head stubbornly, refusing to turn into a human even if it died. Even when the hair on his tail is bald, he still doesn't change. Didn't they say that Qing Si could order when Jinxian around? Not only did he not listen to her every time she gave him an order, he even became more irritable. Qing Si was really disappointing. The power was actually suppressed by Wen Jinqian's own spiritual energy. What was the use of it? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, the Heavenly Gates sect had been extremely busy during this time. The things they wanted for the wedding were all top-notch. Little Junior's sister had become Master's wife. Everyone was dumbfounded. After the confusion, they did what they had to do. After all, no one dared to say anything about Master's matters. Moreover, Little Junior's sister was quite cute, much better than that green phoenix supremacy. Everyone was relieved, because when Little Junior's sister first entered the sect, they didn't know the reason. They actually didn't hold a real disciple recruitment hall. Chapter 24-29. So in writing, they were not really master and disciple. This was good for public opinion. If they were really master and disciple, this would be a stain on Wen Jinqian's reputation. Heaven's Gate sect was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The fairyland with white as the main theme was now full of red. Wei Wei Bai was released a day in advance. She felt like she was Wen Jinqian's prisoner. Ever since Wen Jinqian turned into a demon, she could not leave him for more than half a step. She did not need to see him the day before the wedding, because he was going to Heaven's Gate sect's arcane realm to find some treasures as her dowry. Wei Wei Bai immediately rolled up her sleeves to provoke Wen Jinqian's darkening mission. The favorability was already 92. This was the first time she saw the favorability increase, so she was not happy. Instead, it was indescribable, and her waist trembled reflexively. The system said, "You can't escape. This darkening mission is not easy." The difference in strength between the two was not as big as heaven and earth. Wei Wei Bai, who was like a trash cultivator, could not succeed in anything in front of Wen Jinqian. Wei Wei Bai looked at the red wedding dress in front of her and frowned. "Aren't we getting married? Just slap him at the wedding and reject him." The system was speechless. He would never be as vicious as the host. Why was every sentence the host said a good way to torture people? And she said it in such a casual tone. Wei Wei Bai said, "But this method is not safe. Where's the number one beauty?" The system said, "She's recuperating, seems to have suffered a serious injury. She was almost killed by Wen Jinqian." In the end, when she managed to save her life, Su San attacked her from behind and stabbed her. If there were no accidents, the number one beauty would not be able to come out for at least 100 years. Wei Wei Bai said, "Let her move. How could she be the number one beauty if she can't get revenge after being slapped in the face like this?" The system was speechless. She was the number one beauty, not the number one fighter. He shed a pitiful crocodile tear for the number one beauty. Wei Wei Bai said, "Tongzi, turn into her inner demon and let her see my smug face. If she sees too much of it, she will get angry and take revenge." The system said, "Wait, why do you want her to seek revenge?" Wei Wei Bai, "Stop the wedding. That way, after I reject Wen Jinqian, I can find a chance to disappear for a while. Only then could the blackening value move. Otherwise, Wen Jinqian wouldn't have been able to maintain his blackened value at 60 for 1,000 years. The system said, "Even if you can stop the wedding, you won't be able to run far." In this world, he was terrified of the male lead. A high-level immortal plane was no joke. The power system was too similar to the system world. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and looked at the chain on her ankle thoughtfully. "That's right. With this thing, we can't even get out of the door." The system said, "Actually, there are other ways to provoke the malevolence of the male lead." The host's brain was filled with malevolence. What torture methods could he not think of? Wei Wei Bai silently touched her kidneys. The system said, "Okay, I got it." She said it was for the blackening value. She's just afraid of the male lead. After Wei Wei Bai finished talking to the system about how to torture Wen Jinqian, she got up and changed into the red wedding dress. It was late at night. The outside was still brightly lit, and there was a hubbub of voices. After all, the sect leader of the Heaven's Gate sect was going to get married, so the preparations were very complicated. From time to time, she could see her senior brothers on flying swords, holding flowers, or some rare and exotic beast flying by. Wei Wei Bai opened the window and leaned against it. // to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Chapter 2430. She counted with her fingers when Jinxian would appear. As she waited, she yawned lazily and closed her eyes. When Jinxian returned, he saw Wei Wei lying by the window, her red sleeves hanging under the window. Beautiful tassels fluttered from his sleeves. The girl's sleeping face was slightly flushed, and her silver hair draped over the fiery red wedding dress. She was gorgeous and unparalleled. He stood by the window and slowly reached out to touch her hair, his expression gentle. His black eyes were a little redder, reflecting her beautiful face. 700 years of loneliness. At this moment, he finally received beautiful comfort. When Jinxian stared at her quietly, he had never been so glad that he was possessed. Only he, who was possessed, could abandon the hypocritical calmness and not let go of her, nor let go of himself. He had to tie the two of them together. If he was normal, he might have heard about her and Susan. He would have really helped them with his hypocrisy. When he thought of that terrible scene, when Jinxian's heart ached sharply, he pursed his thin lips, and his eyes became cold and treacherous. Perhaps the cold aura made the little fox a little uneasy. She opened her eyes and saw Jinxian's dark face again. The possessed Jinxian. It was like the wind and rain. He was fine just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was going to kill someone. She immediately tugged at his sleeve and smiled sweetly. "Master, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." It sounded like she was waiting for him. When Jinxian's dark eyes turned tender and pure, his voice was gentle. "Don't lie by the window. Be careful not to catch a cold. Wei Wei Bai, no matter how useless you are, you're still at the golden core stage. If a golden core stage cultivator catches a cold, will the entire cultivation world laugh to death?" Of course, there was no need to refute such a small matter. She supported her chin with both hands and narrowed her round eyes. Her charming little appearance was so seductive. "I say, master, do you like me?" When Jinxian's deep and dark eyes rippled with tenderness, his voice was a little hoarse. "Don't you know whether you like it or not?" Bai Weiwei leaned forward, her beautiful neck peeking out from under the collar. "How much do you like it?" Her fingers hooked around his clothes. He was like a real fox spirit that could bring calamity to the country and the people. She had to dig out his heart and liver. When Jinxian reached out and held her fingertips. "Don't mess around." His current demonic state did not allow her to seduce him in the slightest. Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a while before lowering her voice. "Shizuan, I still think this is a dream. After all, you didn't let me like you." When Jinxian's expression changed a little, and he sounded a little anxious. "That was a lie." Wei Wei Bai burst into laughter. "I knew that Shizuan likes to joke." When Jinxian's tense heart relaxed a little, but he saw the young girl slowly drag him over. "Master, we can't see each other the day before the wedding. I can only trouble you to climb the window and not let anyone see you." As she matured, she became more and more aware of how to play tricks. She used an innocent attitude to do the most charming things. But when Jinxian was willing to be seduced by her, he couldn't even imagine that he would really follow her wishes. Like an ordinary person, he climbed through the window and entered the room. Then he entered the brightly lit room. She slowly took off her wedding dress. "I'll wear it tomorrow." Under the light, she looked at him sideways, mesmerizing him. "I'll wear it tomorrow." Her willing words made him think of tomorrow. Chapter 2431. They looked like they were getting married. Jinxian bent down slightly and murmured in her ear, "Okay, wear it tomorrow." The redness in his eyes lessened a little. The bar for bewitchment also dropped from 60 to 50. Wei Wei Bai was not flustered at all. This was a night of candlelight talk. She only gave him a slight smile, and his favorability towards her climbed up to 94. When she woke up the next day to put on the wedding dress, the chains around her ankles disappeared as well. She just said that her foot hurt, and he untied it. Wei Wei Bai calmly let the maid draw her eyebrows. Her eyes were bright, and the lotus petals between her eyebrows were beautiful and delicate. When the time came, she heard a familiar voice outside. "Junior sister, you can get on the sedan now." This voice, was it Su-san? Wei Wei Bai said, "When Jinxian, this old monster, is really jealous." If she and Susan really had something going on, wouldn't it be killing his heart? She actually let her rumored boyfriend carry the sedan. The system did not dare to say anything. The host was mentally disabled for a while and did not know about the development of Susan's feelings. Although he was mentally disabled now, Susan had already put away all his emotions. So to Susan, this was a pig's heart. Wei Wei Bai stood up casually. The maid helped her, and she covered her head. When she got on the sedan, she said to the system, "Just do as I say." System, that's a bit cruel. Wei Wei Bai, become mentally disabled, dear. System, host, have you been hit by the side quest? When the sedan landed, the curtain was lifted. A piece of red cloth was placed in her hand, and opposite the red cloth was Wen Jinxian. She slowly got up and walked out of the sedan door. The beautiful flame of the wedding dress flashed in front of her eyes. Susan stood by the sedan, expressionless, his body straight. When Wei Wei Bai was led into the main hall, he only dared to look up at her back. Along the way, lotus flowers bloomed and cranes cried. Her red dress was as gorgeous as flames, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Suddenly, Susan felt a sharp pain in his mind. He immediately closed his eyes and did not dare to look again. Beside him, Xian Yi's expression also changed as he felt the pressure from his master. He looked at Susan's pale face and sighed helplessly. Then he pulled his hand and went to the side. Sometimes, he really felt that his little junior sister was actually a scourge. Wei Wei Bai walked to Wen Jinxian's side and was about to reach out her hand. A loud voice came from outside the Heavenly Gates sex array. "Supremacy Wen Jun, today is your wedding, but you didn't invite us. Are you looking down on us?" Wen Jinxian looked out the door. A hint of red flashed through his deep black eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then his voice was soft and steady. "Everyone has come to give me face. Today is my wedding, and to welcome the guests, the Great Gate Protecting Array has been activated." The array had just been activated. Several streaks of rainbow light flew over and landed outside the main hall. It turned out to be those old monsters of the Deshang stage. All of them were exuding immortal energy. The weakest one, the heavily injured Blue Phoenix High Lord, was also present. The newcomer did not come with good intentions. The atmosphere was not right. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be a little uneasy and wanted to secretly remove the veil. A slender and beautiful hand gently pressed down on her fingers, and a lazy and smiling voice stopped her movement. "I can only remove it when we are in the bridal chamber." Wei Wei Bai frowned and whispered, "Master." Wen Jinxian calmly and gently stared at her for a while before whispering, "It's time to change the way you address me. From now on, I will be your husband." In this atmosphere, he was still as calm as ever. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and smiled. "Husband." Wen Jinxian's beautiful eyes were stained with a gentle light. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 96. The increase of favorable impression points was like free cabbages. The strongest cultivator of the Deshang stage stood at the front. He was stubborn and cold, and when he saw Wen Jinxian, he forced himself to be polite. "Today, we didn't want to disturb Supremacy Wen Jun, but Blue Phoenix High Lord vouched with her life, so we had to verify it." Wen Jinxian glanced at them indifferently before taking a step forward. He was getting married today. His black hair was tied up with a jade crown, and his slender body was wearing a bright red groom's robe. His pale, jade-like face and the red of his clothes added a bit of gorgeous color to this cold and emotionless youth. "Other than my marriage, what else can there be today?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to stagnate, making people feel very uncomfortable. The leading cultivator frowned slightly, but still said coldly, "The matter of you becoming a demon." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Wen Jinxian became a demon? Quick! Chapter 2432. However, Wei Wei Bai and the system were extremely calm. After all, they were the ones who sent out the secret. To let the number one beauty know that Wen Jinxian was possessed, the system really cosplayed as a demon and turned into Wen Jinxian every day. It ran to the number one beauty who was in seclusion and strolled in front of her. It even tried to restore Wen Jinxian's red-eyed appearance. A woman who went crazy for love was very scary and meticulous. It would be fine if there was no suspicion, but there were some clues. She immediately remembered that there was something wrong with Wen Jinxian. For example, he was more irritable. Although he looked gentle, he was so cold that it made people's scalps tingle. What was even scarier was that sometimes there was a flash of red light in Wen Jinxian's eyes. If Wen Jinxian was possessed, then she could take revenge. Therefore, Blue Phoenix immediately sent the news to the few old monsters who were like her, who were at the Mahayana stage. She originally thought that even if Wen Jinxian was possessed, this group of people would only send one of them. After all, at this level of cultivation, everyone was waiting for Soar. No one was bothered to meddle in other people's business. It wasn't a big deal to be possessed by the devil. There were many people in the cultivation world who were possessed every day. But this time, all the old monsters came out of seclusion. As soon as they heard that Wen Jinxian was possessed, this group of people were like vultures smelling rotten meat and actually came together. Even High Lord Blue Phoenix was both happy and confused. It was better to mess up Wen Jinxian's wedding. Wei Wei Bai and the system actually felt that the #1 beauty was really amazing. She could actually make so many top immortal cultivators gather together to stop Wen Jinxian's wedding. Wei Wei Bai said enviously, "The #1 beauty is so charming." System by Wei Wei sighed. "You see, with just one roar, so many men have gathered around to help her disrupt the wedding of the person she likes." System, it couldn't answer. If it did, the host would keep talking about the #1 beauty. She was possessed by the #1 beauty. It must not talk to her about this topic. Wei Wei Bai said faintly, "#1 beauty." The system silently plugged its ears. It had to block the host immediately. Moreover, was this a matter of the #1 beauty? Her favorable impression of him had soared to such an extent. There was still no sign of a side quest. She felt like a retard holding a broken bowl and waved at him from not far away. Around the hall, all the guests looked at Wen Jinxian in confusion. Then, they looked at him in shock. Possessed by the devil? There were many people who had succumbed to the demonic path. But being possessed by the devil was still the most terrifying thing. Once they were bedeviled, 7 or 8 out of 10 cultivators would go crazy, no matter how powerful they were. He had become cruel and inhumane. In fact, they might even fall into the demonic path and become the main force of the demonic path. Almost no one could return to normal after becoming a demon. Who was Wen Jinxian? This was an immortal cultivation genius that had appeared out of nowhere. He was the only immortal cultivator in the world who had the strength before Soar. He was also famous for having no desires. He was cold and indifferent, but he was a gentleman who never did anything wrong. The only time he had cheated was when he married a disciple that he had half taken in. He said that he was his disciple. However, he was not listed in the register, nor was there a disciple recruitment ceremony held. In the world of immortal cultivators, he really couldn't be considered a disciple. Therefore, it was not considered a stain. At most, they were surprised that Wen Jinxian had actually become enlightened. He just wanted to get married, and the person he was marrying was a little monster. Oh, the little monster had just been formed. There was no murderous aura, and it was incomparably pure. Therefore, although everyone was surprised, they were still polite and gave their blessings. // to read the full article // fast download fast to read that to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the fast. Chapter 2433. They never thought that Wen Jinxian would be related to being bewitched. The 5 Mahayana cultivators at the entrance of the hall were all cold and serious. Supremacy Blue Phoenix was even weaker, revealing a ferocious hatred. Wen Jinxian looked at them calmly. There was no trace of intense emotion in his cold and dark eyes. He didn't look like he was bewitched at all, but his words were calm. There was a killing intent that chilled people to the bone. So you deliberately chose today to be a guest, just for this small matter? Small matter? Was being bewitched a small matter? If Wen Jinxian was really bewitched, then the lives of the guests today would be in his hands. Because bewitched people were unreasonable. No matter how calm they looked, they might start killing in the next second. A bewitched person like Wen Jinxian was the most terrifying weapon. Who wouldn't be afraid? The guests who attended the wedding had slowly stood up, all of them looking bad. And when Jin Qian's disciple couldn't help but press his fingers on his sword, his master had been bewitched, and all his close disciples knew. But no one leaked the secret. In fact, if these people really wanted to attack Wen Jinqian, everyone in the Heavenly Gates sect would fight to the death. Supremacy Blue Phoenix's face was as cold as ice. She sneered, "Wen Jinqian, if you are not bewitched, how can you look so guilty? This is a spirit artifact to test whether a person is bewitched. If you're not bewitched, put your hand on it." After saying that, an old monster of the Mahayana stage took out a round, transparent bead. If one was not bewitched, touching the bead would not change color. If one was bewitched, it would produce a dark color according to the degree of the bewitched. Wen Jinqian's dark and cold eyes were calm and cold, but he was still calm. "It's rare for me to have a happy day, and I don't want to get angry. It's not too late for you to leave now." Several old monsters of the Mahayana stage gathered together, and it was because of such an important matter like being bewitched, even if Wen Jinqian was a powerhouse of Soar. But the Heavenly Gate sect was a new sect, and there was no lack of amazing disciples. But the time was too short, and they had no foundation. And when Jinqian's genius made many people jealous, it was rare to see him in trouble, and there were many people adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, this group of people continued to be aggressive. "Lord Wenjun, you know the rules of the immortal cultivation world. Anyone who has turned into a demon should be punished. If you haven't turned into a demon, all of us will cripple one of our realms to ask for your punishment." Lowering one realm. This was a show of complete sincerity. Everyone knew how difficult it was to break through to the next realm, especially in the Deshang stage. This group of people have been stuck in the Deshang stage for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Seeing that his life was about to come to an end, he still couldn't make a breakthrough. That was why he took out a realm as an apology. That was really using his life as a bargaining chip. The group of old cultivators standing in front of the door said coldly, "If Sovereign Wenjun is possessed by the devil, then we can only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." This was simply a slap in the face. Wen Jinqian's cold eyes turned red. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, what a joke. If he didn't have any ulterior motives, would these people care if he was possessed or not? Some speculations flashed through his mind. The dark and ferocious beast in his heart slowly pushed the door open. He had purposely chosen today to come. It was also because it was a day of great joy that his heart was in turmoil. There was a gap in his heart. For immortal cultivators, it was a weakness. When Jinqian unhurriedly revealed a smile, "It seems that everyone is really here to court death." // to read / fast, download fast to read on. Comto facilitate your next reading. You can click on the fast. Chapter 2434. These words were said gently and calmly. Those who couldn't hear it would think that when Jinqian was very gentle just by looking at his attitude. The lotus between her eyebrows was so red that it was about to burn. A small hand gently grabbed Wen Jinqian's sleeve. The little fox's delicate and sweet voice was a little puzzled. "Husband." Wen Jinqian paused, and the hostility in his heart disappeared again. The beast retracted its claws. He narrowed his eyes, and his calm tone had a hint of gentleness. "It's okay. Let's settle some things before getting married." Years of forbearance and cultivation had caused him to become obsessed. He still looked indifferent. Some people looked at him like this. They actually felt that a person who had become obsessed couldn't be in Wen Jinqian's state. After all, not many people who had become obsessed could remain rational. Wen Jinqian looked so normal. Could it be that he was wronged? Just as the public opinion began to lean towards Wen Jinqian's side, Blue Phoenix's pale face revealed a trace of a cold smile. Before everyone could react, she had already vomited a mouthful of heart blood, and the blood beads immediately fell into the transparent bead. The bead smashed open. All of them attacked Wen Jinqian. Wen Jinqian stretched out his hand, and countless lotus petals detached from the blooming lotus. They blocked countless fragments, but some fragments went towards Wei Wei Bai. Wen Jinxian came to the little fox's side in the blink of an eye. The little fox still looked confused. After all, she was covered by a veil. She didn't see this sudden and silent scene. He rolled up his sleeve, but not a single fragment could touch the little fox. But when the fragment touched his sleeve, he frowned slightly. It didn't have any attack power, but the fragment turned black. In the beginning, the fragment wasn't meant to attack them, but to attach to Wen Jinxian's body. The fragment turned black, which meant that Wen Jinxian had become obsessed. Everyone was in an uproar and looked at the calm Wen Jinxian in shock. Wen Jinxian calmly brushed away the fragment. His beautiful eyes were as calm as water, and his face seemed to be covered with a veil. He had a holy temperament. He reached out and gently landed on her veil, but he didn't lift it. "Little Seven, follow behind me and wait for me to lift your veil." Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before she nodded gently, but didn't ask anything. When Jinxian smiled, his eyes finally lost their disguise and turned completely red. All of a sudden, the surrounding spirit qi surged violently, covering the sky and covering the earth. A power that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth gushed out with boiling, killing intent. When he was bedeviled, he could trap an entire city and torture it for 600 years. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had been completely heartless. What gentleness! What nobility! He was just too lazy to care. In terms of viciousness and coldness, he was even colder and crueler than the demons. He was just too lazy to hide his true nature after being bewitched. In fact, it was more like a human. After all, cruelty and viciousness were also emotions. Therefore, from a moment he fell in love with the little fox, he was no longer heartless and emotionless. That was his nature. He was willful, arrogant, cruel, and evil. The young man's wedding robes fluttered because of the spiritual energy. His black hair and slender body made him look like an immortal. His thin red lips slowly curled up. The lotus petals were all shattered and flew up. His red eyes were clear and seductive. "Today is the day of my wedding. There is not enough red, so I'll have to trouble you to pave the way with blood." He gave them a chance to leave. They didn't want it. Then don't blame him for not treating guests well. Chapter 2435. The expressions of the few old monsters of the Mahayana realm changed drastically. They looked at each other with fierce eyes. Today, they came to test whether Wen Jinxian was possessed or not. One of them got an item from the abyss of the demons. No matter how noble the cultivators were, all of them were extremely fierce. This thing was the luck reversal array. It was extremely vicious. It could deprive a cultivator of their luck and ability and turn it into their own use. If Wen Jinxian was not possessed, then they could only continue to wait. And if he was possessed, it meant that there was a weakness in his temperament, and there would definitely be an opportunity to take advantage of it. They had been waiting for too long in the Mahayana realm. Wen Jinxian, on the other hand, soared into the sky. In just 700 years, he directly reached the strength in front of Soar. And he also blocked the second lightning tribulation. Who wouldn't be jealous of this ability? Not jealous? Not coveting? The longer they cultivated, the more they knew that a genius like Wen Jinxian was rare. Depriving him of his luck, even if he became a demon, had to fight. This was also the reason why they rarely joined forces. Because they wanted to share Wen Jinxian's ability and talent equally. When the lotus petals attacked, the few old monsters blocked them. They took the opportunity to throw out a reversal array. Wen Jinxian saw the terrifying array enveloping him. He stood calmly, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why you suddenly thought of upholding the right path." Wen Jinxian sighed and slowly closed his eyes. His long and thick eyelashes suppressed the coldness and sloppiness in his red eyes. It was unknown where the gigantic golden lotus came from. It broke through the center of the reversal array. The array desperately absorbed spiritual energy. It was born to deprive spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy, the happier it was. Even a few old monsters were pleasantly surprised, because they knew the effect of the array. The more spiritual energy, the more powerful the array would be. Wen Jinxian intended to use his huge spiritual energy to attack the array. It was a wrong calculation. But very soon, everyone's expression turned sluggish, because the array gradually became difficult to operate. As if it had eaten too much, the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy was unable to keep up with the influx of spiritual energy. When Jinxian stood calmly in his red robes, behind him, the little fox was wearing a red veil. She seemed to be a little curious as she tilted her head, but couldn't see anything. It was boundless, covering the entire sky and earth. It was all spirit energy. It was suffocating. The reversal formation suddenly stopped with a creak. At this moment, when Jinxian slowly opened his eyes and smiled gently. It seems that this thing doesn't work very well. It is said that demons like sacrifices the most. Why don't you all become sacrifices and see if this thing can continue to function? Several old monsters of the Deshang stage couldn't believe it. It was too scary. They had already overestimated Wen Jinxian's ability, but he didn't expect that the difference of a realm could be so great. It was all because no one had reached the strength of Soar in the past 10,000 years. Everyone could only guess at Wen Jinxian's ability, but they never felt that his ability was invincible. After all, Wen Jinxian had never done anything earth-shattering. After a long time, everyone naturally looked down on Wen Jinxian. They also felt that they were particularly objective. Wen Jinxian gently raised his hand, his fingertips sparkling like jade. Lotus flowers fluttered everywhere, and the strange fragrance was so strong that it made people feel ominous. A huge force attacked the people outside the door. High Lord Blue Phoenix was the first to bear the brunt, and her body was shattered by the force. But Wen Jinxian seemed to see something through High Lord Blue Phoenix. /full text download / collect below to record this reading record. Chapter 2436. He frowned slightly, and a trace of abnormality flashed in his eyes. And during this short pause in time, the remaining few old monsters who had been forced into a corner had no way out. Suddenly, they self-destructed collectively. The power of the huge vortex exploded the protective array of the Heavenly Gates sect. The reversal array was also activated again. A dark abyss appeared in the middle of the array. There was too much power, and the abyss of demons was blown out. If it didn't work, everyone would be sucked in. Once they entered the abyss, they wouldn't be able to come out. Wen Jinxian stood in the middle of the array. He was actually a little exhausted, but the crack in the abyss had to be repaired. Otherwise, the Heavenly Gates sect would be directly sent into the abyss. He stretched out his fingertips and used the last bit of his strength to slowly close the abyss crack. This power shocked everyone. After killing a few old monsters in the Mahayana realm, he still had the strength to fight with the reversal array. What kind of power was this? It was simply the same as heaven and earth. Seeing that the abyss was about to close, the little fox behind him suddenly asked softly, "Husband, what's above our heads?" When Jinxian's finger paused, after a moment of silence, he said, "The reversal array. I'm now the eye of the array. As long as you kill me, my ability will be given to you." There were only 2 of them in the array. If he really died, his power would be given to the little fox. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be curious, but also seemed to understand. "So that's how it is. Do I kill you like this?" A sword pierced through Wen Jinxian's back and through his heart. It was a good sword. It was thin and light. He had picked it out of the Heavenly Gates sect's mystic realm for a day. No matter who held this sword, they could kill gods and destroy mortals. Immortal level high grade, the only killing weapon that could unleash its greatest power without selecting a realm. He thought that the little fox was so weak, so he had to protect her well. But he didn't expect that the first person this sword drank blood would be him. Wen Jinxian saw the memory of High Lord Blue Phoenix, which was a relatively deep memory before she died. In that memory fragment, he saw the aura of the little fox. He had branded his aura on her body, so he was too familiar with her scent. High Lord Blue Phoenix thought that she had noticed that he had become a demon. Actually, it was the little fox who told her. This was just a small trick, but it should be very difficult for the little fox. Not only did he have to create illusions, But he also had to spend a lot of effort to deceive others and leak the news that he had turned into a demon. He was worried that she would be bullied. When did she become so good at protecting herself? When Jinqian's voice was hoarse, blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth, staining the youth's fair face red. It was mournful and calm. Only his red eyes looked like they were about to cry. He asked little Blue Phoenix, Little 7. Bai Weiwei was practically lying on his back. She gently pressed her face against his back, and her bright red lips hooked up into a gorgeous, cold smile. Because I'm not called Little 7. I don't like an old man who even gave me a name. She was innocent and cruel. Our tribe's most powerful fox is the nine-tailed fox, but I am just a normal fox. To become a nine-tailed fox, I need a lot of power. When Jinqian's eyelashes were half closed and more blood gushed out, the reversal array began to extract his source energy. This power would be sent into little Blue Phoenix's body. She continued to complain innocently and cutely. I didn't want to stay by your side at first, but that stupid thread of love made me unable to leave. When Jinqian's eyelashes trembled, he wanted to ask something, but in the end he closed his mouth and couldn't ask anything. Her incomparably sloppy words were not purposeful and were just pure nagging. She didn't know what she was saying at all. How ruthless was she? Master wanted to drown me. I hate you to death, but you are powerful. I feel that if I seduce you, I will definitely become a powerful fox. Foxes were a race that seduced people for a living. If they seduced a powerful person, they could show off. And he was her trophy? The sword end by Weiwei's hand pierced deeper, and her hand was covered in blood. Her head covering had fallen to the ground. Her incomparably beautiful face was as delicate as his lotus flower. It was red with the smell of blood. I didn't expect to be able to obtain your strength. I will definitely become a nine-tailed fox in the future. She even asked softly, Don't you think so, husband? The abyss opened again, because more than half of Wen Jinqian's strength was taken away. It was all transferred into the little fox's body. But he didn't care. Instead, he asked gently, Are they all fake? Was her fondness for him all fake? Weiwei Bai was indifferent, like a naughty child who had broken a treasure. She said carelessly, Yes, it's fake. After saying that, she let go of the sword and sent Wen Jinqian into the abyss with a palm. More than 70% of Wen Jinqian's strength was taken away by her. Now, her ability was enough to look down on all heroes. Before the abyss closed, she heard it. Ding! The male lead's blackening value is 90%. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read on your phone. https://m/sashu.com// Chapter 2437. The destruction of the reversal array and the aftermath of the explosion of the old monster at the Mahayana realm. There was also the leakage of the remnants of Wen Jinqian's power. All of the power in the area was swept up. It shook the array formation of the Heavenly Gates sect, the place that was jubilant and fairy-like just a moment ago. But now it was a mess. Weiwei Bai choked on a mouthful of blood. She asked, Tongzi, have you put away Wen Jinqian's power? He still planned to return the power that came from the reversal, so he couldn't use it directly on her. Just now, using Wen Jinqian's power to send him into the abyss was already her limit. The meridians and blood vessels in her body were about to explode. Old Monster Wen's power was too powerful. Just using a little bit of his spiritual energy was enough to force her to self-destruct. The system hugged the box and wanted to cry. There's too much spiritual energy. I'm worried that it will explode. He even specially bought a particularly strong storage box. In the end, Wen Jinqian's power became like this. It could explode at any time. If it really exploded, he and the host wouldn't need to be retarded. They could directly die. Weiwei Bai was on the verge of collapse. Her skin began to bleed, and her whole body trembled. For the first time, the life guarantee that the system gave her couldn't stop the pain. No, it should be said that it was too painful. It was so painful that even the life guarantee couldn't suppress all the pain. Therefore, she could only bear the remaining pain. She was such a patient person, but she also endured until she wanted to die. Wei Wei Bai heard the sound of the lightning strike. The lightning fell into the abyss and went to kill Wen Jinxian. There were a total of 3 lightning tribulations. Breaking love, heartless, immortal meridians. Wen Jinxian had already experienced 2 lightning strikes. The 5th to 9th lightning strikes were all immortal meridians. After enduring the 9th lightning strike, the immortal meridians in Wen Jinxian's body could directly send him to immortality. Wei Wei Bai had no choice. Sending him to the abyss, the power of the lightning tribulation would be infinitely weakened. Otherwise, Wen Jinxian would be finished by the lightning strike in minutes. Moreover, Wen Jinxian still had 30% of his power in his body. Coupled with her heart-wrenching blow, it guaranteed that he was now in a sage state. He didn't want to be in love at all. The possibility of surviving the lightning strike had increased. She endured the pain and spent 30 days of her life points. He bought a lightning rod for him. This thing was very good. It could guide the power of lightning away. Come to think of it, she wasn't a demon. She was the only one who could abuse others and have after-sale service. He wasn't worried that when Jinxian was really dead. Was the mission over? So to torture him and to let him live. She racked her brains to plan. It was guaranteed that the final outcome would be a happy one. She gave him a good beating. In the end, it gave him a chance to succeed in killing Sor. Who else dared to say that she was vicious and thick-skinned, torturing people to death without burying them? Wei Wei Bai, who was still a good-for-nothing at the Golden Core stage, had given Wen Jinxian a slap. Not only did she reject his wedding, but she also threw him into the abyss of demons. The Golden Core stage had directly regressed to the Foundation Establishment stage. She propped up her body. She had to leave the Heavenly Gates sect as soon as possible. Otherwise, these disciples and grand disciples would come back and settle the score with her. But before she could take 2 steps, her vision turned black. System, I'm going to faint. I'm going to faint. The system covered its face speechlessly. Your vitality is about to be overdrawn, and you still have the strength to walk? Wei Wei Bai, if I don't walk, I'm going to die. Her betrayal of Wen Jinxian was seen by those who weren't blind. Should the betrayer stay in place and wait to be hacked to death? The system immediately rummaged through the trash can. I'll see if there's any space item that can send you away. Hold on. Unfortunately, she couldn't hold on. Chapter 2438. Xian Yi's sword was already attacking wildly. He shouted, Lan Shi, how dare you betray Master and betray the Heaven sect? Heaven and earth can forgive you, but not me. Everyone saw it clearly. The power of the reversal array was absorbed by Wei Wei Bai. Xian attacked Wei Wei Bai with the determination to die. Because of Wen Jinxian's power, no one could win against Wei Wei Bai. But if he couldn't win, he wouldn't take revenge? Xian Yi's eyes were burning with hatred and tears of anger and sorrow. Even if he died, he would drag Wei Wei Bai to hell with him. How could he let her go? How could he face Master? But the next moment, a similar long sword hit Xian Yi's sword. It was Su San. He attacked Lord Blue Phoenix for the little fox. Similarly, he attacked his senior brother for the little fox. Xian Yi shouted in disbelief, Su San. Su San's face was pale, but his eyes were firm. He reached out and hugged Wei Wei Bai, who was covered in blood, and touched her body. She was in the Foundation Establishment realm, but there was no time to explain. Xian Yi had already started to arrange the array. He looked at them coldly and crazily. If you want to save her, you can sacrifice yourself to Master's soul. Wei Wei Bai almost rolled her eyes, but she was in so much pain that she grimaced. Wen Jinxian was not dead yet. Sacrifice my head. Wen Jinxian was such a shameless person. How could he choose such a righteous and impatient disciple? Su San held the little fox and arranged the sword array to block Xian Yi's array. Then he activated the transmission talisman and disappeared with Wei Wei Bai. Seeing them leave, Xian Yi gritted his teeth and shouted, Close the array of the Heaven sect. Drive away those who are not from the sect. Then he turned around and ran into the Life Lantern Hall. He saw that his master's life lantern was still lit, but the flame was weakening. He immediately forced out his heart blood and injected it into the life lantern to give his master some power. Then he started to arrange the array to protect the lantern, as long as the life lantern was not extinguished. No matter how badly Wen Jinxian was injured, he could still survive. As for Su San and Lan Qi, the day of their master's return would be the day they lost their lives. An ice-cold wind blew as Su San stood on the flying sword. In his arms was a little fox wrapped in clothes. The fox was covered in blood and on the verge of death. He didn't even dare to hug her too tightly for fear of hurting her. The wounds on her body were all caused by her master's spiritual energy. It was a backlash caused by forcefully borrowing spiritual energy. Fortunately, the lotus petals left behind by his master began to inject new spiritual energy into the little fox's body to repair it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to save her. Wasn't he trying to steal Master's power of providence in the reversal formation? With so much spiritual energy, it was enough for her to cross several big realms. Even the Deshang stage should be there. Why did he fall to the Foundation establishment stage? Su San lowered his head to look at the little fox that was covered in wounds. He knew that his second senior brother and fifth junior brother were chasing after him. Both of their abilities were specifically used to restrain sword cultivators. That was why he couldn't be chased. Once he was caught, he might be able to keep his life and await his master's judgment. It was certain that the little fox would be killed on the spot. This chase took him about 2 days to really get rid of it. He took her to escape into the human world, the cultivation world, and the small town at the edge of the abyss of demons. This was a lawless land. It was very difficult to find a person here, but it was also very dangerous. There were criminal cultivators everywhere, monsters disguised as humans, and all kinds of sinister demons. Su San was a famous prodigal before he started cultivating. /full text download / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the chapter 2439. In this kind of place, he was like a fish in water. He disguised himself as a middle-aged uncle and took the red-haired little fox as a pet. He lived in a small inn. The little fox was still sleeping quietly, the petals hidden between her eyebrows emitting a faint light. They were constantly protecting her. Su San hugged his sword and sat quietly at the side looking at her. He was looking for a reason for himself. She might have had her reasons to betray her master. After all, she didn't become a powerful cultivator, and her body was seriously injured. But she did send her master into the abyss of demons, since the abyss was sealed by hundreds of cultivators in ancient times. Anyone who entered this place never came out, so she still betrayed her master. Su San held the sword, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. The little fox suddenly frowned and muttered, "It hurts." Su San immediately let go of the sword and reached out to cover the lotus between her eyebrows, using the spiritual energy of the lotus to guide her to stop the pain. When she relaxed her eyebrows, he breathed a sigh of relief. Admit it, whether she betrayed or not. She wasn't a bad person. He liked her. The system stared at Su San for a long time, after confirming the attributes of a simp. Only then did he feel relieved and continue to eat the biscuits, while doing embroidery with his feet. The system also tried to detect where Wen Jinxian went. It found that other than being alive, nothing else could be seen. But the 3 lightning tribulations had indeed passed. As for the abyss not returning, that was fine. The host had already decided. In the end, Wen Jinxian couldn't return, and then she would become even more evil, to 100% evil. After the side mission was completed, she would go directly to the abyss to find him to attack the favorability. This was the host's incomparably simple plan. Every time the system saw the host make such a casual plan, such a casual attack plan, it felt that the host wasn't beaten to death by the male lead because the male lead was a good person, just as Wei Wei Bai was recuperating from her injuries and being a vegetative fox. In the dark abyss, countless lotuses bloomed. The red lotuses had completely changed color. They were completely stained black by the blood of countless abyss demons. In the lotus cluster, a huge black lotus began to change color. The immortal meridian entered the lotus. The heavily injured youth slowly opened his eyes. Golden light appeared in his red eyes. This was the power of the immortal meridian that entered. Under his long and narrow eyelashes, his half-closed golden eyes turned back to their normal black color. However, this kind of black was completely different from normal people's black. The darkness was sinister and exceptionally horrifying. The lotus continued to attack the abyssal demons. Demons that were terrifying to others were nothing more than nourishment to him. Under the nourishment of the immortal vein and the demonic creature's blood, the severely injured youth was recovering at a frightening speed. Finally, one day, a hand reached out from the lotus. Her fingertips were sparkling and translucent like jade, beautiful and flawless. The lightning tribulation also came. The 6th, 7th, and 8th lightning tribulations seemed to have sensed something. The power that broke through the abyss with all its might viciously attacked the person who was about to come out of the lotus. A power that could destroy the heavens and earth. More than half of the abyss was destroyed. Even the seal that imprisoned the abyss was directly destroyed. However, the power of the lotus blocked all of the lightning tribulation. The youth in the lotus flower finally stood up slowly with his naked body. His shiny black hair fell behind him. He casually grabbed a black robe, made a black fog, and draped it over his body. His face was still holy and calm. Because of the immortal meridian, he didn't look like he was possessed at all. Chapter 2440. The 9th Xian Lei couldn't fall for a long time. It was being suppressed by a terrifying power. Once it fell, he would either fail or become an immortal. Become an immortal? He. What was so good about becoming an immortal? After all, his little fox was still in this world. If he left, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't be able to catch her? When Jin Xian slowly turned his head, barefoot, he stepped over the lotus and walked towards the top of the abyss. Did she like being a powerful fox so much? She liked him so much that she would rather not have him. Then a gentle smile slowly appeared on Wen Jinxian's face. Destroy everything that she likes. She liked power. He took out her spiritual root. She liked to charm others. He dug out her eyes. If she still wanted to use her body to escape, then she didn't want her body. Anyway, even if she only had a soul left. Even so, he still couldn't escape the imprisonment of his seal. Ding, the male lead's blackening value is 93. Wei Bai, who was half dead from recuperation, twitched her ears. She still looked like a fox. After all, her injuries were too serious. She had been recuperating for a few months. It was still very difficult to turn into a human. The blackening value increased. It seemed that when Jin Xian felt that he couldn't escape the abyss, so he was angry. Wei Bai covered her mouth with her claws and yawned lazily. She had been eating and waiting for death for a few months, but her blackening value was only 93. When it was 95, she would think of a way to go to the abyss to find Wen Jinxian. She would stimulate him and directly reach 100%. Then she would attack his favorability. Wei Bai thought about a lot, but she didn't expect Wen Jinxian to come out of the abyss. Because the seal of the abyss was in the system's information. Almost no one could shake it. Wen Jinxian was so seriously injured that he only had 20 to 30% of his strength left. He could protect himself, but it was almost impossible for him to come out. She was too lazy to return to her human form, so she was surprisingly lazy to yawn. When Susan landed with the food box, he saw the little red fox lying by the window basking in the sun. She squinted her eyes lazily, her light-colored pupils clear and innocent. It had been 3 months since Master fell into the abyss. The little fox's wounds were almost healed. Her cultivation had also stagnated at the foundation establishment stage. His spirit meridians were damaged, and a crack had appeared on his inner core. These wounds were all injuries to the source and would take many years to heal. However, with the lotus petals left behind by Master, the little fox would be able to heal even faster. Susan did not ask her why she betrayed her master. If she wanted to say it, she would say it. When the little fox smelled the rice, it immediately pricked up its ears and looked at Susan. Susan calmly arranged the tableware for her. When he looked up, he saw a young girl leaning against the windowsill. The corners of her eyes were long and narrow. Her skin was pink, and her eyes were sparkling. They were as beautiful as peach blossoms. Susan's movements paused, and then he looked away, not daring to take a second look. Don't transform into human form so easily in the future, he said in a hoarse voice. Wei Wei Bai ran to the table with a smile and picked up the chopsticks. I only transform into my human form when I'm eating. It's much more convenient this way. Su San was as calm as usual, as if he didn't care, and said, Eat. The little fox ate happily. It was like when he returned to the Heavenly Gates sect. At that time, she was the happiest person in the Heaven sect. Master had not taken a fancy to her. She was only a little fox who had a crush on Master, and he was the senior brother who would often roll his eyes at her, disdaining her weak strength. The past was like smoke, everything was blurred. Only the little fox's smiling face was still clear. After eating, Wei Wei Bai said, I heard that my clan is in the north. I should go back. Su San silently stared at her for a while before coldly saying, Once you enter the clan, we can only separate. At that time, no one will protect you. The Fox clan was very mysterious. Most of them were women, and once they came out, they would bring disaster to the country. But most of the time, they would only silently cultivate, and very few people could see them. Once the little fox went back, he would not be able to follow her in. Foxes were xenophobic. Wei Wei Bai silently stared at Su San for a long time. Then she said, Senior brother, don't like me, I have someone in my heart. Su San clenched his fingers, and his face immediately turned red. Who likes you? Wei Wei Bai clapped her hands and said with a smile, That's good. Senior brother deserves someone better. Su San suddenly asked, Who do you like? The little fox narrowed her eyes with a smile. In her clear eyes, it was so affectionate that it moved people. Who else could it be? Of course it's my husband. Chapter 2441. My husband? Su San didn't react for a while until he realized something. Wei Wei Bai turned back into a fox, as if she hadn't said anything. He stared at her blankly for a while. The person she liked was still her master. But why did she want to send Master into the abyss and betray him? Why did she lie to Master when she said she liked him? Su San felt that there were more doubts in his mind. But looking at the little fox lying on the table, he didn't seem to be in high spirits. He thought for a long time, then lowered his head and said gently, Okay, I'll send you back to your clan. Back to her clan. As long as the Heavenly Gates sect didn't try their best to kill them all, the little fox's safety could still be guaranteed. And he should go back to receive his punishment, or rather, to receive his death. Su San reached out and gently picked up the little fox. Let's hurry. All of his fondness was suppressed in this indifferent sentence. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything, obediently stayed in his arms, then closed her eyes. The system suddenly felt sad. Licking dogs, losing everything. It said, You don't have to torture him like this. This brother doesn't need to become evil. Wei Wei Bai said, Isn't this for his own good? I'm with the abyss. If he jumps in with me, won't he hinder me? No, I mean hinder his future. The first sentence was your real words, right? You're afraid that you can't pretend to be pitiful to win over the male lead with a burden. So kick him away after you've used him. Wei Wei Bai explained perfunctorily, We can't be too bad. We obviously have no feelings for him. Of course we have to be cold and reject him to make him sad, so he can think better. System, this is called not being too bad. How bad are you going to be? Think about when Jinxian's end. It suddenly felt that the host's bad was boundless, vast and boundless. Before getting on the sedan chair, the host clearly said, When someone came to find trouble, take the opportunity to pretend to be greedy for life and run away. At the same time, scold when Jinxian and make him become evil. But what did the host do? She would stab him to death with Wen Jinxian's gift. After that, she even scolded him. She straightforwardly and callously said that she didn't love him anymore. What a liar. In the end, he even sent him into the abyss with a palm strike. And this plan was only thought of by the host in 3 minutes. Was it easy for him to find a discount box? He thought that the side mission was stuck and could not be completed. He felt that what he should be worried about was the main quest. After all, scum was the host's old profession. Making a person turn black was actually the host's strength. Su San brought Wei Wei Bai out of the small town and hurried day and night. The distance from here to the north was at least 5 days. They rushed to the bustling town on the first day. It was just enough for him to stay the night. Susan got a room. It was the little fox's. He set up a protective array formation for her. Then he slept on the roof of her room, watching over her. He slept on a roof every day, but the little fox didn't know. While they weren't looking, a few lotus flowers suddenly appeared in the inn's pool. It was bright red with a hint of black, strange and evil. Wen Jinxian, who was at the edge of the abyss, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cold and clear, and there was a beautiful red color in his dark eyes. He smiled gently. "Oh, found it." It was clearly such tender words, but it sent a chill down people's spines. His perfect, white, jade-like body walked out of the lotus flowers. He casually put on a black robe, lazily revealing the white skin on his chest. And just like that, he disappeared on the spot. To facilitate the next reading, you can click on Chapter 2442. It was still midnight in the inn. The little fox had a big heart and slept like a log. Susan stared at the stars, vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he immediately sat up. But it was too late. A huge lotus flower appeared under him at some point in time and swallowed him whole. There was only a bright moon and stars on the roof. The person guarding the little fox, however, had disappeared to who knows where. Wei Wei Bai suddenly realized that something was wrong. She fell asleep and found herself sitting on a lotus. The familiar hall and the tightly shut spirit stone door. A dreamy, immortal mist lingered. The soft chirping of red-crowed cranes came from outside the door. She was wearing a lotus dress. Her fingers were slender, and her silver hair was loose. She was like a fairy born in the lotus, confused and confused. Smash! System blocked. My heart is dead. Wei Wei Bai, something was wrong. It felt like a dream. If her mind wasn't clear enough, she would have been fooled by something if she realized that something was wrong. It didn't feel like a dream, but more like a deliberately created illusion. Wei Wei Bai maintained her usual pure and cute persona, holding her dress and pretending that she was still dreaming. She looked left and right and saw the lotus pond. Wen Jinxian stepped out of the lotus. He was as pure as the moon, his slender figure wearing a white robe, his dark eyes gentle and calm. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows. Then a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. "My master?" Wen Jinxian looked at her in confusion, as if he felt that something was wrong with her. He slowly walked over and grabbed her wrist. "Why is your cultivation so weak? Wait for me to refine some pills for you to strengthen your foundation." There was no betrayal. There was no killing. There was no hatred. It was as if everything was in the past. After a moment of confusion, Bai Weiwei seemed to realize that she was just dreaming. She smiled, her pure and innocent eyes carrying a trace of hateful casualness. "No need, master, I don't want your things." She wanted to torture him even in her dreams. Ding, the male lead's blackening value is 94. The blackening value increased too slowly. What was worse was, how did Wen Jinxian crawl in her dream? Did he come out of the abyss? Wen Jinxian's fingers paused, but he didn't say anything. He just said indifferently, "Don't be willful, little seven." Wei Wei Bai just had to go against him. "My name is not Little Seven. Wen Jinxian, the name you gave me is so unpleasant. I was born with a name." It was as if he knew that he was dreaming. The young girl's willful and reckless behavior, her fearless and ignorant stupidity was completely exposed. But her beautiful face, every frown and smile, seemed to be tempting to fall into hell. Some people, or rather, some demons. They were born to do whatever they wanted, trampling on the sincerity of others, trampling on the love of others. There was not a trace of genuine repentance. This dreamland was the last chance he was giving her. When Jinxian's expression became gentler and calmer, he reached out and held her fingers. The girl's soft fingers were like budding flowers, tender and warm. "How I want to cut it off." "Then what is Little Seven's name?" He was careless and gentle, but he was holding back a monstrous viciousness and violence. Wei Wei Bai's light-colored eyes contained a ruthless and affectionate light. She smiled innocently, but her face was beautiful and exquisite. Wei Wei Bai, I'm not called Little Seven. I'm called Lan Qi. When Jinxian quietly lowered his head and gazed at her, his eyes were still affectionate and gentle, and his long and beautiful eyelashes were half closed. Download the mobile article at https://m/com. Chapter 2443. As if he didn't care at all, he smiled and said, "It seems that Little Seven really doesn't like the name Master gave her. How about I call you Wei Wei from now on?" Wei Wei Bai felt like she was in a dream and kicked him away even more recklessly. "Don't always pinch my hand. It hurts." Delicate and willful words, coupled with cold and disdainful eyes. It really made people feel cold just looking at her. When Jinxian wasn't angry at all, he smiled faintly and looked like a gentleman. The elegant and beautiful young man even bent down slightly and held her slender and fragile ankle in a pious manner. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her pink toes were as cute as flower buds. When Jinxian's smile gradually deepened, for some reason, his gentle smile had a hint of bewitchingly gorgeous feeling. His eyes also began to turn red, and a sharp and raging madness gradually appeared. "It seems that Wei Wei doesn't just dislike the name Master gave you. You probably don't like anything Master gives you." Wei Wei Bai's face was full of ignorance, and there was a stupid innocence on her gorgeous face. She chuckled and said, "How can that be? I like Master's power. When I'm done digesting Master's power, I can also soar. That way, I'll be the first fox in the world to become an immortal. Everyone will be envious of me." When Jinxian also laughed, "My little fox, you actually have such a big dream. Does that mean you can throw away Master's power when he has no more?" Wei Wei Bai tried to pull her foot back, but found that his fingers holding her foot were getting tighter and tighter. It hurt a lot. She frowned in confusion, as if she didn't know why she still felt pain in her dream. So when her willfulness came, she didn't care about anything and struggled. When Jinxian, "Let go of me. You're annoying even in my dream." When Jinxian stared at her blankly for a while, and finally sighed, as if he had completely given up. "It seems that you really only want Master's power. I felt bad for you, and thought you had difficulties." It turned out that he didn't. It was all because of the little fox's naivety to seduce an old man who had been lonely for 700 years. Then, when she got it, she didn't want it anymore. After all, he wasn't the one she wanted from the start. Who gave her the courage to do such a stupid thing? Maybe I should forgive her. Who asked her to be a child who didn't know the ways of the world? Even if it was bad, it was so righteous. It was so that he wanted to destroy her. He pinched Wei Wei Bai's ankle with his fingertips. The sharp pain made Wei Wei Bai shocked. A trace of doubt finally appeared in her blank and ignorant eyes. Then he came to his senses. She stared at him, her voice trembling. Master." There was no trace of a smile on Wen Jinxian's gentle face. He looked up, and there was a hint of gold in his red eyes. It was the power of the immortal meridian. He was the first person who had entered such a deep demonic state and was still able to withstand 8 bolts of immortal lightning. Even the last bolt of immortal lightning refused to descend. It was also because of his strong obsession that prevented it from landing. After all, he had either become an immortal or failed. He couldn't even see the little fox. He didn't pull her into hell completely. How could she be worthy of his love for her? When Jinxian said softly, "Master is back. Are you happy, Wei Wei?" He crawled out of the abyss of demonic creatures that no one had ever come out of. It was all for her. She should be happy because he loved her so much. All of the resentment, coldness, madness, distortion, and terrifying feelings. Chapter 2444. They were all connected to her. Wei Wei Bai's body began to tremble. "This isn't a dream. It's not a dream." Wen Jinxian tilted his head, and a cute smile appeared on his youthful face. It was as if he was imitating Wei Wei Bai's innocent and childish appearance. "A dream? Of course not. This is a mystic realm that Master specially built for you. This is an immortal realm built above the 9 heavens using the power of immortal thunder. Do you like it? In the cultivation world, no one could reach his realm. Of course, no one could go to such a high place." The familiar hall slowly collapsed, and countless black and golden spiritual auras surged out. The power of becoming an immortal and the power of becoming a demon intertwined into a terrifying scene. Behind the crumbling beauty was a desolate darkness. Countless black lotuses emitted a golden fluorescent light. They bloomed under their feet. She saw that they were in an unfamiliar palace. It was antique, with countless corridors and countless houses. But there was no one. It was so quiet and dark that it was terrifying. Only the gray lanterns emitted a faint light. When Jinxian pinched Wei Wei Bai's leg. Ever since Master fell into the abyss, he liked the darkness. Wei Wei, you don't mind that the house Master built is darker, right? Wei Wei Bai's face was filled with fear. She kicked him with all her might. Let go, Wen Jinxian, let go of me. She even looked at Wen Jinxian's wrist. Sure enough, the red thread of love on his wrist had already pierced deeply into his flesh. It looked unusually painful. Wen Jinxian, on the other hand, smiled gently and affectionately, like a clear breeze blowing over the moon. Wei Wei, do you think that Master needs to listen to you because the thread of love is deep into his bones? I want to listen to you too, but the power of this thread of love is too weak. After saying that, the thread of love on his wrist was suddenly shattered by a terrifying force. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt a piercing pain. If the thread of love was forcefully removed, the female side would suffer a backlash. She clutched her chest and screamed in pain, curling up weakly. Wen Jinxian's fingers had already let go of her ankle, but his cold fingertips were slowly moving upwards. A morbid resentment appeared in his red eyes. Does it hurt? You're too delicate. Just a little pain, and you're already so uncomfortable. Do you think that someone will pity you and then love you? For example, Su San? Wei Wei Bai was in so much pain that her face turned pale. She sneered and said, "It was you who wanted to love me. What does it have to do with me? Why do I need to take responsibility?" When Jinxian paused, seemingly a little confused, he stared at her blankly for a long time before suddenly smiling. He felt that it was too funny. How could she be so ruthless? The power that was supposed to kill Su San had disappeared. It turned out that Su San was the same as him. There wasn't much difference. He was just an ant that she had willfully trampled upon. When Jinxian sighed, there was even some pity on his face. He said in a low voice, "You really are a child who never grows up." Ding! The male lead's blackening value is 95. Wei Wei Bai was in so much pain that she hammered the ground. When Jinxian, your blackening value can't increase like this. She was enough of a scumbag. She was heartless, unreasonable, and deserving of abuse. Why did her blackening value increase to such a level? Give me more effort. It's over 100. She immediately cried out and hugged Wen Jinxian's thigh to apologize. "Brother, I love you. I betrayed you because I was stupid." In the end, she could only continue to be a scumbag. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of being tortured at 95? Damn you, you're still so gentle after being tortured to this extent. Are you a man? Bai Weiwei held on to her breath, wanting to continue to say a few more ruthless words. However, she heard him say faintly, "I still can't be cruel to you." Weiwei Bai was confused. Her pale face was covered in cold sweat. She didn't seem to know what he was talking about. Wen Jinxian's red eyes contained a twisted and dangerous smile, but his expression was gentle and affectionate. "I'll give you a reminder first. Hurry up and run. If I catch up with you, I'll break your hand first, okay?" Bai Weiwei, at the / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu, com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu, com. Chapter 2445. A huge, gorgeous, ghostly palace. On countless corridors, white lanterns hung eerily. Pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Lotuses bloomed. Amidst the ghostly aura, only the sound of panicked footsteps could be heard in the dark silence. Weiwei Bai lifted her skirt. Her silver hair fell to her calves. Her clear, light-colored eyes were filled with fear. Wen Jinxian, That pervert. People can't be too shut in. Look, after 700 years of shut in, a good young man finally turned into an old monster with a strange temperament. She heard something groaning under the lotuses. Wei Wei Bai shivered, goosebumps rising. She was really scared, because this place was directly pried up by Wen Jinxian from the abyss. Demons were all used by Wen Jinxian as nutrients for the lotuses. But those dark auras would become especially scary ghosts. They floated everywhere, waiting to eat people. She was now in the Foundation establishment stage, still on the verge of falling. She could fall out of the Foundation establishment stage at any time and become a pitiful little fox in the Qi cultivation stage. She was not afraid of anything else but ghosts. She did not know how when Jinxian knew that she was afraid of these things. This scary, strange, long, endless, and full of rooms. Black shadows were surging everywhere. It scared her to death. Wei Wei Bai was tired from running, but she could not return to her fox form. She did not know what seal Wen Jinxian made. She could only be in human form. The 95 blackened Wen Jinxian looked, a bit perverted. The system asked what happened. Wei Wei Bai almost ran into the wall. System, you're back? The system said, I was just blocked. He was confused about why he was suddenly blocked. Could it be that when Jinxian did something to the host that was not suitable for children? Wei Wei Bai briefly explained Wen Jinxian's state, then said, looks like I'm not enough of a scumbag. This blackening value won't increase no matter what. The system said, the host's skin is thick enough to say that she's not enough of a scumbag. The system was back. At least she was not alone, so she was not afraid. But he still had to pretend. After all, Wen Jinxian was going to break her hand. It sounded pretty scary. Suddenly, a terrifying giggle came from the depths of the corridor. A few pale hands appeared at the end of the corridor, as if something was crawling on the ground. Wei Wei Bai was terrified and immediately pushed open the door of the nearest room. With a creak, a huge room appeared. The beautiful wooden floor was brightly lit. Why is this room so bright? Wei Wei Bai frowned, but she still closed the door and locked it. Countless white curtains fluttered in the air. The room was like a lady's boudoir. There was a dressing table, a carved bed, and a wooden wardrobe. Lotus flowers of normal color were in full bloom in the vase. Wei Wei Bai felt that this room was very strange, but he could already hear the door creaking. When Jinxian insisted on playing hide-and-seek with her, so she could only bitterly hide in the closet. She had no choice. She was afraid of those sinister things. Luckily, he had the system smashed together. Wei Wei Bai tried calling out. System blocked. Wei Wei Bai reached out to support her chin and thought calmly. Then, she roughly understood why the system kept disconnecting. This plane was a high-level plane. In terms of the system, the upper limit of power here was very similar to the system world. And when Jinxian had withstood so many lightning bolts, he had set up all kinds of barriers and arrays to restrain outsiders. The system might have been restrained. That was why its contact with her was so intermittent. Chapter 2446. Wei Wei Bai helplessly reached out and touched her face. She could only rely on herself. If she didn't torture Wen Jinxian to the point of blackening, she would be sorry for her desperation. Without blackening, she wouldn't even be afraid of ghosts. Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath and adjusted her state of mind. Her calm eyes changed again. Panic and fear appeared in her pure eyes. She trembled and hugged herself, burying her head in her knees. She seemed to be extremely scared. She couldn't even control her ears. They actually popped out, sharp and furry and unusually cute. Also unusually pitiful. She seemed to have heard something. Her ears perked up, and her beautiful eyes looked up, her eyelashes trembling violently. The sound of footsteps came from outside, slowly approaching the wardrobe. He seemed to know where she was. He knew exactly where she had escaped to. The footsteps stopped, as if he hadn't discovered the problem with the wardrobe. After a long pause, he slowly turned and left. The sound of the little fox breathing a sigh of relief came from the wardrobe. After a while, it was confirmed that there was no problem. The wardrobe slowly opened. Wei Wei Bai put her fingers on the wardrobe door, and her weak feet were just about to touch the ground. But she saw Wen Jinxian standing by the wardrobe, looking at her with a gentle smile. His eyes were filled with affection, and his voice was low, gentle, and hoarse. Wei Wei, is it fun? Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale. She desperately shrank back, and her beastly nature made her vigilant. No matter how gentle Wen Jinxian was, she looked at him as if she was looking at a terrifying enemy. Wen Jinxian didn't care at all. He pressed forward step by step, forcing Wei Wei Bai into the dark wardrobe. Then he looked at the little fox's beautiful face with satisfaction, which had lost all color. But there was a hint of fragile beauty. She was beautiful no matter what. It was as if she was born to seduce him. Wen Jinxian gently reached out and gently landed on her wrist. Her wrist bones were extremely slender and fragile. She only had the power of the Foundation establishment stage. He knew that, but he couldn't find where the 70% of his power was. Actually, it didn't matter. Maybe it was lost by the little fox. After all, her ability had always been terrible. It was possible that she couldn't even grasp the power that was sent to her. When Jinxian smiled, "I'm not afraid. Why would I hurt you?" It was as if he was lying when he said that he wanted to break her hand. The little fox's ears trembled. Her silver hair was scattered all over her body, and her round eyes were filled with pitiful tears. Her voice softened. "Master, you're the best. I still like you." Her voice was tender and soft, so sweet that it seeped into one's bones. The coquettishness of a little girl was soft and cute, like an apricot flower on a branch. When Jinxian gazed at her and couldn't help but smile, the redness in his eyes deepened. "Me too. I like Wei Wei the most." As soon as Zhang Xian said those words, the meridians in his wrist ruptured. Wei Wei Bai's eyes widened as fear flashed through her eyes. The pain in her wrist was unavoidable. She struggled with all her might and cried out in pain. However, when Jinxian hugged her gently and grabbed her wrist tightly with one hand, almost lifting her up, he comforted her softly, but he didn't know when the white robe came off. It had turned completely black. The sound of comforting words was accompanied by her screams. In the abyss-like room, it was mournful and pitiful. When the meridians in his wrist ruptured completely, Wei Wei Bai staggered out of Wen Jinxian's arms and fell to the ground, trembling all over. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she wanted to escape. However, she used all her strength to move one step. Wen Jinxian had already stepped on her skirt. Chapter 2447. Wei Wei Bai's scared eyes showed resentment. She trembled and said, "Madman, you're a madman." Wen Jinxian looked at her light-colored eyes, which burst out with resentment and anger. The corners of her eyes were red, but she was very pitiful. He chuckled softly. The shadow of his body was like hell, covering the poor and weak girl. Before he completely pulled her into the terrible darkness, he was already close to her ear and said unbelievably gently, "It's all because of you. My obsession is all because of you. My obsession is also because of you." So he went mad with any violent hatred and love that appeared. She had to solve it. It was time to grow up and know what it meant to make people fall in love with her. If you like someone, you have to like them forever. Even if that like was fake, you have to pretend to like them forever. She wouldn't. He would teach her. Who asked him to be her master? In the boundless dark wonderland, in the depths of the ghostly palace, there was only one huge room that was brightly lit and as warm as spring. Black and gold lotuses bloomed in the bottle. There was no incense burner, but the room was full of a strong and strange fragrance. There was also another strange and ambiguous aura. The thick carpet was red as blood, comfortable but unsettling. Behind the beautiful and thick screen, the carved bed was full of the softest silk. On the dressing table, the eyebrow pencil was thrown casually and the rouge was crushed. The bronze mirror was also thrown to the ground. It was as if someone had been pressed here and struggled to break these things. The owner didn't tidy up and let them scatter. In the empty and quiet room, only the occasional panting sound of panic could be heard. In a messy bed, a person wrapped in a quilt was huddled in a small corner. Under the red quilt, Wei Wei Bai's face was dull. She was dull because she was tired. Who worked continuously for a month and stayed on standby for 24 hours a day without rest. You're tired too. Yes, during this month. She had scolded Wen Jinxian more than 10,000 times. Every word was heartbreaking. She even scolded his kidney function. Wen Jinxian's blackening value was stuck at 96. It was the same as favorability. He didn't move at all. She deeply doubted whether her business skills had regressed. Was it because he was already at the age of retirement, yet he still refused to admit his old age? Just like those female celebrities in their 40s or 50s who still insisted on acting as young girls and even went for plastic surgery. Even if she once had the glory of a movie queen, he would never return. Bai Weiwei reached out and touched her face. It was okay. His face didn't need a facelift. Perhaps his acting skills had deteriorated. Weiwei Bai sighed. Wen Jinxian is such an old scumbag. Even when I suffocate him with a blanket in my sleep, he still doesn't get blackened. Is he really a turtle? How could he be so tolerant? It was the same for the early stages of the game. Their favorability didn't increase at all. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. / crossover system, Adonis, come here. Read at https://www.sashu.com// crossover system, Adonis, come here. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. Read at https://m. Sashu.com. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on Crossover System. Adonis, come here. Chapter 2448. Why did it have to appear at the end to scare people? The system said faintly. What happened? Host, did you smash it? Weiwei Bai, oh my god, the system is finally back. He had been disconnected for a month. He missed him so much. The system flipped through the information again. Why is your leg broken? Weiwei Bai, I tried to escape, then it broke. The system, you broke it when you fell? Weiwei Bai, I fell into Wen Jinxian's arms, and he broke it. The system, how could the host say such terrifying things with such a calm expression? Weiwei Bai, but my hand is better now, I can move it. It just can't take anything. After all, her meridians were broken, if Wen Jinxian didn't treat it. Not to mention moving, the bones and muscles in her hand would have shrunk. The system, your hand is broken too? Bai Weiwei, yes, it was originally broken very badly, but when Wen Jinxian tied my wrist, I struggled a little better, so he treated it for me. The system, host, how can you say such horrible things with a smile on your face? The system tried to speak. Then, what are you going to do? Weiwei Bai was expressionless. Let me think. I've almost used up all my torture methods. Self-mutilation won't work, depression won't work, amnesia won't fool old one, cheating won't work, I don't have a partner. Who knew that old one would turn black? He didn't recognize anyone. Susan only had a scandal with her. He looked like he was going to kill her. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't show any care for Susan, Susan would probably be dead by now. After all, he was her senior who fed her before. It wouldn't kill her if she didn't have feelings for him. Weiwei Bai thought about it, and finally sighed. My tricks aren't working anymore. These days, it wasn't easy to come up with new tricks to torture someone. The system said, why don't we stop torturing him? Weiwei Bai, I'm already at 96. If I don't complete the side mission, am I going to eat flies while wearing diapers? That made sense. After all, he didn't want to go around begging with a bowl. Therefore, it was better to torture him. But how could he do that? The old monster's skin was so thick. Why can't I heal him? This guide is too southern. The system suddenly said in alarm, the male lead is here. Actually, he wasn't too sure. He just felt that something was coming. With a whoosh, Weiwei Bai's eyes lit up. Strength was coming. Her expression changed, and she rolled off the bed without thinking. The blanket on her body had spread out a little, and the skin under her neck had a delicate and clean beauty under the light, if one ignored those deep and obvious marks. Meanwhile, the system, he's fucking blocked. Wen Jinxian quietly appeared beside the bed. He saw Weiwei by struggling to move forward with her weak hands. On the red carpet, her silver hair spread out, messy and gorgeous. He didn't say anything and just watched calmly. His gaze was gentle, until he saw that she was tired and couldn't move anymore. Only then did Wen Jinxian bend down and reach out to hug her. Unexpectedly, Wei Wei Bai seemed to know that he was coming. Instead, she raised her head and reached out to hug his neck, hiding in his arms. Her legs were weak. There was no strength. Wei Wei Bai didn't seem to care. She whispered pitifully to Wen Jinxian, "Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Chapter 2449. Wen Jinxian revealed a gentle smile and reached out to touch her face. There were still traces of makeup on it. He wanted to draw her eyebrows and dress her up, but she was unwilling and made a fuss for a long time. His fingertips slid across the lotus petals between her eyebrows. The spiritual energy of the petals imprisoned her spirit meridians. She couldn't cultivate on her own and could only be maintained in the shaky foundation establishment stage. Her fingers gripped his clothes tightly. There were still traces on her fingertips. He calmly held her fingers and put her on the bed. Wei Wei Bai trembled as if she was afraid. When Jinxian traced her face and gently touched her hair, tangling his fingers in it. "Wei Wei, do you still want to escape?" A trace of fear appeared in Wei Wei Bai's eyes. She hurriedly shook her head and revealed a stiff smile. "Why would I escape? I like Master so much." The little fox was extremely pitiful. Her eyes were watery, and every time she was in pain, she would cry. She scolded him as she cried. The more she scolded him, the more pitiful she seemed. When Jinxian's eyes were calm and deep, but under this calmness, there were extremely twisted and demonic emotions. His voice was as beautiful as a clear spring. "Since you like it, then live well with Master." In the beginning, he just wanted to live well with her. She was unwilling. He just spent a little more effort to break her hands and feet and build a cage. When the little fox heard this, her voice trembled with anticipation. "If I live well with Master, can I go out?" When Jinxian stared at her beautiful and charming face. During this period of time, she had really become more and more beautiful. She shouldn't be cultivating immortality like this. Perhaps the one who was more powerful than her. He wanted to capture her as a furnace and torture her to death. He just couldn't bear to part with her. Otherwise, she would have been a furnace long ago. This world was too willful and flamboyant. People who wantonly squandered their beauty. They couldn't live well. That was why he locked her up to protect her. When Jinxian's smile deepened, his fingers were gentle but didn't allow her to resist as he pushed her onto the bed. "Sure, wait until Wei Wei learns how to love before going out." Wei Wei Bai's voice immediately trembled as she revealed a fawning smile. "Master, I love you." When Jinxian's eyes narrowed and his body stiffened, the gentle smile on his face froze. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. She softened her voice and said sweetly, "I love you, husband." These words were obviously fake, but it made Wen Jinxian's emotions surge. He looked at her for a long time and finally smiled warmly. "I love you too. I love you so much that I wish I could kill you." The feelings that he cherished were just lies that she could casually use as a tool. How could someone be so hateful? Ding, the male lead's blackening value is 97. Ever since he discovered a new way to torture people. Wei Wei Bai confessed every day, no matter how badly she was abused. She anxiously used her weak hands to wrap around the strong man. "Master, I love you so much. Master, your eyes are so beautiful. They're like gems. I love you more and more every day. Husband, you'll be my husband for life. Loving you is the meaning of my life." What a cheesy way of saying sweet things. Awkwardly sweet mode activated. At first, when Jinxian could still look at her as a joke. But gradually, the look in his eyes changed. After all, the little fox's gentleness and active adoration were too passionate. She was much more passionate than when she first pursued him. He clearly knew that it was fake. It was fake. The little fox called out sweetly again, "Husband," when Jinxian finally raised his irritable and dark eyes. He could no longer pretend to be gentle and said coldly, "Shut up." Wei Wei Bai smiled. "You look the best in the world when you're angry. I love you even more." One Jinxian, for the 1,000th time, he wanted to strangle her. How could someone make use of their feelings so thoroughly? No matter how much pain he made her feel, she could use all her strength to say that she loved him. Over and over again. Did she have to torture him in this way? Wei Wei Bai, "Yes, master." Her weak hand grabbed his hair. Her beautiful face was so innocent that it was cruel. Husband, I love you so much. Are you happy? Wen Jinxian, Wei Wei Bai, I love you so much. When can we go out? Wen Jinxian, ding, the male lead's blackening value is 99. Chapter 2450. The system, who was chewing on a small biscuit, felt that this blackening value was purely caused by Wei Wei Bai's disgust. So be it if you want to torture people. You don't deserve a beating. Anyway, with the painkiller, the host acted recklessly. That pretentious strength was not something a normal person could bear. No, the system looked at Wen Jinxian's handsome face with a look of despair. Even if it was the abnormal Wen Jinxian, he was also torture enough. The host stepped on Wen Jinxian's most painful place and stomped her feet desperately. She also added chili and cumin and roasted it. Wei Wei Bai lay in the lotus. In the pool of demonic energy and immortal energy, the lotus buds bloomed. She narrowed her eyes expressionlessly. Her eyelashes were wet, but her eyes were extremely cold. Her hands and feet were weak. Originally, there was one hand that was normal, but I said I love you too many times. In the end, Wen Jinxian grimaced and broke the meridians of her good hand, and she was so angry that she bit his neck. His skin was obviously very tough, but when she bit it, it was hard to resist. He deliberately softened his body and let her teeth sink into his skin as she wished. In the end, Wei Wei Bai's lips were bloody. She laughed even more desperately and crazily than him. The resentment in her eyes was cold to the bone, but it made the beautiful girl look even more like a blood-soaked demon, seductive. Her delicate lips curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Master, I really love you so much. The hatred in her words, with desperate malice, was wrapped in words of love. He couldn't kill her. He couldn't win against her. As she said, what did you love me have to do with me? How much he loved her. She dared to use so much malice and viciousness to torture him with this love. The two of them had been torturing each other for more than half a year, and the last bit of blackening value, it was still stuck. However, the old monster's temperament was very patient. Maybe the blackening value had already gone up, but because she endured it, it didn't go up. Maybe one day, the blackening value would automatically be full. Wei Wei Bai lies in the pool, allowing the lotus flowers to approach her. She exuded a gentle and humble aura. Lotus both loved and feared her. Wen Jinxian was dressed in a messy and lazy black robe. He lay by the side of the pool and looked at the girl's pale and alluring face. His half-closed eyes hid the darkness. Wei Wei Bai's expression was incomparably indifferent, as if she had lost her spirit. Even her ears were stuck in her silver hair. If it wasn't for him tormenting her too much, she was too lazy to say that she loved him. Every time he hurt her, she would hold on to his pain and not let go even if she died. She had learned how to perish together with the enemy quite quickly. Wen Jinxian reached out and gently stroked her hair. The little fox's ears twitched, but she couldn't be bothered with him. She was tired. She didn't even have the strength to torture him. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been able to climb out of the pool. Wen Jinxian asked gently, "Do you want to go out?" Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she laughed in an indescribably sarcastic manner. Her voice was hoarse. "Go out for what? I'll just watch, Master. No matter how beautiful this world is, it can't compare to a single strand of my master's hair." Because she was tired, she didn't have the energy to be resentful and sarcastic. She actually seemed a little sincere. Sincere? When Jinxian smiled, mocking himself for having such a childish imagination. She was only starting to hate him half-heartedly, whether it was hate or love. They both required energy. During this period of time, he might have squeezed all the energy out of her resentment. Chapter 2451. When Jinxian looked at her quietly, his deep red eyes sparkling. His pale fingertips touched a lotus flower beside him unhurriedly. The young man looked down tiredly, and the lotus flower rubbed against his fingertips as if comforting him. However, he slowly pinched his fingertips and crushed the petals, letting them fall into the pool. The girl in the pool trembled again, and her pale face turned a little red. She immediately looked up and stared at him. The young man's thin lips curled into a cold smile, but there was no trace of a smile in his clear red eyes. When the lotus flower fell, it was the erosion of power. Of course, she would feel pain soaking in the pool. Unfortunately, she didn't care about physical pain anymore. After all, he couldn't bear to let her suffer so much pain that she broke down. It was just a little coercion. In the end, he didn't go too far. Even when he broke her arms and legs, he immediately sealed her spiritual aura to treat her pain. After all, she was in so much pain. He also felt terrible. When Jin Xian got up unhurriedly and reached into the pool, his wide sleeves were soaked. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he held the delicate Wei Wei Bai in his arms. He carefully held her as if he was holding a peerless treasure. He was still gentle. After soaking in a lotus pool, you can at least move your arms and legs. You can also walk. As long as you don't run, you'll be fine. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and said sharply, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? It's better for my arms and legs to be broken. Otherwise, how can I make my husband's fragile and suspicious heart feel at ease? I love you so much, of course I have to think about you." When Jin Xian stopped in his tracks and looked down at her, under his beautiful eyelashes, his red eyes were strangely gentle. He pursed his lips and revealed a calm smile. "Since you said so, then it's just a little more effort for me to break your arms again." She was willful and irritable. He was deranged. What a perfect match for a scholar and a beauty. Wei Wei Bai immediately cowered. She weakly rubbed against his skin and acted coquettishly like a cat. "Master, you should save some energy for other things." The meaning of these words stunned Wen Jin Xian, and his ears turned red. Then, he calmly suppressed the heat in his eyes. Her body couldn't take it anymore. Wei Wei Bai wore a lotus dress and held a rabbit lantern in her hand. A rare happy smile appeared on her face. Her silver curls were tied up in two lovely braids with red ribbons, and a few strands of silver curls fell to the sides of her face. There was a hint of laziness and casualness. Wen Jin Xian was also in white, but his red eyes were red. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was the Lantern Festival. The world was bustling. There were people and beautiful lights everywhere. The little fox seemed very curious. She held the rabbit lantern and asked with a smile, "Shizhuan, what are they doing?" Wen Jin Xian stared at her for a while before saying in a hoarse voice, "When you're making a wish, put the note into the lamp and into the river, and your wish will come true." Wei Wei Bai said with a smile, "People are really good at deceiving themselves. If you throw a lamp into the water, it will only sink. How can it fulfill your wish?" Wen Jin Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled as if he was mocking himself. Yeah, people are really used to lying to themselves, even if it was a wish that couldn't be fulfilled. He also did everything he could to obtain it. Wasn't he just lying to him? The little fox suddenly went to the fortune teller's stall and found a pen and paper. Then, he wrote a wish and stuffed it into the rabbit lantern. Then, he threw it into the water. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here. / crossover system. Adonis, come here. Download crossover system. Adonis, come here. Mobile crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 2452. The lantern followed the thousands of lights and floated forward. When Jin Xian's eyelashes fluttered. "No, you don't want to deceive yourself." Wei Wei Bai smiled brightly and was extremely carefree. "Yes, I'm just playing." With that, she turned around to leave. When Jin Xian stood there in a daze. Then, he gently raised his hand and the rabbit lantern returned from the water. It reappeared in his hand. Wei Wei Bai turned around and raised her eyebrows. "Why did Master bring it back?" Wen Jin Xian said unhurriedly, "I wanted to see what your wish was. I can fulfill it for you." Wei Wei Bai's smile froze a little. Then, she snorted. "What else could it be? Of course, it's to love Master forever." The gentle smile on Wen Jin Xian's face disappeared. He held the lantern and felt like an ugly monster who was entertaining her. At this time, she still didn't forget to torture him. The wish hidden in the lantern was to leave him. When Jin Xian took out the note, but held it in his hand. In the end, he didn't open it and casually stuffed it into his sleeve pocket. After all, he already knew that this wish couldn't be fulfilled. Opening it would only make it more embarrassing. The little fox's legs were inconvenient. After walking for a long time, she began to slow down. She faintly endured the pain in her ankle. The lotus petals between her eyebrows became more delicate, and her forehead was full of sweat. He originally wanted to endure until she begged for mercy. When Jinxian pressed on her thin shoulders. When a youth lowered his head and stared at her, his red eyes were gentle and calm. He had always been rational and restrained. Even if he was possessed, he was still so tolerant. "Come, I'll carry you." Bai Weiwei frowned and sneered. "Fake kindness, hypocrite." These words could no longer hurt him as long as they didn't say that they loved him. To him, any words were like heavenly sounds. After all, the little fox's voice was indeed soft, sweet, and seductive. Although she disliked it, Weiwei Bai still lay on Wen Jinxian's back and lazily rested her chin on his hard shoulder. Her warm breath blew into his ear. "Master, how long can you live?" Wen Jinxian's footsteps seemed slow, but he was as fast as a shadow in the crowd. The flood of people in the world seemed to be the background of this elegant young man. His tone was indifferent and slightly hoarse. Let's look at the heavenly Tao. The ninth bolt of tribulation lightning did not descend. It wasn't just his obsession. The power of the heavenly Tao was brewing, and he had committed a great taboo. When he entered the demonic state to block the lightning and fell into the abyss, for some reason, the power of the lightning tribulation was weakened. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he had obtained the immortal meridian through trickery. This was a great taboo for lightning tribulations. The last bolt of lightning was probably going to destroy his soul. That was why the heavenly Tao had been accumulating power all this time. Wen Jinxian swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If she knew, she would only be happy. After all, if she really failed at the last lightning tribulation, he wouldn't be able to lock her up anymore. She must be happy. The possessed Wen Jinxian tilted his head and thought for a moment. There was a hint of adorable hesitation on his face. Why don't I hold her and block the lightning tribulation together, just like the previous few times? In that case, if he died, she would have to be with him. Her soul would be destroyed, and she would never be reincarnated. This thought appeared a few times. When she hurt him the most, she always thought this way. But when she hugged him and curled up into a ball, looking exceptionally pitiful and cute, he also felt reluctant. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 97. A question mark appeared above Weiwei Bai's head. // Chapter 2453. It was fine if Wen Jinxian's favorability didn't drop after being tortured to this extent. But his favorability actually increased? Was Wen Jinxian so tortured that he turned stupid? Forget it. It wasn't like there weren't masochists. She had seen too many of them, so she wasn't surprised. Weiwei Bai lay on Wen Jinxian's back and was carried by him to see many beautiful scenes of the Lantern Festival. It was rare for her to come out, so she didn't mess around. Instead, she quietly hugged Wen Jinxian's neck, her breath rubbing against his cheek, as if they hadn't fallen out before. Obedient and gentle. Wen Jinxian's thick black eyelashes drooped slightly, covering the flickering emotions in his red eyes. He liked it when she was so obedient. So it was rare that he didn't immediately return to Jiutian. Suddenly, the young man heard the little fox's muttering voice. "Master, you're actually going to die, right?" When Jinxian's footsteps faltered for a moment, he glanced sideways at her. Her beautiful side profile gave off a calm and exquisite feeling under the light. The little fox still didn't know what was good for her. Even a person who has turned into a demon can't survive the last tribulation. I flipped through the book. You're definitely going to die. Was this another way to anger him? When Jinxian looked ahead indifferently and said calmly, "Yes, I'm going to die. Is Weiwei happy?" Weiwei Bai was silent for a moment. This silence seemed so solemn. He seemed to have sensed something and his heart trembled. But before he could think about it carefully, he still heard the little fox teasing him. "I love Master so much. If you really die, I can't die for love." When Jinxian wasn't angry anymore, he sighed and said gently, You always know how to make me angry. You don't have to die for love. Before I die, I'll torture you to death in bed." The little fox behind him stiffened, although it was only for a moment. But it still made Wen Jinxian smile. It seemed that she was still afraid. She wasn't so lawless and heartless. Wen Jinxian lost interest in strolling around. His red eyes showed a twisted passion, and the demon that couldn't be suppressed appeared again. "Let's go back." His voice was hoarse and magnetic, making people's scalps go numb. Wei Wei Bai seemed to know what he was thinking. She sneered, "Beast." Under his beautiful eyelashes, Wen Jinxian's red eyes seemed to be stained with blood. "Yeah, he's only a beast to Wei Wei." Wei Wei Bai laid lazily on his shoulder and narrowed her foxy eyes. "That depends on whether you're still alive." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. The sound of world-ending thunder gathered in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. In the dark sky, the ferocious dark clouds were stirring. The thunder tribulation transformed into a huge thunder dragon wagging its tail. The final tribulation of the immortal formation realm, helping people become immortals. Demonic soul powder, demon crossing, and bone changing. Wen Jinxian was now a demon. His soul was destined to scatter. However, the white-robed youth did not look at the sky. He stood in the storm and looked up at Wei Wei Bai, who was standing not far away. The little fox's ears popped out. She sat cross-legged and looked at him with a smile. "Master, you gave me power, and I've used it to attract lightning for you. Are you happy?" 70% of Wen Jinxian's power. She released all of it, and the crazy power rushed into Wen Jinxian's body. He regained the strength of a peak youth. However, this also exposed his position and attracted the last thunder tribulation. Wen Jinxian stood quietly in the countless small lightning bolts. The lotus between his eyebrows was abnormally red. The thunder tribulation rolled in the sky. Countless lightning tentacles fell to the ground, cutting his skin. Wen Jinxian did not seem to see it. He still stood in the same place, his white robe billowing. Time seemed to have stopped in his eyes. Under his long and beautiful eyelashes, his pair of dark red eyes were filled with deep affection. He stared at Wei Wei Bai just like that. "Do you want me to die that much?" Wen Jinxian's tone was terrifyingly calm. Among the countless lightning tentacles, he heard the little fox's innocent and casual voice. "Why would I want you to die? I love you, husband." Wen Jinxian was silent for a while. The lightning tentacles rubbed against his cheeks, and the blood flowed like tears. So it was just forcing it from the beginning. His delicate and sad face finally twisted in despair. Everything was because of his insistence. Ding, the male lead's blackening value is 100. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 2454. She heard that the blackening value was 100. Wei Wei Bai was so touched that she wanted to go back immediately. If it weren't for the 3 points of favorability left, she would have killed herself immediately. Because if she was caught by Wen Jinxian, who had a blackening value of 100, the scene would be too beautiful. She didn't dare to imagine. Wei Wei Bai felt that she wouldn't just break her arms and legs next. Wen Jinxian would probably take out 100 textbooks of the top 10 torture methods and experiment on her one by one. She was about to get up when a few thunder tentacles fell beside her. There was an explosion. Some broken stones smashed towards her body. Although she was now at the foundation establishment stage, her body was actually worse than a normal mortal's. Because when Jinxian had emptied it, Wei Wei Bai was about to roll away when a pair of hands happened to catch her. The fingers were white and slender, so strong that they wanted to crush her bones. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She looked up and saw that she was already in Wen Jinxian's arms. The young man's face was calm and cold, but the blood on the wound on his cheek was horrifying. His pair of dark red eyes were not clear. only the coldness of an endless abyss. Wen Jinxian lowered his head and pressed his cold forehead against the little fox's forehead. In the violent vortex of power, the young man was like a beautiful and gentle lover. His ink-black hair was spread out, his eyelashes were lowered, and his eyes were endless. The deep blood color had lost all the warmth that belonged to humans. In his eyes, there was still only her shadow. The girl's face was pale, but there was no trace of ridicule in her eyes. Instead, there was a trace of confusion and softness. Even because of the danger around them, she stayed in his arms obediently, not daring to go anywhere. When Jinxian maintained this beautiful position of hugging her with his forehead pressed against hers for a while. Then, he finally sighed. Do you know, if it weren't for the fact that the Tao technique I cultivate is heartless and heartless, I would have completely lost my mind and torn you apart. His demonic thoughts had entered his bones. If it were anyone else, they would have completely lost their mind and gone crazy. He was also on the verge of a mental breakdown. But because she was by his side, at least he had a trace of obsession to protect her and held on. And this trace of rationality was an ability that he had gained from cultivating the emotionless Tao art for 700 years. The last time he was bedeviled, his Tao wasn't deep enough. He had trapped the entire town and used it as a sacrificial offering after he had turned into a demon. But this time, the sacrifice was her. The corners of Wen Jinxian's mouth twitched helplessly, but he couldn't smile. Before the madness swallowed his reason, he said, I'll let you go. He still loved her. His reluctance to part with her seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Wen Jinxian had never thought that he would lose to a fox like this. Love was difficult. The heavens wanted him to undergo the tribulation, but the lightning tribulation was actually an extra one. She was the tribulation that was the saddest for him. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 98. As soon as the notification sounded, she saw the lifeless look in Wen Jinxian's eyes. A golden light appeared on his finger. It was a teleportation array. Wen Jinxian's lips were close to her ear. His breath was cold, but his words were hot. I'll give you all the things I left behind. With these, you'll be able to establish yourself in the immortal cultivation world. Don't lie to others like this in the future. I'm the one who treats you well. He wanted to say, will you miss me in the future? But that was too humble. This wasn't something Wen Jinxian should say. In the end, the youth just pursed his lips helplessly. The red in his eyes was stained with a few traces of moisture. Then he reached out and pressed her shoulder, just as he was about to push her into the array. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 2455. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have finally come to her senses. She hurriedly hugged him. Her movements were too hasty, and the red ribbons flew apart. Her silver curly hair also scattered all over Wen Jinxian's body. Her fingers gripped his collar tightly, and her nails even scratched the skin on his neck with too much force. Wen Jinxian looked at her quietly, helpless and mocking. Did she think that it was too easy for him to die like this? How else did she want to torture him? In the end, he heard the little fox in his arms say in a trembling voice, Master, I was wrong. I won't lie to you in the future. Please forgive me. Wen Jinxian's ink-black hair fluttered. His white robe was torn apart, and cracks began to appear on his skin. It was the power of a huge lightning strike that began to descend. But not a single trace of power fell on the little fox. He was silent for a moment before smiling. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. Really? Was she afraid that he would kill her? His little fox was really greedy for life and afraid of death. Then, he let go without hesitation. Wei Wei Bai was thrown into the teleportation array by him. His eyes were as red as blood, his ink-black hair was messy, and his thin lips curved slightly. No, you'd better keep lying to me. At least I can hear you say that you love me. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her fingers. Something was wrapped around her fingertips, and she suddenly held his wrist. There was a clear scar on the young man's fair wrist. It was the mark left behind when he pulled out the threads of love. When Wei Wei Bai fell into the air and was about to land in front of the golden teleportation array, that slender red thread wrapped around his hand again. It was the same place as last time. It directly seeped into his wound. It reached his bones and entered his soul. He loved her. so he had no resistance to the threads of love. Wei Wei Bai used the threads of love to tie him up again. When they first opened their eyes, their entanglement of love was an unexpected small mistake. But now, it was the result of her painstaking efforts and painstaking efforts. The threads of love were intertwined. Their souls and auras were intertwined. Then, the lightning would misunderstand that she and he were the same person. When Jinxian's pupils constricted, he wanted to break the relationship, but it was too late. Time seemed to slow down. All the images shattered into thousands of light spots. The little fox disappeared into the transfer array, and the lightning that was about to fall hesitated. She seemed to wonder why when Jinxian had become two people. When one Jinxian sensed that something was wrong, the lightning tribulation disappeared. The dark clouds dispersed, and the thick thunder dragon ran off to God knows where. He was at a loss for a moment. After all, this was something that had never happened in the cultivation world before. After the lightning tribulation appeared, it disappeared halfway, and he didn't feel like he had passed the lightning tribulation. The traces left behind by the lightning tribulation seemed to have seen something and chased after it. He was the one who had to transcend the tribulation. When Jinxian's messy black hair fell across his chest, his white robe was tattered and disheveled under the dark sky. The elegant young man seemed unusually lonely. He suddenly realized something and slowly blinked his slightly confused eyes. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the love thread on his wrist. Chapter 2456. The spiritual light was like a sharp blade that suddenly pierced into his brain. When Jinxian's calm and blank expression suddenly changed. The lightning tribulation did not disappear, but the person chasing had changed. Love entered her soul, and her soul was stained with his aura. The more he loved her, the more his aura was on her soul. So much so that even the lightning tribulation recognized the wrong person. A huge teleportation array appeared under their feet, and when Jinxian had disappeared, Wei Wei Bai was trembling. Fuck, this lightning is too strong. The lightning dragon followed her. One Jinxian's teleportation array teleported her thousands of miles away. He was afraid that the lightning tribulation would affect her. This also caused the lightning tribulation's reaction to be a little slow, and it took some time to catch up. Of course, the lightning dragon was not an idiot. It had its own navigation system, and it was a professional with a recognition system. Even if she tied up Wen Jinxian with love, it was tainted with his soul aura. She still couldn't fool the lightning tribulation. But the supermarket products could. She endured the pain and spent 20 life points to buy something that could change soul aura for 10 minutes. Now, Wen Jinxian's soul was filled with her soul aura, and her soul aura was Wen Jinxian's. The lightning tribulation recognized people based on soul aura. After all, no matter how awesome the cultivation world was, no one had invented something that could change soul aura. So the lightning tribulation was tricked and chased after Wei Wei Bai. This plane cost a little too much. She could only go back and bite Yi Yuxuan. If it weren't for Yi Yuxuan, she estimated that when she conquered the plane, she wouldn't have died from failure, but from poverty. Fortunately, she had a golden thigh, so she could scrape some life points from her life points to squander. The system glanced at the aggressive lightning dragon. It also sighed. It's really thick. If it was a human, his abs would probably be 180. Wei Wei Bai, is that still a human? Not a centipede? She said. Is Wen Jinxian here? There were only 2 points of favorability left. She was waiting to solve the misunderstanding and help him block the lightning tribulation. Then, he could go straight home and soar. The system looked around. It's here, it's here. You could start preparing for the drama class. Wei Wei Bai quickly rubbed her face. It wasn't easy to become a drama queen. She felt that her face had developed muscles. Otherwise, how could she cope with so many expressions? If eyes could win a prize, when her eyes were acting, she could probably win an Academy Award every year. Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath, straightened her back, and finally said, "Okay, undo it." Her aura was hidden. However, Wen Jinxian's soul aura was hers. Therefore, Lei Long couldn't find anyone to attack. She unraveled the aura of Wen Jinxian's soul. Lei Long immediately discovered that a huge black cloud vortex had condensed above Wei Wei Bai's head. The surrounding wind turned into sharp knives. They attacked her with all their might. She felt as if she was standing in the eye of a terrible typhoon on the verge of collapse. When Wen Jinxian rushed over, he saw a petite and fragile girl, raising her neck as if she was offering a sacrifice. Her delicate and slender neck had already been injured by the wind. Fine beads of blood scattered and were blown away by the wind. It hurt so much that she trembled. A huge thunder dragon poked its head out from the sky. The ninth immortal tribulation struck with an incomparably terrifying pressure, looking down on the weak human world. Lightning intertwined, turning the dark sky into a terrifying day. Wei Wei Bai, who was in the middle, had no ability to block this lightning tribulation at all. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com//. To read on your phone, https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2457. With her body's condition, the lightning tribulation didn't land. Her body was destroyed, and her soul was shattered and disappeared. The little fox at the Foundation establishment stage was far from the lightning dragon in terms of strength. Wen Jinxian wanted to get close to her at all costs, but they were too far away. His teleportation array was blocked by the power of the lightning tribulation. He was isolated from the center of the lightning tribulation. Once the lightning tribulation began, no one was in the middle of it. They would be automatically isolated. He was just at the edge of the lightning tribulation's power, and the huge lightning seal made it difficult for him to move. When Jinxian drilled into the periphery of the seal, his body bathed in blood, his eyes confused and sad. He didn't understand. He didn't understand why the person standing in the middle of the lightning tribulation was the little fox. Didn't she hate him? When the threads of love entered his soul, he found that the aura of his soul had changed. He didn't know how she did it. She could actually exchange the aura of the two people. But later on, he realized that she was going to block the lightning tribulation for him. Why did she block it for him? There was a vague answer that was rolling in his heart, but he didn't dare to believe it. Step by step, he resisted the power of the lightning dragon outside the immortal tribulation. Just like that, his slender body walked towards the center. Every step was consuming his life. His footprints were bloody, but the lightning dragon had been waiting for too long, and it rushed down recklessly. Amidst the loud sound of thunder, he saw the little fox suddenly turn around, her silver curly hair flying in a beautiful arc. Her round eyes were filled with a determined light. As if she didn't expect to see him, a moving smile finally appeared on her calm face. As if seeing him for the last time was the happiest thing for her. This smile was so bright and pure that it made people's hearts tremble. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 99. Wen Jinxian quickened his steps and pounced towards her with all his strength. But Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back, stretched out her hands, and raised her head to meet the knot that should have belonged to him. When Jinxian finally roared, Wei Wei Bai, why? Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered. Her light-colored eyes had a beautiful luster as she tilted her head to look at him. Then, she revealed a cute smile. What else could it be? Of course it's because I love you, Master. The thunder tribulation fell in the white light. The spiritual energy of the earth boiled up, and the air exploded with an unimaginable light and sound. It was the sound of boundless spiritual energy colliding with the enormous lightning tribulation. When Jinxian no longer looked like a human, his face was covered in blood, and he finally reached out to grab her arm. He wanted to protect her. The wood-type spiritual chi seized the vitality of the earth. Even if the life force of this place was exhausted, he also had to protect her. A smile of relief appeared on his face as he grasped her wrist. There was still time. He hugged her, even if the target of the lightning tribulation was her. He still had the strength to block all the damage and keep her safe. But by the time he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The little fox's wrist began to dissipate. Her body was too fragile. The collision between the thunder tribulation and the spiritual energy crushed her fragile body. Wei Weibai looked at him gently. Her body began to disperse. When Jin Qian stared at her blankly, the scene seemed to freeze. Everything about her turned into specks of light in his eyes. And in his incomplete sleeve was the piece of paper that she had made a wish. It was swept out by the wind. The ink-colored words were graceful and beautiful. Written on it were the most beautiful words in the world. I wish that my master will no longer love me and will happily become an immortal. In the future, he will think of me occasionally. Who asked me to be cute? I'm cute. The cute tone could almost be imagined as the little fox's crafty and smiling appearance. Master, I'm so cute. It's true. Unfortunately, you don't believe me. When Jin Qian heard that his heart was satisfied for a moment, she loved him, but his heart was broken again. He lost her. Ding. The male lead's favorability is at 100. // To facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 2458. Blackening value, 100. Favorability, 100. Both the side and main missions were completed. Ha, my ass. The time of the strategy was pending. It was actually pending. So Wei Weibai and the system squatted in the dark. They stared at the shining time of the strategy on the screen. Finally, Wei Weibai rubbed her face and felt that life was so hopeless. What do we do? How long will it be pending? The system also rubbed its face and sighed. Maybe we'll be unpending soon. The undetermined time of attack was from the previous plane, so Wei Weibai and the system were not familiar with it. Plus, the strategy time was not very important to them. Wei Weibai was so excited about the strategy that she did not even think about the pending time. She would never be so careless in the past. It was because she was cute in the beginning that her brain went blank. In the end, she finally stopped being cute and became a flirtatious bitch. Although her brain did not go blank, she forgot a lot of details. Also, that old pervert when Jin Qian really tormented her too much, causing her to be weak and her brain not working well. She was so happy that both the side and main missions were completed and she could go back happily. In the end, she was locked in a little black room with the system, without a body. Only her soul was left, staring at a bright screen. The bright time on the screen was pending. If the time was pending, she would have to stay here forever. What to do? Don't ask. If you ask again, you will die. Bai Weiwei's face was haggard. Don't tell me. I'm going to stay here forever, all alone and dark. The system said, don't you still have me? Wei Weibai said, if I want to accompany you forever, I'd rather be alone. The system, do you still want feelings? What are you talking about? Suddenly, a light spot appeared in the darkness, and a gentle breeze blew. There was wind and light. It was the exit. Wei Weibai immediately jumped up. Hey, there's an exit. We can go back. God knows how long they have been chatting here. One would get tired of just chatting and watching the Calabash brothers. She had spent so much of her life points in this immortal cultivation plane. She wouldn't go and get some life points from Yi Xuan. She felt uneasy. How much she missed her real life. Life points. The system felt that something was amiss. It looked at the time, and it was still waiting. He immediately said, the time is still to be determined. Pending meant that he couldn't return to reality. Even if there was an exit, it didn't mean that he could return to reality. However, Wei Weibai ran away happily in the form of a white fog. Who cares? It's good to go out and take a look. Aren't you tired of staying here? If she didn't bask in the sun, she would be lacking calcium. Then, Wei Weibai stepped out of the light, and he couldn't see anything clearly. It was still dark. I'll peel off your entire family. Furthermore, it wasn't just darkness. She also felt a bone-breaking pain. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Bones were broken and then reconnected. Wei Weibai, the rich, exotic fragrance gave her goosebumps. The fragrance of the lotus was especially strong. However, this fragrance that was 10 times more concentrated smelled more like a biological weapon. Wei Weibai finally asked, what's going on? The system. You've become a lotus root. Wei Weibai, the system was afraid that the host's knowledge was lacking, so it explained, Najia, right? After he committed suicide, Didn't he change into a lotus root avatar and continue his killing spree? Your husband also changed into a lotus root avatar for you. He's currently summoning your soul. // to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button. Chapter 2459. Wei Wei Bai. So, I returned to Wenjinxian's side? No. Didn't he become an immortal? The ninth bolt of Xian Lei could not kill Wenjinxian. No matter how disgusting Wenjinxian's method was, the Xian Lei could only accept it. Who asked him to withstand the ninth bolt of Xian Lei? Did she become an immortal with Wenjinxian? The system pondered for a while, then tried to explain in more common words. He changed his fate. Wei Wei Bai how? The system. He removed most of his immortal meridians and connected them directly to the lotus root, planning to raise you. Wei Wei Bai, why did it sound a little vicious? What was going on? The system. Because most of his immortal meridians were removed, he was not qualified to be Soar. But it's okay, he was the first Soar to withstand the nine heavens Xian Lei in 10,000 years. So, even if he is now a disabled immortal, he is still a super powerful big boss on the road of immortal cultivation. The kind of big boss that everyone who met had to bow their heads and respectfully call Senior Qianqian. After all, he killed a Mahayana cultivator. Now, in the cultivation world, only those two crooked melons and broken dates were left. When Jinxian was still walking sideways. No, there was still a Mahayana cultivator who had just advanced. It was Su San who had been tortured by Wen Jinxian for a long time and was kicked out of the Heavenly Gate sect. He had cultivated to the Mahayana stage. Sure enough, suffering was the best way for a person to grow. His cultivation level rose as fast as leaks. Wei Wei Bai listened to the system's words and felt that when Jinxian seemed to have become stupid, he was quite stupid. Under the nine heavens Xian Lei, normal people wouldn't know that her soul had been scattered. She only dared to do that because the system could protect her soul. When Jinxian should also know, she cannot grow. She even took out most of her immortal meridians to raise the lotus root. No matter what, she still could not move, as if she was restrained somewhere. Occasionally, only cracking sounds could be heard. Finally, one day, a low, hoarse but strangely familiar voice sounded softly. There are too many roots. Let me help you trim them. Wei Wei Bai, he felt like he had turned into a sweet potato. Wen Jinxian's voice penetrated the darkness, still warm and calm. Today's weather is good. You should bask in the sun more. Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai. She's out in the sun because she lacks calcium. I don't think there's anything wrong with what he said. Later on, he began to talk more. It's raining. The sound of the rain falling on the lotus leaves. Does it sound nice? Wei Wei Bai nodded. Since she had nothing else to do, she could just chat with Wen Jinxian. The other party seemed to be stunned. After a long silence, he said, "You can move." Bai Wei Wei was also stunned. That's right, she could move. Then she looked down and found that she had turned into a beautiful pink lotus flower. Bai Wei Wei. Whoa, what the hell? She was in a vegetative state? The system was also munching on its biscuits. The host turned into a lotus flower for a long time. She didn't notice, and he didn't dare to say. And Wei Wei Bai suddenly found that she had regained her vision. She saw that she was planted in a huge lotus pond. The lotus pond was filled with celestial energy. There was white fog everywhere. There were no flowers, only a bunch of lotus leaves. She stood in the middle, shining brightly. What a beautiful, big lotus flower. Sure enough, she was the prettiest when she turned into a flower. Ah, Wen Jinxian, I'll kill your whole family. You turn me into a lotus flower. Beside the lotus pond, golden specks of light filled the sky and scattered in all directions. The young man's black hair fell to his ankles, and his loose white robe was casually draped over his slender body. Chapter 2460. His dark eyes were as deep as the abyss, filled with endless loneliness and coldness. He sensed the emotional fluctuations in the lotus flower, and a hint of surprise appeared in his cold eyes. He stepped into the pool barefoot, and the water was like flat ground. His ankles fell into the water, but they didn't get wet at all. He came to the side of the lotus flower and squatted down. His black hair fell into the water, floating in the transparent water like black silk. When Jinxian reached out his fair fingertips and touched her petals gently. "Are you conscious now?" His voice was low like a murmur, filled with suppressed anticipation. Wei Wei Bai trembled from his touch. It was purely ticklish. When Jinxian couldn't help but smile. His eyes were clear, as if he was still that young man who had just met Wei Wei Bai and had never experienced pain. "It doesn't matter, even if you forget the past." He slowly touched her petals. Under his lowered eyelashes, his eyes were deep and beautiful. "Anyway, I remember. Wei Wei Bai. I remember everything. I remember everything. You don't need to remember." He still remembered how she tortured him. Wasn't this settling the score after the autumn? Time passed quickly after becoming a lotus flower. She often closed her eyes to sleep. When she woke up, the system told her that she had slept for months. Wei Wei Bai. No, she felt that she had only slept for 5 minutes. Wei Wei Bai didn't know how long had passed. She felt that it had been 10 days to half a month. But the system said that at least 10 years had passed. Wei Wei Bai, this time was worthless, right? It had only been 10 days. How could she sleep for 10 years? She complained to the system. The system flipped through 1,000 movies, TV series, and cartoons, plus a warehouse of books and see hi. I finished reading these. Do you want to review them with me? If you have the guts, don't sleep. Come and fight me. The system had already become an old system. If time continued to wait, he would become a fossilized system, and the host was still the same host, because she had directly slept away the matter. So what if he was in a vegetative state? Just when the system and the host thought that time was going to be suspended forever. Suddenly, after being stuck for a long time, the time appeared. Time 1 month. Wei Wei Bai and the system laughed at the same time. What was he doing earlier? How many years had it been? Why did he have to pretend for a month? Forget it. I can go back when I have time. After waiting for another month, he would be able to return home. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai decided to continue being a lotus flower for another month. One Jinxian, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. However, from time to time, he would throw some heavenly treasures into the lotus pond. She spent almost every day by the side of the lotus, lowering her head and whispering some interesting things to him. It was as if he would continue like this forever. But one day, when Wei Wei Bai woke up from her sleep, she found Wen Jinxian leaning against the stem of the lotus. She had grown especially sturdy, like a lotus flower on a tree. It was as if she had eaten hormones to grow up. Therefore, the slender and beautiful young man leaned against the stem of the lotus and stroked the huge lotus petal with his delicate fingers. He didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he felt that the young man was prettier than the flowers. It was unbelievably beautiful. He didn't speak, but under the crow's eyelashes, those black eyes were silent, as if they were dead. It was as if he knew that he had no hope of raising her back. After all, without a soul, even with the immortal meridian, he could only raise an unfamiliar spirit, not his little fox. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai felt a slight chill on her body. She looked down and saw Wen Jinxian looking down. Under his cold eyes, a line of quiet tears slid down his chin and finally fell into the pond and disappeared. Chapter 2461. A faint line of tears. It touched his heart more than any words. Old Monster Wen suddenly became Wen Xiao pitiful. He was not used to it. Wei Wei Bai helplessly reached out her leaf and touched his hair. Don't cry. I'm not a demon. It's just a breakup. With such a long lifespan, he could just find a cute fox. Who would want his life if he left? Life was the most important thing. Live well and improve every day. In the end, when Leaf reached out, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She was stunned and realized that she had touched Wen Jinxian's hair. It was a white, jade-like hand. It was as tender as a flower bud, and even its fingernails were soft and round. It had no ability to hurt. Wen Jinxian also moved his eyelashes as if he could not believe it. The sparkle that had been suppressed in his dark eyes gushed out. He just stared at her like that. In the huge lotus flower, the petals began to wither. The girl sat in the withered lotus flower. Her silver hair was curly and cute. Her round eyes had a hint of pure and festive light when she was not smiling. She seemed to have just woken up and her eyes were sleepy. Wen Jinxian did not dare to move and allowed the girl's body to lean softly on his shoulder. She was a little confused. Master, Wen Jinxian did not say anything. Was this a dream or the remnants of his obsession? After 9 bolts of mystic lightning, his obsession was completely eliminated. But his obsession was still deep in his bones. He often saw the little fox's shadow running beside him. When he went to the library, he was holding a book. He saw the sloppy little fox holding a pen and doodling on a book. She was not studying seriously at all. He should have hated this kind of lazy person the most. But he felt that she should be like this. She was so cute that he wanted to rub her hair. But when he stretched out his hand, it was just an afterimage. Or occasionally, he would walk to the cafeteria, ignoring the surprised and admiring eyes of the disciples. He would just sit quietly at the place where the little fox ate back then and fantasize that she still existed. He saw the afterimages many times. Instead, he was not so surprised. He even felt that without these afterimages, there would be no lotus flower that represented hope. He would have nothing. In a lotus flower was everything left of her. He couldn't find her soul. He could only hold onto the remains and ashes, hoping that he could raise her. At the bottom of the lotus pond was the soul congregation array that he had built with all his heart. Day and night were just calling for one person to return. He wouldn't force her anymore and wouldn't imprison her. Just to see her one more time. Take another look at her. Suddenly, when Jinxian came to a realization, he lowered his eyes and stared at her. He stared at her, from her beautiful and clear eyes to her red lips that were pursed in confusion. He felt that this afterimage was too real. Wei Wei Bai also stared at him, as if competing with him to see whose eyes were bigger. Then, she silently reached out to grab a large lotus petal and wrapped it around herself. Wei Wei Bai thought, "It's a little cold without clothes. I need to wrap myself up." As for shyness or moral integrity, if you don't have those things, don't show them off. Since she was leaving in a month, she could just deal with Wen Jinxian. So she gave him a cute smile. "Master, it's good that you're fine." It was a perfunctory and conventional greeting. Even a surprised expression wasn't professional. Wen Jinxian was silent for a while, as if he had finally confirmed something. His body leaned forward slightly, and his scattered clothes fell to his shoulders. His black hair snaked behind his back and fell into the pond water. The youth reached out and held her arm with his fingers. His fingertips gently pulled her into his arms, as if he was sure of something. His thick eyelashes drooped down, and the loneliness in his eyes turned into a gorgeous, flowing golden emotion. Then, he finally lowered his head. He kissed her. Chapter 2462. This kiss came suddenly. Wei Wei Bai instinctively wanted to step back, but he held her wrist tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear. Her eyelashes trembled, and there was a trace of astonishment and confusion in her eyes. But she could feel his surging excitement under his calmness. His fingertips were trembling, and the cold and distant darkness in his eyes was also occupied by broken light spots. Under the lotus leaves in the pool, countless buds suddenly appeared. The fragrance was strong, just like the aura of the man in front of her. It was tempting and had a desire to destroy, and a tenderness that would never change until death. Wei Wei Bai wanted to struggle, but when she reached out and touched his chest, she found that his skin was trembling. Excitement, fear, and disbelief pulled this young man from a cold and holy god into the realm of mortals. He was still happy. Wei Wei Bai hesitated and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her lips parted slightly, and she accepted his enthusiasm. The spirit stone door of the Heaven Sect's main hall. It finally opened slowly. He stood by the waterfall with his sword in his arms. He looked at Su San coldly. Su San had just accepted the mystic thunder of the Middle Deshang stage and successfully advanced to the Middle Deshang stage. He was the disciple with the highest cultivation in the entire Heaven Sect. No, he couldn't be considered a disciple of the Heaven Sect. He was expelled from the sect. He could still remember the scene when he was expelled from the sect. In fact, at that time, his master wanted to kill him. But Su San cried out in grief. "She likes you. She has always liked you." This sentence saved his life. His master was also in a daze. He directly closed the spirit stone door and concentrated on cultivating the lotus. Everyone knew that their little sister couldn't be raised back, but they didn't dare to expose it. After all, a person who could be sore took out his own immortal vein just to keep this glimmer of hope. If the hope was shattered, that was almost unimaginable. Susan sat in the waterfall, and the water of the waterfall had the evil spirit of cultivating ice blades. Even a Deshang stage cultivator could feel severe pain sitting here for a long time. Susan had been sitting here for 10 years. It doesn't seem like it's here to cultivate, but more like a punishment from me. Just like that, the two Marshall brothers stood by the waterfall and watched. One sat in the waterfall and took a shower. This strange scene happened every day. It was about to become one of the best scenic spots in the Heavenly Gates sect. Suddenly, Susan opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the main hall in disbelief. Mystic One hesitated for a moment before looking over his well. He found the door open. The door that had not been opened for so many years was now open. The two of them looked at each other, then turned into streaks of light and disappeared. By the time they arrived at the entrance, the rest of the disciples had also arrived. After all, it was rare for Shurzuin to leave the sect. Of course, they all wanted to see if their master was missing anything. It was not wrong to say that the entire Heavenly Gate sect was Wen Jinxian's fan club. When Wen Jinxian entered the demonic state previously, he killed all the Mahayana cultivators. It shocked the entire immortal cultivation world and caused many immortal cultivators to panic. They began to besiege the Heaven sect. Then, they were all beaten back. The people of the Heavenly Gates sect looked calm. His master had turned into a demon. What's wrong? I'm just going to beat you up. Their master was still their master. In the past 10 years, they had hardly seen Wen Jinxian. 10 years ago, when they wanted to raise the lotus, they needed a lot of heaven and earth treasures. They could often see Wen Jinxian go out and stroll around the library or the cafeteria. However, when they started to raise the lotus, he was gone. The huge spirit stone door opened halfway. Suddenly, behind the door, a pink hand gently rested on the side of the stone door. On the crystal-clear stone door, the hand was slender and powerless, but it was exceptionally beautiful and exquisite. It was even a bit more crystal clear than the jade door. Everyone stared at the hand, almost unable to believe it. Wasn't this a girl's hand? Chapter 2463. It had been a long time since they had seen a woman in the Heavenly Gates sect, ever since little junior sister was gone. Since then, no woman had been able to pass the entrance exam and enter the Heavenly Gates sect, although little junior sister did not enter through an experiment. However, her uniqueness was one of a kind. Then, under everyone's strange and puzzled gazes, Wei Wei Bai tilted her head curiously and appeared from behind the door. The sun outside the door was even brighter. She couldn't help but squint her round eyes. The sparkling orange light rippled in her eyes. She was exceptionally beautiful. Her silver curly hair had a faint pink color. It was like the color of the petals of a lotus flower. There was no fox aura on her. There was no human feeling. Instead, it was an exceptionally pleasant plant fragrance and the fragrance of lotus flowers. In the middle of her forehead, the lotus flower had already become a complete lotus flower. Master had placed his immortal meridian into her body. He had also sent his spiritual energy, C, in her forehead. The little fox, no, the little lotus flower. Her current ability was much higher than Susan's. When she saw them, she couldn't help but reveal a cute smile. Hello, senior brothers. This simple and annoying greeting. It blew away all the past grudges. The little fox's betrayal. It was to fulfill Wen Jinxian's immortal Tao. Later, to block the lightning tribulation from Master, she even died. This made the group of senior brothers feel sad and guilty when they saw her. Therefore, everyone was silent and didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, a hand gently landed on Wei Wei Bai's shoulder. The youth behind her appeared. His cold attitude turned into gentleness like a spring breeze. You don't have to call me senior brother in the future. You're already married to me. It should be them calling you master's wife. When Jinxian's thin lips curled up slightly, and his eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled even more brightly. She waved her hand and called, Xian Yi. Xian Yi Wei Wei Bai saw Su San again. She called out generously, Su San. The corners of Su San's mouth twitched. He had nothing to say. Chen Si, Ninwu, a row of people called over. Everyone had a cold expression. When Jinxian held her hand and said calmly, "Call me Ma-am," everyone immediately lowered their heads and respectfully called out, "Mistress." Su Sanqi paused for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he could only sigh and softly call out, "Master's wife." When Jinxian lowered his eyes to look at her, his slender fingers were intertwined with hers, one by one. Then he said, "From now on, you're in charge here." Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and stared at him for a long time. A trace of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but in the end, she didn't say anything and just smiled. When Jinxian pulled her and walked out the door calmly. The Heavenly Gates sect was still surrounded by immortal energy and spiritual energy. Cranes chirped as hundreds of flowers bloomed. Their back view as they walked together was so warm that it moved people. Everyone was silent for a long time. Xian Yi finally said, "I haven't seen Master smile for a long time." It was such a pure smile, and his eyes were full of warmth. Even before he'd met the little fox, he'd never seen him smile like this. Everything in the world seemed to have nothing to do with Master. Even his smile was disdainful and isolated from the mortal world. Then, everything changed. Su San hugged his sword and lowered his head. He snorted coldly. "I will become stronger in the future. If he doesn't treat her well," he swallowed his words. He still had a grudge against Wen Jinxian. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it, if you like. Chapter 2464. Especially when he heard that the little fox died to block the lightning tribulation. This was also why he worked so hard to improve, just to catch up with Wen Jinxian, because at least he could get justice for the little fox. But there was no need for that now. Su San walked away expressionlessly. They were very good. He felt that he was going to fall into a situation of eating dog food again. Did it hurt? Don't ask. If you ask again, you will die alone. Wei Wei Bai found that although there were no ears on her head, lotus leaves would occasionally grow on her body. She had really turned into a lotus root. The system also said it smells good. Wei Wei Bai held her face. Isn't it fragrant and beautiful? It feels like a peerless beauty when you smell it. System. No, it smells very good with pork ribs. The lotus root stewed pork rib soup is especially delicious. There's also pork stir-fried lotus root, cold lotus root slices with green onions, fresh lotus root shrimp porridge. Wei Wei Bai, is it an illusion? Why did I hear the system swallow? From animal to plant. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had been a drama queen for most of her life, but this was the first time she was a plant spirit. Smelling herself, she felt that it was delicious. So this was the reason why when Jinxian pressed on her from time to time, half forcefully lifted her chin and kissed her as if he was hungry, especially in a place like the library. Did he have a control of the venue? Wei Wei Bai stared at the young man's black eyes. His eyes were moist, the young man who fell from the top of the cold peak into the mortal world, although he was still wearing a white robe. But there was a passion that she had never seen before. He seemed to have really become a young boy who fell in love for the first time. Even when he was choosing a dress for her, he had to ask carefully, did she like it? She felt that when Jinxian was cute, even licking her dog. It was only a month's stay. Wei Wei Bai was leisurely. She did not cause any trouble at all. For example, she would torment him with an amnesia joke, or she would make a heartless joke about going on a trip. In any case, she would do whatever when Jinxian did. There was no need to mention how comfortable their days were. One Jinxian, who was not possessed, still had a sense of abstinence. Her fair fingers picked up the brush and wrote in one go. He gently raised his head to look at her. His beautiful black eyes were clear and bright. Is this how to draw the advanced teleportation talisman? Wei Wei Bai leaned over the table and stared at the talisman for a while. Then, she pouted and sighed. I don't. When Jinxian saw her lying lazily on the bed, her silver curly hair casually draped over her thin back. Her watery eyes were smiling. How many years had it been? She had always been an illusion of his obsession. He stared at her in a daze for a while before softly saying with a smile, It's fine if you don't know anything. I'll make more. If you want to use it, just take it. During this period of time, he had been teaching her some high-level arrays. But Wei Wei Bai was here to eat and wait for death. How could he study seriously? Therefore, she smiled and said, "Husband, if you know how to do it, why would I need to know this?" There was a hint of joy in Wen Jinxian's gentle eyes, but there was a hint of depression in his eyes. "All right, I'll prepare it for you." It was the Lantern Festival again. Wen Jinxian held Wei Wei Bai's hand and went to look at the lights. The bustling world was filled with smoke and fire. The colors of the lights fell on Wen Jinxian's exquisite face and the light in his eyes. It was like all the beautiful colors in the world. It was all on this young man. His smile was gentle, and the elegance of age was in his every move. Bai Weiwei still had 2 buns on her head, the red ribbon fluttering in the wind. She was holding a beautiful red bean cake. The red bean cake was covered with green leaves, and it was fresh and sweet. / For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 2465. Today was the last day she would stay here. The system said that her body would automatically degenerate and turn back into a lotus. Her soul would also return to reality. Wei Weibai didn't feel much after hearing this. After all, they had gone back and forth to so many planes. She was used to it, so she still happily followed Wen Jinxian out to play. Wen Jinxian carried the rabbit lantern. The young man's face was too handsome. Even when he was carrying such a childish thing, he still looked like a painting. He gazed at her with a gentle expression. The girl lowered her head and ate the red bean cake. The two of them returned to normal and walked forward, but the atmosphere was a little more ambiguous. When they walked to the river, they saw countless wishing lamps floating away. Wei Weibai didn't have any thoughts and was about to pass by. But she heard Wen Jinxian's low and gentle voice. "Let me make a wish." Wei Weibai looked up at him. He had already stretched out his fingertips. A piece of paper appeared on the rabbit lantern, and the paper was hidden in the lantern. The young man quietly lowered his eyes. His eyelashes were half closed, and the shadows under his eyes brought out a gloomy darkness. He bent over, and his exquisite wrist bones were exposed from his sleeves. The beautiful rabbit lantern was gently touched by his fingertips. It floated far away. Wei Weibai seemed to be a little curious. She tiptoed to see where her lantern had floated to. However, she saw Wen Jinxian standing by the water. His gaze was affectionate, and his features were gentle and exquisite. He stretched out his wrist, and a thread of love appeared on his wrist bone. The red thread was exceptionally beautiful. It was stained with the aura of the soul, and it looked even more lustrous. The deeper the emotion, the brighter the red thread. Wei Wei, I hated this thing at first. No, to be exact. At first, he was disdainful and cold. When they first met, the first time he saw her, it was a faint fluctuation. At that time, he even had murderous intentions. Later, she died in the lightning tribulation. He hated this thing because he guessed that it was this thing. It caused the soul aura to exchange. The lightning tribulation mistook her for someone else and took her away. But when she reappeared from the lotus, he would be grateful if this thing didn't exist. Connect their souls. Not to mention 100 years, even 10,000 years would not be enough to summon her soul back. Yes, it had been 100 years. He wanted to raise her from the very beginning. From the moment the seed fell into the pond until she began to turn into a lotus flower. Later on, it finally withered and woke up from the petals. A total of 100 years. She didn't know. Maybe she just felt like she had slept. No one told her how long 100 years of wind and rain was. In the past, he might have thought that it wasn't long. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read on your phone. https://m. Sashu. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 2466. After all, in the cultivation world, time was worthless. Occasionally, A major seclusion could last hundreds of years. But to him, this 100 years was more difficult than the previous 700 years. It was even too long. It was so long that he thought he was extremely old. Sometimes he would be terrified and grab his hair to look. Had it turned white? Little Fox would definitely like a young man, not an old man. He saw the little fox looking at him with a puzzled expression. Her round, watery eyes were still pure. Wen Jinxian didn't explain too clearly and just smiled. But now, I like this line very much. Wei Wei looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. She was going to leave. She didn't want to turn into a lotus in front of Wen Jinxian. She said with a smile, Wen Jinxian, I'm going to buy a lamp and make a wish like you. Wen Jinxian stared at her silently for a while before revealing a smile. The young man's thin lips were exquisite and slightly cold. His eyes were dark and pure. When his smile spread, it was filled with the broken shadows of the joyful lights. He said, Okay, Wei Wei. Wei Wei immediately jumped up and down, her long ribbons swaying behind her. She ran to the most prosperous place in the world. Her footsteps were filled with joy. Wen Jinxian still stood in place. His body began to shatter. He was already dead. He snatched a soul destined to disappear from the heavenly Tao. He asked what price he had to pay. With immortal meridians, soul, and eternal fortune. Amazing talent, intelligent spiritual aura. Strong physical body, abundant spiritual aura in the sea of consciousness. Everything about him. He threw himself into the lotus one by one. Let her grow. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were just a foundation. He had used everything he had to exchange for everything she had. 100 years ago, he had used up everything he had. In exchange, the lotus began to grow. In fact, 100 years ago, he had nothing and should have died. He only relied on the red line on his wrist, which was closely related to her soul aura. He deceived the heavenly Tao and let his lifespan drag on for 100 years. And when he finally changed her back, it was time for him to disappear. The youth stared at her back as she left. His beautiful fingertips began to disperse into light spots. The note in the lamp behind him. It was just a simple wish. I only hope that you can live happily for a very, very long time. I don't ask that you remember me, and you don't need to love me anymore. I just need to love you. The young man's vision began to disappear. His black eyelashes became transparent, and his eyes were filled with countless specks of light. The lights were brilliant, and he had become the light within them. He remembered that there were countless storage bags in the main hall of the Heaven Sect. There was also the secret manual for opening the secret realm. He gave her everything he had. She didn't know how to draw charms, so he drew many charms for her to use. She didn't know how to use arrays, but he made many arrays for her to use. There were even absolute orders given to the disciples of the Heavenly Gates sect. The entire Heavenly Gates sect did everything they could to protect her. Of course, he had already kicked Su San away. This was his last bit of jealousy. When Jinxian thought, what else is there to do? Perhaps no one else would be as protective of the little fox as he was in the future. What a pity. He sighed faintly, then revealed a smile. The slender and beautiful youth had completely disappeared. As for Bai Weiwei, who bought a lamp, her heart moved and she frowned. The system said, let's go, it's time. Weiwei couldn't help but look back. She didn't know where Wen Jinxian had gone. However, without seeing her turn into a lotus, the impact might not be so great. She closed her eyes, and her soul disappeared on the spot. Only a small lotus fell to the ground. The lotus was boiling with a mortal aura, protected by the array, and mortals couldn't see it. And Su San, who had been following the two but didn't dare to get too close because of Wen Jinxian. When he noticed that Wen Jinxian had disappeared, he rushed over. He saw the scene of the little fox turning into a lotus. When he held little lotus in his hands, tears started to fall, because everything of his master was in the lotus. He had cultivated to this stage. What else did he not understand? These two people, in the end, only left this lotus. The lights were still there, but Hua Jiao and Yi Sheng were not there. /T. Chapter 2467. The system trembled as it hugged the warm gloves it had woven. Its small body struggled to follow the big boss in front of it. In the darkness, a galaxy-like path appeared. Yi Yuxuan's slender back looked exceptionally tall and powerful in the silver light. It was just that the temperature around him was a little cold. The system felt that Boss Yi had been tortured by the host this time. So when he died and turned into a soul, he became angry. After all, the torture this time was too long and too miserable. The host slept like a pig and didn't care at all. It didn't see how this boss was tortured. After the lightning tribulation, that 100 years was simply a sad memory of torturing the big boss, to let the host's soul come back. Not to mention that the time status was stuck in the pending state. Wen Jinxian was willing to work hard without complaint. He put in everything he had to nurture the lotus. It was not easy for the model worker to raise his little cutie. He was going to die. So be it. In the end, when he died, he realized that he had turned from a model worker to a model worker. 100 years of hard work was kicked away by Wei Wei Bai. He left just like that. The system didn't dare to say that he watched when Jinxian disappear. Yi Yuxuan's soul appeared in place. In the bustling lights, his soul power was incomparable and radiated in all directions. Then, under the gaze of this powerful power, Wei Wei Bai left his body casually, letting everything that was condensed from 100 years of hard work. He retreated back into a lotus. At that time, he saw Yi Yuxuan's expression, that gloomy and cold. In the past, at least the time was short. No matter how much effort was spent, it would at most be 100 years. Of course, there were special planes that took a longer time. But for a cultivation plane to grow to such an extent, it took so much effort. In the end, before he died, he was still gratified that he had raised a flower. He could live happily for a while. In the end, as soon as he left, his soul awakened and he saw Bai Wuqing leave. Even if Wei Wei Bai lived for 3 more days, Yi Yuxuan would come back slowly. It wouldn't have made Boss Ye's face turn black now. Everyone had a buffer period. This time, Yi Yuxuan's soul chased after him and slept in Wen Jinxian's body. That was why Wen Jinxian did everything. Yi Yuxuan had a very deep understanding of this. It was almost as if she had done herself. The depth of this kind of immersion was something that Wei Wei Bai, who was heartless and had an emotional shield, could not imagine. It was no wonder that Yi Yuxuan couldn't recover in time. His face darkened the entire time. After all, his current mood swings were much more intense than before. The system suddenly stepped on his pants and almost fell over. When he finally steadied himself, he looked up. What about Yi Yuxuan? Where was his host? The space storm blew past, brushing past the system's face. The system was silent for a long time before it finally exploded. Yi Yuxuan took his host away again. Where did she go? Was he up to no good? Was it going to eat her soul? Now that the host's soul is the lotus root, the pork rib soup is delicious. That was not the main point. The main point was, where was his host? Wei Wei Bai woke up. A lonely gust of wind blew past. A few bones rolled past her feet. This was a gloomy place. This was a place where bones were piled up. She slowly looked up and saw a rusty iron sword. The beautiful and ancient patterns were covered in a thick layer of rust, and within the rust were traces of dried black blood. Beside the iron sword was a familiar throne. The bones were pieced together. It was pale, but it did not feel ghostly at all. Chapter 2468. Instead, it was a cold and powerful aura that came head-on. This aura made Wei Wei Bai feel goosebumps rise on her skin. What made her eyes twitch even more was the man sitting on the skeleton throne. His long black hair, with a dark luster, quietly fell on his shoulders. The beautiful man's eyelashes were slightly lowered, and the golden light under his thick eyelashes was frozen. There was only a kind of heartless coldness on his cold and exquisite face. He was like a golden-eyed king frozen in ice and snow. He looked at the living beings under his feet emotionlessly. He could destroy the world with a raise of his hand at any time. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She felt that this man's face was a little familiar. Yi Yuxuan, but it was very similar, but there were also differences. After all, she was so familiar with Yi Yuxuan. This man sitting here, she could still tell whether it was him or not. It was just a person who looked a little like Yi Yuxuan, or a ghost. She sat on the bone mountain and felt uncomfortable. She tried to move a little, but she found that the golden light in the man's eyes flowed. It seemed that he was about to wake up. She instinctively felt that this guy was not to be trifled with. She seemed to have seen him last time. After that, she never saw him again. She thought that she was having a nightmare, so she threw it to the back of her mind. But now she saw him again, and every time she woke up, she did not have the system. She should have returned to reality. Could it be that she fell here because of some accident? Was this the gray area between reality and the plane? Wei Bai had experienced the cultivation plane, and many possibilities flashed through her mind. Or maybe the system accidentally used the small world built by that big boss as its own path. That was why it accidentally let her come here. Wei Bai slowly stood up. The eyelashes of the man on the throne moved, but he did not move. She found that he seemed to be resting, so his body could not move. Wei Bai took a few steps back. She found that he did not react. Then she boldly turned around and ran forward. He had to find the system first. Being trapped here made him feel uneasy. With great difficulty, she finally stepped over a few skulls and was about to descend the mountain. However, he found that the skeletons suddenly stood up shakily. He stood up. Those bones seemed to be pulled by some kind of power and pieced together into countless skeletons. They were all here for Wei Bai. A huge beast-like skeleton looked up to the sky and roared. Then it stomped on the skeleton mountain. Step by step, he crushed the bones and rushed towards Wei Bai. Wei Bai, fuck, Husky, you scare me to death. She broke into a run, and the skeletons followed her. Wei Bai, who was most afraid of ghosts, felt that this was the scariest scene she had ever encountered. She covered her head and scurried to the side of the throne, only to find that she had run back. Damn it, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Just as she was about to make a turn, she realized that the running skeletons had stopped. They seemed to be afraid as they took a few steps back. Then, they lay on the ground, trembling. In hindsight, Bai Wei looked at the throne. However, she found that the man had already opened his eyes. His golden eyes were as beautiful as flowing gold. He stared quietly at Wei Bai. His eyes were cold and calm, deep and gorgeous. There was also a hint of suppressed anger. Wei Bai laughed dryly, and then took a few steps back. Then, she found that as she stepped back, all the skeletons were looking at her. /T. Chapter 2469. Every time she took a step back, the skulls would take a step forward. Wei Bai could only move to the man's side. She thought that the man was also a ghost, and a big ghost that was a leader. Maybe the next second, he would peel off his face and reveal his skull. But she found that the man stared at her indifferently for a while, and then slowly lowered his eyes and ignored her. Wei Bai always had a feeling that this guy was angry, and he was angry with her, so he wanted to give her a cold war. She didn't know him. She didn't want to be like an ex-boyfriend who came to find trouble with her after breaking up. When the man lowered his eyes again, the skulls seemed to have received some kind of encouragement. The eerie white bone claws crawled forward bit by bit. They looked at Wei Bai with greedy and terrifying eyes, as if the skulls didn't have eyes. But Wei Bai saw it. They wanted to eat her. System, where did you go? Your host is going to be eaten. She couldn't call the system back, so she could only retreat step by step, until she suddenly bumped into something with her heel. It was a little cold, a little hard. Just as she was about to turn around, she saw the biggest bestial skull howl. It scared Wei Bai so much that she fell back and sat directly into a cold embrace that made people shiver. She froze and found that the place she bumped into was a man's foot, and the place she was sitting now was a man's thigh. The man's embrace was like a cold and hard embrace. There was no trace of life. There was also no warmth like blood flowing. There was also no heartbeat, pulse, or the breath of human life. In any case, it was similar to a stone. Was it really a ghost? Wei Bai immediately stiffened and didn't dare to move. And those skulls also didn't dare to move. They just lay there and stared at Wei Bai, but none of them dared to come up to eat her. Wei Bai's intuition told her. These things were very dangerous, and they really wanted to eat her. Even if it was a skull, she could see their strange and greedy expressions. This nightmare was truly long and terrifying. Wei Wei Bai sat there awkwardly while the man behind her lowered his eyes indifferently. He seemed to be asleep. After sitting for a long time, she was bored and couldn't help but turn around to look. She saw him looking down as if he was deep in thought. A faint glimmer of light flashed through those beautiful, golden eyes, but it was hard to tell what kind of emotions they were feeling. His unbelievably beautiful face was much more exquisite than Yi Yuxuan's. She thought that Yi Yuxuan was good-looking enough. He hadn't expected to find an upgraded version of Yi Yuxuan. However, it was precisely because it was too beautiful and exquisite that it felt unreal. It was so unreal that it didn't seem human at all. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but think about Yi Yuxuan at the beginning. In fact, it also looked like a robot. But compared to this man, Yi Yuxuan was a robot. But sometimes it was quite cute. Even if he was a robot, he was still a human. He still had the warmth of a human and certain characteristics of a human. But this man didn't have a single trace of dust in him. She didn't like it, because she was thinking about things. She stared at him for too long. The man's eyelashes moved, and a trace of intense fluctuation appeared in his golden eyes. It was as if something was struggling, and then a trace of softness appeared in his calm golden eyes. A flash of gentleness. A soul aura that made an exquisite puppet come to life. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in surprise. A hand suddenly pressed down on the back of her neck and pressed her against his chest. Chapter 2470. His chest was hard and firm, and there was no heartbeat. It made Wei Wei Bai panic. The man's other hand crossed her waist, and his strong arm trapped her in his arms. His delicate thin red lips pressed against her fair and small ear, and his breath was cold. "You make me angry." The man's voice was low and cold, with a trace of elegant magnetism. "I'll be angry here for 3 minutes before I let you go." He was afraid that when he returned to reality, he would not be able to recover and would be cold to her. He could not bear to be angry with her. He could only bring her here and let her accept her punishment. He could only wake up for a few minutes in this cold and noble body. This was the data he obtained after many tests. After a few minutes, his consciousness would disappear. Before his consciousness disappeared in this body, he would bring her back to reality. "Wei Wei Bai, boss, who are you?" "I don't know you." The man pressed her down and hugged her quietly. There were skulls all around. The seat was a skeleton. The wind was cold. Wei Wei Bai was dumbfounded. Just when she thought that she would never wake up from this nightmare, the man suddenly grabbed her waist and carried her up. Then by the time Bai Wei Wei reacted, he had already placed her on the wide, white-boned seat. Wei Wei Bai leaned against the back seat, and there was still a thigh bone. Damn it, she wanted to go home. Then she watched as the man effortlessly pulled out the iron sword beside the throne. The rust was still there, and the smell of blood did not change. The tip of the sword swept gently in front of him, and the awakened skulls were shattered into powder and scattered in all directions. This quiet place regained its calm and dead aura. He casually inserted the iron sword into the place where it was just now, and then turned around. His cold and exquisite face was so calm that it was as if what happened just now was just a breath. The anger in his eyes also disappeared. Wei Wei Bai looked at him, lowering his head, and his black hair fell on her body. There was a trace of human vitality in his golden eyes. "Okay, go to sleep." After saying that, he reached out and pressed her eyes. She leaned against the chair and fell asleep. Yi Yuxuan stood up again. He closed his eyes and separated himself from this powerful and exquisite body. A beautiful and powerful soul reappeared beside Wei Wei Bai. The golden-eyed king stood silently beside the sword. Yi Yuxuan glanced at him expressionlessly before reaching out to hug Wei Wei Bai. She turned back into a white soul ball and quietly nestled in his arms. Yi Yuxuan turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly realized something and quickly disappeared. And at the place where he had just been standing, the iron sword was stuck there. If he hesitated for even a second, his soul would be destroyed. When Yi Yuxuan reappeared, she was already in midair. His body, which had been standing just a moment ago, had quietly returned to his throne. He raised his head, but there was a trace of confusion in his cold and emotionless eyes. Yi Yuxuan also narrowed her eyes. Was this the powerful consciousness that could suppress him? When he first entered this body, he was suppressed by a terrifyingly powerful consciousness. This consciousness was filled with endless killing, a crazy and twisted bloody aura, an ancient and distant majesty, and a cold and inhumane cruelty. If he didn't have the love left behind by Wei Wei Bai in his heart, he might have been swallowed up. Yi Yuxuan calmly analyzed that the consciousness in this body was related to him. In fact, it was once one with him. Chapter 2471. This kind of analysis required more explorations before it could be verified. Yi Yuxuan hugged Wei Tuanzi and slowly retreated. The man sitting on the throne looked at him coldly. He didn't seem to be fully awake. His golden eyes were cold and empty, but it was enough to make people feel fear. Yi Yuxuan wasn't afraid. He protected Wei Tuanzi and calmly analyzed. He knew that he couldn't beat this guy. And Yi Yuxuan looked at the man's wrist. There was a red line. That red line was connected to Wei Wei Bai's wrist. The red lines of the three of them were intertwined. Dead knots were tied one after another. Unless it was forcefully broken, it would be impossible to undo them. Yi Yuxuan retreated step by step. His calm heart was filled with all kinds of data analysis. The system, who rushed over, forcibly raised its height and activated its greatest strength. Zhang Yang's red hair was like a lion's head. The young man's slender body was strong and agile like a leopard. He bared his teeth and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight with Yi Yuxuan. The chosen one was amazing. It was good enough that he hugged the host. The host's soul disappeared just like that. Where was the system's dignity? Even if he couldn't beat Yi Yuxuan for the sake of dignity? Wait a minute. How did Yi Yuxuan's human nature and divinity conflict? The system braked quickly and saw a scene that made its liver and guts burst. The terrifying guy on the throne was looking up at Yi Yuxuan in midair. This was the place where Yi Yuxuan's power was. The man on the throne was the condensation of Yi Yuxuan's divinity. Divinity was heartless, emotionless, sad, and happy. It only had the intention to kill. Yi Yuxuan, on the other hand, was a human nature that was forcefully pried out by the host. The power of human nature was definitely weaker than divinity. No matter what kind of power it was the same person. But it was just like schizophrenia, even if it was the same person. There were also times when the strong and the weak would fight each other. Yi Yuxuan loved Wei Wei Bai. This was only natural. After all, she had been abused by the host in so many planes, so she had developed a deep love for him. Humans were just that pretentious. The more they were tortured, the more they loved them. What could he do? But Yi Yuxuan's divine power had no feelings. When the time came, Yi Yuxuan would return to his real body. Divine power would definitely devour human nature. This was also why he knew that in the future, Yi Yuxuan would definitely forget about the host. Because the divine Yi Yuxuan would not love its host. But what was going on? There was no need to talk about the intersecting red lines. Yi Yuxuan had the power of divinity. She was the queen of golden eyes. Why do you look so unhappy? Are those ripples of emotion in your eyes? How could the power of divinity have emotions? Thinking back to the past, the power of divinity had repeatedly tried to pull Wei Wei Bai's soul over. The system thought that it was because of Yi Yuxuan's human nature. But Yi Yuxuan automatically separated herself. Why did the power of divinity still have emotions? And it looked like it wanted to fight with Yi Yuxuan. You guys are one body, so what's the point of fighting? Aren't you just hitting yourself? Suddenly, it realized something. Yi Yuxuan and the man on the throne looked at the system at the same time. That gloomy gaze of death seemed to feel that the system had disturbed them. The system, who had rolled up its sleeves and was about to fight, was silent for a moment. It suddenly tiptoed back and disappeared with a whoosh. Host, take care. He was about to risk his life fighting with Yi Yuxuan's human nature. In the end, Yi Yuxuan's divine power had also awakened. He really couldn't beat it. He wouldn't get involved in this complicated heterosexual relationship. You're the boss. You can do whatever you want. Yi Yuxuan also took this opportunity and disappeared with Wei Wei Bai, returning directly to reality. The land of bones was still cold and desolate. The man sitting on the throne slowly lowered his eyes. A strange fluctuation appeared in his calm golden eyes. He slowly opened his fingers. In the center of his palm, a doll appeared. It was a cute version of Wei Wei Bai, smiling brightly. The man looked at it for a long time, then closed his palm again. Then, he continued to look down in silence. It was as if all the emotional fluctuations were just an illusion, and the red line on his wrist was incomparably bright. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com// Chapter 2472. Bai Weiwei flipped over like a sparrow hawk and got up from the bed. Her sleepy eyes were misty, a few strands of hair were standing up, and there were red marks on her fair face from sleeping. She looked unusually cute and confused. What happened? Where was the skull? Where was the man who looked like Yi Yuxuan, but was more handsome? Or was it a male ghost? She looked around and found that she was on her own bed in reality. The familiar decoration style, the clean and sweet room, and the fresh-cut flowers at the bedside. Wei Wei Bai touched her head and thought for a long time with a calm face. She felt that the dream was very strange. Could it be that she had been coveting Yi Yuxuan for so long that even her nightmares were about Yi Yuxuan? Right, where was Yi Yuxuan? The system said secretly, he's being interrogated in the living room. Wei Wei Bai, what? Who dares to interrogate Yi Yuxuan? Who would have the guts? She didn't even dare to interrogate him. Unless he cheated. Yes. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her beautiful eyes. This kind of mentality was not good, although they were both hot. But there was the strategy system in between, and there was also the problem of lifespan and other hardcore issues. So they were not hot enough. So even if Yi Yuxuan was with someone else, it could not be said that he cheated. At most, it would be a change of heart. Her awkward identity was not suitable to interrogate him. She had even kicked away the title of fiancé and fiancé. She could not just eat back the identity that Yi Yuxuan like someone else. That would damage her noble character. So why was she thinking about this kind of problem? Shouldn't she be curious about who was interrogating Yi Yuxuan? The system saw her curiosity and said secretly, "Your doctor, your father, and a nurse." Wei Wei Bai's brain was filled with a violent drama in a flash. Could it be that the nurse's pregnancy was actually Qin Xiu's? But Qin Xiu was unwilling to admit it and framed Yi Yuxuan. Before he could finish his melodramatic thoughts, the system said, Yi Yuxuan took the sleeping pills for the second time. Qin Xiu is jumping up and down. He even asked the nurse to bring in the medical equipment and insisted on checking his body condition. This time, after Yi Yuxuan woke up, she refused to go to the hospital. So Qin Xiu was at his wit's end. As for Bai Changyan, he was just a bystander. After all, 3 days had passed, and his daughter had woken up. Furthermore, the Yi family's food was quite delicious. If there was a chance, the food that son-in-law Yi personally cooked would be delicious. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly jumped off the bed, hurriedly changed into her pajamas, and put on a dress. Did Yi Yuxuan take things too hard? Did I leave her hanging too much? Is that why he felt hopeless in love and wanted to die? System, the host's skin had always been so beautiful and thick. He shouldn't be surprised. Was Yi Dada the kind of person who would die for love? The system thought of the emotional fragments of those perverted, affectionate people in the plane. Okay, yes. Wei Wei Bai opened the door and saw on the opposite side, on the long pinecone sofa. Yi Yuxuan's face was a little pale, sitting quietly on the sofa. The young man's beautiful side face, under the sunlight from the window, appeared hazy and white, with a delicate feeling of unreality. He was holding a coffee cup in his hand. The bone porcelain cup was painted with ink, which set off his fair and delicate fingertips, almost glowing. Qin Xiu's back was facing Wei Wei Bai, and he reached out a knock on the table and shouted, "What are you thinking about? Say it, it's the second time. You slept for 3 days and took dozens of sleeping pills. Are you planning to soar to become an immortal?" The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2473. The System That Didn't Dare to Speak. Yes, his soul did just become an immortal and soar. Yi Yuxuan didn't say anything, calmly drinking his coffee. He didn't care at all what Qin Xiu was shouting. He couldn't drink too much coffee right now. It was too bad for his stomach. Under his somewhat messy black hair, his eyes were cold, with a trace of imperceptible tiredness. The coffee forcibly refreshed him. What did Qin Xiu want to shout again? Yi Yuxuan faintly raised his eyes, a few more glimmers of light in his dark and cold eyes. But it seemed even more desolate. Wei Wei hasn't woken up yet. Your voice is too high. Although there is sound insulation here, a noisy environment will obviously affect my girl. My girl? How could Yi Yuxuan say such a mushy name in such a calm and natural tone? Wei Wei Bai felt that she was already a weird old aunt. She was moved, so I'm still a little girl. She looked so delicate, cute, and beautiful that she could be regarded as a girl. Women always like to be young girls. No, to be younger, girls are better. System, vomit, this kind of poisonous and disgusting dog food. Didn't want to eat it. Damn, Yi Yuxuan must have been affected by the previous plane. Because in Wen Jinxian's heart in the previous plane, Wei Wei Bai was a little girl. But the reality also called her that. It was really too hard to explain. Qin Xiu was also stuck. After all, this kind of shameless and mushy name my girl. From Yi Yuxuan's calm and indifferent mouth. The contrast was really too big. Those who didn't know would think that Yi Yuxuan was talking about his daughter. A stench of dog food hit him coldly. Qin Xiu hurriedly waved his hand desperately in his mind to get rid of the dog food. Then he said coldly, "If you have something to say, you can tell me. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know why you wanted to commit suicide?" Yi Yuxuan sipped her coffee calmly. Her lips were a little pale. She pursed the edge of the porcelain cup, showing a trace of fragility. After finishing his coffee, he said calmly, "I'm in good shape." Qin Xiu sneered. "How good can it be? All of your body's functional data are lower than normal. If you don't feel nauseous and dizzy after waking up, you can be considered to be able to bear it. No, a normal person would have already ascended to heaven." Yi Yuxuan put the bone porcelain cup on the table without any emotion. He calmly reached out and pinched the space between his eyebrows. His head did hurt a little. It wasn't the sleeping pill's fault. It was the after effects of facing that strange golden-eyed man. He suddenly stopped what he was doing. He raised his eyelashes slightly and looked through the gaps between his fingers. She saw Wei Wei Bai standing at the door. It was obvious that she had just woken up. She had changed into a dress, but she had forgotten to button the top button, revealing her white neck and faintly discernible collarbone. The light red checker dress was fresh and elegant. She looked at him thoughtfully, her eyes containing a trace of strange scrutiny. Her body was still thin, but her momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Originally, she appeared slender because of her illness, but now there was a sense of coldness and refinement. It seemed that those dreams didn't just affect him. In fact, she was also infected. Yi Yuxuan calmly put down his fingers, pursed his thin lips, and said in a low voice, "Wei Wei, wake up." Wei Wei Bai looked at Qin Xiu with an anxious face. Then she looked at Bai Changyan with a confused face. Finally, she looked at Yi Yuxuan with a calm face. Then she calmly touched her stomach. "I'm hungry." Yi Yuxuan nodded indifferently, then got up. Her fingers casually rolled up the cuffs of her sleeves, revealing her white wrists. Chapter 2474. Then without saying a word, she went straight to the kitchen. The cook washed the vegetables. Yi Yuxuan cooked by himself. He rarely cooked by himself, but if Wei Wei Bai asked, he would do it himself. For him, cooking was just a matter of looking at the recipe and then accurately copying the finished product. It was not difficult. Seeing Yi Yuxuan enter the kitchen, Wei Wei Bai sat down casually, sitting in the position where Yi Yuxuan just sat. She asked calmly, "What's wrong with Xian Xian?" Qin Xiu whispered excitedly. He took dozens of sleeping pills the second time. Wei Wei Bai frowned. "Is his body okay?" Qin Xiu was silent for a moment. then looked at the nurse next to him. The nurse immediately shook her head. There is no life-threatening reaction. Only his physical fitness is lower than normal. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Later, I'll take him to the hospital. If he's okay, don't force him to say anything. In fact, she just didn't want Yi Yuxuan to drive Qin Xiu crazy. Seeing Qin Xiu so excited and worried, while Yi Yuxuan was completely indifferent, she panicked for Qin Xiu. She was really worried that one day Qin Xiu and Yi Yuxuan would turn against each other. After all, who has been with an emotionless machine for a long time. No matter how much feelings they had, they would be worn away. Qin Xiu's identity was also special. The Yi family was a century-old family. It was full of branches and leaves. And Qin Xiu's generation was infinitely distant from the Yi family. But reluctantly, Qin Xiu was a grandson of the Qi family who had no relationship with his uncle. He was a generation older than Yi Yuxuan, although the Yi family looked at strength, not seniority. But it was normal for Yi Yuxuan to call Qin Xiu uncle, because Qin Xiu began to treat Yi Yuxuan's emotional deficit until now. It had been 10 years. He had been paying attention to Yi Yuxuan's illness since he was 18 years old. Even if Yi Yuxuan had no feelings for her, she still called him respectfully. Now, Yi Yuxuan began to feel emotional fluctuations. He hadn't seen many decent brothers around him that he could get along with. If Qin Xiu was gone, what if he regrets it in the future? Sigh. Ever since she decided to devote herself to Yi Yuxuan, she really had to worry about his friendship. Qin Xiu frowned with a helpless expression. Finally, under the calm gaze of Wei Wei Bai, he wiped his tears and said, "You don't know little Wei Wei. Xian really hurt my heart. He ruined his own body like this. How can I face his dead parents?" Wei Wei Bai, Yi Yuxuan's parents are dead? Oh, it was probably when she was his fiancée. He had a slight impression that it was difficult to kill a machine. Qin Xiu sighed. And if he doesn't live to be 70 years old, how can I take out my 1 billion assets? Wei Wei Bai, who was still moved by his feelings for Yi Yuxuan. Wait, say that again. What is 1 billion assets? Qin Xiu said with a deep melancholy face. When I first saw him, my father said to me that the Yi family had done a great favor to the Qin family, and I must repay the favor. Wei Wei Bai, so you're here to repay the favor? The 1 billion just now was a slip of the tongue, it must be. In fact, it was because of the strong brotherhood that he was so anxious. Qin Xiu grinned. Who in this day and age wants to repay the favor from 180 years ago? It's none of my business. Wei Wei Bai, Qin Xiu pulled a long face again. In the end, my father said that if I cured Xian, I could inherit the family property. My family has a whole 1 billion in the bank, and it's still cash. By Wei Wei, at the slash to read at https://www.sashu. Com at https://www.sashu. Com to read the at https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 2475. Qin Xiu's face was tangled. In the end, Xian couldn't be cured. My father could only take a step back and said that if I could guarantee that he would live to 70, I could get the family property. Wei Wei Bai, Qin Xiu, 1 billion. Wei Wei Bai, don't say 1 billion. She wants to lose her memory. Screw your friendship. Qin Xiu saw her shocked face. Suddenly he laughed. No, you really believe such a lousy reason. Although I can't make 1 billion, it's easy to live a rich life. If I really live to 70, I'll be so old that my teeth will fall out. Even if you give me 10 billion, it's useless. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her hand and rubbed her face tiredly. Oh, so you're so worried about his health because of your love for him. Qin Xiu laughed and clapped his hands. Yes, he's my brother. If I'm not worried about his health, who is? But my father did say that if he cured him, he would give me 1 billion. Wei Wei Bai, he has feelings now. He should get better. Qin Xiu, I know. So I called my father a few days ago and asked him to prepare 1 billion for me. Wei Wei Bai, Qin Xiu said to himself. So Xian has to survive these few days and let my father see him healthy. Wei Wei Bai silently got up and pulled out a decorative ancient sword from the wall. The blade swayed, and she rushed to Qin Xiu with the sword. Bai Chang'an immediately stopped her. "My daughter, your uncle Qin is also anxious, so he speaks without thinking. Don't be angry." Wei Wei Bai's face darkened. "No dinner tonight, only the head." He even joked about Yi Yuxuan's health problems. Did he think she was dead? Wei Wei Bai with the sword kicked old Father Bai and Qin Xiu out. The door was slammed shut. Seeing that the nurse was still there, she opened the door again. The nurse obediently bowed her head and walked out faster than anyone else. The door was closed again. Several people lined up in a line and stood at the door. Finally, Old Man Bai said, "Is it okay to joke like this?" Uncle Qin said, "I thought the atmosphere was too serious, so I wanted to liven it up a bit." Who knew that Wei Wei would be so easily teased? Old Man Bai, "Isn't she worried about her man's health?" Uncle Qin said, "Yes, our daughter really likes Xian Xian." After saying that, he felt that there was something strange about the way he addressed her. Wei Wei Bai carried her sword and chased them away with a dark expression. She was still in a bad mood, because she was even hungrier. She turned around and saw Yi Yuxuan wiping the water off her fingers with a handkerchief as she walked out of the kitchen. He calmly glanced at the sword in her hand. His dark and calm eyes did not have a trace of strange fluctuation. On the other hand, Wei Wei Bai shamelessly put the sword back. Yi Yuxuan's eyes were indifferent, but she couldn't help but smile. His tone became gentle. "Time to eat." Wei Wei Bai immediately ran off to eat. After they finished eating, the sky had turned dark. Wei Wei Bai came out of the shower. She racked her brains, but could not figure out why Yi Yuxuan suddenly wanted to take sleeping pills. Could it be that he encountered something that made him unhappy? She walked into the living room and saw that Yi Yuxuan's face was a little pale. He looked down at the documents calmly. She heard that after sleeping for 3 days this time, there were more documents. Old Man Bai came today not only to see his daughter, but also to drag half a car full of documents. He was thick-skinned enough to ask his son-in-law to deal with them. Wei Wei Bai walked over and opened the documents. Then she stared at him. Yi Yuxuan's expression was still calm, but he pressed his lips together a little harder. His thin lips had lost their healthy color. He stretched out his fingers and touched the documents on the table, but he did not open them. Her beautiful fingertips also gave off a thin and transparent feeling. Wei Wei Bai finally asked in a serious tone, "Why did you suddenly take sleeping pills?" Yi Yuxuan lowered his eyes to hide the tightness in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he finally looked up again. His eyes were obscure. His complexion was so delicate that it was unhealthy, and his thin red lips were a little dry. After a long silence, he finally said hesitantly, "I can't sleep." /save button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 2476. Yi Yuxuan, who had always dealt with everything without changing his expression. When he said this, his fingers couldn't help but clench. His calm face didn't show a trace of inappropriate expression, but the strength of his fingertips added a trace of nervousness. Wei Wei Bai felt that this answer was a little unexpected. This wasn't the first time he had taken sleeping pills. Last time, he had fooled her by saying that he wanted to experience the feeling of sleeping longer with sleeping pills. This wasn't something Yi Yuxuan would do. He was just short of putting a computer on his face. Everything that entered his eyes was a calculation of data. How could he let himself take so many pills because of a wrong estimation? Wei Wei Bai looked at him calmly and finally said, "Is it really insomnia?" Yi Yuxuan knew that if he showed a trace of something wrong, she would definitely be able to tell. Just like if she lied, she wouldn't be professional enough. He could easily see through it. So his expression was still calm. His beautiful black eyes quietly looked up, clear and beautiful. His deep voice had a hint of husky magnetism because of depression. "Yes, insomnia. It's the first time in my life that I've encountered such a problem. I'm a little helpless." His tone was clearly so calm. Yi Yuxuan's cold face didn't have a trace of fragile expression. Even his sitting posture still had the strong temperament of a superior. On his neat sleeves, the golden cufflinks reflected a light. A noble and elegant man, even if he said something that made him feel helpless. He didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, which looked even more delicate and bright red. She asked softly, "When did you start to have insomnia?" Yi Yuxuan's eyes moved. He tapped the table with his fingertips and said calmly, "More than a month." It was a conservative time. He tried his best not to let his lie reveal any flaws. He didn't want to lie to her, even if it was for her own good. But he couldn't tell the truth. After all, whether it was that thing that was neither male nor female, or him following her and experiencing one realistic dream after another, these were all strange things to him. A lot of his professional knowledge was useless. Therefore, for the time being, they could only gather as much information as possible instead of solving the problem. He had to grasp the truth of what she had done. As for the thing that had been attached to her body, no matter what, it was still there. His heart was filled with suspicion. Before everything was clear, he had to suppress these things so as not to burden her. Therefore, Yi Yuxuan was extremely calm, but she sighed faintly in her heart. His face was pale and haggard. There was a faint shadow under his eyes, which was very obvious under the light. Suddenly, a pair of gentle hands, as careful as feathers, landed on his beautiful shoulders. Her fingers caressed his fair neck inch by inch, as if she was comforting a child. Her fingertips ran through his dry and smooth hair, and finally she naturally pressed herself against him. She pressed his head into her arms. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes, and the look in her eyes was incredibly gentle. Her body was slightly bent, and her long hair fell messily on his back. This was a very warm and protective action. "Why didn't you say you couldn't sleep?" Her voice was low and soft, like fluff, with a fragrance that almost blended into his breath. Although it was a question, it didn't have any offensive power. /T. Chapter 2477. Yi Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, and even a little tipsy. He was such a tall person, but he didn't feel awkward leaning against her slender and weak body. Wei Wei Bai's lips were almost touching his forehead, and she comforted him softly. "We have many ways to treat insomnia. Don't take sleeping pills in the future, okay?" She put away her cold and sharp edges. She poured out all the softness in her heart, just so that this man wouldn't hurt her. Her soft words were like a breeze, making the eyelashes of the man in her arms tremble, and his deep cold eyes were tinged with a trace of moisture. His breathing paused for a few seconds, and his cold and calm expression softened. Then he reached out and pressed his hand on her back. He didn't use much strength, but there was a sense of possessiveness. In the future, his voice was like a murmur, pleasing to the ear like the sound of zither strings and with a lazy hoarseness. "I'm not taking any more." Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes, and her gentle eyes were full of smiles. Yi Yuxuan became Yi Guai Guai. It seemed that after too much insomnia, a robot like Yi Yuxuan's intelligence would also decrease. Even acting spoiled was coming. In Wei Wei Bai's eyes, the soft and cute Yi Yuxuan was acting spoiled. Yi Yuxuan, who quietly let her hug him, also had a smile in his deep black eyes, although it was a little to divert her attention. But her sudden hug was indeed unexpectedly beautiful. Wei Wei Bai treated Yi Yuxuan's insomnia. First, she carried out a series of psychological interrogation. The company closed down. The amount in the bank account decreased. The house was too small. Yi Yuxuan calmly shuffled the poker cards and slowly dealt the cards. Then he refuted one by one. The company was doing well. The account number was increasing by the minute. The house was indeed a little small, but to make a certain girl like it, it was cozy to be small. Wei Wei Bai didn't like those luxurious castles in the suburbs. She liked cozy apartments. He only realized Wei Wei Bai's preferences one by one after doing some research. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had been flirted with, but she had no evidence. Moreover, Yi Yuxuan's perfect life really destroyed her stingy and petty heart. He lacked nothing and lived a prosperous life. She thought about the bitter days when she had to split a single piece into two flowers. No matter what, she was still a rich young lady who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. She was also the CEO of one of the top companies in the industry. Her life could be considered to be luxurious. She didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and she could buy whatever she wanted unless she didn't transmigrate. Hee hee. Wei Wei Bai thought of the poor ghost plane that she sometimes transmigrated to. There was no need to talk about the sadness and tears, especially the existence of the system, which reminded her of her poverty every day. No matter how rich she was now, she still felt like a pauper. There was a poor system that was so fucking affected. She couldn't interrogate Yi Yuxuan anymore. Otherwise, it would be her turn to suffer from insomnia. Wei Wei Bai had a distressed expression. She held a poker card and played it too. She had nothing to do after eating, and she was worried that Yi Yuxuan didn't get enough sleep because he overworked. So she pulled him to play a relaxing poker game. This kind of simple game was good for soothing the nerves before sleep. Yi Yuxuan looked at his cards calmly. He knew what cards she was holding. He even knew the positions of the cards that he had shuffled, the stack of cards that he hadn't used on the table. This kind of game was actually extremely boring, but he calmly pursed his lips and rubbed the cards with his fingertips. His eyes quietly glanced at Wei Wei Bai, who was sitting opposite him. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu. Address of the chapter 2478. The collar of her pajamas was a little loose. There were traces of water vapor on her white and tender skin. It felt like the sparkling pastry was covered with icing. Just looking at her made him feel sweet. If she was willing, he could sit like this for the rest of his life and feel happy. Wei Wei Bai held the cards and looked at Yi Yuxuan blankly. What's wrong? Why was she suddenly in a daze? The daisy Yuxuan was also very cute. She felt that she was done for. She could forget that she was dreaming about Yi Yuxuan. In reality, she was already a perverted old aunt. Why was she drooling over Yi Yuxuan? She even felt that the other party was the cute little Red Riding Hood. She was the dark and ferocious big bad wolf, ready to pounce on him at any time. Yi Yuxuan calmly put away the emotions in his eyes. His thin lips curled up slightly, and then he said calmly, "Pass." Wei Wei Bai didn't think much and continued playing cards. The system looked at Yi Dada's cards. Relying on his awesome shuffling skills, he held all the good cards in his hands. Then, when the host played a bigger card, he kept passing. So, he was holding the good cards by himself? Wei Wei Bai felt very happy playing cards with Yi Yuxuan. They were evenly matched, but she used her awesome card skills to beat him every time with a small advantage. Geniuses also had things they weren't good at. Look, he couldn't play cards as well as her. Bai Shiwerong's heart was greatly satisfied. The system, on the other hand, watched an extremely boring game from beginning to end. God, he was changing the card again. His technique was even better than the god of gamblers, just to give the host a good card. God, he was calculating the position of each card again. This was to let the host experience the surprise of being able to get a good card no matter how she played. God, he was giving the host good cards again. He was worried that he would accidentally win the host, so he simply gave him bad cards. And the host, from the beginning to the end, he foolishly thought that his card skills were awesome. All of a sudden, the system felt that it was really embarrassing to have such a host. But what could he do? If he were to lose face, wouldn't he be the host? If he recognized a host, he would have to hold on to her with tears in his eyes, even if he had to kneel. After playing mahjong, Wei Wei Bai couldn't stand Yi Yuxuan anymore. She secretly yawned. She covered her mouth and glanced at him. However, she found that this dogman's eyes were extremely bright. His beautiful black eyes were shining brightly. It was as if he could stay up all night for a year without sleeping. She finally believed that he had insomnia. Even though she was so good at staying up all night, she still felt sleepy. However, the more he played, the more excited he got. Yi Yuxuan lowered her eyes and shuffled the cards slowly. Those brand new and messy cards were like tamed soldiers under his beautiful and slender fingertips. They were incomparably obedient. After shuffling the cards, Yi Yuxuan slowly got up and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her wrist joints. In by Wei Wei's sluggish eyes, he easily carried her in his arms. Time to sleep. It's 12 o'clock. She slept too much. That was why he tolerated her sleeping until 12 o'clock. If she stayed for a few more days, he would set a rule that she had to go to bed at 10 o'clock. People with bad hearts had to strictly control their diet and rest schedule. Wei Wei Bai knocked her head against his chest. Her face was pressed against his clothes. Her nose was filled with the pleasant smell of his body. She couldn't help but sniff. This smell. Why did she feel like she was a pervert? Wei Wei Bai hurriedly suppressed her impulsive actions. When she rubbed against his clothes, Yi Yuxuan's eyes deepened, but his actions didn't change at all. Slash crossover system. Adonis, come here crossover system. Adonis, come here crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 2479. He stuffed her back onto the bed. He conveniently pulled the blanket over her body. Yi Yuxuan was like a serious worker. His fingers were very professional and gentle as he smoothed her long hair. He didn't want to get a headache from being pressed down. Wei Wei Bai stared at him obediently. Although she forced her eyelids open, she still wanted to sleep. How could she sleep so much? She had slept for 3 days and still wanted to sleep. However, Wei Wei Bai thought about what had happened in the past 3 days. She had lived in this world for so many years and had so many worries. It was natural for her to feel sleepy, although she had a realistic body and didn't need to work. But she was mentally exhausted. Yi Yuxuan sat by the bed, turned off the lights, and turned on the small bedside lamp. He leaned against the bed and lowered his head. His movements were casual and elegant as he reached out and gently stroked her long hair. His dark and hoarse voice had a sexy texture in the dark night. Go to sleep. If you can't sleep, I'll tell you a fairy tale. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. Who liked fairy tales? She wanted to hear adult. Cough, cough, cough. Don't ask. If you ask again, the comments will fly. Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a long time under the dim light. His side profile was perfect and hazy, like the beauty of an elf in the dark night. It was very impactful. Wei Wei Bai quickly blinked and shook off the temptation of the beauty in front of her. Then she asked, Are you really having insomnia? Yi Yuxuan's eyes were too bright. He was so energetic, waiting for her to fall asleep. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep. She didn't know why, but she imagined him sitting alone in the dark. He looked like he was alone and lonely. Thinking of this, she felt a little embarrassed that she fell asleep so carelessly. It was better to ask politely. This way, he wouldn't seem so cold and heartless when he fell asleep later. Yi Yuxuan didn't answer. Instead, he stared at her quietly. His eyes were a deep black, but because of some kind of emotion, this darkness seemed incomparably soft. Finally, he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Then he murmured against her skin, Then I can sleep. A simple kiss on the forehead that would allow him to escape from the nightmare that had lasted for nearly 1,000 years. The most difficult part was that he had spent 100 years raising her with everything he had. She was hidden in an emotionless lotus flower. It was too difficult, even if Yi Yuxuan thought about it now. They all felt pain and discomfort and were close to collapse. What hurt him the most was that the moment he awakened, he saw her destroying his 100 years of hard work. He turned around and left. That cold back view was just like the one in his countless dreams. He had never stopped even once. As long as her soul could leave, it didn't matter how long she stayed. She wanted to leave. Through the dream world, he selfishly felt that it was good. But after following him in the past, he could better understand the heavy sorrow. This was also why he lost control and pulled her into that dangerous place, just to scare her. This was a wrong thing to do. Yi Yuxuan calmly reflected on himself. He definitely couldn't do such a thing to her next time, especially since that golden-eyed body had another huge force. Moreover, Yi Yuxuan's calm eyes were extremely repressed. Her experience in the dream was probably due to her repressed feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been affected so little. Was it done by that thing that was neither male nor female? Yi Yuxuan's brain was used to calculating and reasoning again. Before he could figure it out, someone tugged at his sleeve. The force made his cufflinks crooked. Yi Yuxuan blinked his eyes a little sluggishly, and then finally lowered his head to look at her. He found that half of Wei Wei Bai's face was hidden under the blanket, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes, like a cute little animal. She spoke tentatively. Why don't we sleep together? Yi Yuxuan looked at her silently and didn't answer, but his dark eyes became dangerous. Wei Wei Bai said, You can't sleep. If you can't sleep, you can still chat with me. Yi Yuxuan realized that he was wrong. Sleeping together turned out to be purely about sleeping together. He could only blame himself for having such a deep experience after going with her soul. Those messy and sweet experiences still remained in his bones. Thinking of her charming appearance in the lotus, his Adam's apple couldn't help but move. Yi Yuxuan suppressed his rapid breathing rate and slowly lifted the blanket. Then he lay down on the bed. The next moment, a warm and soft body burrowed into his arms. A muffled voice came from under the blanket. "You can sleep if I hug you." Yi Yuxuan's body stiffened a little, and then he relaxed. He couldn't help but smile a little more. Then he lowered his head and kissed her hair. "Yes, I can sleep if you hug me." To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 2480. Wei Wei stayed longer this time. She left it especially for Yi Yuxuan. It was specially left for Yi Yuxuan. This sentence had to be emphasized. After all, her father didn't let her stay for more than a few days. For Yi Yuxuan's insomnia, she had to stay up late with him every time. In the end, she had to hug him to sleep. She was afraid that Yi Yuxuan would trick her. She even asked the system to check if he was asleep. The system said, "Yes, he's asleep." After receiving the system's affirmative answer, Wei Wei nodded in satisfaction. It was good that he was asleep. At first, she didn't think it was a big deal to have another person on the bed. The two of them slept peacefully in each other's arms for a few days. When she felt that it was about time and planned to leave the next day, she woke up in the middle of the night. She didn't know if it was because she was thinking about something. She couldn't help but look up at Yi Yuxuan to see if he was asleep. After all, the system also needed to sleep sometimes. If Yi Yuxuan woke up while the system was sleeping, what would she do if he couldn't sleep? In the middle of the night, the lights were dim. Most of Yi Yuxuan's arm was pressed down by her head, while the other hand was placed on her back. Usually, he was always cold and aloof. But when he was asleep, he was still cold. Especially after hugging him to sleep for a few days, his complexion was visibly better. Even the lost color on his lips was thicker, like a rose blooming in the dark night, cold and beautiful. Wei Wei stared at him for a long time. She made sure that his breathing was stable and that he had no intention of waking up. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Wei Wei held her breath and quickly called the system. "System, let's go, let's go." The system was woken up. He rubbed his eyes and pulled the woolen hat on his head. Then he yawned and said to the host, "Okay, close your eyes." Wei Wei immediately closed her eyes. Her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. The system's tiny hands and feet carefully carried her white soul out. He didn't know if it was an illusion. The white soul seemed to have an additional layer of faint gold. Just as the system took him into its arms, it saw Yi Yuxuan open his eyes. His dark and deep eyes were filled with a cold vigilance. Tong Chung shuddered and almost threw the host's soul out. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, was she trying to scare Tong to death? Yi Yuxuan stared at the system in silence for a while before whispering, "Take good care of her." The system immediately nodded obediently. Then it hugged the host and took a few steps back. Without another word, it started to run. Deep in the night, on a soft bed. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here. / crossover system. Adonis, come here. Download crossover system. Adonis, come here. Mobile the save button below to record this reading record. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 2481. Wei Wei slept peacefully in his arms, but her soul was no longer here. Yi Yuxuan's clear eyes didn't have the drowsiness of having just woken up. He reached out and touched his lips with his fingertips. The kiss she left just now was still there. He exerted strength in his arms and pulled her completely into his embrace. The warmth of her body close to his made him squint. Then he lowered his head, took her lips, and kissed her deeply. He was afraid of scaring her, so he kept a quiet and obedient image. But in essence, he was still the aggressive and possessive kind of person. In the past, he had no emotional fluctuations. He didn't understand anything. Now he slowly understood. He also knew why his personality was more paranoid and crazy in every dream. Maybe in his nature, this kind of personality took up most of the time. Yi Yuxuan let go of her, but his embrace was still strong. His lips rubbed against her hair, full of her scent. His deep eyes were stained with a bit of broken light, full of satisfaction and deep. Then Yi Yuxuan slowly closed his eyes, not relying on sleeping pills. It was fine as long as he hugged her sleep. Wei Wei Bai heard a rumbling sound, and a strange stench pervaded the air. Before she opened her eyes, her eyelids twitched. It seemed like the environment was a bit bad. Then she finally opened her tired eyelids and found herself sitting on a shabby mahogany chair inlaid with bronze. The style of this chair, although shabby, was gorgeous. It was similar to the structure of her coco. She was wearing an extremely dark robe. The robe was the kind that had no lines, and there was even a hood on the back. In front of her was a large pot. Thick green liquid was slowly boiling, making a rumbling sound. Some splashed out from time to time. It fell to the floor, corroding a terrible mark. Next to the pot was a desk, and there were all kinds of strange materials on the table. There were also plants, dried snakes, and lizards in a mess. In the middle of the table was a thick stack of parchment books. A quill was casually dipped in ink and thrown on top of the notebook. This strange environment was so strange that Wei Wei Bai was stunned. He had never seen such a style of plain decoration before. She forced herself to move her neck and called out. The system immediately responded, "Coming. Do you want to receive the memory?" Wei Wei Bai felt that her neck was a little sore. Perhaps it was because she had fallen asleep in the chair. Receive. Although this environment looked strange, she was the only one here. He didn't seem to be in any danger, except for the pot of green cuisine. Familiar memories flooded into her mind, and her patience increased a lot. The headache wasn't that bad either. With great difficulty, she sorted out the memories in her mind. Was she a witch on this plane? The identity of a witch sounded like it was tied to a stake. She thought of the fate of those who were labeled as witches in history. Wei Wei Bai felt a chill run down her spine. This was a special plane. It was a world of Western magic. There were all kinds of strange creatures that Wei Wei Bai had never seen before. There were also elves, mermaids, magicians, dragons, and so on. Two of the biggest forces had fought on this continent for 1,000 years. They were the witches and the light magicians. In the end, the light magicians succeeded and killed more than 90% of the witches. Then they established the Church of Light. They specialized in capturing and killing the remaining witches who escaped. // Chapter 2482. In this plane, Bai Weiwei had the identity of a witch, but a very inferior kind of witch. Because her mother was a witch before she was killed by the Church of Light. She left everything to her only daughter. But her daughter was a bad student and could not do anything. She used up a lot of good things from the witches and was forced into a corner by the Church of Light. She finally gave up on herself. She used all the materials and planned to make her own witch servant. Then she killed the archbishop of the church to avenge her mother. The so-called witch servant was a puppet made with the spells of the necromancer and the witch's secret medicine. The puppet would only listen to its master, and the power of the puppet was determined by the corpse. If the corpse was a light mage when it was alive, in that case, the refined puppet would also be a light mage. The original owner went to the mass grave and searched for a long time, and finally used some equipment to measure the fluctuation of light magic on a corpse. Although the fluctuation was a little strange, but there was still light magic. With light magic, one could enter the church and not be discovered. Then they could kill the archbishop who killed their mother. So the original owner rolled up her sleeves and made the secret medicine, but in the process she failed and died. She died too casually. Was this the treatment of a roadside cannon fodder? Wei Wei Bai felt pain in her neck because the corpse's neck happened to hit the chair. Wei Wei Bai could not help but reach out to rub her poor neck. But she found that she was holding something in her hand. It was heavy and smooth. She looked down blankly and found that she was holding a thigh bone, a human thigh bone. The bright white color was simply dazzling to the eyes. Wei Wei Bai, that her fingers trembled and she wanted to throw it. But she heard the system say, "This is the male lead's thigh bone. Don't throw it, or he will be a cripple." Wei Wei Bai had a bad feeling in her heart. Huh, what the hell? The system said, "Look behind the cauldron." Wei Wei Bai grabbed the thigh bone and walked behind the cauldron with a strange expression. Then he saw a chair appear. On the chair a human skeleton appeared. He had long legs and long arms, and his height was very standard. The skull's face shape was also standard. If it had meat, it would be the face of a handsome guy. Of course, no matter how standard it was still a skeleton. No wonder she would have nightmares about skeletons when she returned to reality from the previous dimension. Was that the legendary Omen dream? Ding. Target Xiao West. This mission is to obtain Xiao West's love. Target Xiavist. Progress 0. Time temporary. The corners of Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. What's Sire West? He's just Skeleton West. How do we attack this place? Just tell us how. Not only did he die, he even turned into a skeleton. Strategy my ass. Wei Wei Bai raised her hand and was about to throw away the heavy bone in her finger. But thinking of something, she suppressed the violent primitive power in her body and carefully put the leg bone back on Xiao's leg. A perfect skeleton. It was an eyesore. The system said earnestly, let's just say he's the male lead. I didn't guess wrong. Wei Wei Bai, it doesn't matter if the time is fixed, but how do I attack a dead person? Do I have to summon his soul? The system thought for a while and finally thought, didn't the information say to make a puppet? You could try. Wei Wei Bai, a puppet is also a dead thing. Isn't it just a marionette? Chapter 2483. Even if a puppet could move, it would not have feelings. The system said, there's a 1 in 10 chance that the puppet will gain sentience, but the potion needs to be especially successful. Wei Wei Bai thought about those memories, then ran to the table and flipped through the notes. After a quick look, he did find some specific opportunities. A witch's servant would have their own sentience when they were alive. However, it was very dangerous to awaken the servant's sentience, because once the servant had a lot of power and remembered what happened when they were alive, then the servant could break free from the power of the contract and could even kill the witch. Many witches would avoid the danger of awakening their servant's sentience. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and finally said, System, you do it. This potion needs precise calculation. It's too difficult for a human, especially since she was not a witch. She did not have black magic. The stability of her fingers was not enough to control the data of the potion. The system said, okay, I'll get you a small scale, and then I'll calculate the data of the potion. You just need to throw the potion into the pot. Wei Wei Bai rolled up her sleeves and nodded in agreement. As she began to fumble with the potion, the skeleton on the seat slowly emitted golden light spots. The light spots were hidden in the bones and could not be seen clearly if one did not look carefully. When Xiaya regained consciousness, he saw a petite figure running back and forth. When he went through the undead phase, he was attacked by the dragons, causing him to fall into the crack of time and space as a necromancer's final form. The final form of a necromancer was a skeleton. He did not know how long he had lost consciousness. Was this the witch's house? He could not move, and he could not even control his vision. His empty eyes were dark, and the places he could see were fixed. Everywhere he looked, there were little things hanging there. They were all shabby, not worth mentioning, and looked like trash. If this was really a witch's house, it was too shabby. Also, shouldn't witches be destroyed? Before he awakened his power, he gave the order to destroy witches. He should have been gone for a few years, but those useless people from the church still haven't done what he ordered. A trace of dark red light flashed through Xiaya's dark eyes. He sat quietly on the old, classical wooden chair. His slender fingers rested silently on his leg bones. The cold bones had a layer of beautiful moonlight luster. He tried to move his finger, but found that the binding power of the Dragon Clan was too strong. He wanted to digest the power in his body. It would take some time. Once the power of the Dragon Clan was fully digested, it would be the death of the Dragon Clan. Xiaya's neck drooped. He was quiet and cold. His pale skull gave off a delicate and smooth feeling. Wei Wei Bai and the system were seriously staring at the potion. Wei Wei Bai casually asked, "What is the identity of this Xiaya guy?" The system glanced at the information. "Shiagist, none." The system replied, "He probably died too long ago, so he doesn't have an identity." Not only was the time waiting, but the male lead's information was also gone. Yi Xian's dog couldn't have followed him over, right? He was simply a big wolf dog that would not let go of its host. Wei Wei Bai felt that perhaps he had really died for too long. After all, there was not a single bit of decay on his bones. He was probably a passerby in the past. This was also good. There was no conflict of interest or hatred. Wei Wei Bai carefully threw the last bit of the potion into the pot. // Chapter 2484. The system was a little guilty because it couldn't find the male lead's information. It glanced at the supermarket. Wow, there was the first beauty medal. Wait, there was also the magic immunity medal of the Church of Light. They were all discounted, and the price was about the same. He counted his little treasury. He could buy one and get snacks as a gift. It was a good deal. So he immediately said, "The side reward is here. This time you have a choice. There is the first beauty medal and the immunity medal of the Church of Light. Which one do you want?" After that, the system felt that it still had to give a suggestion. The light medal is good. You are now being hunted and will be tied up and burned by the church. With the medal, you can leave and become a light mage. In this plane, the host was actually in danger. Witches were killed without mercy on sight. Wei Wei Bai also thought about it seriously. Then she compromised and said, "Indeed, the light medal is too useful for me. I don't have any ability now, and I am still a witch. If I am caught, I will definitely die." So, the system was just about to buy the light medal. It heard the host shout firmly, "I want the first beauty." The host waved his fist and said, "For the first beauty, what is death?" The host was so excited that he almost burst his clothes. Money is precious, but the value of life is higher. If it is for beauty, I will throw it all away. The system, why do you want to block the host? It couldn't control the urge to cut ties with the host. After a few minutes of calmness, the system finally pressed the button to buy the first beauty medal with tears in his eyes. The purchase of the light medal came with a small biscuit. The first beauty didn't. His heart was aching. Wei Wei Bai heard a ding sound, and the first beauty medal entered her body. The system said weakly, "All right, your appearance has changed. No matter whether the people in this plane have seen you or not, your appearance has always been like this since you were young. Even if there's a portrait, it will automatically change and refresh." To ensure that the host's changed appearance would not reveal any flaws, no matter how the information was checked. She had been like this since she was young. As for why the first beauty didn't cause a sensation, this question, the discounted medal didn't care. It only cared about the beauty modification, not the evaluation of outsiders. While Wei Wei Bai was waiting for the medal to activate, the potion was also completed. Such a large pot of dark and terrifying cuisine was turned into a small bottle of purple potion. She picked up the potion and turned to leave, but her robe was too long. She stepped on the wrong foot and threw herself forward. Afraid that she would drop the potion, she raised her hands high and face down. Then, he thought of her face, the face of a #1 beauty. Immediately, a huge burst of energy erupted from his body. He exerted force in his legs and threw himself even further away. His entire body crashed into the skeleton's ribs. It was even more painful than falling to the ground. Wei Wei Bai held the potion in one hand and covered her face with the other. Her petite body was almost lying on Skeleton's knee. Her long hair fell into the gap between her ribs. Her brown curly hair intertwined with her white bones, giving her a strange sense of beauty. Wei Wei Bai only felt that it was horrifying. She touched her nose, and tears rolled out of her eyes because of the pain. Then, she raised her head and saw the skull coldly staring at her with its pitch-black eyes. If she didn't know that he was dead, she would have thought that he was looking at her. Because of the pain, she frowned and her lips were tightly pursed. Then, she carefully observed the potion, worried that it would spill. In Xiaoya's line of sight, the petite girl was lying on his body. She slightly raised her curly, thick eyelashes, and the corners of her eyes were wet with mist. Her soft white skin was stained with a blush, making her look exceptionally charming. She seemed to be aware of something. Her watery eyes looked up, revealing her white and flawless neck under the large and ill-fitting robe. The thin lines of her shoulders and neck were delicate and would break with a snap. Like the crystal bottle he used to place in his room as a decoration, the red rose stuck in the bottle and stained with the morning mist. Too beautiful to be real. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a strange red light. Wei Wei didn't see it. She just happened to pour the potion into his mouth. The purple potion instantly soaked the skeleton's body. Wei Wei also heard it. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 5. She was just about to wonder why there was a favorability. Then, she heard again. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 0. By Wei Wei. At the slash. Read at https://www.sashu.com//. Read at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2485. The magic potion had just been poured in, and he already had a change in favorability. The effect of the potion here was so awesome. Or was it because it was digested with bones, so there was no middleman and it could take effect in 1 second? Just now, the purple magic potion entered his mouth. The liquid was like when it was alive, directly rushing into his bones, and every bone turned purple. The purple light covered the pale white bones, strange and gorgeous. Wei Wei stood at the side, watching the purple light suddenly being wrapped in a golden-gray fog. On the pale white bones, countless golden-gray fog was rolling. The internal organs and flesh quickly attached to the bones and grew. Golden-gray light spots filled the sky. In the countless light spots on the slender body, pure white and flawless skin appeared with a sickly, exquisite feeling. Beautiful fingers without a single callus. Like the white rose petals raised by nobles, the silk-like, delicate fingertips gracefully and naturally hung down. Under the thick and fluffy honey-colored curly hair, under the young man's half-closed eyelashes, a pair of gray-purple eyes hazy with a deep sexiness. His thin lips were as red as a rose, and even without a smile, there was a kind of breathtaking charm. He was delicate, perfect, and had nothing to do with frailty. It made Wei Wei touch her face suspiciously. Could it be that the system gave a number 1 beauty medal to the wrong person? This brother of Xiaoya's was too beautiful. His naked body was like a work of art meticulously sculpted by the creator. Golden ratio, purple eyes, exquisite appearance. Bai Weiwei felt a little jealous. What was going on? If they walked out together, she would definitely be suppressed by him without explanation. She glanced at the middle of his legs, stab, stab. That undisguised gaze made the motionless, puppet-like young man's eyes darken. As expected, a licentious and evil witch. She was actually so licentious and shameless. Ding, the male lead's favorability is -2. Wei Wei she wanted to calm down, she didn't do anything, right? She didn't kill his family. She didn't stab him. She didn't say she loved him while stabbing him. Why did the favorability drop for no reason? And wasn't the magic potion not completely digested? How can the favorability increase and decrease? Could it be that the consciousness came first and then the body moved? Wei Wei looked down at him strangely. His eyelashes didn't move, and his eyes were dull. He was like a corpse. She stood in front of him, curiously tilted her head. Her long brown curly hair fell to her shoulders, and her expression was extremely focused. But because her appearance was too sweet, instead of the uncomfortable feeling of observation, instead, it was a kind of softly rubbing the depths of her eyes. The young man couldn't move his line of sight as he looked into her curious and adorable eyes. The girl's eyes were not like those of other witches who had turned black because they had learned dark magic. Instead, it was a Kinz's. Her hair color was similar to his. This color. This little witch's black magic must be extremely bad. The more powerful one's black magic was, the darker the color of their hair and eyes would be. She must be lazy and not put in any effort to study. This kind of trash is more annoying than evil witches. Ding, the male lead's favorability is -5. By Wei Wei. At the /crossover system, Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Comto facilitate your next reading. You can click on at the bottom to record this reading. Quick. Chapter 2486. Fuck you. What's wrong with her? She didn't molest him yet. She didn't pinch his white and tender face either. She also didn't pull his hair to see if it was sturdy or if it would fall off. Why did the favorability drop again? Wei Bai asked the system what was going on. The system observed and finally managed to deduce a possibility. Probably he's conscious, but he can't move his body, and he's in a bad mood when he sees that he's not wearing any clothes. The male lead's information was incomplete, so there was no way to observe. But as a powerful leader, how could he say something as degrading as "I don't know"? Would it become a Sherlock Holmes system in the future? This made the system feel that life was very difficult. Wei Bai sized up his body. Indeed, it was naked. Ding! The male lead's favorability is -7. Wei Bai. I'm about to lose control and tear the white skeleton. The favorability dropping is addictive, and it can't be stopped, right? If it drops again, do you believe that I'll throw you into the mass grave again? Ding, the male lead's favorability is -10. Uncle, ancestor, I will find clothes for you now. Wei Bai immediately turned around and went to search for clothes. For the sake of the favorability, it could only endure. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes drooped. The cold, grayish purple in his half-closed eyes were as beautiful as violets. Although he knew that the evil which was incomparably licentious. But this was the first time he met someone who dared to be so rude to him. Without any shyness, extremely daring. Directly staring at him, daring to look at his Xiaoya's drooping eyes looked at his fingers, no longer in the form of a skeleton, but in the form of a human. That magic medicine clashed with the power of the dragon race. It digested a portion of the dragon race's power. It freed him from his undead state and restored his human appearance. But he still couldn't move. Xiaoya quietly drooped his head, his honey-colored curly hair scattered down, and his hazy eyes could be faintly seen. The youth was like an exquisite piece of art. Even if he sat quietly, it was enough to make people go crazy. But no one could see how terrifying the power in his body was. And this power, because of the conflict, caused him to suffer intense pain. Xiaoya's grayish-purple eyes showed signs of forbearance. Suddenly, a slightly cold hand landed lightly on his shoulder. Xiaoya was unable to move. He could only feel the temperature of the girl's fingertips, bringing about a delicate sensation. She draped the coat over him. He even said indifferently, "You'll have to put up with these clothes. I'm very poor, so I'll have to trouble you." This was the first time Xiaoya had heard someone say the words, "I am very poor," in such a calm and natural tone. Most of them were just trying to look impressive. Saying that they were poor was like insulting the poor. Under his lowered gaze, the girl's fingertips meticulously buttoned his shirt. After much difficulty, he finally finished putting on the pants for the puppet boy. Wei Bai wiped her sweat. It didn't look heavy, but it took a lot of energy just to move it. The clothes belonged to the lover of the original owner's mother before she died. Witches had many lovers because of their practice of black magic. As a result, it would affect one's temperament and cause one to become abnormally reckless. He didn't even know who the original owner's father was. So there were many men's clothes in the house, of different sizes. The witches of this world represented evil, licentious, reckless, crazy, and terrifying. Wei Bai finished taking care of the clothes. Then she went to wash the pot. This pot hadn't been washed since it was bought. Wei Bai expressed that she couldn't bear it. Moreover, the house was in such a mess. How could he live? /T. Chapter 2487. She couldn't control it. Although she wasn't a clean freak, she was still a normal person. She didn't have money to hire a maid, and her identity needed to be hidden. Wei Bai could only roll up her sleeves and do the housework herself. More importantly, where did she hide the mirror? After searching for half a day, she still didn't know where to throw it. She hadn't seen the face of her number one beauty yet. The quiet boy was still sitting on the chair like a delicate corpse. The girl was wearing a long robe, clumsily tidying things. She was trying to clean the floor. She took a cloth and squatted on the ground, trying to wipe the dirt. When she brushed against Shaya's feet, she reached out, grabbed his bare feet, and lifted them up. Then she wiped the floor. She didn't even know how to clean up? Wei Bai finally found a mirror after cleaning the house. She picked it up and looked at herself. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her skin was so delicate that water could be squeezed out of it. A pair of amber eyes, sweet even if they weren't smiling. Long eyelashes, when trembling, cast a delicate shadow under her eyes. The people in this world had a Western-style appearance. The lines of her face were softer, and there was a subtle beauty of the East. Although she looked pleasing to the eye, she was quite pretty. But the appearance of a number one beauty that could cause the downfall of countries and make people go crazy, it was too far. Wasn't this the enhanced version of the pretty girl next door? The number one beauty should be stunning. It had to be so beautiful that it could shake the heavens and shake the earth. It had to be so flamboyant and reckless that it could explode the plains. She had no attack power, no beauty, and had the appearance of a pitiful little wife. What was the number one beauty? Could it be discounted just because it was a side reward? No, this was simply not the right thing to do. Wei Bai said to the system, I can't even look better than a corpse. How can I be considered the number one beauty? That Shaya's corpse was better looking than hers. Look at him, then look at herself. He was the Tmall seller show. She was the village version. The system was silent for a long time, then said, the number one beauty refers to the most beautiful of all women. Men are not included. Otherwise, she would be called the number one beauty. Not a beauty. Wei Bai. With this kind of appearance, she can't be the best among girls. The system said earnestly, don't worry, I said I'll be the first, so I'll definitely be the first. Wei Bai bitterly looked at the mirror and then at Shaya. He found that although the magic potion allowed the bones to grow flesh, but the corpse still wouldn't move. Could it be that there was a problem with the potion formula? However, since the favorability would decrease, it meant that he was still conscious. It was just that he couldn't move. Wei Bai stood in place and thought for a while before slowly walking in front of the young man. She opened her eyes wide and tried to observe him. The youth's grayish-purple eyes were abnormally still and lifeless. There was not the slightest fluctuation. But in Shaya's eyes, he saw her soft and sweet eyes rippling with a clear light. There was only curiosity and pure naivety. He already knew what she was giving him. When he lost consciousness, he was probably mistaken for a corpse and was brought back to be made into a witch servant. Unfortunately, the magic potion had no effect on him. Therefore, she was puzzled as to why it was useless. Shaya calmly thought that after he digested the power of the dragon race, he would capture this presumptuous witch and burn her to death. Suddenly, he felt something. The church's light power appeared. The little witch who was observing him opened her eyes wide in shock and then started to walk around in circles. What should I do? If I'm caught, I'll be burned to death. Chapter 2488. Shaya. All witches should be burned to death. Accept your fate. She was reminded by the system that there were people from the Church of Light searching for Wei Bai in this area. She immediately searched her memory about the original owner of the body. There was a magic wardrobe here. After entering, it could hide 70% to 80% of the black magic aura. Wei Bai immediately ran to open the wardrobe. It was okay. 2 people could squeeze in. After all, Shaya was also restored by black magic, so he would definitely be found. When Shaya saw the little witch, he hurriedly ran away. A faint understanding appeared in his eyes. Running for her life? Just when he thought that the little witch had escaped by herself. The little witch in the inappropriate robe hurriedly ran over again. Then she reached out and hugged him. He was much taller than her. She used all her strength, but could barely drag him step by step. The little witch's breathing was messy and heavy. With every step, her hands and feet trembled violently. He was worried that he would crush her. Her aura did not have the stench of black magic. Instead, it was a kind of rose fragrance. It was exceptionally alluring. Shaya liked roses the most. So when he was promoted to Grand Duke, he bought 80% of the rose varieties in the country. He planted them in the garden. And it was also at that time that his nickname changed from the cold-hearted terminator of evil to the Rose Duke. Wei Wei Bai stuffed Xia into the wardrobe. The delicate young man's eyes were half closed as he lay limply in the clothes. His honey-colored hair fell under his eyes. His grayish-purple eyes were still hazy like rain. Wei Wei Bai felt that the system must have given him the #1 beauty medal. This was the #1 beauty she wanted, not the cute girl next door. Even if she was the cutest girl in the world, she was just cute. Was she not enough to act cute in the previous world? Was she going to continue acting cute in this world? Footsteps came from outside, and the aura of light was unusually strong. Wei Wei Bai immediately squeezed into the wardrobe and closed it directly. She treated the young man behind her as a corpse and sat on his lap without thinking much. The wardrobe was too crowded. She closed the door and leaned back for comfort. Her thin and petite body nestled perfectly in the young man's arms. A slight heartbeat sounded in Wei Wei Bai's ears. She raised her eyebrows. He was really alive. But was there not enough magic potions? Why didn't he move? He had consciousness, heartbeat. He was a living person. Wouldn't it be better if he didn't move? That way, no matter how she dealt with him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Just as Bai Wei Wei was plotting to tempt the youth behind her, Xia's half-lowered line of sight just happened to fall into her loose robe, where half of her collarbone was faintly discernible. She seemed to be very scared. She suppressed her breathing and blew. He didn't feel. He had always hated anyone's body temperature, because he found this was the first time he actually felt that a person's aura was exceptionally pleasant to smell. #1 beauty medal, delicate, soft, easy to push. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, and a sweet aura. Most importantly, anyone who saw him would love him. Under the influence of the powerful medal, even the cold and cruel Rose Duke's heart trembled slightly. Ding, the male lead's favorability is -5. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. If it dropped, it dropped. If it rose, it rose. This time, the target let her smell the scent of a capricious ghost. Outside the door, 2 figures wearing white robes appeared. The white robes were embroidered with the church's golden border. One of them bowed his head respectfully and was about to say something. The taller figure suddenly bowed his head towards the room. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and left. The follower behind him followed with a puzzled face. After walking for a long time, the follower asked, "Lord Bishop, the room is obviously filled with the aura of black magic. Why didn't you search?" The bishop stopped. "There is the aura of that Lord's light magic." The follower paused and suddenly revealed a look of shock. Then, he lowered his head in fear and didn't dare to ask again. // to facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 2489. The bishop reached out and pressed the magic bracelet. There was a hint of awe in his cold eyes under the hood. Although I don't know why that lord would appear in a room with the aura of black magic, this is not something we can ask. The follower immediately said, "Yes, I understand." The bishop said, "When we go back, report the situation to the Pope. Before we get further instructions, no one is to disturb that place." He took a few steps forward. The bishop frowned and felt unsafe. "No, don't disturb the area around that house. That lord didn't just cultivate light magic. If someone else touched black magic, it might violate the taboo of the Church of Light. But if it was that lord, then everything had to make way for him. After all, even the Church of Light was built by his family. Even the current pope was a subordinate of the Rose family." Wei Wei Bai hid in the cupboard. Because it was a little long, she couldn't bear the boredom. She began to yawn. Then she leaned against Xia's body and rubbed against his chest like an obedient kitten. She was extremely obedient and curled up in his warm embrace. She closed her eyes and seemed to be asleep. The beautiful and exquisite youth was like a puppet, motionless, but his grayish-purple eyes were calmly half-closed, staring deeply at the audacious Wei Wei Bai. Although he didn't reject her aura, it didn't mean that he liked to be touched like this. He thought of a fanatical lunatic in the past. To touch him, she even risked her life. Although she only touched the corner of his clothes, she was hid away by his magic, but still disgusted him enough. In the future, he wouldn't even wear clothes like this. If he was in his normal state, this little witch would dare to touch him. It was faster to dream. The Duke of Rose's cold eyes were filled with cold ridicule. When the people of the Church of Light broke into this house, they would capture the little witch. Bringing her back to the Church of Light and drinking the Pope's holy water would probably speed up the refinement of the dragon race's power. At that time, he would personally go to the prison cell and beat this licentious and shameless little witch to death. In the end, as he waited, he already smelled the familiar aura of light magic. It was at least the aura of a bishop. That's great, he must know him. The aura of black magic in this room was so obvious that the bishop would definitely be able to tell. Then he left? Xiao was silent. He actually left just like that. As a bishop, he couldn't even see through a room of black magic. Could it be that he was too lax in his assessment? Or was he too brazen in using underhanded means? The little witch didn't seem to know that the people outside had left. She even curled up in his arms, trembling with fear, as if she was trying to get some protection. If she wasn't asleep, that's what he convinced himself. She actually fell asleep at such a dangerous time. Xiao's eyes were even colder, cold like a purple gem, circulating with a breathtaking brilliance. He was actually hiding in a shabby and cheap wardrobe. He lay there like a corpse, holding a witch in his arms, unable to move. This was definitely the most embarrassing moment of his life. Just as Xiao's impression of this place dropped further and his favorability was about to drop again, a soft sobbing sound, like the murmur of a kitten, sounded softly in front of his chest. Xiao couldn't move his gaze. He only felt that this soft and weak cry tickled his ears. Why are you crying? Are you that scared? I've never seen such a weak, cowardly, and harmless witch. / for convenience next time, you can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 2490. Thinking of the hundreds of witches he killed, all of them were evil and crazy. How could there be such a pitiful little witch? She was actually afraid of being caught and burned to death. He thought that witches were a group of lunatics who refined black magic and treated accepting their fate as a straw. After all, lunatics were not afraid of death. Even if they died, they would drag everyone down with them. Xiao listened to the little kitten-like crying, gently ringing. The moist temperature soaked through his clothes. It seemed to soak through the tip of his cold heart. In his cold eyes, there was finally a trace of helplessness. The people the church had left, what was there to be afraid of? Really too weak. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 0. Wei Bai, because his body was tired, waiting was too boring, so she fell asleep directly. In her sleep, she hugged her head and howled miserably, crying bitterly. Why is the number 1 beauty so ugly, giving me hope and making me despair? A corpse is prettier than me. Do I still have the face to go out? I want to change my face for plastic surgery. The system watched the favorability turn to 0, and then looked at the host who did not forget the strategy in her sleep. Really dedicated. She could still pretend to be pitiful in her sleep. Too admirable. Wei Bai woke up, feeling nothing about the favorability turning to 0. The headstrong ghost's corpse, the favorability increased inexplicably. It was normal, after all, so many perverts, so many brainless targets. She was already calm about this kind of strategy target. She was not a newcomer to strategy. She was an old fox. What was the point of being surprised? Just muddle along. She was still waiting to muddle through one plane and return to the real world to increase her life points to 80 years. As for the 30 life points from the plane reward, forget about it. It was more than that. So every time she woke up in the real world, even the system was too lazy to calculate how much life points she got. How much life points were deducted? Anyway, the big head was not here. Of the plane rewards, only the side rewards could barely be used. No, it was not useful now. Whether it was the cute seller last time, or the number 1 beauty this time. It made her feel the deep malice and stinginess of the autonomous system. Wei Bai dragged Xiao out of the wardrobe with great effort and put him back on the chair. His long legs were casually placed under the chair, and his honey-colored hair curled around his cheeks. He didn't close his eyes, but he couldn't really raise them either. Her clothes were a little messy, and she looked like she had been ravaged. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her nose to make sure she didn't have a nosebleed. Then she turned her back on him and paced calmly. How was he going to attack a corpse, and a corpse with consciousness at that? There was a problem with the magic potion, so he could not move. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. After all, it was fine as long as he was conscious. If he could move, she was worried that he would run away. After all, it seemed like there was a problem with the magic potion. As a result, he did not feel that he was the witch's servant at all. The failure of a potion recipe had many repercussions. For example, if a person was resurrected but was disobedient and ran away, or he could stab the witch to death. Wei Wei Bai felt that this corpse's favorability was probably from the time he stabbed the witch to death. It was better not to move. But this was her thinking. The original owner's character setting had to be maintained. For example, revenge or hatred with the Holy Church. Anyway, she had to pretend to be pitiful. In addition to her current appearance, she was a delicate and pitiful girl. Pretending to be pitiful was the most believable appearance. Chapter 2491. Moreover, she was very familiar with the skill of pretending to be pitiful. She was simply a skilled technician. She didn't even need to think. She could just pretend and be pitiful. Bai Weiwei calmly finalized the issue of her character, as well as the route of the follow-up strategy. As for whether he was from the Church of Light in his previous life, this wasn't important because he would lose his memory when he was resurrected. Right, amnesia. Weiwei Bai's eyes lit up. Amnesia was good. She was also very familiar with amnesia. Weiwei Bai felt that this plane was absolutely stable. Wasn't he in a state of amnesia? Then, she could just fill in the blanks in his memory. For example, he loved her so much that it moved the heavens and earth. Weiwei Bai secretly clenched her fists and silently exclaimed. She had already seen countless favorability hugging her. She adjusted her state and reached out to pull at her face. Her eyes twitched a few times. Then, she turned her head and trotted over to stretch out her hands. Xiaya lowered his eyes and was still secretly competing with the power of the dragon race. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps. In his line of sight, he saw the little witch open her hands and pounce over, hugging his neck. Then, she sat directly on his lap. With tears in her eyes, her slender fingers lifted his chin. The youth's beautiful face was raised, but her face didn't leave. This was the advantage of having a small face. Even at this distance, it was cute. Bai Weiwei's tears dripped down her cheeks. Xiaya, I love you. Even if you become a corpse for me, I will give up everything to resurrect you. Xia, what the hell? Who became a corpse for you? No, how did she know his name? Weiwei Bai cried sadly. We used to be so in love, but that bastard Church of Light wanted to kill our witch. You rebelled against the Church of Light just to save me. I'm sorry. Xiaya, what the hell? Who rebelled against the Church of Light? When did this happen? Why didn't he know? Bai Weiwei wept, heartbroken, and kissed his lips. Xiaya continued to be in a daze. Weiwei Bai's eyes were red, and there were traces of tears on her delicate face. Her amber eyes reflected the face of a beautiful young man. It was as if he was really her one and only. They were lovers in love. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move, he would have strangled her to death. A deep storm appeared in Xiaya's grayish-purple eyes. He stared at Weiwei Bai's face. A lovely girl, sitting on his lap. Her beautiful face was like the sweetest candy. The way she looked when she was crying was breathtakingly beautiful. The more he looked at him, the more he couldn't bring himself to hate him. Weiwei Bai rubbed her eyes. The corners of her eyes were red, and there was a charming seduction in her purity. Her eyelashes trembled, and her eyes were filled with love. Shaif suddenly thought of those disgusting zealots of his. Could it be that this little witch was actually one of his fanatical admirers? That was why he used a magic potion to revive him after picking him up. Just to satisfy her perverted love? He hated fanatical admirers the most. He hated it the most. Once again, Xiaya was in a daze. That's why these admirers are really disgusting. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article ad. https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. com//. Chapter 2492. Wei Wei Bai wanted to show that they were real lovers. She was worried that he would notice something was wrong, so she tried her best to create the atmosphere of a passionate love between the two of them. But he couldn't move now. Other than kissing him, he couldn't do anything else. So she kissed him with all her might. It would be a waste not to kiss him. Xiaoya's mind went from being muddled to feeling disgusted to numb. As expected of a witch, she was evil. So shameless, so still so shameless. A faint blush suddenly appeared on the beautiful boy's pale face. It was like a pink rose growing in the snow. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased by 2. Wei Wei Bai. It seemed that he was not only a willful person, but also a stingy person. 2 points, 2 points, 2 points. Don't you feel embarrassed? Wei Wei Bai sat in Xiaoya's arms and made up some stories about their love. She said that he chased her back then. He bought her a lot of jewelry with all his money. Wei Wei Bai. And for me, you went to 3 towns to buy honey cakes for me. Wei Wei Bai. For me, you didn't even look at princesses, dukes, and daughters. You didn't look at them, but it had nothing to do with her. Wei Wei Bai. And you would play the piano and sing love songs for me in the middle of the night. Wei Wei Bai shyly held her face. In the end, I still agreed to your proposal. Rose Duke, who only knew how to kick women away when he saw them. Who proposed? Was he the kind of person who would propose? Ridiculous. The little witch chattered for a long time. Xiaoya felt that he was about to fall asleep. A kiss gently landed on his forehead. The girl's voice was sweet, gentle, and soft. Although I know you can't hear me, I was still worried that you would be bored if you couldn't move, so I had to say more to you. Under Xiaoya's eyelashes, his cold purple eyes contained a hint of coldness. But because of his sentence, he trembled. In his line of sight, the little witch's face was soft and clean under her reddened eyes. What was even cleaner was her sweet smile that was the same color as her eyes. It was like honey, even though the words he said were all nonsense and preposterous. However, there was no smell of blood, nor was there any aura of black magic. Other than feeding him the resurrection magic potion, he did not do anything else. Even if she was a witch, she would be too clumsy to know anything. She didn't know magic, she didn't know how to dodge, and she definitely wasn't an evil little witch. Wei Wei Bai said a lot of sweet nothings. There were also many fictional stories. She tried her best to make Xiaoya think that they were lovers. It was natural that her favorability towards him didn't increase much. After all, a person with amnesia didn't mean that they were mentally retarded. During dinner, Wei Wei Bai boiled some meat soup and fed it to the boy. After all, they had to maintain the image of lovers. She had to treat him better. Otherwise, he would doubt her words even more. It didn't matter that Xia didn't need to eat. The magic energy in his body could maintain the state of his body. But when the little witch carefully blew on the meat soup and then fed him little by little with a small spoon, he actually didn't spit it out. Not being able to move didn't mean that he couldn't reject food. He still had this kind of physical instinct. The little witch chuckled and muttered, "There's no food at home again. I'll make more herbs to sell tomorrow. I won't let you starve." Xiaoya stared at the smile on her face, his eyes deep. After dinner, Wei Wei Bai took out hot water and gently wiped Xiaoya's face, hands, and feet. He had just grown out and was clean. Bathing would wait until tomorrow. This was the first time that Xiaoya was served so rudely. His face was red from being wiped, because the weather was cold and it was snowing at night. Wei Wei Bai lit the fire and dragged Xiaoya's chair to the side of the fire. Worried that he was cold, she even squatted in front of him and held his hands with her hands. "When I sell the herbs and have money, I'll buy gloves for you." Xiaoya's body was still in severe pain. After all, the conflict and digestion of power was not easy. He had always been used to enduring and was also used to silently digesting in the dark. In the past, if someone dared to disturb him when he was digesting power, he had the heart to kill. The little witch pressed his cold fingers to her face and revealed a sweet smile. She said, "You won't be cold like this, Shaya." Fanatical, humble, and pitiful. Shaya coldly sneered in his heart, admiring him so much. Really annoying. Ding. The male lead's favorability is 7. Chapter 2493. Wei Wei Bai said that she was poor, and she was really poor. To make witches slaves, she did everything she could. All the precious things that could be returned were exchanged for gold coins, and then thrown to Shaya. Wei Wei Bai flipped through the formula again and again. It was impossible for a dead person to have memories after being resurrected by herbs, because the effect of magic medicine was limited. Creating a complete soul was the domain of God. It was not the ability of witches. In this world, if a person wanted to be resurrected, all kinds of methods had sequelae. The witch's magic medicine was already one of the best methods of resurrection. But this kind of resurrection was at the cost of depriving the dead of all consciousness when they were alive. That was, once the witch's slave woke up, his mind would be blank. But his personality would have a high chance of being preserved. This was also the reason why witches' slaves would sometimes kill witches. Because some people, even if they lost their memories, their personalities were still so violent. Even if they lost their memories, they would not wait for others. Of course, they would clash with witches, but it was more because witches were too cruel. It led to the slaves' counterattack. All witches would have many restrictions and contracts to restrain their slaves. There was a drug in the magic medicine. This drug damaged the slave's brain and made him obedient. The effect was unknown. Anyway, Wei Wei Bai looked at the formula and a bunch of cases. Then, he stealthily observed his servant. The exquisite young man was more attractive than the most gorgeous rose. Just like the most expensive doll made by a supermaster, which could only be called a work of art. But it was also a doll. It could not move, and the favorability was so up and down. Maybe, his brain was really a little damaged? Wei Wei Bai felt that the goal of this plane was to conquer. It was a little miserable. Even if Shaya could move and had a damaged brain, he could only go to the streets to beg. Shaya, who was silently digesting the power and unable to move, suddenly felt a chill on his back. It felt like someone was cursing him. Wei Wei Bai struggled to use the data given by the system and carefully mixed the herbs. It was beautifying. She always believed that beautifying things were the most popular. Women as young as 7 years old and as old as 1 foot in the grave all loved beauty. Although it could only improve one's skin, it could also be modified with herbs, especially for a newbie like her. If he used too much strength, the herbs would be destroyed. Fortunately, the materials were the cheapest. 1 iron coin could buy 10 sets of materials. He had to destroy at least 7 or 8 sets of materials before he could retrieve 1 set. Wei Wei Bai looked at the green liquid and felt that it was especially green. She put down the portion that she had finished with great difficulty and looked up to see Shaya, sitting quietly on the chair. He wondered if his butt would rot if he sat like this. Wei Wei Bai saw a light coming from the window. She ran over, her petite body dragging the chair with great effort. Step by step, he dragged him to the window where there was light. Shaya had been watching the little witch coldly from the sidelines, watching how she made the herbs. Although the materials were not poisonous, but the witch's formula was particularly strange. In their hands, good materials could turn into something like a plague, even if they weren't poisonous. She was still a witch. Was he using poison to harm others? At first, Shaya looked on coldly, and then, forget it, even if it was poison. With the little witch's crappy modulation method, it was estimated that she wouldn't succeed until the end of time. The more vicious the thing, the more difficult it was to make. Her fingers were shaking so badly when she put the materials in. Chapter 2494. She's worse than an ordinary person. How did she become a witch? Shaya's eyes were half closed, his eyes cold and beautiful. Then, in his line of sight, the little witch suddenly ran over again. Is she going to kiss him again? In the end, she actually ran behind him. So it's not. A trace of strangeness appeared in Shaya's heart. What was he expecting? Why was he thinking about whether she would kiss him or not? Suddenly, his chair moved. He was dragged bit by bit, rubbing against the floor behind him, making a creaking sound. The little witch's soft gasps were very obvious. What's she going to do? Before Shaya could be puzzled, the warm sun had already fallen on him. Wei Wei Bai put him in a place where there was light. After all, it was winter now. The winter here was particularly cold. The kind of cold when it snowed heavily. She was also poor and didn't have much money to buy firewood. That little bit of firewood would be used at night. Although this plain was very simple, it was also particularly bitter. Wei Wei Bai felt that she was going to become a little girl selling matches. It was almost time. After all, she was about to go to the streets and sell things. Compared to matches, the beautifying skincare water was definitely more popular. Wei Wei Bai was thinking about how to make money while unconsciously taking care of Shaya. The target of the strategy was amnesia, brain problems, and vegetative state. Her strategy was to take care of him, kiss him, and brainwash him that they were lovers. The favorability rose to 7 and stopped moving. Wei Wei Bai reckoned that there wasn't enough time. She waited for the two of them to waste too much time. Even if Shaya was suspicious, the two of them were not lovers now. She just had to pretend that she didn't know that he was awake and still take care of him and love him. He could only see her. After a long time, he could not love her. So Wei Wei Bai looked at him with a smile and adjusted his sitting position. She also covered his thighs with the only woolen blanket, when she was seriously pressing the woolen blanket for him. Her big brown braids fell below her shoulders, and the braids were tied with a simple hairband. There was not a single flower or a little decoration. Even the poorest girl always had some cheap decorations in her hair, not to mention aristocratic families. Nowadays, the style of banquets in the upper class was all luxurious. Those women were too embarrassed to go out without jewelry and flowers on their heads. The little witch carefully adjusted her position so that he could get the best sunlight. Then she went to get a woman's scarf, which was bright red. Shaya felt warm all over. Actually, he didn't need it, and he didn't feel cold. When the little witch wrapped the scarf around his neck, her fingers touched his neck. That trace of coolness swept across his skin. She was very cold. Moreover, he was always wearing a shabby robe with only a simple inner shirt underneath. In this kind of weather, it was lucky that she didn't get sick from wearing such clothes. After Wei Wei Bai was done, she couldn't help blowing on her fingers. Her fresh and tender fingers were all red from the cold. Her tender white skin was also red from the cold, just like sweet cherries. It had even been frozen. Shaya's face was expressionless as his grayish-purple eyes stared fixedly at her. The little witch jumped, and the end of her whip moved with her. Then she thought of something and turned to him with a smile. Shaya, after I make the herbs, I can sell them for money. Then I'll buy you new clothes. Shaya, I don't want the money from selling witch's poison. Then he heard the little witch muttering to herself, these herbs are not poisonous, and they can also protect the skin. Women like them. Chapter 2495. Shaya, no, I definitely can't sell it. If I sell this kind of thing, I'll be targeted by the patrol. Moreover, the skincare products are already full. Even the poor have the habit of buying them in small shops. So if she didn't have a special channel, she would rely on selling things on the streets. Not only would she not be able to sell it, she might even be arrested and locked up in prison. And a prison cell was a hellish existence for a girl. After the little witch finished talking to herself, she said energetically, then I'll go make the potion. You can bask in the sun first. When I'm done, I'll tell you a story. She was afraid that the vegetable would be bored. She used all her patience and thoughtfulness to ensure that he would be obedient. Compared to the other planes that were either dead or alive. Other than being a nanny, this plane was simply heaven. Shaya sat on the chair, extremely quiet. Previously, he could see the little witch in his line of sight. But after she changed her position, he could only see the sunlight outside the window. At first, he didn't feel anything. After all, he could still hear the little witch's footsteps running around. There was also the sound of materials being destroyed. Occasionally, he could see a corner of her tattered robe, so he still felt lively. However, that sound slowly disappeared. First, the sound of footsteps disappeared. The little witch should be sitting at the table, trying her best to make the unsellable beautifying potion with her clumsy technique. So she stopped walking. But the sound of making the potion slowly stopped. There was no sound. In the empty room, there was one less person's voice. It was actually so quiet. Shaya sat indifferently, as if he didn't care. In the past, he could stay in the barren land alone for a year without feeling anything. In the barren land, except for the occasional storm. Basically, there were no creatures and no sound. That place drove many people crazy, but he felt very good. He never liked excitement. It was better for the little witch to be silent. He liked silence the most. The sun gradually disappeared, and it was dark. There were no candles lit in the room. The black room was even colder. Shouldn't the little witch come over and push a chair for him? After all, there was no sunlight. Moreover, no matter how frugal she was, she knew to light an oil lamp when it was dark. The Rose Duke, who was never afraid of the dark and restless, looked coldly at the window. Nothing bad will happen, right? After all, it was not unheard of for people to be poisoned to death while making potions. At this thought, Shaya's eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes regained their strength. His lazy eyelids finally opened bit by bit. At this moment, his hazy, grayish-purple eyes were dyed with a stunning radiance. It was clear and cold, replacing the hazy death aura. Her long eyelashes fluttered upward like the wings of a butterfly. The power of the Dragon Clan was still clashing with his power, but he had digested some of it, and at least he had the strength to move his eyes. Shaya struggled to move his eyes and found that if he didn't turn his head, his vision was limited. He could only see the corner of the shabby table. There was no sign of the little witch. A slight change of expression appeared on Shaya's excessively exquisite face. This was not easy for him. Every time he moved, he would drain his limited magic power. He pursed his lips with difficulty and moved his fingers. As if he was testing the waters, he suppressed the power of the dragon race and used some of his own power. Intense pain invaded his bones. It made his muscles tremble a little. Shaya took a slow breath, and a small sweat appeared on his forehead. His honey-colored hair stuck to his forehead, and his fair face was flushed with fatigue. Chapter 2496. In the darkness, the young man finally got up slowly. His beautiful fingertips unhurriedly caught the blanket that had slipped from his knees. The worn blanket was thick, but one could see that it had been there for a long time. Shaya's cold and delicate face, even if he endured severe pain, did not change a bit. He had the noble's reservedness and forbearance, even if he suffered great pain. He also had to maintain an elegant posture. Shaya slowly got up and finally turned around. Some of the scattered hair on his forehead fell under his eyes. He did not waste his energy to comb his hair, but looked at the table through the gaps in his hair. On the long mahogany table, there were all kinds of messy materials. In the middle of the table, a small figure was lying on her stomach. The wide robe slipped off her shoulders. The female's underwear was thin, and the white thin shirt was a bit big. When the girl was lying on her stomach, some of the messy braids fell on her thin back. Because of his posture, his extremely fragile neck was exposed, as well as the weak lines of his shoulders. In the darkness, the young man stared at her expressionlessly, as if to see if she was pretending to be asleep. He supported the back of the chair with one hand. It could be seen that his posture was strained, but his back was still straight, making his figure more slender and pleasing to the eye. He seemed to be gathering strength. He waited for a while. Then slowly, step by step, he walked over. When he came to the table, he reluctantly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The room suddenly lit up. It was not an oil lamp, nor a candle. It was light magic. Shaya used a little bit of magic, and his breath was a bit uneven. However, his snow-white face was still so cold that not a single trace of emotion could be seen. The little witch was lying on her stomach, and half of her face that was not covered by her arms appeared in the light. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted, and there were traces of haggard on her thin white face. Her lips were bright red, but somewhat dry. These days, she had been taking care of him. She never took care of herself. At night, she would get up from time to time and tuck in the quilt for him. She was worried that there would be a gap in his quilt, and he would be blown by the cold wind. Shaya stood quietly in front of the table, his eyes still cold. He thought for a while, then stretched out his hand, and his slender fingers fell on her neck. With just a little strength, he could break her neck. Killing witches was his mission as well as his habit. But when his fingertips touched her skin, he realized how cold she was. It was so cold that it felt like a corpse. Xiaoya's fingertips trembled, and he suddenly retracted them. His movements were too big, and his face paled. With both hands on the table, he could barely stand. This time, taking the risk to go to the Dragon Clan's Holy Land could really be a mistake. He was still too young to control the power of the dragon race's holy dragon skeleton. It was too difficult. However, there were too many filthy matters in the family, which also affected his interests. If he didn't quickly stand at the top of the Empire's power, in that case, it was still not certain who would obtain the authority of the clan. Xiaoya coldly spat out a name. If those who knew were here, they would definitely be shocked. Because he had coldly called out the king's name in an unusually contemptuous tone. Xiaoya looked at the little witch, his purple eyes so cold that it made people tremble. If you're so poor, don't learn how to help others. They deserve to die of poverty, cold, and starvation. Xiaoya stretched out his hand again. His fair fingertips were like snow on a mountain peak, more exquisite and cold. His fingertips lightly fell on her hair. A few wisps of magic fell into her body. Her skin warmed up again, and the tight frown on her face eased a little. Xiaoya's pair of beautiful and clear purple eyes showed a trace of fluctuation. When Wei Bai was woken up by the system, the room was dark. The delicate youth was still sitting quietly on the chair. The woolen blanket was still meticulously covering his legs. But the favorability had become 10/mobile. Chapter 2497. Wei Bai's first reaction was that her care had worked. He might even start to believe that the two of them were lovers. So the favorability climbed up. It didn't climb up, it just climbed up by 3 points. The system suddenly said, "Just now your doll got up." Wei Bai asked, "He can move?" The system said, "Yes." He seemed to be forcing it. He walked a few steps, and his kidneys were weak. Then he walked in front of you, Wei Bai chuckled. "Did he kiss me when he walked in front of me?" Wasn't this the usual routine? Although it was only 10 points, it was still a favorable impression. He kissed her secretly, then the favorability would secretly increase. The system said, "No, he walked in front of you and reached out to strangle your neck." In the end, he gave up because he didn't have enough energy. Wei Bai, the system said, "I heard that witches are slaves. Sometimes they would kill witches and become masters themselves." Wei Bai, the system said, "If he could really move, would he chop you up?" Wei Bai, the system said, "So you don't have to work so hard. To be good to him, or to poison him and make him stupid." It didn't finish its sentence. Wei Bai, who always had a tacit understanding with the system, had already reacted. She immediately nodded, showing an extremely deep expression. "Okay, I got it." The system was relieved. After all, it watched the host rush the work of a caretaker every day. There was good food left for the male lead. He drank his own soup. There was a warm blanket for the male lead. He froze like a dog. He felt that it was better to change the target of the strategy. If this continued, the strategy would not be completed. He would probably die from malnutrition. If Yeshuan didn't insist on following, there was a problem with his data book, and he couldn't provide the host with detailed information for reference. He couldn't give the host any cheat. The host wouldn't be in such a bad state. If he knew, he wouldn't have bought the #1 beauty. He should have bought the light immunity. After all, with the light immunity, the host would be able to get rid of the dark aura on the wish, to be able to avoid all kinds of detection by the Church of Light. In that case, he wouldn't have to scrimp on food when he went out to work. The system felt that the next time it saw something like the #1 beauty, etc., I must never tell the host. Women are irrational for the sake of beauty. The world's strongest man and the world's most beautiful woman were in front of the host. The host would only choose the #1 beauty. While the system was feeling heartache, Wei Bai was already happily running to light the oil lamp. Then he began to light the wood for the stove with difficulty. It took a lot of effort to warm up half of the house. Wei Bai lifted her overlong robe and lightly ran in front of Xiaoya. She reached out and gently cupped Xiaoya's face. Xiaoya's purple eyes turned gloomy. Only then did Wei Bai see clearly that he was indeed conscious. But usually, he was too good at pretending. It was hard to tell. She pretended not to see anything. Worry appeared on her face. Her beautiful honey eyes were filled with heartache. Shea, are you cold? Sorry, I fell asleep and let you be in the wind. Shea. Her fingers were still cold. Although he gave her some magic to keep her warm, the time was limited, and he couldn't make it too obvious. If she woke up and noticed traces of light magic, she would probably be suspicious. So before she woke up, the magic disappeared and her skin was cold again. The button. Chapter 2498. Shaya was expressionless. Not even the slightest expression or movement. But the girl didn't care whether she was cold or not. Her fingers were incomparably presumptuous as they touched his face. The girl's breath contained an icy aura with a clean and cold fragrance. It was like a rose frozen in the snow. It was like a red cherry that was still in crushed ice. No matter what, it smelled good, and it didn't arouse any disgust at all. Shaya was used to the extravagance of nobles since he was young, and he could smell all kinds of artificial perfumes. He couldn't say whether it was annoying or not, but he was used to it. But her breath made all the smells he had smelled in the past become disgusting and unbearable. The little witch didn't wear perfume. How could a person's body smell so perfect? Shaya didn't know what his mind was thinking. He had already thought of schemes, the dragon race, the holy dragon skeleton, the power transfer to the little witch is annoying, the little witch is very poor, the little witch's body fragrance, the little witch. Why were they all little witches? Had he been here for too long and been brainwashed by the little witch? If he didn't know that there was no trace of black magic on him, he would suspect that the little witch had drugged him. Her cold fingers moved down little by little, gently sliding down from his face. The coolness and the slightly warm temperature of his skin had a special reaction. A numb and unfamiliar touch gently rushed from his skin to his senses. Shaya could hardly control it. His long and thick eyelashes trembled, and his clear purple eyes had a trace of the same light. Just as her fingers were touching his neck, Lu Jinyin's lips parted. Her fingertips touched his collarbone, but stopped. Wei Wei Bai's eyebrows relaxed, and she couldn't help but smile. You're not cold. Your skin is still warm. In the flickering candlelight, the girl's smile was extremely pure. Shaya's gaze was frozen as he stared at her smiling face. The little witch didn't know that he was looking at her. She ran behind the chair and dragged it with effort, little by little dragging him towards a fire. Her slender arms had no strength. Her panting was so obvious. Even her footsteps were staggering. However, she never overturned the chair. Shaya lowered his eyes. His indifferent face was still like an exquisite sculpture. In the light and shadow, there was a kind of lifeless beauty. He didn't seem to care about her at all. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 15. Wei Wei Bai was dragging a chair. The system exasperatedly said, "Wow, this guy wants to kill you. You should break his brain instead of continuing to be nice to him." Wei Wei Bai chuckled. "I'm such a kind and beautiful #1 beauty. How could I do such a bad thing? Am I the kind of person who would make a target stupid just for favorability?" Bai Wei Wei was resolute. "I'm not. Stop praising yourself. If you keep praising yourself, I'm going to throw up." Wei Wei Bai. If his brain isn't working well, his favorability would be unstable. It's fine as long as his brain is clear. Besides, we don't have any deep hatred for each other. It was just a moment of impulse to kill him. There were so many people who wanted to kill her. She was used to dealing with them. Moreover, many of the targets really did have deep hatred for each other. But this time, Shaya was much simpler. His mind was blank. Perhaps his personality was very cautious when he was alive, so even if he lost his memory, he was still very careful. He didn't believe her words. // Chapter 2499. But he had no other way to get his memories. He could only observe her every day. She just had to act harmless and be nice to him. She didn't believe that the target of this strategy would not be moved. Just as she was thinking, she heard that the favorability level had increased to 15. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes. She was very calm, but she was not very proud. After all, this was all part of her plan, so it was natural that she would get the result. She dragged Shaya to the stove and began to heat up some vegetable soup and toast some hot bread. Then she fed him little by little. Shaya could eat, and he didn't have the problem of not swallowing things in his mouth. She pinched the bread into small pieces and gently touched his lips, then pressed it in with a little force. Her delicate fingertips lightly brushed against his thin lips, still carrying a hint of coldness. She carefully held the plate and used a spoon to spoon the vegetable soup seriously. Some meat was added to the vegetable soup. These meat were specially picked out by her and made for him to eat. Shaya stared at her coldly. His eyes didn't move much, but the sense of scrutiny was very strong. At first, he suspected that she had a motive. After so many days together, he was sure that she really had no motive. Even when she wiped his body, she was meticulous and serious. But when she was done, her ears would always be unbelievably red. His face was also flushed red from the rush of blood. Although she came to kiss him presumptuously, she had never really used a profane method. She cherished it very much. It was as if a kiss could make her feel happy even if she was hungry or cold. What kind of mood was this? This was the first time Shaya came into contact with this kind of person. He didn't understand. But the little witch was harmless, which caused him to not have the initial intention to kill her. Shaya originally wanted to contact the people from the church, but the church's spy had not been caught. In his current situation, it was not suitable for him to appear immediately. After all, if he wanted to kill him, now was the best time. So Shad didn't move and continued to be a statue. After feeding Shaya, she wiped his mouth. The thin skin of her fingertips rubbed against the beautiful lines of the young man's thin lips. It was like a casual touch, but it brought a slight numbness. Wei Wei Bai calmly lowered her eyes, retracted her fingers, and then cleaned up the tableware. She herself had only eaten half a piece of bread, and her thin body was pitifully frail in her loose robe. When she held the plate and turned to wash it, the eyelashes of the youth on the chair, which were the same color as his hair, slowly moved. Then, the grayish-purple eyes moved. It was a little difficult, but it was no longer like before, where it could only freeze. His eyes followed her back as she walked away. He watched her walk out. There was a very simple kitchen here, and the food inside was very varied. Shaya felt that the pauper should be able to get enough food. If she had not been a witch, she would have been able to go to the Church of Light on Sundays and receive alms. If it was the bishop's birthday, he might even get some meat or a bag of potatoes. How could a witch be in such a miserable state? It also proved that she didn't harm anyone. This was because most of the witch's wealth came from harming people, poisoning people, and curses. Shaya looked at her disappearing figure. Only then did he lower his beautiful eyes unhurriedly. His pale face was cold and indifferent. Only his thin lips were red and bewitching. He suddenly got up gently, as if he had slowed down a few beats, and moved to the side of the table. He looked at the leftover materials on the table. Chapter 2500. He gently reached out and infused some of the magic he had just accumulated. Then Shaya sat back on the chair. He thought coldly. The little witch didn't kill anyone, so he couldn't be bothered to kill her. After all, it takes energy to kill. She's not worth it. The magic just now, I'll just treat it as a reward for dinner. In the future, don't think that I'll repay her for taking care of me these days. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Wei Wei Bai was sitting on a stool in the small kitchen, eating a meat bun in her hand. Although the family was poor, they still had money to buy food. However, being poor was also a means of conquering. If a person only had one bun and gave you 2/3, you would feel very touched. If a person had 100 pieces of bread and gave you 3, you would think that he was stingy. So to let Shaya know that it wasn't easy for her, she deliberately showed that there was not enough food at home. But even if she starved herself to death, she would definitely let him eat his fill. Was he touched? Look, 20 favorability. He must be touched. Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to make sound, but she still couldn't help but laugh. Then she finished the meat bun and drank a few mouthfuls of vegetable soup before washing up. Wei Wei Bai, who was full, came out. She continued to make potions. The system had already told her that Shaya had just infused magic into the materials with difficulty. She asked the system strangely, "Do you still remember how to use magic after losing your memory?" System, Of course, in terms of magic skills, witches will definitely keep them in their recipes. Otherwise, what's the use of having a servant who can't use magic? Wei Wei Bai felt that it was right. It was logical and common sense. But why did he infuse magic into the materials? Wei Wei Bai was at a loss as she mixed the potions and found something amazing. All the potions were successfully mixed in one go. How could she just throw them around and succeed? This magic was too useful. Shaya could only see the side of the little witch's face, and from her expression, he saw that she was at a loss, then shocked, and finally happy. Her eyelashes were curled, and the joy in her eyes was exceptionally cute. Shaya's thin lips moved, and he couldn't help but curve, but he quickly suppressed it. Several of the lowest grade potions were successfully concocted. What's so funny? Back then, he didn't think it was a big deal when he made the holy water of the highest grade. Wei Wei Bai neatly placed the potion and happily ran over. She held Shaya's face with both hands and affectionately kissed him. Her eyes were filled with pure happiness as she smiled. Shaya, I'm so awesome. This is the first time I've successfully concocted a potion. We could go sell it tomorrow. A trace of disdain appeared in Shaya's eyes. What was there to be happy about? The more powerful potions were just a small matter. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to sit on the young man's lap, smiling sweetly. Once I've saved enough money, I'll hire a priest and we can get married. Get married? Wei Wei Bai gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Her light yellow eyes were incomparably clear, and they were filled with undisguised love. Back then, you said you would marry me, but what I waited for was the news of your death. The tears in her eyes slowly filled her eyes. The girl cried silently, her lips tightly pursed. She hurriedly wiped her tears, but there were tears in the gaps between her fingers. The girl's voice was choked with sobs, and there was a forced smile. I won't let you leave in the future. Even if the whole world stops us, I will be with you. Wei Wei Bai buried her face in his arms, trembling nonstop. And it was obviously fake, but she couldn't hide her feelings. There was also grief in his heart. It was all so real. Could it be that he really had amnesia, forgot about her, or did she recognize the wrong person? Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 2501. Wei Wei Bai, who was nestled in his arms, kept muttering. Why didn't the favorability increase? Did her acting skills deteriorate? Wei Wei Bai, who acted as an infatuated girl, made people suspect that she had amnesia. She didn't expect that the original owner of the body picked up a skeleton. It was a real person. The magic potion didn't have any effect. The brain had nothing to do with memory. But her grief succeeded in making this noble youth, who had always been calm and gloomy, doubt his brain for the first time. Wei Wei Bai waited and waited until she fell asleep, but she didn't see the favorability increase. This cold-hearted and heartless ghost, a normal person who had amnesia, even if their mind was blank. But at least there was sympathy, and people were very tolerant of people who loved them. Even if they didn't like them, they wouldn't hate them. Before he was sure of his memory, he saw that she was going to fight against the whole world for him. Shouldn't he show some appreciation? Wei Wei Bai, while sleeping, made a moral condemnation of the target's character. In a quiet room, there were all kinds of messy tables and chairs. Dried flowers hung on the walls, and the fire in the fireplace occasionally crackled. If it was in the past, this kind of place, Shaya couldn't tolerate his feet stepping into it. He sat quietly, and under his light-colored eyelashes, his grayish-purple eyes were unusually beautiful. His skin was as cold as snow, and under the light, there was a soul-stirring sense of paleness of a sick noble. The Grand Duke of Rose. Not only because he liked Rose, it was also because Duke Shaya's face was more exquisite and gorgeous than Rose. The Flower of the Empire was a title given to him in private by the most authoritative noble circle. Of course, there was another title, which was the Cold Arbiter. The aloof and chaste Duke had never shown mercy to any sinful and filthy things. Strict, cold, and emotionless. This made everyone in the Empire not dare to have a trace of covetousness towards him, even if his appearance was too shockingly beautiful. Shaya's lower gaze just happened to see her long and curly eyelashes. Because she was asleep, her eyelashes were quietly drooping. The delicate skin on her face was soft and tender under the dim yellow light. However, he still did not lose a single bit of color. She was as beautiful as the little angels in the court paintings. There was not a single trace of the witch's black on it. Even her brown hair was not dyed by black magic. Instead, this was his true nature. If it weren't for the witch's brand on her body, at first glance, he couldn't tell if she was a witch or not. Shaya was silent for a long time. The outline of the middle half of his face, hidden in the shadows, was surprisingly perfect. After an unknown amount of time, he finally moved. It was as if he was slowly breaking through the ice. His body also began to move slowly. First, his fingers trembled slightly. Then it was the arm. In the end, his slender fingers finally landed on the back of the girl in his arms. The thin back under his fingers made him frown. Then, he slowly hooked his arm around her waist and let her fall into his arms. The girl's long braids were messy. She had been taking care of him the whole day, but she couldn't take care of herself. Shaya calmly looked at her face for a long time. His purple eyes were still so dark that no emotions could be seen. Then he stretched out his other hand and gently lifted her hairband with his fingertips. The rough band fell to the ground. Her long, thick, and silky hair had already spread out. Chapter 25:02. Shaya's fingers carelessly brushed through her brown hair. It was slightly astringent, probably because she didn't have enough money to use good hair care ointment. Shaya pursed his thin lips. She had been fiddling with some beautifying potion all day. She had forgotten to use some for herself. In the past few decades, the empire had become stronger and wealthier. All women chased after the luxurious style of the noble circle. No woman would look down on her own face and hair. He narrowed his eyes lazily, and his fingertips came to her neck. Her breathing was still very steady. It seemed that she didn't have a trace of vigilance. How could she be so careless? As a witch, she lived in fear of being killed every day. No matter how weak a witch was, she would not be able to sleep well. Was she not afraid that she would be killed by the Church of Light in the middle of her sleep? Or was it because she had not been a witch for long, so she had not developed a sense of vigilance? Shaya thought of many possibilities, but suddenly found that her breathing had become a little heavier. Her face was also a little red. She seemed to be a little uncomfortable. His fingers were pressing on her, making it impossible for her to breathe. The youth's murderous, bloody hand trembled slightly. Then, as if he was afraid of crushing a piece of cake, he immediately let go. Wei Wei Bai's face immediately improved, and then she naturally buried her face in his arms again. She seemed to have practiced this posture thousands of times. If she had never been hugged like this before, her instinctive reaction would not be so practiced. Who had hugged her like this before? Shaya stared at her silently for a long time. His eyes were still obscure and cold. Finally, he gathered his strength, and with the force of his arm, he pulled her directly into his arms. Her soft face was even closer to his chest. Her petite body was much lighter than a bird. Her arms and legs were too slender and fragile, as if he could break them with a little strength. Was this caused by malnutrition? Shaya stared at her sleeping face. Maybe it was not because she was not vigilant, but because she was hungry and tired. That was why she slept so soundly. Shaya's mood was very complicated for a moment. He stood up with difficulty and deliberately weighed her. She was really too light. It was obvious that this shabby house had once been glorious. At the very least, he wouldn't be poor all the time. The wood of the floor and the fireplace, all of them required a large amount of gold coins. Although there was only one room, there was a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. This was unimaginable in a truly poor family. Moreover, the house was quite old, so it shouldn't have been built by the little witch. It was an old and dilapidated house, but one could see that the furnishings were not bad. It must be her mother or some female relative, a witch. And it was that relative who had put the witch mark on her. Maybe it started when he was very young. However, the little witch's aura did not reek of blood, nor did she have any traces of black magic. Her hair and eyes also proved that she was barely able to reach the entry level of black magic. Shaya carefully observed in his heart and finally walked into the room. The room was not big, and the bed was a single bed. He had been sleeping here all this time. The dry and warm bedding was specially dry by her. As for her, Shaya raised his eyes and looked at the recliner beside the bed. That was where she spent this period of time. Shaya's gaze stopped on the recliner for a long time before he finally slowly walked to the bedside. Chapter 25:03. He put her on the bed and pulled the quilt over her. These few simple actions had already made him sweat profusely. On his sweaty skin, there were a few illusions of golden scales. This was the process of digesting the holy dragon skeleton. The girl on the bed was sleeping peacefully. Her light red lips had a kind of delicate beauty in the dark. Her thick hair was spread out, so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person. Shaya quietly observed her for a while, then gently put his finger on her lips. The soft touch made his fingertips stiffen a little. Then, he injected the magic power into her body. The magic could at least make her body better. Otherwise, she would have slept under the quilt for a whole night. Her hands and feet couldn't warm up. After the magic entered her body, her white cheeks blushed. Her skin wasn't cold anymore. Shaya pursed his thin red lips, and an inconspicuous smile appeared. Just take it as returning her care. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 25. Shaya ignored the importance he attached to a witch and didn't notice the faint pity in his heart. It made his heart beat faster. He had always been cold and strong, and never cared about the small fluctuations in his heart. Shaya's footsteps were slow, and he continued to walk out of the room. Then, he began to check the room. He wanted to make sure that the little witch didn't want to lie to him. After all, she misunderstood him and resurrected him as a corpse, and hugged him every day, saying that she loved him. That was already the biggest lie of all. He didn't think that he had really lost his memory. So, what was the little witch's purpose? Not long after Shaya left, Wei Wei opened her eyes under the quilt. She had always been vigilant if she wasn't as tired as a dog. Usually, as long as there was any movement, she would wake up. At first, she did fall asleep, but when Shaya put her on the bed, she was almost awake. She called, "System, has the house been cleaned up?" The system, cleaned up. Cleaned up referred to the original owner's things in the house. She had read a lot of books in the house and found that the dark aura of witches came from the soul. Every time she cursed a person, the soul would emit a stench. Only those who trained in light magic would be able to smell it. After she came, she replaced the original master's soul, so her soul didn't have the aura of darkness. This meant that she had not harmed anyone. A person who had not harmed anyone, even if she was a witch. Then, for Shaya, who had lost his memory, it would definitely make him less vigilant. Cleaning up the house was to destroy some of the harmful things of the original owner, then put in some masculine things. Because these things were too trivial, the system was worried that it would make a mistake. He bought a house model from the supermarket. As long as he entered the desired state of the house, he could immediately change the furnishings of the house and deal with things that did not conform to the model. There were also a few more logical gadgets. For example, the male clothes in the wardrobe. No matter if it was new or old, they all fit Shaya. In some places that needed to be embroidered, the first letters of his name were embroidered. There were also small male things, some booklets with male handwriting or annotated books. Right, there should be books on light magic as well. After all, Shaya was from the Church of Light. If Shaya flipped the house like this, the more he would believe her words. Wei Wei stretched out her hand and pulled the quilt, then lay down on the bed and continued to close her eyes to rest. There shouldn't be any problems tonight. Chapter 25:04. After all, Shaya had started to move. Although she was a witch now, she didn't have any witch abilities. She also couldn't put any witch restrictions on him, so that he couldn't run away. Just 20 favorability. If this man had an especially rebellious personality when he was alive, even if he lost his memory, he wouldn't be willing to stay. If he wanted to run away, she didn't have the ability to stop him. Who asked her to be so bad? Wei Wei Bai sighed. If I knew, I wouldn't have asked for the number one beauty. Light immunity would have been good. At least, it was one of the magic talents. System. Now you're regretting. But since the host was regretting, the system could only share her depression. Actually, you can take it back. The number one beauty can exchange for light immunity once. I'll exchange it for you now. There are some things in the supermarket that could be exchanged. Wei Wei Bai immediately smiled. No need to go through so much trouble. How can I accept it? The kind angelic system revealed a sinister smile. It's no trouble. For you, I'll enjoy any trouble. I'll exchange it for you. Wei Wei Bai. Exchange, and we'll break off ties. System. Damn host, did she have his feelings? If she threatened to break off ties again, he would listen. Meanwhile, Shaya had already slowly walked past some key areas. He also unhurriedly flipped through the books and took notes. At first, he didn't find anything harmful in the house. It was just some very basic witch's equipment, but they were all very cheap. The little witch should have inherited her relatives' things, but the important and expensive things were all taken away by the previous witch. She was left with these rubbish basic things, and it could be seen that she wasn't a qualified witch. Instead, she was a clumsy little girl who couldn't even be considered a witch, because she didn't even know how to use these basic things, even the unbelievably simple beautifying water. She could fail 8 or 9 times out of 10. Any ordinary person with a little bit of talent could defeat her. Shaya stood by the table, leaning against the old mahogany table. His purple eyes coldly stared at the thing on the table. It was an old pocket watch. The Empire's mechanical engineers didn't get much attention, but aristocratic things like clocks or mechanical birdcages were very popular. This is a man's pocket watch. Shaya's incomparably cold and pale face became even more noble and exquisite because of his silence. He stood for a while, then reached out with his fingertips, casually picked up the chain that was beginning to fade, and lifted the watch. Then his fingertips moved slightly and the pocket watch opened. The watch had lost its power. However, Shaya's eyes were fixed on the top of the pocket watch. It was an image. In such a small picture, the girl's smile was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. It was the little witch's. Shaya's expression turned cold, and a baleful aura began to emerge in his ice-cold eyes. This thing didn't seem to belong to the little witch's relatives. This was because the aura on it was the remnants of light magic. Furthermore, there was a beautiful letter S engraved on the inside of the embrace. Are they the initials of the owner's name? His initials were also S, but he knew that this thing was not his. Shaya expressionlessly threw the pocket watch back on the table and then continued to rummage through it. Then, like a chain reaction, he found more and more traces of men. And it was the same man. Some books of light magic that shouldn't be in a witch's house. They were very well preserved, and there were often annotations in a man's handwriting. It wasn't his handwriting, but could be seen that it was a noble's slightly elegant grammar. Could this man be a noble? Learning light magic, noble initials. He fit the description, but unfortunately, the handwriting wasn't his. Shaya's fingers flipped through a page of notes. His fingers paused slightly. A line of unfamiliar male handwriting appeared. Wei Wei, my love, I'm willing to give up everything to be with you. Chapter 2505. So this man wasn't her father, uncle, or anything like that. He was her lover. He thought that she was lying to him, but he didn't expect that. She really had a lover who loved her. And she treated him as a substitute for the man who wrote this line of words. Shaya's grayish-purple eyes stared at the line of words. He didn't know how long he stared at it, but he murmured and gritted his teeth. Wei Wei. Was that her name? It was quite cute. It was just that her eyes weren't good, and she actually mistook him for her lover. If she knew that the man she used all her strength to revive was someone else. How desperate would that be? Thinking about it made him happy. Shaya raised his head and looked at a mirror that was casually placed on the ground. The mirror was gray, but he could see that the youth was wearing simple commoner clothes, which were fitting but shabby. but there was still a trace of the youth's noble temperament. Shaya's purple eyes were cold and incomparably cold. He stretched out his hand, and his slender fingertips casually tugged at the button of his collar, revealing his exquisite collarbone. The rose-colored youth's thin lips curled up slightly, and his smile was indescribably evil and gorgeous. "You want me to be a substitute, but you don't know if you can pay the price." She wanted Rose Duchess, whose hands were stained with blood, to be her substitute puppet, but it was very expensive. He murmured softly and repeated softly, "Wei Wei." The dreamy sigh was gorgeous and tactful, but it was unusually cold. Wei Wei waited for the favorability notification. She waited and waited until she fell asleep. There was no favorability notification. She once again confirmed that Xiaya was a stingy and cold person, even if she thought that the two of them were lovers before they lost their memories. He didn't feel guilty at all. Perhaps this skeleton's personality was particularly cold when he was alive, so no memories meant no feelings. Even if she believed that the two of them were lovers, it wouldn't increase the favorability. Because there was no favorability, she slept very bitterly. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted in her sleep. Her grievance was very obvious. The youth had almost used up his last bit of strength. He moved into the room with difficulty. He saw the girl in her sleep, biting her beautiful lower lip and frowning. A trace of grievance appeared at the corner of his eyes. She seemed to be thinking about that damn man who was already dead and rotting. Shaya quietly and indifferently stared at her for a good while. Under his honey-colored curly hair, his pair of grayish-purple eyes were so cold that it was penetrating. How similar was he to that man? Why would she admit her mistake? A trace of doubt flashed through Shaya's heart. But soon, because Wei was sleeping too happily, she turned over and actually flipped half of her body out of bed. If she moved a little more, she would fall off the simple single bed. This interruption made the doubts in his mind disappear. He took a few steps forward with an expressionless face. Then, he gently reached out and hugged her. Finally, he put her down on the floor with the blanket. She slept deeply. Her small body was wrapped in the blanket like a cute sweet roll. Her fair face was still blushing comfortably due to the protection of the warmth magic. Shaya ignored her. He had used up the last of his strength. He lay on his side on the bed softly. Once again, he became a motionless statue. Wei Bai's soft breathing was the only sound in the dim yellow light. In the quiet night, he stared at the ceiling. There was actually spider silk. Chapter 2506. Originally, he wanted to let Wei Bai sleep on the bed. After all, he had noble etiquette. It was fine for a man to give in to a woman. But now he didn't. After all, the man she wanted to take care of wasn't him. Well, in the future, she dared to ask him to repay her for taking care of him. Dream on. Then, Wei Bai laid on the floor comfortably and slept through the night. When she woke up, she was speechless. The system told her what happened last night. She didn't know what the male lead was thinking. She could only roughly repeat what the male lead did. She looked through the house and searched for key items, proved that she was smart and cautious. But after looking at the evidence of love between the two of them, why did he throw her on the floor? Could it be that he hated being a bootlicker? Wei Bai felt that it was very possible. After all, he had seen that he had written a love letter to her, every single word. Anger rose in her heart. She felt that she was too useless in the past. Loving a woman so much might go against his character. So the favorability didn't increase? Wei Bai looked deeply at the youth lying on the bed. Then, she changed her expression. She touched her head blankly and got up from the floor. She looked at Shaya blankly with her head full of fluffy hair. Why am I sleeping on the floor? Did I carry Shaya to bed last night? She muttered a few doubtful words. She floated over lightly. Then, Wei Bai didn't seem to be too conflicted. She began to wash Shaya's face and hands seriously. He quietly lowered his eyes, indifferent. She was like a delicate and cold doll. Wei Bai didn't care. She felt that it was good to have a relationship that lasted a long time. And after experiencing the previous world, she didn't think that there was another world that could last as long as the previous one. So even if she felt that Shaya's face was very bad, Wei Bai was still happy to finish feeding him. Then, she said to him, Then I'll go sell the potion, Shea. Shea was speechless. If he couldn't sell it, he would be caught. Shea sat quietly, ignoring her completely. Wei Wei Bai pushed him to the window and opened it to let him bask in the sun. Then, she changed it to a hooded robe that ordinary people wore and went out to sell things with a small basket. Shea heard the door close. The little witch's cheerful footsteps gradually disappeared. Wei Wei Bai, who was outside, said calmly, "The smell is far away. I took care of him every day, so he took it for granted. I can't raise him to become an ingrate. I have to let him know that I'm very important." The system said, "Yes, yes." Wei Wei Bai said, "Remember to pay more attention to your family." The system replied, "Yes, yes. Wait." He couldn't see clearly from such a distance. Fuck your Yi Shindog. A lonely room, a decaying house. Without the little witch, even the sunlight was gloomy. This was the atmosphere of a normal witch's house. However, when the little witch was around, he didn't feel any aura of darkness or evil. Xiao pursed his lips and coldly lowered his head. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it was already noon. The little witch still hadn't returned. Xiao patiently waited, but the sun had already begun to set. The little witch was still nowhere to be seen. He had already changed his position a few times. His current position was lazily leaning against the back of the chair, his fingers carelessly resting on the armrest. His face was facing the shabby wooden door, his eyes cold, and his posture strong and cold. He almost stared a hole in the door. Afraid of wasting too much magic, he didn't put any tracking devices on the little witch. Chapter 2507. Could it be that she was taken away by the patrol team? Thinking of the little witch's face, he knew that in recent years, the group of people in the noble circle no longer cared about overly gorgeous and strong beauty. Instead, they pursued the appearance of a fair and innocent child like an angel. This group of people was used to seeing things that were too gorgeous. In their eyes, Yinli was like a colorful, rotten, and ugly food. And the little witch's face was like a beautiful and pure light. It was enough to make a large number of nobles go crazy for her. Could it be that some blind little noble took a fancy to her? After all, she was so weak. If she was taken a fancy to, she couldn't struggle even if she was taken away. Every noble, no matter good or bad, always had a mage by their side. And with the little witch's terrible ability, not to mention the lowest level mage, even if a few ordinary men swarmed her, she couldn't handle it. Xiao was already impatiently holding his face with his hand. His cold eyes began to show sharp irritation. If she didn't come back, he was going to leave. He didn't care about her life or death. Anyway, she was a witch. A few more died or were ruined by someone. There were only benefits and no disadvantages for him. Xiao patiently tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers. Damn it. She went out to play. She forgot about him. She didn't care if he was hungry. Thinking of this, the delicate and sarcastic youth coldly curved his thin red lips. That's right, he was just a wrong substitute she picked up. She picked up the wrong bone and brought him back by mistake. She had always regarded him as her lover. So stupid, so blind to be able to live so long. Xiao's cold heart, for no reason, surged with a ball of suppressed anger. This uncontrollable state of mind. It made him frown, and his pale eyelashes trembled. Xiao got up and was about to leave and not come back. The familiar sound of footsteps could be heard, and the little witch's happy, singing voice. The sweet and sticky little tune was especially tantalizing. Xiao's cold expression was a little strange. He almost instinctively sat on the chair, then remembered that he had moved the chair. Xiao's fingers used force, turned the chair back, and put it by the window. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to sit like a corpse. His face was slightly lowered, thin lips soft. The young man, who was as beautiful as a rose, still managed to successfully play dead one day. Wei Wei Bai held the empty basket, listening to the system talk about things at home. There was no problem. Just now, Xiao moved the chair by himself, as if he didn't dare to let her know. As if he could move. Bai Weiwei felt that this was also in line with common sense. After all, this was a person with amnesia. He must be very vigilant. So he played dead and then step by step to check the surroundings. After confirming that she was telling the truth and that there was no danger, only then would he return to normal. Bai Weiwei nodded. She deliberately ignored the stalker behind her. He also wanted to make Shaya feel a sense of crisis. Otherwise, if she kept sitting like this, the favorability would not change. A beauty saving a hero, although it was an old story. But it was useful. That mage probably took a fancy to her beauty. After all, she just went out and saw a woman. All of them had rough skin. Chapter 2508. She wondered if it was because the place she went was too poor. Even if she was a young girl, her skin was dull. It burned her eyes. She used her face as a signboard and easily sold the potion. After all, her skin was as white as a light bulb. She was a living advertisement. So those women, even if they hesitated, still bought it in the end. And that low-level mage seemed to be passing by. Then he showed a greedy look. Weiwei Bai was very sensitive to this kind of malicious look, but she did not bat an eyelid and lured him over. System, but he's going to molest you later. The male lead should be the one to save you. After all, the male lead could already move. Weiwei Bai looked indifferent. No, Shaya's appearance is much better than mine. Since that mage likes beauty, he'll definitely hug Shaya first. System, finally, it struggled to refute. They're both men. Weiwei Bai. Men? Is there a problem? System, okay, there was no problem. The host's brain circuit had always been so fresh, abstract, and twisted. Weiwei Bai, so when he molests Shaya later, I'll use a kitchen knife to kill the mage. She had asked around. Mages were close combat trash. As long as he was not allowed to chant, he would be chopped to death by a kitchen knife in minutes. System, as long as you're happy. The host's bold plan was not just once or twice. He was used to it. Weiwei Bai came to the door and immediately put on a pure and sweet smile. She opened the door and excitedly walked in, even forgetting to lock the door. She ran to the window and happily spread her hands. Shaya, look, we have money. Shaya, who was pretending to be a corpse, fixed his gaze on her slender fingers. Dozens of iron coins appeared in her palm. This money was enough for 2 days of food. Shaya's gaze paused as he saw the dirt on her fingertips. It was just a small amount of money, but for some reason, he felt a strange sourness in his heart. It was a little uncomfortable. However, it wasn't just uncomfortable. He kept his composure and lowered his eyes, still not revealing any flaws. However, he couldn't help but think that she had been running around outside all day. He wondered how she had managed to sell those potions. Could it be that they were begging one by one? Thinking of this, Shaya could hardly control himself and pursed his thin lips. Weiwei Bai had already happily placed the iron coins on the table. She chirped like a cute little bird. I'll work hard to save money to buy you new clothes. Winter is starting to get cold. You'll need a hat and a scarf. Her back was to him. He finally couldn't help but turn to look at her. He saw her running around happily. The pair of iron coins on the table was exceptionally dazzling. Meanwhile, Weiwei Bai had already rushed to the kitchen. I can't come back at noon. I'm sorry to keep you hungry. I'll cook for you right away. Shaya couldn't help but follow her back. His stifled breathing finally relaxed a little. Then he looked at the metal coins. He had worked so hard to earn them. Not only did she have to support him, but she also had to save clothes and scarves for him. Didn't she think that he didn't even have thick clothes to protect himself from the cold? He looked at the wardrobe. In the little witch's wardrobe, most of the men's old clothes were preserved, but it could be seen that they were old. As for her clothes, there were only a few pieces. And in the wardrobe, under some of the clothes, there was a list of pawns. She pawned all of her expensive and better-looking clothes, thinking of the resurrection potion that had no effect on him. Perhaps for the little witch, she had to go bankrupt to gather the materials. With her incomparably trashy concocting technique, it was estimated that she had wasted a lot of materials to succeed. Shaya's incomparably cold eyes were a little puzzled. He was used to seeing selfish people, the little witch's spirit of sacrificing everything for love. He had never seen it before. That man, how good was he to be worthy of her treatment? Shaya's eyelashes suddenly moved and immediately lowered again. Wei Wei Bai had already walked out with dinner, which was much more sumptuous than last night. Shaya, it's time to eat. Shaya sat quietly, and his eyes didn't tremble in the slightest. She fed him meat soup, still full of smiles. I will take care of you, Shaya. Shaya's lips trembled, and the light in his eyes finally fluctuated a few times. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 30. / to facilitate the next reading, you can click on Chapter 2509. She heard the favorability prompt. Wei Wei Bai's smile became even more brilliant. Aya. Shaya's little corpse's reaction is slow. The favorability is rising so slowly, it's obvious that he's a slow person. Maybe it's because he's been dead for too long. His brain lacks oxygen, resulting in his brain not working well. The favorability can't rise quickly. So, little by little, there will occasionally be a surprise. That was the right way to go about it. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes, trying to make the minced meat more finely. Like an old mother feeding a mentally disabled child, she showed it to the fullest. Her beautiful fingers, because of holding the spoon so tightly, turned white. Shaya's frozen gaze fell. He looked at it expressionlessly. Then, he heard a series of footsteps that clearly harbored ill intentions. It's the aura of a fire mage, and it's a very low-level one. Why is there a mage here? Is it his enemy? No, he doesn't have such a low-level enemy. Or is it the little witch's enemy? It's just her first day selling things, and she's already attracted such a person with bad intentions. The youth's cold purple eyes turned gloomy, because he already smelled a faint, sweet fragrance in the air. This is a cheap aphrodisiac. Why use this? Wei Wei Bai was still smiling. The system notified that the mage had arrived. She immediately tidied up the plates. Shaya, I'm going to wash the plates. I'll come out later to wash your face. She treated him as if he was a big, cute doll. Shaya didn't say anything. He didn't even move his gaze. Wei Wei Bai went to put the plates to let the mage in. While she was at it, she went to the kitchen to find a knife. Wei Wei Bai weighed the tools in the kitchen. Although the meat knife was thin, it was sharp. So, Wei Wei Bai held the meat knife and said to the system, as long as the mage comes in and shows a trace of bad intentions towards Shaya, you tell me. She immediately rushed out. The beauty saved the youth. The system nodded. In the living room, Shaya lazily raised his eyelids. There was a cold and cruel aura in her eyes. Her purple pupils gave off a bloody and gorgeous feeling. The beautiful young man finally turned his head slightly. His calm eyes stared at the door. The door swayed slightly. It was opened. Shaya narrowed his eyes dangerously. It seemed that he was not an enemy, but a piece of trash coveting the little witch. The cheap sweet smell in the air. He pursed his lips coldly. It was too disgusting. That low-level fire magician had already walked in with a face full of determination. When he saw Wei Wei Bai for the first time, he was stunned. He had never seen such a pure and beautiful girl before. Her skin was as white as snow in early winter. Those beautiful eyes were like a gem in the hands of a noble. Such a young girl could be auctioned off for a sky-high price in the aristocratic circle. As soon as he saw her, he became greedy. As long as he caught her, he would be rich. He could also rely on this wealth to advance to become an intermediate mage. If he was lucky, he might even gain the favor of a great mage and enter the circle of mage nobles. The mage revealed a wretched smile. The sweet fragrance in the air would make the girl lose her strength. Moreover, she could not resist the touch of a man. Before selling her, of course, he had to taste it himself. When he walked in, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The air was a little suffocating. He saw a young man sitting on a chair by the window. / to TXT download to read the. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2510. This young man was so beautiful that it was hard to distinguish his gender. If it was the girl just now, the purest snow in early winter, then this young man was simply the most gorgeous rose. The beauty of both of them was another kind of extreme perfection. And this young man's beauty had a terrifying feeling of sharpness. But was it an illusion? Why did he feel like he had seen this young man before? The mage frowned strangely, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, He found two beautiful young men and women at once. His future was bright. He grinned and was about to reach out his hand. Suddenly, he couldn't breathe. The mage was horrified to find that his face was covered by a thin golden paper. This was light magic. At the lowest level, the light spots condensed into a ball. But this young man's control skills were in the realm of God. He condensed the simple light spots into a piece of light paper. He tried his best to remove the golden paper from his face, but it was useless. Light had no substance. He couldn't even feel the weight of the paper, but he couldn't breathe. He reached out his hand and tried to use hand gestures to attract the flames. Unable to speak, the gestures were much more complicated, but he couldn't move his fingers. A few golden chains bound him. Just like that, the exquisite and beautiful young man sat quietly on the chair. He muttered in a low voice, "Are you going to use flames? That won't do. The little witch is so poor. If you burn something, won't she be heartbroken?" After saying that, the young man gently snapped his fingers. Then his thin red lips said softly and elegantly, "Destroy, disgusting criminal." The golden rays of light suddenly dispersed. The mage's body was also broken into light spots. All of a sudden, a human-shaped light spot appeared. It was a human figure struggling in incomparable pain. Then it began to fade away. Not a trace was left. When the light spot landed, Shaya's cold purple eyes suddenly constricted, because he saw that at the kitchen door. Wei Bai was carrying a knife. She seemed to have heard something and came out to see, but he didn't make any sound. He didn't give the criminal a chance to speak. The whole process should have been silent. Why did she hear it? And Wei Bai in the system. She was waiting for the mage to come in and show a covetous expression at Shaya. She was ready to rush out, but when she walked out of the kitchen, she saw a struggling light spot human figure being destroyed. That scene was too shocking, too strange and gorgeous. As a result, Bai Weiwei held the knife and forgot to rush to the rescue. But when she bumped into Shaya's body and moved, the quiet house, the disappearing criminal, the gorgeous young man was still sitting on the chair. Instead, it made the little witch look rather pitiful. It was to the point the scene was awkward. Shaya was stiff for a long time before his fingers finally fell on the armrest of the chair. Then he looked down coldly, although the power of the Saint Bone had not been completely digested. But it was more or less enough for him to divide his magic power to move around. Therefore, he did not need the little witch to take care of him. Shaya pursed his lips and gently raised his eyelashes. A trace of sober choice appeared in his silent and cold purple eyes. It was time to say goodbye to her, even though her care wasn't necessary. And she obviously thought of him as someone else. But it was fine to give her some money before she left. At https://www.sashu.com/ to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com/txt download at https://www.sashu.com to read on the phone at https://m/sashu.com// for the convenience of your next reading. You can click on Chapter 2511. Just take it as a gift to this poor little girl. After Shaya made up his mind, he slowly got up and casually tugged at the rough collar of his clothes. His every move had a hint of casual elegance. His eyes also started to become unusually cold and domineering. "I am Shaya West, the Duke of the Empire, blah blah blah." A choked sob of disbelief interrupted his magnificent self-introduction. "Shaya, you can move?" Tears of excitement welled up in Wei Bai's eyes. Her fingers loosened, and the knife fell to the floor. Shaya was stunned and was about to explain. Wei Bai took a few steps forward and hugged his waist with tears all over her face. Her whole body trembled, and her voice broke. "You're alive. You're finally alive. I finally saved you." Shaya could feel her tears soaking through his shirt in front of his chest. After the warm tears left her eyes, they became abnormally cold. Shaya even felt that he was a little cold. Bai Weiwei's hands gripped the clothes around his waist, her fingertips turning white from exertion. She accidentally exposed Shaya's lie. Who knew if he would fly into a rage, out of humiliation, and run away? She had to catch him first. To catch him, she had to think of a reason to rush over and hug him. It was all because she was too slow, and the plan to save the beauty was ruined. Bai Weiwei eagerly raised her eyes. Her eyes were filled with clear and joyful tears. It was as if she had found a treasure that she had lost for many years. The feeling of regaining what she had lost made her unable to suppress her feelings. Her lips trembled with excitement, and she cried and hiccuped. I lost you for so many days, I even felt like dying. Xiaoya's cold purple eyes looked at her without saying a word. It was as if he was indifferent. Weiwei didn't care at all and hugged him intimately. Like an obedient kitten, she rubbed against his chest and said obediently, I've been protecting myself well, waiting for you to come back, Xiaoya. Xiaoya tried to open his mouth a few times, but he was interrupted by her sobbing. Her voice was soft and resolute. It's good that you're awake. If you want to leave next time, take me with you. If you die, take me with you. Xiaoya stood straight, still not saying anything. Did she not realize that she had mistaken him for someone else? Was she really blind? Or did she refuse to admit that the man she loved was already dead? Furthermore, she did not mention at all the sacrifices she had made to make the resurrection potion, not to mention the care she had given him during this period of time. This made him think that she wanted to use the method of repaying a debt of gratitude to blackmail his Grand Duke Rose. He was at a loss. Could it be that, in this world, there was really someone who loved someone without caring about anything in return? This kind of love that burned into his heart and drilled into his bones. It was as turbulent as a hurricane. She didn't know how to deal with it at all. Now he was telling her that she had the wrong person and that the man was dead. Was she going to die with him? Thinking of this, Xiaoya frowned uncomfortably. He reached out to push her away. Weiwei had already let go of his clothes. She hurriedly reached out to wipe her tears. After wiping her eyes until they were red, she opened her rabbit eyes timidly and revealed a cute smile. Welcome back, Xiaoya. Her eyes, which were full of traces of crying, were shining brightly at this moment. Xiaoya choked on the words in his mouth again. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Chapter 25:12. He had clearly made up his mind to find an opportunity to tell her coldly and indifferently. She had mistaken him for someone else. The man she wanted was already dead, although he didn't know how she picked him up in his undead state. Her casual treatment was an exceptionally shameless and despicable act. His identity was as different as heaven and earth from hers. She used him as a puppet substitute. He would not let such a serious crime of blasphemy against the nobles of the empire go easily, until she realized what she had done wrong and sincerely knelt down to repent. This was the revenge he wanted from the beginning. Weiwei suddenly put her hands behind her back and raised her head. Her soft hair fell behind her shoulders. She pursed her bright red lips, and her thin white face was dyed with a beautiful blush. Where's the kiss of return? Xiaoya looked at her expressionlessly, but there was a strange emotion in his eyes. Kiss of return? Weiwei tilted her head. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, but her smile was more beautiful than a garden full of roses. You said that the first thing you would do when you came back was to kiss me. Xiaoya's quiet purple eyes stared at her just like that. He didn't speak and didn't show any emotion. It was as if he was really a puppet, just standing up. Weiwei's eyes, which were full of anticipation and laughter, gradually showed a trace of gloominess. Her smile also stiffened a little. As if sensing her decadence, she immediately reached out and patted her face. Then, she said happily, It's okay. You can know me first. I don't mind. She didn't seem to want him to see her pain at all, so she tried her best to look energetic. She didn't want to burden him. Xiaoya saw her drooping eyelashes and deep disappointment in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were still curled up. It was as if others couldn't see her fear and discomfort. It was because his reaction wasn't right. So, she started to be afraid. Was there something wrong with him? Xiaoya didn't know what was wrong with him. He felt that the little which was more pleasing to the eye when she was happier. Didn't he go out to sell the potion today and get a few days' worth of food expenses? Although that was something that could be bought with food expenses. It was so shabby that he didn't like it. But she always left the meat for him to eat. For the poor little witch, this was already the best she could do to support him. The girl hesitantly rubbed her feet against the floor. Then, she tried to make her voice sound more energetic. You know what, Xiaya? I sold something today and have money. When I have enough money, we will leave this place and be together forever. Speaking of being together, she seemed to have thought of something, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Xiaya saw that she was trying hard to raise her spirits so that he wouldn't see her suffering, but she was also pretending that she wasn't feeling well. His tears were about to flow again. He sighed in annoyance. Then he reached out and snapped his fingers. The surroundings brightened and warmed up. Wei Wei Bai looked up strangely, seemingly a little surprised. When she looked up, a fair and slender finger lifted her chin with strength and elegance. The youth had already lowered his head. His lips were as red as a rose, and beneath his pale eyelashes was a pair of cold purple eyes. They were filled with indifference and suppressed helplessness. He kissed her, a restrained, courteous kiss. But with the breath of his thin lips, it was strong and slightly cold. Wei Wei Bai's eyes widened, but she didn't have time to feel anything. He had already taken a step back and retracted his delicate fingers. The handsome youth, with a cold and noble temperament, in the warm and bright room. His voice sounded indifferent and seductive. Return kiss. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. Chapter 25:13. The room was full of light. At this moment, he was as dark as a demon. Then he smiled, and for the first time, his extreme beauty was revealed in front of the girl. Don't be so unguarded in the future, or my temper won't be as good as this time. If there was a next time, he might really do something irreparable to her. Just as he finished speaking, the youth's finger moved in the air. The light suddenly burned. Not a single flame touched the furniture, but the sweet fragrance in the air was completely swept away by the burning power. Soon, the wind outside blew in. It blew away the loose hair in front of Xiaya's forehead, revealing the youth's stunning purple eyes. His face was still flushed red. His breathing was also a little messy. Then he stretched out his fingers and pressed on her neck. He found that her skin was still hot. Xiaya half closed his eyes and leaned forward, touching her forehead with his forehead. He whispered bewitchingly, "Sleep, my girl." Wei Wei Bai's eyes were still confused, and she was in a trance for a moment. Unable to resist his magic power, she slowly closed her eyes and finally fell asleep. The youth still maintained the posture of leaning forward and pressing his fingers on her neck. He saw that she was sleeping peacefully. The sweetness in the air was also gone. His rationality finally returned a little. Xiao lightly breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had just fought a battle. But his heart was still beating fast. Then he finally bent down and picked her up. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was holding a feather or as if he was holding his treasure. Ding! The male lead's favorability is 45. After covering Wei Wei Bai with a blanket, Xiao took a deep look at her sleeping face before he turned around and walked out. He was worried that he couldn't suppress his impulse and did something worse than a beast. As he walked, he buttoned his collar, until the last button was meticulously buttoned, almost to his Adam's apple. Then he came to the window. After a while of the cold wind, he finally suppressed his accelerated heartbeat and the burning of his skin. Xiao didn't check the whole room last time. This time he continued to check, although the little witch wasn't harmful. However, her witch mother might have left some traps behind. Also, he wanted to take a look. The man who had the same initials as him and was also a noble. Who was it? As long as they were nobles, he would recognize them. If they didn't recognize him, then it meant that his territory was too small and not worth mentioning. Several noble names that started with his flashed through his mind, but none of them matched this man's profile. Could it be that he was really a poor and worthless nobleman? Xiaya unhurriedly flipped through the important books in a planned manner. At first, he only saw some of the books that the man annotated. From the looks of it, his magic talent was decent. Of course, he was still a far cry from him. With a harsh and cold attitude, Xiao examined the information. Then, he checked the things again. Some of the more dangerous small objects. It should have been left behind by the little witch's mother. He casually used light magic and turned it into light before disappearing into thin air. The little witch didn't know how to use these things, and they might even hurt her. Destruction was the best. Shaya also saw some men's things, such as cufflinks and noble corsage for men. There were also some small gemstone decorations. These things could actually be used to repay debts and allow him to live a good life. But it seemed that the little witch didn't have this concept. She just left them there and didn't touch them at all. How foolish of him. She was already dead. Why not pawn these things and use them to take up space? Shaya wanted to destroy them, but he felt that he was too narrow-minded. After all, these things weren't his. Of course, he accidentally crushed a few of them, but that was an accident, right? When he was almost done searching, he casually picked up a book. It was a beginner witch book. Shaya casually flipped through it. He saw the little witch's handwriting. The handwriting was very slender, but it was very standard. He thought that he would see the witch's magic notes, but the first sentence was, "Shaya, I like you so much. Today is another day of loving you deeply." Sha. And Weiwei Bai, who was sleeping, was having a beautiful dream. Shan liked to be a bootlicker, right? Then let her write a confession full of words. It would be best to create evidence that she was the one chasing after him. Let him find this evidence by himself. He would definitely feel refreshed, unusually happy. Then her favorability would continue to rise. Shaya read the beginner witch's notes again. No wonder the witch's magic was so bad. It turned out that when she was studying, she was thinking about how to pursue a man. Shaya expressionlessly squeezed the book and crushed it little by little. She really is a bad student who doesn't like to study. Chapter 25:14. Weiwei Bai squatted on a small stool with a strange expression on her face as she looked at the fire. Gravy was simmering on the fire. She weighed some seasonings in her hands. The food of the poor in this plain was very, very simple. The seasonings were just salt and a little bit of spice. The effect of her work was very good. She ate it herself and felt that the taste was not bad. See, didn't you not have a stomachache? When she was about to put the seasonings into the broth, the system stared at her like a tiger watching its prey. Just put down like this. Yes, you don't have to do anything, just throw in like this. Weiwei Bai casually threw in. The broth glowed with a faint blue light. The system looked at the pot of broth. Fortunately, the host had been eating bread. The broth was rarely drunk, although the ingredients were too simple. So the broth didn't have any strange changes. But the taste was definitely not good. The host also ate very little, so the tragedy of diarrhea did not happen. Fortunately, the male lead ate it. Weiwei Bai finished cooking and brought out the bread, broth, and some dried meat. The bread was bought, and the dried meat was not needed. It was just that the broth took a little longer. As the witch's little wife, Weiwei Bai walked out with a smile. "Shaya, it's time to eat." Walking out of the kitchen, she saw the young man standing by the table, lightly touching the oil lamp with his fingertips. Whoosh! The light was bright. This was not a flame that an oil lamp could have. It was a blessing of light magic. In the light, the young man's eyes under his eyelashes were as rich and deep as violets. He looked up at her unhurriedly. He saw Weiwei Bai happily putting the food on the table like a happy little bird. She had a ponytail and wore a simple dress, just like any other girl from a normal family. She was doing the housework. This feeling was very novel, because the place where he lived was dazzling, and there were all kinds of servants. He had never seen such a life. Shaya reached out and lit the candle unhurriedly. Some were incomplete, some were short, and some were even used to the point where there was only one core left. They were all lit up. There was no need to use candles or oil lamps themselves. All of them were light magic. It looked like flames, but it was actually light. In an instant, the room was incomparably bright. The flames in the fireplace started to burn automatically. The warm and cozy house was like thousands of happy families. After setting up the lamp, Shaya gracefully walked to the table. He extended his long arm and pulled a chair over. Then he said to Weiwei Bai, "Sit. Ladies first." This was the tradition of the nobles, although he had never followed it. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman who would dare to take precedence in front of him, it was a provocation to him. This made it clear to everyone that Xiaya was the least gentlemanly person in the aristocratic circle. First of all, no one would be able to sit on it. Wei Wei Bai sat down in a daze. The other party's attitude was too strong. His words were like an order. As Wei Wei Bai, who walked the path of a long-term and heartwarming strategy, she had already confirmed that her character was gentle and affectionate. As long as the side quest isn't too much, don't think about that little bitch. It comes as soon as he thinks about it. It simply makes people gnash their teeth in hatred, but they can't bite it. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before she heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no reminder. Xiaya had already sat across the table. The table was very small, and the two of them sat facing each other. He didn't even need to stretch out his hand to touch her fingertips. This was the smallest table he had ever used. Xiaya calmly scooped up the meat soup with a spoon and put it into his mouth. Chapter 25:15. His sense of taste had not recovered yet. Previously, he had been eating whatever she fed him. Sometimes, after eating, he would feel uncomfortable, but he would be fine after using healing magic. After all, he was very sure that the food was not poisonous. If it was, it would not escape his magic check. Perhaps it was because the power in his body was still being digested, which caused the discomfort. Wei Wei Bai felt very good about her cooking skills. The cooking methods of this plane reminded her of the minimalist cuisine of the British Empire in reality. So she followed suit, and it was actually edible. To her, this was simply crying tears of joy. Like a child eager to be praised, she looked at Xiaya with shining eyes. "Is it delicious, Xiaya?" Xiaya paused. What should he say? He couldn't taste it at all, but he saw that the corners of the girl's eyes were red and beautiful, as if the stars had fallen into her eyes. She actually looked so. A strange emotion surged in his heart, causing his breathing to become heavier once again. He said indifferently, "It's delicious." Although he was talking about food, his eyes were fixed on her smile. He thought of the scumbag who had followed her. This kind of scumbag would not be cut off. With such a beautiful face, any man who saw it would not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Xiaya frowned. Of course, he was an exception. He was still at the stage of watching a play. He wanted to see if one day he got tired of this substitute game. He would directly tell her that she had mistaken him for someone else. Her expression must be very beautiful. Xiaya thought darkly. Letting him be a substitute, this kind of sin, he would not let her have an easy time. As for how to make it difficult for her, the Duke who had used all kinds of cruel methods to deal with a bunch of criminals. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. There were many ways to make it difficult, not necessarily torture. He calmly and childishly suppressed his doubts and continued to eat the meat soup. His body felt a little uncomfortable again. Besides looking a little ugly, there should be no problem with the meat soup. The Duke calmly cast a healing light magic on himself. His body recovered. Then he continued to eat. Wei Wei Bai was eating bread. The system advised her not to eat too much meat soup. After all, meat soup is expensive. We had to pretend to be poor and pitiful. Show Xiaya. You eat bread, and he eats meat. The more good she was to him, the more her favorability would increase. Wei Wei Bai agreed. Of course, she would never admit that the broth tasted bad. After all, she was the one who made the food that was edible. She had a very good filter. He felt that his culinary skills had improved. When she returned to reality, she would cook for her family and show them how outstanding she was. Both parties were satisfied with the meal, although one of them basically didn't eat and the other had lost his sense of taste. After dinner, Wei Wei Bai cleaned up the table and picked up the ingredients she bought to make the beautifying water. She was sure that there would be a market for her beauty lotion. The first time was harder to sell, but the second time was easier. Because it was really effective, and for effective beauty products, it was impossible for them not to sell. It took time to develop feelings in this plane. How could he survive if he didn't have more skills to earn money? As for Xiaya, he looked like an aristocrat when he was alive. Commonly known as the kind of person whose brain is not necessarily developed and whose limbs are definitely not diligent. What could he do to make money? And because the information was incomplete, Wei Wei Bai was worried that she would take him out. If she met his acquaintances or family members or something, it would be troublesome. Chapter 25:16. Wei Wei Bai was absent-minded for a moment, so she used a little strength in her fingers, seeing that the material was about to be scrapped again. Hooking her waist with one hand, the boy gently bent down and stretched out his other hand from behind to hold her fingers. His fingertips exerted force, and a trace of magic fell into the material. The scrapped material miraculously became intact, and soon the beautifying water was done. His voice sounded in her ear. In the future, when making things with magic, you must be completely focused. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. Shaya thought that she couldn't hear clearly, so he couldn't help but patiently repeat. Don't be distracted. This was her bad habit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have scrapped so many materials. Wei Wei Bai blinked, and her face turned red. Her voice was low and muffled. Shaya frowned. What's wrong? Wei Wei Bai murmured. You are by my side. I can't concentrate. This sentence was very quiet. Shaya listened attentively and realized what she meant. His fingers stiffened, and the girl's slender body was almost held in his arms. The tip of his nose smelled the familiar sweet fragrance of her body. This kind of contact was indeed very intimate and natural. Shaya's face was also red, but he still calmly said, "If you can't concentrate, then don't concentrate." With that, he let go of her fingers and pulled her arm instead. Taking her out of the chair, he sat down in a natural manner. Then Shaya bowed his head, and his hands quickly and accurately began to make the beautifying water she wanted. "I'll do it. You just look at the fire. If it's going to go out, remember to add firewood." Indeed, there was nothing he wanted her to do. The fire was added with magic, and it couldn't be extinguished all night. This was just a reason he wanted her to continue to not concentrate and think about him. Wei Wei Bai immediately nodded, and then obediently looked at the fire. For this kind of beautifying water, Shaya casually made it, and his distraction was more powerful than Wei Wei Bai's. But because of the difference in magic, there was basically no possibility of failure. Shaya quickly made a beautifying lotion and casually looked up. She saw that Wei Wei Bai was really looking at the fire obediently. She didn't even look at him. He casually made another beautifying lotion. However, Wei Wei Bai continued to stare at the fire obediently. She was so obedient. Why did he feel so uncomfortable? Shaya couldn't help but crush a piece of material. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled. She immediately looked over and saw the shattered material in Shaya's hand. It was the most expensive one. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but say, "It's okay if it's broken. I've broken it many times too." Shaya pinched the broken material. Then he silently picked up the beautifying lotion and shook it. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before she finally understood what he meant. In almost a second, a trace of a smile appeared on her indifferent expression. Then, an exaggerated smile appeared on his face. "Shaya, you're so amazing. You finished it so quickly." Shaya, wait, what did he do? Holding the lowest grade, beautifying lotion and showing it to Wei Wei Bai like a student craving praise? Even at his best, he didn't care about anyone's evaluation. Not to mention those old farts in the academy. Also, wasn't her smile a little too forced? Chapter 25:17. Shaya squeezed the beautifying water tightly and then released it, worried that it would break again. Then his thin lips lightly sighed, as if he disdainfully lowered his eyes. "This thing, I can make 10,000 of them a day." After saying that, he really wanted to swallow his words. Why would he make these broken things? If it wasn't a play with her, he wouldn't even touch these cheap things. Wei Wei Bai supported her face with both hands and stared at him face to face. Her eyes were clear and soft, as deep as the sea. She couldn't help but smile, and her voice was soft and sweet. "Yes, my Shaya is the most powerful." The love and worship in her eyes were not hidden, and were more beautiful than the flames. Shaya looked up, his eyes fixed on her face for a while, and then suddenly lowered his eyelashes in a daze. He was silent for a moment, and then lightly snorted. "Who is yours?" The girl looked at him sweetly. The light and shadow were beautiful, her face like a flower. "And if you don't like this, then..." Her face was close to him, Her delicate skin was like snow, and her long eyelashes trembled. She slowly said, "I am Shayaz, that's fine too." These words were too casual. It was like a joking tone, but the affection in her eyes didn't have the slightest intention of joking. Shayaz's breath stopped, as if he was stunned. After a long time, he continued to focus on the beautifying water in his hand. It seemed like the beautifying water was easy to make just now, but now it was bumpy and became extremely difficult. He accidentally broke some of the materials. He looked at Wei Wei Bai with some embarrassment, but found that the little witch was staring at the fire. It was as if she would always listen to and abide by his every word. Something in his heart was breaking out of its shell. It seemed to be sweet, but also bitter. Shaya couldn't tell, but he didn't have the strength to stop it. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 50. When sleeping, Shaya lay directly on the chair in the hall. A few chairs were barely enough to form a single, narrow bed. He put his hands behind his head and carefully listened to the sounds in the room without sleeping. She was asleep. Her breathing was unusually even. Shaya felt that this game seemed to be out of control. She didn't love him. It was the man who couldn't be any more dead. Who was that man? He didn't think that in this world there was anyone who looked similar to him and wasn't famous. Furthermore, he was in the aristocratic circle. Shaya was thinking when he suddenly heard something. He immediately got up and went to the window. The window opened. A man wearing a white hooded robe was kneeling respectfully. Lord Duke. It was the leader of the Church of Light, the Archbishop. Shaya's soft emotions were swept away. The young man's expression was indifferent, and his temperament was cold and ruthless. "How have you been?" The Archbishop immediately said, "There is an internal strife in the palace. His Majesty has no time to take care of the Duke." Shaya said, "Let them continue fighting. If he didn't make use of the king's sons, how could he make the king, that old bastard, suffer?" The Archbishop nodded, then respectfully held Shaya's hand and touched it with his forehead. This was a great gesture of submission. Without waiting for the Archbishop to say anything like a blessing of light and other flattering words, suddenly there was a sound from the door. Shaya's expression changed, and he extended his leg to kick the Archbishop away. The window immediately closed automatically. He quickly lay down on the chair and didn't wait to close his eyes. He saw Wei Wei Bai's head poke out from behind the door. "Shaya, did you hear something?" Shaya replied coldly, "No." Wei Wei Bai smiled. "Maybe it's the wind." After saying that, she suddenly ran over with a soft blanket and placed it on his body. She lowered her head and kissed his cheek, then said with a sweet smile, "Good night, Shaya." After saying that, she happily turned around and ran into the room. Shaya was silent. Then he pulled the blanket and pursed his lips, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 55. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 25:18. Wei Wei Bai put bottles of beautifying water into a small basket. She said happily, "As long as we sell these, we could buy a few more clothes." Shaya sat on the chair casually and elegantly. The old chair was cushioned with red velvet. The beautiful young man's features were cold and exquisite, and there was a thick magic book on his lap. His pale eyelashes were dyed beautifully in the morning light. Hearing Wei Wei Bai's words, he looked up at her unhurriedly. The little witch was still wearing a simple hooded robe, and her thick hair was still unadorned. His gaze rested on her beautiful thick hair for a few seconds. He felt that even without any decorations, she was much better looking than those noble women full of flowers and feathers. As if he didn't care, his voice was low. "What did I used to be?" He was already acting as if he had amnesia. The little witch didn't suspect anything. After all, she was clear about the after-effects of those drugs. She felt that it was fine as long as he could come back to life. She didn't seem to care that his personality had changed drastically and that he had lost his memory. She didn't realize that she had resurrected the wrong person. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment, and a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Shaya used to be a noble. Shaya seemed a little surprised, but his eyes were calm. "Then what about my family?" Wei Wei Bai racked her brains, thinking about how to make up a story. It wasn't difficult to fool a person with amnesia, but to fool a person with amnesia who obviously wanted to find his family, she couldn't make up a story. Wei Wei Bai thought about it, and in the end, she was tired. Forget it. Anyway, he had amnesia, so she could continue to fool him. A lie needed 10,000 lies to round it out. The white drama queen meant that 100 million lies were a piece of cake. So Wei Wei Bai looked sad. Shea doesn't have a family. A series of noble names flashed through Shea's mind. Nobles without families were pitifully few. After all, noble families were huge, and they had to be the only one left. Not possible, unless it was because of a crime and the whole family died together. Could it be that the man she loved was actually a criminal? As if she was afraid that he would be sad, the little witch pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She just hurriedly carried the small basket and put on the hood. Her long hair fell out of the hood, and her small and fair face was unbelievably beautiful under the shadow of the hood. Then I'll leave first, Shea. It was as if she was afraid that he would ask more questions. She turned around and ran. Shea's eyes darkened until the little witch closed the door and her footsteps gradually faded away. Only then did he stretch out his finger and touch the page. Find a man who has the same name as me and looks like me. He might be a minor noble, but his family has been wiped out. After saying that, he extended his finger. His fingertips were hooked around the old pocket watch, but it could be seen that it belonged to a noble. This belongs to him. If he dies, give me the information. The archbishop appeared from the shadows. He bowed his head respectfully and stretched out his hands, preparing to take the pocket watch. His voice was steady and sincere. Yes, Your Grace. What if he's still alive? Alive? Shea didn't think of this possibility. After all, if the little witch resurrected him, didn't that mean that her lover was dead? Shea was silent for a long time. In the incomparably cold atmosphere, the archbishop seemed to feel the power of the magic in the air surging. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Did he say something wrong? Shea lowered his eyes. His purple eyes were so cold that the bottom couldn't be seen. His fingers moved, and the pocket watch fell into the archbishop's hand. Then, it was as if he had said something unimportant. If he's alive, then kill him. His words were calm and casual, but there was a murderous aura that made people shudder. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 2519. After the archbishop left, Shea continued to read quietly. His pale eyelashes were dyed with light, and his thin lips were red under his delicate nose. It seemed that after a while, a hint of helplessness appeared on his indifferent face. The room was too quiet, and it seemed a little uncomfortable. Shea casually threw the book on the table, and a wave of distortion appeared in the air. The young man on the chair had already disappeared. Only beautiful light spots were left. After Wei Wei Bai happily sold the beautifying water, she carried the basket and walked back. The system suddenly said, "There's a group of people in front." Wei Wei Bai's smile did not change. "What does it have to do with me?" The system said, "No, it's the Holy Son of the Church of Light on patrol." Wei Wei Bai was not curious at all. "I'll take a detour." After all, the only connection she had with this world was Shea. She just had to deal with Shea. As for the original owner wanting to kill the Archbishop of the Church of Light, this was not her mission, so she would not pay attention to the Church of Light. Wei Wei Bai was about to disturb. A few rows of knights rushed over and blocked everyone's path. "The Holy Sun is on patrol. Everyone stand by the roadside and lower your heads." Wei Wei Bai walked slowly and was squeezed to the front by the crowd. It would be too conspicuous to leave now, so she calmly reached out and pulled down the hood on her head. After covering most of her face, she stood in the crowd obediently with her head lowered. This way, she would not be conspicuous at all. Anyway, she waited for the Holy Sun to pass by. She went to the ready-made clothing store to buy 2 men's winter clothes and shoes. If she wanted a strategy, she had to do it slowly, and these little things had to be done carefully. As Bai Weiwei thought about it, she casually smoothed out her sleeves. After a while, she heard a burst of Western music like heavenly music. Weiwei Bai felt that so low class. Who would bring a stereo or something when they go out these days? It was too degrading. Everyone bowed their heads under the command of the guards and put their hands together in a respectful manner. Bai Weiwei also made a gesture and sat up. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw 2 rows of guards riding on silky black horses slowly approaching. All the guards surrounded a carriage. The carriage was not like those of other nobles, which were full of luxurious gems. The car was full of golden patterns. It was an extremely powerful magic array. A slender and hazy figure sat behind the veil of the carriage. No one could see his face clearly, but his noble and unreachable pretentious aura could be felt. Everyone quieted down, not daring to make sound. Everyone lowered their heads and silently clenched their fists in front of their chests. This was the etiquette of the followers of the Church of Light. Weiwei Bai frowned as a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Was the person in the carriage looking at her? She was extremely sensitive to sudden gazes. Weiwei Bai lowered her head, her eyes extremely calm. The system started nagging. This saint is actually one of the sons of the old king. The old king of this plane has more than a dozen sons, and now the infighting is fierce. Weiwei Bai asked, "A prince could be a saint?" The saint of the Church of Light sounded like an abbot in a temple to her. The system said, "Of course, because he is a prince, his identity is honorable enough to be a saint. Because the Church of Light is the family of the Rose Duchess, and it is an organization of public opinion created to counter the power of the royal family." Because the host was very concerned about the background of this plane, the system took the opportunity to explain to her. // Chapter 25:20. She wished she could say more. It was better to know more than less. Because of the destruction of the evil witch group, the believers of the Church of Light spread all over the continent, and their power increased greatly. Originally, the power of the Rose family and the royal family were only competing with each other. But because of the existence of the Church of Light, the power of the royal family was eroded. Now, as long as there is a branch of the Church of Light on the continent, it is the power of the Rose family. Weiwei Bai searched her memory. She was a little surprised. The power of the Rose family was on the boundless continent of the kingdom. It was almost full of them. In other words, this kingdom basically had the power and territory of the Rose family. If the Rose family rebelled, the old king would be finished. What was more powerful was that when the old king was young, he was the kind of powerful monarch who attacked cities and seized territories to expand his territory. Even if he was old and a little muddle-headed, he wouldn't be weak to such an extent. It was really the Grand Duke of Rose who had forced the royal family to such an extent. And recently, the Rose Duke disappeared. It seemed that he fell into the land of the Holy Dragon, and there was a problem with magic. There were sequelae of the undead. Light magic to the last stage of cultivation. Life and death would be exchanged. Basically, a mage who entered the undead state had a high chance of dying directly. So now that the Rose Duke didn't appear, the power of the royal family began to erode the power of the Rose family again. After all, the most powerful person of the Rose family, the Rose Duke, died, and the old king was awesome again. And the main power of the Church of Light was the Archbishop. He was one of the loyal lackeys of the Rose Duke. The target of the original owner's revenge was this archbishop's subordinate, the bishop of the Eastern region. Because the original owner's mother died in the Eastern region, all the accounts had to be counted on the bishop of the Eastern region. This was the range of the Rose family's power. The original owner was too weak, otherwise her target of revenge would have been the Rose Duke. To fight for power and profit, the witches became tragic victims. But this had nothing to do with her. After all, in this plane, for Weiwei Bai, it was more important to conquer Xia and live a good life. As for the rest of the Rose, the king. Fight, 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 more dramatic fights. She could just eat melon seeds and watch it like a drama. Vicious, dark, bystander Bai was such a pragmatic girl. The system said, so didn't the Duchess of Rose disappear? To plunder the resources of the masses in the church, the prince was sent to be the Holy Son. As long as the archbishop was killed, the Holy Son is in control of the church. Everything that the Rose Duchess did has become the royal family's. This saint, they were here to seize the Church of Light. Wei Wei Bai was stuffed with a large amount of information by the system, indicating that she understood. Then he expressed that it had nothing to do with him. My little darling Xiaya is still waiting for me to go home. Can this pretentious holy son walk faster? Wei Wei Bai chatted with the system about the gossip of the mainland. Bien lowered his head and clasped his hands in front of his chest. She looked exactly the same as thousands of onlookers. There was nothing outstanding about it. Suddenly, the carriage slowly drove past. The saint behind the curtain was incomparably cold. He was like a noble statue. The golden blue-eyed man suddenly looked up coldly. There's the scent of a witch. The holy son was the next successor of the old king. He was also the youngest Prince Pellegrini. The princes who were fighting in the palace now were all cannon fodder for him to climb up the ranks.